Chapter 1. The Scoundrel. Slap. Chen Jinzhao received a resounding slap across the face. "Yuval scoundrel, what did you do to me last night?" A woman of striking beauty berated Chen Jinzhao, brandishing her phone as she threatened, "I will call the police and have you arrested this very moment, ensuring you languish in prison for eternity." Chen Jinzhao raked his fingers through his disheveled hair, feeling quite disheartened. The previous night, he had indulged a bit too liberally in the security room before ascending to the rooftop of the building for some fresh air. In his hazy state, he encountered a drunken woman, leading to some indescribable events. Upon waking in the morning, Chen Jinzhao was utterly bewildered. To make matters worse, this woman was Yu Mengji, the president of the Guochuan Medical Group, which owned the entire building. Chen Jinzhao was merely a security guard in her employ. "President Yu cannot hold me solely accountable for this." Chen Jinzhao attempted to explain that why Yu Mengji stood at a height of 1.72 meters, only slightly shorter than Chen Jinzhao, now biting her red lip and glaring intensely at him. Chen Jinzhao wished to further clarify, but he noticed tears welling up in her eyes, which only exacerbated his distress. "President Yu, please don't cry. I will take responsibility from now on, if that suffices." Slap. Once again, Chen Jinzhao felt the sting of her hand. He could have evaded it, yet he chose not to. Tears streamed down Yu Mengji's face. "Take responsibility. You are merely a security guard, earning a meager 4,000 a month. What can you possibly offer in terms of responsibility? Go ahead and report me if you wish. I have nothing more to say." Chen Jinzhao felt unjustly accused. Compared to Yu Mengji, he had suffered no significant loss. The events of the previous night were equally shared between them. Ultimately, Yu Mengji refrained from contacting the authorities, as it would tarnish her reputation. If the world were to discover that the president of Guochuan Medical Group had engaged in an affair with a mere security guard on the rooftop, her life would be irrevocably ruined. "What is your name?" Yu Mengji asked, wiping her tears. Chen Jinzhao, that why Yu Mengji committed this name to memory, but before she could utter another word, her phone rang, causing her expression to shift slightly. After a moment's contemplation, she chose not to answer. Instead, she glared at Chen Jinzhao and said, "You must ensure that tonight's incident remains a secret, otherwise I will never forgive you." "President Yu, you wouldn't resort to silencing me, would you?" Chen Jinzhao retorted that why Yu Mengji bit her lip, her frail shoulders trembling slightly. "You have ruined my life. If this matter becomes known, how could I ever face the world again? Even if I have no intention of harming you, there are others who might." Chen Jinzhao was taken aback. This icy president possessed a surprisingly fragile side. Evoking his sympathy indeed, it was the woman who bore the brunt of such a situation. Yu Mengji, in her high heels, took a few steps away before pausing to turn back toward Chen Jinzhao. He promptly approached her, asking, "President Yu, do you have any instructions for me?" "Please procure something for me," she replied, biting her red lip. "Rest assured, President Yu, I am at your service." Chen Jinzhao responded, but while Yu Mengji hesitated for a considerable time, her cheeks flushed with a delicate crimson hue. After much stammering, she finally uttered, "Please procure a box of emergency contraceptive pills for me, and when I seek you out, do not disclose this to anyone else." It was indeed a sudden thought that struck her. These days coincided with a perilous period, and without medication, unforeseen consequences could arise. However, sending her to purchase them herself would likely lead to recognition, attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives who might deduce her predicament. Even entrusting this task to her most trusted secretary left her feeling uneasy. Thus, the most suitable candidate for this delicate task was Chen Jinzhao. Chen Jinzhao appeared rather embarrassed, scratching his head as he responded, "All right, he'll take care of this, and I assure you, President, you will be satisfied." Yu Mengji scoffed lightly before turning on her heel and departing in her high heels. Chen Jinzhao did not rush to descend the stairs. Appearing together with her in front of the staff might lead to unwarranted speculation. He strolled to the railing, lit a cigarette, and reflected on the events of the previous night, muttering to himself in frustration, "President Yu is the beloved Ice Queen, and it seems many are vying for her attention. Yet, I can hardly recall the events from last night." His gaze inadvertently fell to the ground, where a vivid scarlet stain pierced his vision, causing the cigarette in his mouth to tremble slightly. This marked Yu Mengji's first. Chen Jinzhao slapped his forehead a few times, exclaiming, "What a calamity! Having lingered on the rooftop for over an hour, it was now past 8 in the morning, with nearly an hour remaining before work commenced. Chen Jinzhao extinguished his cigarette and brushed the dust from his trousers before heading downstairs to be 8:30. Chen Jinzhao, neglecting breakfast, made his way to a pharmacy situated a short distance from the Gocheng building. Upon seeing the security uniform adorning Chen Jinzhao, the pharmacist remarked disapprovingly, "Why do you young ones fail to understand the importance of safety measures? A moment of indulgence leaves the woman to bear the burden. An excessive use of emergency contraceptives can be detrimental to her health that, if you truly care for your girlfriend, you might as well invest a little more in a bottle of vitamin C. Surely, you can spare that much?" Chen Jinzhao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, clearing his throat before purchasing a bottle of vitamins worth over 100 yuan, as suggested by the pharmacist. With the medication tucked securely in his pocket, Chen Jinzhao returned to the company. Due to the excessive revelry of the previous night, he felt lethargic that morning, sitting in the security room and stifling yawns repeatedly. What a calamity, Chen Jinzhao murmured from time to time. Last night, he had been on the rooftop, reminiscing about the days of camaraderie with his comrades. Who could have predicted such absurdity would ensue? Had he foreseen this, he would have certainly refrained from drinking to excess. Xiaochun, the team leader, Imo Qingyan, entered the security room and informed Chen Jinzhao, "You're scheduled to take over the shift in the underground parking lot this afternoon. That's the directive from above. Since you haven't worked there before, you may lack experience, but simply focus on performing your duties diligently." "Oh, right. You recognize the license plates of those executives, don't you? Make sure not to cross any of them, or even the mightiest will be unable to save you." Chen Jinzhao acknowledged with a sound, continuing to drift in a thought that Mo Qingyan, observing Chen Jinzhao, who was only a few years older than his own daughter, felt reluctant to be overly critical. Isn't life just like this? One must simply muddle through. That moment. As the morning meeting of the Gaochen Pharmaceutical Group concluded, a young man awaited Yu Mengji's emergence at the entrance. His name was Su Qingyan, and thanks to the relationship between his grandfather and the elder Yu, he had secured the position of deputy in the Human Resources Department of the Gaochen Pharmaceutical Group. Over the years, Su Qingyan had devoted himself to pursuing Yu Mengji to the point where his intentions were nearly overt. Upon spotting Yu Mengji, Su Qingyan immediately approached her. However, her peculiar demeanor caused him to hesitate. It was evident to the discerning eye that her gait was rather abnormal. Su Qingyan was no novice, having spent a third of his nights throughout the year in establishments of ill repute. He could instantly recognize that Yu Mengji's manner of walking resembled that of someone who had just endured an indescribable and tumultuous encounter the previous night. Ordinarily, he could scarcely manage to touch her hand, believing her to be a woman of virtue and integrity. Yet, to his astonishment, she had evidently been entangled with another man in a passionate rendezvous. But a surge of fury ignited within Su Qingyan's heart. Chapter 2. An awkward posture, Yuming. Your walking posture seems. Su Qingyan suppressed his anger, refraining from immediately exposing Yu Mengju's situation. Evidently still harboring a glimmer of hope. Yu Mengju had already been reminded of this matter by her secretary that morning, thus she handled it with ease, attributing it merely to overexertion, assuring that a few days of rest would suffice. Su Qingyan's ire diminished somewhat. Could it be that he had misjudged Yu Mengju? Upon further contemplation, he finally sighed in relief. He understood Yu Mengju's character well. She was not the type to engage lightly, and he had indeed misinterpreted her. At that moment, Yu Mengju lowered her head, biting her red lip. Internally, she lamented that Chen Jinzhao had been too vigorous the previous night, leaving her in discomfort that even affected her gait. Gritting her teeth, she thought, what a beast. Su Qingyan gallantly offered to assist Yu Mengju back to the office, only to be met with refusal. Undeterred, he persisted, saying, "Mengju, would you join me for dinner tonight? It is my 27th birthday, and I would be delighted to celebrate it with you." Yu Mengju initially intended to decline, but after a moment's consideration, she acquiesced. Su Qingyan's grandfather was a longtime friend of the Yu family patriarch and one of the stalwarts of the Guoqin group. Given that Yu Mengju had only recently ascended to her position, she needed the support of these elders. Thus, it was settled. Su Qingyan felt a surge of joy. Observing Yu Mengju's departing figure, a smile blossomed on his face. He had recently procured some new drugs from Nanyang, which had yielded promising results when tested on several women. He planned to discreetly slip the drug into Yu Mengzhu's drink during their dinner, thereby ensuring that their relationship would take a decisive turn. Yu Mengzhu was unaware of Su Jinghui's ulterior motives, still preoccupied with thoughts of the previous night. In truth, upon reflection, she realized that she had been the one to take the initiative, which filled her with embarrassment. She slapped her forehead, wondering how she could have acted so recklessly. She pondered whether Chen Jinzhao still remembered the events of that night. Hopefully, he had forgotten. Time drifted by, and soon it was time to leave work. Yu Mengzhu quickly gathered her belongings and made her way to the underground parking lot. Earlier that day, she had instructed the security department to relocate Chen Jinzhao to the underground garage, providing the perfect opportunity to retrieve the drug. In the underground garage, Yu Mengzhu spotted Chen Jinzhao standing upright from a distance. She paused, observing the meticulous manner in which he carried himself, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. For some inexplicable reason, Chen Jinzhao struck her as different from the other security personnel. His nonchalance stood in stark contrast to the others, imbued with a sense of worldly detachment, an aura she had only sensed in her grandfather's presence. Was he not an ordinary person? Yu Mengzhu murmured to herself. Then, shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. According to available information, Chen Jinzhao has served as a security guard in the company for 2 years, with no remarkable achievements to his name, merely blending into the mediocrity of the crowd. Yu Mengzhi wore a bitter smile, reflecting on the fact that she had become involved with such an individual. Not far off, Chen Jinzhao spotted Yu Mengzhi and intended to hand her the contraceptive pills he held. However, Su Jinghui appeared not far behind Yu Mengzhi, prompting Chen Jinzhao to feign ignorance of her presence. Yu Mengzhi was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself that this young security guard dared to sulk in front of her. After taking a few more steps, she sensed something amiss, and indeed, the sound of approaching footsteps in polished shoes could be heard. Turning around, she saw Su Jinghui walking towards her. Her heart raced. She had narrowly escaped being caught. A hint of guilt washed over her. Noticing Yu Mengzhi's unusual demeanor, Su Jinghui hesitated and asked, "Mengzhi, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell?" Yu Mengzhi silently thanked her stars that this young security guard was somewhat considerate. If Su Jinghui had discovered the truth, it would have led to a myriad of complications. "Nothing much, just a bit dizzy," Yu Mengzhi replied. Su Jinghui invited her to join him in his car, but she, uncomfortable with the idea of riding in someone else's vehicle, politely declined his offer. With no opportunity to encounter Chen Jinzhao, Yu Mengzhi dared not take any risks. The two cars left the underground parking garage in succession. Chen Jinzhao instinctively felt the medication in his possession, his emotions in turmoil. Was Su Jinghui's boyfriend? A wave of irritation surged within him, akin to wearing the proverbial green hat. However, upon reflection, even if Su Jinghui were indeed Yu's boyfriend, the one feeling betrayed should be Su Jinghui himself. 10 minutes later, as Chen Jinzhao finished his shift and removed his security uniform, he received a text message from an unknown number. "Book a room at Xinghe Hotel and wait for me." Without much elaboration, he recognized it was from Yu Mengzhi. Xinghe Hotel, a 5-star establishment in Ninghai City, offered a high degree of privacy, ensuring discretion from prying eyes. After inquiring about room rates at the front desk, Chen Jinzhao's heart sank. The price for a standard room was over 3,000 yuan for a single night, nearly equivalent to his entire monthly salary. Yet, what could he do but resign himself to fate? Gritting his teeth, he booked a room and sent Yu Mengzhi a text with the room number. At that moment, within a private room at Xinghe Hotel, Yu Mengzhi had already consumed the red wine poured by Su Jinghui. On other occasions, she might have noticed his furtive behavior. However, today her thoughts were scattered. Her mind was far from Su Jinghui, and she didn't even notice his clumsy attempts at drugging her. This made Su Jinghui quite pleased. Yu Mengzhi's phone vibrated discreetly in her handbag. She calmly said to Su Jinghui, "I apologize, but I'm feeling a bit unwell and would like to use the restroom. Please enjoy your drink." "Yes, do return promptly," he replied. After Yu Mengzhi's departure, Su Jinghui in the private room burst into laughter, already envisioning the events that were soon to unfold. To this end, Su Jinghui had booked a suite at the hotel well in advance, eagerly awaiting the forthcoming delights. Upon leaving the private room, Yu Mengzhi took a few winding turns before finally arriving at the room that Chen Jinzhao had prepared. The door to the room was slightly ajar, allowing her to easily push it open and step inside. The air was thick with the scent of smoke, causing her to frown as her delicate white hand waved in front of her nose. Noticing her discomfort, Chen Jinzhao quickly extinguished his cigarette, apologizing, "I was unaware that you, Miss Yu, Dislike the smell of smoke. These are the medications you requested. There is also another bottle of vitamins. The pharmacist advised that the medication should not be taken alone, but rather in conjunction with the vitamins. He offered the bag to Yumingji, who appeared quite flustered. Thank you, she replied, accepting the bag. Did you forget to turn on the air conditioning? Why is it so hot in here? Chapter 3. The incident in the private room. Su Qingyan felt an overwhelming sense of control, devoid of any apprehension. He even took out his phone, preparing to capture a few short videos, confident that Yumingji would comply once she saw them, unless she wished for them to circulate on the internet. However, half an hour had elapsed, and Yumingji had yet to return. Could it be that she had succumbed to the effects in the restroom? Su Qingyan recalled the vendor's warning that the medication's effects would render one feeling as though they were being bitten by ants all over, and if not relieved promptly, it could lead to madness. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to call Yumingji to inquire about her condition. The prolonged silence on the other end of the line only intensified his unease. Meanwhile, Chen Jinzhao glanced at the ringing phone before pausing his actions to look at Yumingji. What was happening? He had not intended for this. Yet, with Yumingji drugged, he had no choice but to act. Otherwise, her life could be at stake. Even more distressing was the fact that Yumingji adamantly refused to let him leave, being even more aggressive than the previous night. Chen Jinzhao, a young man full of vigor, found it nearly impossible to withstand such circumstances. After considerable exertion, Yumingji began to regain her composure. The phone continued to ring, and they exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Yumingji dared not meet Chen Jinzhao's gaze, turning away to retrieve her phone. Suddenly remembering that she had come to celebrate Su Qingyan's birthday, ignoring the call might arouse his suspicion. Hush. Yumingji signaled for Chen Jinzhao to remain silent. Hello. It's me. Su Qingyan's anxious heart finally found solace, and he quickly inquired, Mengji, where are you now? I'm fine. Just feeling a bit unwell. So I'll head home now. I'm truly sorry. Yumingji struggled to suppress her breaths, wary of revealing her condition to Su Qingyan. He speculated that the effects of the drug were taking hold, and nervously replied, What's wrong? Should I take you to the hospital? It was only by getting closer to Yumingji that he could seize the opportunity. Yumingji promptly declined, No need. I'll be home shortly. Let us not chat for now. We can discuss everything tomorrow. Su Qingyan, still skeptical, pressed, Mengji, are you really all right? Are you out of breath? Yumingji shot a glare at the uncooperative Chen Jinzhao and gritted her teeth, stating, Su Qingyan, why do I sense that you're almost hoping for something to go wrong? A pang of anxiety struck Su Qingyan, realizing that further questioning would only raise her suspicions. He quickly altered his tone. Please don't misunderstand. I'm merely concerned for your well-being. If you're all right, that's all that matters. After ending the call, Su Qingyan contacted his subordinate, delivering a stern reprimand. What nonsense new drug is this? It's utterly ineffective, and now Yumingji has escaped. What a stroke of bad luck. In the suite, Chen Jinzhao found himself engulfed in confusion. Who am I? Why am I here, engaged in such acts? What am I to do next? Yumingji hung up the phone, struggling to regain some semblance of rationality, but the insidious effects of the drug surged once more, enveloping her in a blazing inferno directed at Chen Jinzhao. 2 hours passed. Chen Jinzhao sat at the edge of the bed, contemplating lighting a cigarette to alleviate his sorrow, but he refrained upon recalling Yumingji's aversion to the scent of smoke. Yumingji leaned against the headboard, clutching a blanket and weeping softly. Oh, I might as well be dead. How could I have done such a thing? She was consumed by regret, fully aware that she had been the more proactive one that evening, and could not blame Chen Jinzhao. Moreover, without him, she could not even ascertain whether she was alive or dead. Chen Jinzhao scratched his head, knowing he was not adept at offering comfort. He could only say, You have your youth ahead of you. How can you think of dying? If you consider that, what meaning do the events of earlier hold? Yumingji's sobs intensified. Faced with such a scene, Chen Jinzhao contemplated leaving, but that would hardly reflect masculinity. After much coaxing, Yumingji finally ceased her tears. It was then that Chen Jinzhao realized that the usually aloof female So had a fragile side, igniting within him an overwhelming urge to comfort her. You were drugged, Chen Jinzhao stated. Men often unconsciously regard women with whom they have shared intimacy as their own. When someone had harmed his woman, Chen Jinzhao could not remain indifferent. As Yumingji dressed, she remarked, I am not foolish, and I know who it was. However, I cannot expose him now. Otherwise, our affair would inevitably be revealed. Tomorrow, please visit the finance department to collect your salary, and I will arrange a sum for you privately. I hope you will no longer appear before me. It is said that 3 times is a charm. Yu Mingji feared encountering Chen Jinzhao again, terrified of a repeat of last night's events. Why do you think I care about that money? Chen Jinzhao retorted, for he was wholly indifferent to wealth. Yu Mingji turned, her gaze locking onto the depths of Chen Jinzhao's eyes. In an instant, her earlier assertiveness waned, her tone nearly pleading. Then, let me beg of you, will you? Chen Jinzhao diverted his gaze and nodded. He could not bear to see a woman plead. It softened his heart. Yu Mingji departed, leaving Chen Jinzhao with a profound sense of emptiness, as if his heart had been claimed by her. He did not check out, but instead took a shower and collapsed into bed. That night, he dreamt of a day 3 years prior. Familiar faces flitted through his mind, only to fade into nothingness. Chen Jinzhao yearned to grasp those faces, yet ultimately found only void. In the dream's conclusion, he beheld Yu Mingji once more, as cold and enchanting as ever, glancing back thrice before vanishing into the darkness. The following morning, Chen Jinzhao lay bewildered in bed, lost in thought. 3 years had passed. This recurring dream vexed him, and last night's dream had added Yu Mingji's presence. Are you blaming me? Chen Jinzhao murmured bitterly. 3 years ago, Chen Jinzhao, the captain of an elite special forces unit, is renowned in the shadowy realms of the West as the Yumen Yanluo, the jade-faced king of hell. However, 3 years prior, during a clandestine operation, he suffered a disastrous defeat in the Tianshan Mountains, resulting in the tragic loss of 18 of his comrades amidst the vast, desolate snowfields. Following this harrowing experience, Chen Jinzhao retired and returned to the city, languishing in a state of aimlessness for a year before taking a lackluster position as a security guard at the Goqing Pharmaceutical Group. He had hoped for a tranquil existence, yet unexpectedly found himself ensnared in a troubling predicament. After completing his morning routine, Chen Jinzhao checked out of his accommodation and returned to the company. True to his promise to Yu Mingji from the previous night, he went straight to the finance department to collect his wages. However, the young lady in the finance department shook her head and, with a troubled expression, informed him, "Brother Chen, it seems you cannot leave just yet. Xiao Zhang from HR just mentioned that upper management intends to promote you to the position of squad leader in the security department's first team." Oh, and by the way, Xiao Zhang said this order comes directly from General Yu. Chapter 4. Promotion and salary increase. Chen Jinzhao found himself utterly bewildered. What on earth was Yu Mingji up to? Just last night, she had urged him to resign, and now she was promoting him to the position of team leader. The first team was responsible for the security of the building, a far more prestigious role than merely standing guard at the entrance. Moreover, it was said that upon becoming a team leader, one could earn a salary of 7,000 to 8,000, almost doubling Chen Jinzhao's current income. In a daze, Chen Jinzhao exited the finance office and returned to the security room at the entrance. "Xiao Chen, I heard you're planning to resign. Oh dear. Jobs are hard to come by these days. Where will you find work if you leave?" Mo Qingyan, an experienced colleague, earnestly advised Chen Jinzhao against making any rash decisions. Snapping back to reality, Chen Jinzhao replied, "Uncle Mo, why not join me in the building?" "What do you mean?" Chen Jinzhao shared the news of his promotion with Mo Qingyan, who widened his eyes in astonishment before readily accepting Chen Jinzhao's invitation. As a team leader, Chen Jinzhao had the authority to select some personnel from the security team. Mo Qingyan's eagerness to accept the invitation was not driven by a desire to climb the corporate ladder. Rather, he understood the complex factions within the Gaoqing group. A young newcomer like Chen Jinzhao might struggle to command respect from the seasoned veterans. During the fiercest factional struggles, the security department was akin to a hidden dagger in the hands of others. Having spent a decade as a security guard, Mo Qingyan possessed some insider knowledge. Additionally, Chen Jinzhao had always treated him well, unlike others who addressed him with disdain. Thus, Mo Qingyan intended to alleviate some of the burdens Chen Jinzhao would face. Indeed, at 10 o'clock that morning, Chen Jinzhao was summoned to the security department's office, where he was officially appointed as the team leader, primarily responsible for maintaining order within the building. In truth, security issues within the premises were rare, making this role somewhat of a nominal position. The former team leader, Lu Wenyao, became his assistant. Lu Wenyao was a slick middle-aged man. Chen Jinzhao observed no hint of displeasure on Lu Wenyao's face. Instead, he was attentive, assuring Chen Jinzhao that he would diligently oversee security matters, ensuring no troubles would arise. Although Chen Jinzhao intended to inspect the premises, Lu Wenyao promptly intercepted him, insisting that he remain in the office to enjoy the air conditioning. At this moment, Chen Jinzhao grasped the situation. Lu Wenyao, having held the position of team leader for so long, had firmly established control over his former subordinates through various means. This implied that Chen Jinzhao, right from his appointment, had already been sidelined, unable to even step out of the office. Nevertheless, Chen Jinzhao was content to have someone share the workload, spending his days in the office, sipping tea, browsing the internet, and enjoying the air conditioning while earning a decent salary seemed quite appealing. However, he sensed that trouble was on the horizon. Yu Mengji had initially suggested he resign, but had instead promoted him, indicating that something significant must have transpired the previous night. Yet, Chen Jinzhao had yet to decipher the situation, waiting for Yu Mengji to approach him. As the end of the workday approached, a text message from Yu Mengji arrived as expected. She invited Chen Jinzhao to dinner at a restaurant in the city, and he promptly left work to meet her. Yu Mengji has been listless these past few days, her heavy eye makeup failing to conceal the dark circles beneath her eyes. Just as she stepped out of the office, she was intercepted by Su Qingyan, with whom she currently harbors no fondness. The medication from last night was most likely his doing. Had it not been for Chen Jinzhao's timely intervention, she would have surely fallen prey to Su Qingyan's schemes. Wait. Yu Mengji pressed her forehead. She had already been mistreated by Chen Jinzhao twice, yet she found herself believing that he was somehow preferable to Su Qingyan. Was she losing her mind? Clearly, her senses were not entirely clear. Su Qingyan immediately noticed the dark circles under her eyes and spoke with concern. Mengji, why did you leave so suddenly last night? Are you feeling unwell? If you'd like, I can accompany you to the hospital after work. He was probing to see if Yu Mengji suspected anything. Last night, Su Qingyan visited a nightclub and experimented again, discovering that the drug was indeed harmless. But why was Yu Mengji unaffected? He had heard that failing to address such matters promptly could damage one's nerves, and in severe cases, impair bodily functions. A flicker of disdain crossed Yu Mengji's eyes before vanishing. With a smile, she replied, "What could possibly be wrong with me? I merely felt a bit dizzy, so I went home and fell into a deep sleep. I've already seen a doctor who assured me that it was just a minor issue with my mental state. Nothing serious." Su Qingyan's heart stirred. A problem with her mental state? That made sense. The drug's effects must have worn off, but perhaps the dosage was insufficient, prompting Su Qingyan to plan another attempt. Thus, he extended another invitation for dinner, which Yu Mengji politely declined multiple times. Su Qingyan had to reconsider his strategy to avoid raising her suspicions. However, he was determined to win her over and was not in a hurry. Yu Mengji glanced at the time and hurried to the restaurant where she had arranged to meet Chen Jinzhao. At exactly 7 o'clock, she arrived. Upon seeing Chen Jinzhao, clad in security attire and seated by the window, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. This fool, why is he dressed like this? Does he not realize this is an upscale dining establishment? She took a seat and remarked, "Knowing we had a date, couldn't you have changed your clothes?" Are we on a date? Chen Jinzhao blinked in bewilderment. Yu Mengji, caught off guard, waved her hand dismissively. "Never mind. If I ask you out again, please don't wear that security uniform. It's embarrassing for both of us. Do you understand?" Chen Jinzhao appeared somewhat dazed. Just 2 days prior, he had been an inconspicuous security guard, and now he was dining with the female CEO of the group. This restaurant offered excellent privacy, which was precisely why Yu Mengji had chosen this venue to meet Chen Jinzhao. "Just speak your mind. I'm not accustomed to this atmosphere," Chen Jinzhao stated, believing himself to be a mere brute unworthy of such refined company. Yu Mengji glanced at him and lightly nodded. "You're not foolish. My decision to keep you around was made after careful consideration. Last night, my family wanted me to enter into a marriage alliance with a prominent family. If this comes to fruition, the Yu family will prosper for another century." Chen Jinzhao felt a wave of agitation wash over him. Yu Mengji can indeed be regarded as his first woman. Despite the evident disparity between them, an inexplicable sense of disquiet enveloped him. He muttered, "Since President Yu has stated it so, it seems your counterpart possesses considerable influence. Thus, your union with that individual would undoubtedly be the most fitting choice." "You are lying." Yu Mengji fixed her gaze upon Chen Jinzhao. Meeting Yu Mengji's clear eyes, Chen Jinzhao felt his concealed emotions laid bare, causing a flush to creep across his face. He hastily averted his gaze and retorted defiantly, "I speak the truth." "Huh. The only thing about you that is truly hard is this mouth of yours." Yu Mengji chuckled. Chen Jinzhao felt a twinge of discomfort, unwilling to engage in a contest of wits with a woman. Yet, Yu Mengji pressed on victoriously. Locking her gaze onto his and teasingly remarked, "I detect a hint of jealousy. It seems to emanate from you. Are you envious?" Chapter 5. When it comes to my boyfriend, I do not possess one. Naturally, Chen Jinzhao would never admit to this. Besides, What right does he have to feel jealous? His fleeting night with Yu Mengji was merely a coincidence. In terms of status and identity, the individual Yu Mengji referred to is undoubtedly more worthy of her. With her bright eyes and radiant smile, Yu Mengji finds Chen Jinzhao, the taciturn one, at times quite amusing. After a brief chuckle, she continued. Whether or not you're jealous, you know better than I do. However, I have no feelings for that person and do not wish to become a mere pawn in a family union. Hence, I would like to ask for your assistance, occasionally. Play the role of my boyfriend. Chen Jinzhao initially suspected he had misheard. Yet, it soon dawned on him what Yu Mengji meant. Her intention was for him to act as her false partner, a shield, perhaps? Yu Mengji had been at a loss for words, but Chen Jinzhao voiced it for her, prompting her to chuckle in amusement. You are quite astute. That is precisely my intention, though I must first seek your consent. Chen Jinzhao had no objections, after all. He had previously vowed to take responsibility for Yu Mengji, even if she did not require it. Aren't you afraid that I might disclose those matters? Chen Jinzhao jested. Yu Mengji understood well to what he was alluding, causing her expression to falter slightly. With a mock glare, she retorted, Who would believe you if you did? Most would likely dismiss you as delusional. Following Yu Mengji's line of thought, Chen Jinzhao began to comprehend her rationale for promoting him to team leader. After all, how could a mere security guard be deemed worthy of the esteemed female CEO? Yet, Chen Jinzhao only grasped part of the truth. Yu Mengji's ulterior motive was to keep a close watch on Lu Wenyo. Lu Wenyo was aligned with Su Qingyan, and currently, the security department was largely under Lu Wenyo's command. Thus, Yu Mengji had positioned Chen Jinzhao accordingly. She did not expect him to win over the hearts of others, an arduous task for a lowly security guard. Rather, she merely required Chen Jinzhao to monitor Lu Wenyo and inform her of any developments. After their meal, Chen Jinzhao intended to take his leave but was detained by Yu Mengji. He couldn't help but wonder if she had developed an addiction. Sensing his peculiar gaze, Yu Mengji felt a pang of irritation. What is with that look? Never mention that matter again, or we will have unfinished business. She added, Let me take you shopping for a few outfits. In the future, when you are needed for certain occasions, do not wear that security uniform. Chen Jinzhao was taken aback. When the CEO extends an invitation, how could one refuse? True to her position as the group president, Yu Mengji led him into high-end fashion boutiques, where even a single suit cost several thousand. Chen Jinzhao could hardly contain his astonishment. Emerging from the fitting room, Yu Mengji's eyes sparkled with delight. Clothes make the man, as they say. Dressed in a shirt, Chen Jinzhao exuded a newfound vigor, shedding his previous lethargy. The sharpness in his eagle-like gaze was palpable. At first glance, Yu Mengji found it difficult to reconcile this refined figure with that of the security guard she had known. She suddenly recalled that Chen Jinzhao was a figure of sinewy strength, his body adorned with unforgiving scars that suggested a tumultuous past. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Yu Mengji felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks, her thoughts becoming tangled. President Yu? What are you daydreaming about? Chen Jinzhao waved his broad hand before her. Regaining her composure, Yu Mengji averted her gaze and replied, Wrap everything up. I'll wear these outfits for formal occasions in the future. Chen Jinzhao responded with an "oh," realizing that resistance was futile. As long as the expenditure on clothing did not come from his salary, he was agreeable. After purchasing several large bags of attire, Yu Mengji felt a sense of satisfaction, while Chen Jinzhao trudged along behind her, burdened. As they exited the store, a sharp voice pierced the air. Well, if at ISNT Chen Jinzhao, how did you end up in such a dire situation, working as a security guard? Chen Jinzhao turned to see a heavily made-up woman before him. It took him a moment to recognize her before he smiled and said, Wu Qingyan? It's been a long time. You've become quite beautiful. I almost didn't recognize you. Wu Qingyan scoffed, deriding him. You think I'm like you? By the way, I can't believe you're working as a guard in a mall. You're such an embarrassment to Ninghai University. Yu Mengji halted, eavesdropping on their exchange. She was astonished to learn that Chen Jinzhao had graduated from Ninghai University, one of the top 10 universities in the country. Yet, how could she reconcile this with the information on his profile, which indicated he only had a high school education? What was the truth? If Chen Jinzhao truly was an alumnus of Ninghai University, then his current position was indeed a significant underutilization of his talents. She continued to listen. Chen Jinzhao appeared unfazed by Wu Qingyan's words, maintaining a smile, even nodding in agreement. Yes, I've been too embarrassed to attend any reunions these past few years. Yu Mengji was even more taken aback. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely erupted in anger. Could it be that Chen Jinzhao was intrinsically a man of weakness? Wu Tingyan continued her tirade against him, while he remained composed. During their university days, Chen Jinzhao had rejected Wu Tingyan's advances in favor of his first love, Su Qingyan. Chen Jinzhao, why do I get the sense that you're resentful? You weren't like this in college. Who knew you would spiral into mediocrity and enlist in the army? No wonder Qingyan broke up with you, Wu Tingyan babbled on, oblivious to the gradual fading of Chen Jinzhao's smile, which was replaced by a profound melancholy. He then asked, almost hesitantly, is Qingyan doing well? Wu Tingyan paused, casting a disdainful glance at him. Uft, Chen Jinzhao, are you delusional? Given your current state, you still think of Qingyan? She is now the youngest full professor at Ninghai University, with suitors aplenty, including sons of high-ranking officials. You've long been forgotten. Observing the melancholy etched upon Chen Jinzhao's face, Wu Tingyan felt an increased sense of satisfaction with her admonishment. You should cease your preoccupation with her. Be wary of the attentions from Qingyan's suitors. Tingyan, who are you conversing with? And who might this be? Another young man approached. Wu Tingyan introduced Chen Jinzhao to this young man, her boyfriend, Miao Yu, whose family owned several factories, barely qualifying him as a second-generation wealthy individual. With a smile, Miao Yu opened his wallet and extracted several hundred-yuan bills, placing them into Chen Jinzhao's embrace. Tingyan, your old classmate seems to be struggling. I hope you won't mind if I give him a few hundred to spend? Wu Tingyan laughed exuberantly, mimicking his gesture by stuffing a few hundred-yuan notes into Chen Jinzhao's arms as well. This was neither charity nor almsgiving. Chapter 6. Lingering regrets. Chen Jinzhao lowered his head, lost in thought. Yu Mengji initially wished to remain uninvolved in such trivial matters, yet the fact that Chen Jinzhao had been bullied stirred a sense of indignation within her. Indeed, she was angry. Regardless of the circumstances, Chen Jinzhao belonged to her, and Yu Mengji would not permit anyone to mistreat him. Wu Tingyan was about to voice her grievances from years past. During their university days, Chen Jinzhao was exceptionally talented, excelling academically and possessing commendable looks. It was the only time Wu Tingyan had ever pursued a boy, only to be met with rejection from Chen Jinzhao. To this day, she still harbored resentment. As Wu Tingyan began to articulate her thoughts, she was captivated by Yu Mengji's presence. Yu Mengji exuded an aura of elegance and grace, and simply standing there invoked a sense of inferiority in Wu Tingyan, akin to a firefly competing for brilliance against the luminescence of the moon. Yu Mengji approached, and then executed an action that left Wu Tingyan breathless. Clad in high heels, she stood beside Chen Jinzhao, entwining her arm with his, and smilingly inquired, Jinzhao, are these two your classmates? As she spoke, she retrieved the banknotes that had been stuffed into Chen Jinzhao's clothing, leaving him momentarily astonished. Wu Tingyan was equally dumbfounded. How could this strikingly poised woman possibly be Chen Jinzhao's girlfriend? You, what is your relationship with Chen Jinzhao? Wu Tingyan asked, almost involuntarily, while Miao Yu beside her eagerly awaited an answer. Chen Jinzhao was about to deny it, but unexpectedly, Yu Mengji interjected, indeed, I am Yu Mengji, Chen Jinzhao's girlfriend. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please take this money back. He has no need for it. Wu Tingyan was taken aback by Yu Mengji's commanding presence, feeling a sense of inadequacy wash over her. Even as the banknotes were returned to her, she remained oblivious, unable to fully comprehend the situation. This was absurd. How could Chen Jinzhao, a mere security guard, possibly be the partner of such a captivating woman? Jealousy, resentment, fury. A multitude of emotions surged within Wu Tingyan, culminating in an outburst. She could no longer contain herself and addressed Chen Jinzhao. Is this some kind of joke? I've heard that there are agencies that hire beautiful women to pose as girlfriends. Where did you find this one? It must have cost a pretty penny. Just look at that security uniform. How could it possibly match this beauty? As she spoke, Wu Tingyan turned to Yu Mengji, saying, beautiful lady, you would do well to distance yourself from someone as useless as Chen Jinzhao. Be wary, he might not provide the necessary funds. Chen Jinzhao's lips moved, yet he found himself unable to voice a response. Yu Mengji raised her chin defiantly and spoke again. Miss Wu, is that correct? In light of your connection as Jinzhao's classmate, I had no intention of engaging in conflict with you. However, your repeated humiliation of my boyfriend's dignity leads me to question whether you perceive me as merely a decorative figure. I now formally demand that you apologize to Jinzhao publicly. Yu Mengji, perhaps you should reconsider, Chen Jinzhao suggested. Yu Mengji shot him a pointed look, her tone resolute. This matter cannot be dismissed so easily. Who decides the outcome? You or I? Chen Jinzhao lowered his head in frustration, casting an apologetic glance towards Wu Tingyan. Wu Tingyan was nothing short of an unreasonable shrew. and upon hearing Yu Mengji's words, she erupted in laughter fueled by anger. You want me to apologize to this filthy security guard? Who do you think you are? My mouth is my own, and I shall speak as I please. Do you have any authority over me? Yu Mengji scoffed coldly. There are, of course, ways to deal with such a shrew, yet she preferred not to escalate the situation to an irreparable state. Seeing that Yu Mengji did not immediately retort, Wu Tingyan assumed she had been silenced and continued her mockery. Is it just because you're somewhat attractive? You've been utterly deceived by this useless Chen Jinzhao. But honestly, if you could end up with him, you must not be worth much either. Perhaps you're just some princess from a nightclub? Yu Mengji clenched her teeth in frustration. Engaging in a quarrel with such a person would only tarnish her dignity. Thus, she resolved to call the police, determined to pin a charge of provoking trouble on Wu Tingyan. Just as she retrieved her phone, she suddenly sensed Chen Jinzhao beside her moving with remarkable speed. Like a gust of wind, he appeared before Wu Tingyan. Chen Jinzhao, what are you doing? Wu Tingyan was taken aback as she caught a glimpse of an intense ferocity in his eyes. Standing before Wu Tingyan, Chen Jinzhao emanated an overwhelming aura of pressure. It is important to remember that he was once a king who emerged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Once ignited, the fury within him could transform him into a fearsome specter. Apologize to her. The 4 words emerged from Chen Jinzhao's gritted teeth, resonating like the sound of war drums, nearly causing Wu Tingyan to suffer a heart arrhythmia. She swallowed hard, having never encountered such a terrifying version of Chen Jinzhao. Yu Mengji, too, was taken aback. How could a mere security guard possess such an intimidating presence? In the next moment, Wu Tingyan regained her composure and turned to her husband, Miao Yu, exclaiming, "Darling, hurry and send someone to teach this filthy security guard a lesson. He actually dared to shout at me. If you don't stand up for me, your brothers will laugh at you for failing to protect your own woman." Chen Jinzhao observed coldly. If Miao Yu intervened, he planned to teach him a lesson as well. Wu Tingyan could berate him, mock him, and even humiliate him, and Chen Jinzhao would remain unfazed. However, the moment Wu Tingyan chose to insult Yu Mengji, it was something Chen Jinzhao could not tolerate under any circumstances. In other words, he had come to regard Yu Mengji as his own woman. Standing behind Chen Jinzhao, Yu Mengji felt a long-lost sense of security rising within her. Due to her family's circumstances, she had been deprived of this feeling since childhood, yet she was rediscovering it now, emanating from this humble security guard. Tingyan, apologize. Miao Yu insisted, his tone firm. Wu Tingyan immediately shrieked, "What? Darling, have you lost your mind? How can you ask me to apologize to this filthy security guard and this woman who appeared from nowhere? I refuse to apologize. If you want to apologize, then do it yourself." Wu Tingyan was in a foul mood. Miao Yu found himself in a precarious position and quickly attempted to persuade her. "Tingyan, be reasonable." "Why should I?" Wu Tingyan turned her head away, and I refused to relent. Miao Yu, pushed to the brink, felt his face flush with anger. And in a moment of lost rationality, he struck Wu Tingyan's heavily made-up cheek with a resounding slap. The force of the blow caused her to stagger, and with a thud, she fell to the ground. "How dare you? I demand an apology, and yet you speak so much nonsense. Do you even know who this is? If you do not apologize today, I assure you this matter will not end here." Chapter 7. Apology. Wu Tingyan was struck across the face, collapsing onto the ground in a state of utter indignation. Initially, she intended to unleash her fury upon Miao Yu. Yet the words that followed from him made her acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Miao Yu seldom exhibited such intense anger. This realization signified that she had indeed encountered an unyielding opponent. Clutching her burning cheek, Wu Tingyan glanced at Miao Yu before turning her gaze towards Yu Mengji. Indeed, a woman of Yu Mengji's aristocratic stature could never engage in such sordid work. She must undoubtedly belong to a distinguished family. Yu, who is she? Miao Yu timidly looked at Yu Mengji, seemingly seeking her approval. Yu Mengji's countenance remained serene, devoid of any reaction. Miao Yu, uncertain and hesitant, refrained from publicly disclosing Yu Mengji's identity and instead barked at Wu Tingyan. "What are you still asking for?" Before Wu Tingyan could voice her grievances, Miao Yu humbly bowed his head to Yu Mengji. "Ms. Yu, my girlfriend has a rather foul mouth, and I apologize on her behalf to you and your boyfriend. I kindly ask for your magnanimity and to not hold her, a shrew, accountable." Upon uttering these words, Miao Yu quickly cast a meaningful glance at Wu Tingyan. Realizing the weight of Yu Mengji's influence that could compel Miao Yu to bow, Wu Tingyan reluctantly rose from the ground and bowed her head in apology to Yu Mengji. Chen Jinzhao's expression softened slightly. However, Yu Mingji had no intention of letting Wu Tingyan off the hook so easily. She pointed towards Chen Jinzhao and commanded, moreover, apologize to him. Wu Tingyan felt a surge of indignation. She had anticipated venting her frustrations today, only to find herself compelled to bow before Chen Jinzhao. Fearing that Wu Tingyan might continue to sulk, Miao Yu took the lead in apologizing to Chen Jinzhao, setting an example for Wu Tingyan to follow. Biting her lip in reluctance, Wu Tingyan also offered her apology to Chen Jinzhao. Jinzhao, what do you think? Yu Mingji inquired with a smile. If Chen Jinzhao was dissatisfied, the situation would persist. Chen Jinzhao replied in a low voice, if you deem it acceptable, then there's no issue. His implication was clear. He had no objections. Yu Mingji nodded with a smile. Very well, let this be the end of it for today to avoid further distress. The two turned to leave. Wu Tingyan fixed her gaze on Chen Jinzhao's retreating figure before turning to Miao Yu, hoping he would provide an explanation. As Miao Yu led his girlfriend away in the opposite direction, he only sighed in relief once they entered the elevator. Tingyan, if possible, it would be wise for you to associate more with your classmate. It could prove beneficial for us. Miao Yu, is that woman truly formidable? Wu Tingyan bit her lip. Still unwilling to concede, Miao Yu chuckled wryly. She is Yu Mingji, the president of the Gaochen Group. Of course, you might not recognize those names, but just know she belongs to the Yu family of Jiangnan. Wu Tingyan's eyes widened in disbelief, her breath nearly catching in her throat. The Yu family of Jiangnan, this was one of the top 3 families in the region. Miao Yu often spoke of these hidden connections, allowing Wu Tingyan to gain some understanding of these noble clans. The Yu family wields control over an immense commercial empire, with publicly visible assets exceeding hundreds of billions, not to mention certain undisclosed industries. The pharmaceutical company, Gaochen, valued in the billions, constitutes merely a fraction of the Yu family's expansive business landscape. It can be stated that the Yu family of Jiangnan significantly influences the economic lifeblood of Jiangnan province, earning them the title of a formidable aristocracy. As for Yu Mingji, her prowess is indeed formidable. Wu Tingyan felt a twinge of jealousy. Miao Yu, with a wry smile, remarked, if she lacked genuine capability, how could the Yu family entrust her with such a vital role as the president of the pharmaceutical group? This position is akin to a governor within the Yu family's commercial empire. Considering the Yu family's thriving male lineage, the fact that Yu Mingji stands out among them speaks volumes of her remarkable abilities. Wu Tingyan was rendered speechless. The thought of having previously offended Yu Mingji made her uneasy. And then there was Chen Jinzhao. What sheer luck he had to be associated with a scion of such a prestigious family. Wu Tingyan grumbled a few words in the elevator, prompting Miao Yu to hush her, though he too expressed his bewilderment. By the way, when did President Yu acquire a boyfriend? A mere security guard, no less. At that moment, Yu Mingji and Chen Jinzhao arrived at the underground parking garage. Chen Jinzhao expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you, President Yu. Yu Mingji replied, thank me? There's no need for thanks. It was merely a matter of convenience. Remember, if anyone bullies you in the future, retaliate. Yu Mingji found it perplexing that Chen Jinzhao, inherently not a coward, exhibited such forbearance. After a moment's contemplation, she added, you are under my protection. Do not bring disgrace upon me in public. Chen Jinzhao was taken aback, but acquiesced. Suddenly, Yu Mingji posed an unexpected question. That Sun Yinxing, was she your first love? I heard she is a professor at Ninghai University. Do you still harbor feelings for her? Chen Jinzhao's expression became uncomfortable. In truth, Wu Tingyan had misconstrued the timeline. Years ago, Chen Jinzhao was abandoned before enlisting in the military during his sophomore year. The sequence was reversed. Perhaps this was the narrative Sun Yinxing preferred to present, and Chen Jinzhao was too weary to correct it. The depth of his affection for Sun Yinxing back then was matched only by his reluctance to let go. Even recently, her image lingered in his dreams. If it weren't for genuine affection, who would willingly play the role of a devoted admirer? Observing the lingering sentiment on Chen Jinzhao's face, Yu Mingji felt a pang of discomfort. Forget it. Whether you have feelings for her or not is of no interest to me. Chen Jinzhao suddenly snapped back to reality, pondering why this woman had changed her demeanor so abruptly. He had not provoked her, had he? Get in the car. I'll drive you home, Yu Mingji stated. Chen Jinzhao, not wishing to decline, had never ridden in a vehicle worth millions. As he opened the door, he froze for a moment, glancing toward the rear of the car. What's wrong? Yu Mingji sensed something amiss. A figure emerged from behind the sedan, a lean man whose narrow, piercing eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity. Chen Jinzhao was uncertain whether the man approached him or Yu Mengji. Nonetheless, it was evident that this individual harbored ill intentions. Yu Mengji also noticed the lean man, who had exited his vehicle to stand alongside Chen Jinzhao. Furthermore, from a nearby luxury car emerged 4 men clad in suits. They were the bodyguards assigned to Yu Mengji by her family, tasked with safeguarding her personal safety in secret. However, Chen Jinzhao had previously overlooked the presence of bodyguards by Yu Mengji, suggesting that she must have requested their presence after returning home the previous night. Fearing a possible scheme by Su Jinghui, the 4 bodyguards swiftly surrounded the unexpectedly appeared lean man. He cast a dismissive glance at them and directly addressed Yu Mengji. "Miss Yu, kindly dismiss these bodyguards. From now on, I shall be responsible for your safety." "Who sent you?" Yu Mengji inquired, her brows knitting together. "The Qin family from the capital, young Master Qin Fengwu," he replied, indicating that he was none other than Yu Mengji's future husband. Chapter 8. What is the dog barking at? Is it him? Yu Mengji was evidently aware of Qin Fengwu's existence, as this young master of the Qin family was precisely the individual the Yu family wished her to wed. The Qin family in the capital wielded immense power, and the potential for a formidable alliance between the two families was unimaginable. However, Yu Mengji had previously declared her reluctance to become a mere instrument of marriage. She was a woman of flesh and blood, deserving of her own pursuit of happiness. And even if the suitor was the young master of the Qin family, she remained uninterested. Chen Jinzhao discerned her thoughts from the furrow of her brow. Taking a deep breath, Yu Mengji addressed the lean man before her. "You may leave. I do not require your protection, nor will I marry Qin Fengwu." The lean man smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over Yu Mengji's 4 bodyguards before finally resting on Chen Jinzhao, a flicker of menace glinting in his narrow eyes. "Your 4 bodyguards are utterly useless. They cannot protect Miss Yu. As for you, Toad, keep your distance from her. You lack the right to be by her side." He sneered. Yu Mengji's frown deepened. "I have already asked you to leave." The lean man had no intention of explaining himself to her. He merely aimed to fulfill the instructions given by young Master Qin. He raised a finger, pointing at the 4 bodyguards, and continued, "Pathetic. Each one of you looks frail. How can you possibly protect Miss Yu? Get lost, or I shall not be polite." The 4 bodyguards glanced at Yu Mengji, seeking her approval. With a stern expression, she gave a slight nod. Understanding her intent, they began to limber up, preparing to engage. Chen Jinzhao subtly shook his head and remarked to Yu Mengji, "Your 4 bodyguards are likely no match for him." Despite the lean man's lack of muscular bulk compared to the bodyguards, Chen Jinzhao could discern that the lean man was a seasoned fighter, emanating an aura of lethal intent that hinted at his history of violence. While Yu Mengji's bodyguards possessed commendable skills, they would likely reveal weaknesses in the face of true combat prowess and falter in disarray. Yu Mengji chuckled lightly. "You underestimate my bodyguards. They are all battle-hardened elites from a security firm. Surely 4 against 1 is an easy task?" Chen Jinzhao merely smiled in silence. Tension mounted as the impending clash loomed. The 4 bodyguards coordinated effectively, launching their assault from 4 different angles. It was evident they were trained fighters, displaying formidable techniques. The lean man laughed heartily, charging into the fray with the vigor of a bull. Utilizing his agile footwork and nimble movements, he danced effortlessly among them, suddenly unleashing a punch that struck one bodyguard squarely in the heart, rendering him unconscious. The remaining 3 felt a chill of fear creep over them. Yet, the lean man offered no respite. Feigning an attack to the lower half, he swiftly redirected his assault, delivering a barrage of 18 punches and knocking down a second bodyguard. Only 2 remained standing now. The lean man twisted his head, a cold smirk playing on his lips. "So weak. Dealing with you is as easy as warming up." The 2 individuals hesitated not for a moment, flanking the lean man from both sides. This lean man, proficient in the art of combat, took a couple of steps back, compelling them to simultaneously advance towards his front. Witnessing this scenario, a smirk of cold satisfaction crept upon his lips. "You have lost," he proclaimed with a laugh. Stopping his retreat, the lean man gathered his strength and suddenly charged at the pair, then leaped into the air, using his legs to ensnare one of the bodyguards in a deadly scissor hold around his neck. Yu Meng's beautiful eyes gradually narrowed in disbelief. As the last 2 bodyguards fell to the ground, her heart nearly ceased to beat. So formidable! Who could have imagined that such immense power resided within this lean man? Without hesitation, Yu Meng instructed Chen Jinzhao, "You must leave at once. This person may turn his aggression towards you." Qin Fengwu wishes to confine me like a docile canary in a cage, forbidding any male from approaching me. Should Chen Jinzhao remain, his fate would be far worse than that of the 4 bodyguards. The lean man, stretching his muscles, chuckled after overhearing their conversation. I fear you cannot leave. Young Master Qin has instructed me that if anyone dares to persistently pursue Miss Yu, I am permitted to teach him a lesson. Did Qin Fengwu not realize how overbearing his actions were? Yu Ming felt a surge of anger. She had never belonged to Qin Fengwu. What right did he have to meddle in her personal life? The lean man laughed heartily. The Qin family has been domineering for quite some time. Young Master Qin is destined to rule. If he does not assert himself, how can he silence the multitude? Miss Yu, please do not make this difficult for me. Yu Ming had never felt such constriction and promptly took out her phone to call Qin Fengwu. A gentle and magnetic voice answered. Mingji, what prompted you to call? Qin Fengwu's tone was inscrutable. Taking a deep breath, Yu Ming cut to the chase. Tell your man to leave. I do not appreciate your arrangements around me. Qin Fengwu chuckled lightly. Ah, so that is the matter at hand. Ma Laosan is someone I specifically arranged for your protection. He has experience as a mercenary overseas. With him guarding you, I feel reassured. I do not need it, Yu Ming retorted. Before Qin Fengwu could respond, she continued, I forgot to mention. I have recently started dating someone, and I intend for my grandfather to discuss this with your family patriarch. Whoever wishes to marry Qin Fengwu may do so. As for me, Yu Ming, I shall not. What Yu Ming did not expect was that Qin Fengwu exhibited no trace of anger. Instead, he responded with a smile, Mengji. I rather enjoy the glimpses of girlhood you occasionally reveal. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. The call ended with a beep. Yu Ming felt as though she had thrown a punch into a pile of cotton. Meanwhile, on the other end, Ma Laosan's phone buzzed with a message from Qin Fengwu. There are always flies buzzing around Yu Ming. Kindly assist me in swatting this one. Ma Laosan chuckled. Relishing in such tasks, Yu Ming contemplated calling Qin Fengwu again to request the removal of Ma Laosan. At that moment, Chen Jinzhao reached out to press down on Yu Mengji's phone, urging her not to squander her thoughts. A person like Qin Fengwu, with an inflated sense of pride, positioned high above others, would hardly be receptive to Yu Mengji's words. No matter how much one might say, it would merely be a waste of time. Ma Laosan had also set his sights on Chen Jinzhao, striding over to confront him. You, a mere fly, ought to be found in a dung pit, unworthy of standing beside Miss Yu. Allow me to teach you a lesson on behalf of young Master Qin. A sense of apprehension gripped Yu Mingji. She was well aware of Ma Laosan's capabilities. Should he take action, the outcome was all too clear. Before she could utter a word of caution, Chen Jinzhao regarded Ma Laosan with a smile. What are you barking like a dog for? Chapter 9. What is his name? Suddenly, the temperature of the surrounding air plummeted. The smile on Ma Laosan's face gradually faded, and even Yu Mengji felt an icy chill piercing through her bones. She hurriedly glanced at Chen Jinzhao, thinking to herself how foolish he was. Ma Laosan's power was evident, yet Chen Jinzhao brazenly provoked him. Wasn't that akin to courting death? Without hesitation, Yu Mengji stepped in front of Chen Jinzhao and declared to Ma Laosan, as long as I am here, no one shall harm him. This action was not born out of affection for Chen Jinzhao, but rather from her understanding that he had been dragged into this predicament because of her. If anything were to happen to him, her conscience would be tormented. Regrettably, events had escalated to this point, and Yu Mingji began to lament her decision to involve Chen Jinzhao. Qin Fengwu was terrifying. Ma Laosan paid no heed to Yu Mingji's words. He only listened to the commands of Qin Fengwu. If Yu Mingji continued to obstruct him, he would not hesitate to incapacitate her before turning his attention to Chen Jinzhao. Chen Jinzhao stepped forward, standing beside Yu Mingji with a smile. You once asked me about the stories behind these scars. Now, I can tell you. Yu Mingji, puzzled, replied, when did I ask that? As soon as she finished speaking, she recalled that during their second encounter, she indeed posed that question. Though at the time, Chen Jinzhao had hesitated to answer. This made Yu Mingji roll her eyes. Even now, he still had the presence of mind to tease her? Never mind. She realized she could neither persuade Chen Jinzhao nor dissuade Ma Laosan. Surely, Ma Laosan wouldn't he dare to kill someone in broad daylight? With so many scars on Chen Jinzhao, he should be quite resilient. At worst, they could take him to the hospital. In truth, Yu Mingji had not thought deeply. As this was a subtle concession to Qin Fengwu, she cautioned, you must be wary of Ma Laosan. He has experience as an overseas mercenary. Oh, interesting. Chen Jinzhao assessed Ma Laosan. No wonder he sensed a familiar aura. He was likely an old adversary. Ma Laosan had no intention of giving Chen Jinzhao time to react. Raising his fist and lunging directly at Chen Jinzhao's throat. Chen Jinzhao frowned. Ma Laosan's strike was clearly aimed to kill, devoid of any rationale. The wind from the punch howled with tremendous force. Chen Jinzhao was no pushover either. He slightly sidestepped, evading Ma Laosan's initial assault. Ma Laosan, surprised by Chen Jinzhao's agility, felt a jolt of astonishment. His speed was considerable, yet this insufferable security guard had managed to dodge him with ease. Instinctively alert due to his profession, Ma Laosan immediately heightened his vigilance, unleashing all his might to deal with Chen Jinzhao, wary of a potential misstep. After a failed strike, Ma Laosan retreated calmly, preparing to launch a second offensive. Where did you serve as a mercenary? Chen Jinzhao suddenly inquired. North Africa. Ma Laosan snorted coldly. Chen Jinzhao's eyes widened in realization. He had once undertaken a mission in that very place, and now, it brought back a sense of nostalgia. Seizing the moment of distraction, Ma Laosan launched another surprise attack, landing a punch squarely on Chen Jinzhao's chest. With a cold sneer, he remarked, "It is evident that you possess some skill. Yet your grasp of the rapidly shifting battlefield is disappointingly inadequate. For instance, had you not been lost in thought just now, my surprise attack would have surely failed. I landed no less than 20 punches, all striking your chest." Yu Mengji felt a pang of anxiety for Chen Jinzhao, vividly recalling the fate of the 4 bodyguards. After enduring such a barrage, he feared Chen Jinzhao might not withstand the onslaught. As Ma Laosan contemplated another strike, a powerful hand suddenly grasped his wrist. Chen Jinzhao, regaining his focus, brushed off the dust from his chest and remarked with disdain, "How uninteresting. I had thought you were a formidable adversary. Yet it appears you are merely a small fry. In the future, refrain from barking like a dog in my presence." Ma Laosan was filled with terror. Those 20 punches had indeed landed squarely on Chen Jinzhao's chest, yet he remained unscathed, standing there with an air of invulnerability. Even more frightening for Ma Laosan was the immense strength of Chen Jinzhao, rendering his wrist utterly immobile. In a moment of desperation, Ma Laosan swiftly raised his right knee, intending to deliver a treacherous blow to Chen Jinzhao. Little did he know, every movement of his had already been anticipated by Chen Jinzhao. With a swift kick, Chen Jinzhao shattered Ma Laosan's left knee, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground. Beads of cold sweat erupted on Ma Laosan's forehead as he clutched his injured knee and growled in agony. It was at this moment that he realized he had struck a solid wall. In his confrontation with Chen Jinzhao, he possessed no means of resistance, as if he were facing a human embodiment of a primordial beast. In the years that followed, the shadow of Chen Jinzhao haunted Ma Laosan's mind, an indelible mark of fear. Yu Mingji stood in stunned silence. Initially, when Ma Laosan seemed to gain the upper hand, she had thought Chen Jinzhao was on the verge of defeat. Yet, in an unexpected twist, it was Ma Laosan who ultimately tasted the bitter fruit of failure. Glancing once more at Chen Jinzhao's broad silhouette, a peculiar sensation stirred within Yu Mingji. This man, whom she believed she had seen entirely, still seemed shrouded in an enigmatic mist, obscuring his true nature. Who exactly was he? With a commanding gaze, Chen Jinzhao loomed over Ma Laosan, who was engulfed in profound dread. Chen Jinzhao then stated, "There are rules abroad, just as there are rules at home. It would be wise for you to avoid my presence in the future. Otherwise, should I find myself in a foul mood one day, I may very well take your life. Are you also a mercenary?" Ma Laosan's teeth chattered from the pain. "No," Chen Jinzhao replied, shaking his head. "However, I have frequently battled against your kind. Your leaders may have fallen at my hands." Had this been before their confrontation, Ma Laosan would have scoffed, dismissing Chen Jinzhao as a braggart. But after their clash, doubt had all but evaporated. He recognized the truth of Chen Jinzhao's prowess. Nevertheless, if Chen Jinzhao was indeed so formidable, he should be renowned on the battlefield. After a moment's hesitation, Ma Laosan gritted his teeth and inquired, "Who exactly are you? State your name. Perhaps I have heard of your reputation." "Those days are long gone," Chen Jinzhao replied, shaking his head once more. He had little interest in revealing his past to Ma Laosan, a time that evoked both nostalgia and a desire to escape. Chen Jinzhao turned away, and Yu Mengji glanced at the 4 bodyguards. Upon realizing their capability for further action, she instructed them to seek medical attention independently before departing with Chen Jinzhao. Ma Laosan seized one of the bodyguards, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What is the name of that young man from earlier?" "It seems to be Chen Jinzhao," the bodyguard replied. Dragging his injured form, Ma Laosan walked a short distance before abruptly halting, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. He finally recalled this once-renowned name from the battlefield. Chen Jinzhao bore another illustrious title, the Jade-Faced Yama. Chapter 10. I have a boyfriend now, Mr. Qin. I can no longer assist you. Ms. Yu's boyfriend is quite skilled. Ma Lao-san, anxious, dialed Qin Fengwu's number. A prolonged silence on the other end left him feeling uncertain. In the capital, within a magnificent villa, a young man of striking demeanor closed the sutra he had been reading, carefully placing his glasses atop it before addressing the caller. Is there anyone you cannot handle, Ma Lao-san? Ma Lao-san felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Not only could he not manage the situation, but even if his superior arrived, it was unlikely they could deal with Chen Jinzhao. Noticing Ma Lao-san's evident reluctance to speak, Qin Fengwu inquired, "Do you know the background of that individual?" "It is not something I can divulge," Ma Lao-san replied, shaking his head. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Fengwu's calm visage. It was unusual for Ma Lao-san to withhold information about someone's background. This hinted at a significant problem. "Not one to pry further," he nodded. "I understand. Take care of your injuries." He then ended the call. As Qin Fengwu raised his hand, a middle-aged man with a hawkish gaze emerged from the shadows of the courtyard. "Young master, how may I serve you?" Ma Lao-san possessed too much knowledge. Since he could not assist Qin Fengwu any longer, there was no reason for him to remain. The middle-aged man understood the implication and promptly set off towards Jiang and Ninghai, preparing to eliminate Ma Lao-san clandestinely. Relieved of the burden, Qin Fengwu reclined in a grand chair, gazing at the star-studded sky. How intriguing. Yet anyone who dared to touch a woman he fancied would meet a dire fate. Men are creatures of profound possessiveness, especially someone like Qin Fengwu, who wielded immense power. It seemed that once his current affairs were settled, a visit to Ninghai would be in order. Meanwhile, in Ninghai's southern district, a sleek Aston Martin pulled up at a bus stop. Chen Jinzhao stepped out, carrying several large bags. Yu Mengji lowered her window, observing the surroundings. This was the old town, where many buildings dated back 30 years, presenting a rather dilapidated appearance that caused her brows to furrow. "You live here?" she asked. Chen Jinzhao nodded. "Why not reside in the new city? It offers better transportation and convenience," Yu Mengji queried. Casting a glance at the exquisitely made-up Yu Mengji, he retorted, "Do you think everyone is as wealthy as your Yu family? A single apartment in the city costs at least 2,000, while my monthly salary is only 4 to 5,000, not to mention daily expenses." Yu Mengji, accustomed to the privileges of a wealthy young lady, often exhibited a certain naivety. "How much is rent here?" she inquired, remaining unperturbed. 7 to 800, he replied. Yu Mengji said nothing further. Rolling up her window and departing, Chen Jinzhao stood there, bags in hand, bemused by the situation. Shaking his head, he returned to his rented room, took a shower, and lay on his bed, staring blankly at the photograph on the wall. The picture captured him and his brothers, a moment frozen in time. Now, he is left all alone. With this thought, Chen Jinzhao let out a heavy sigh and shifted his gaze away. Speaking of which, he had been inexplicably entangled in the power struggles of a large family these past few days, which was never his intention. Initially, Chen Jinzhao had envisioned a life of mediocrity, seeking to atone for the events of 3 years prior. Ding dong. He fished his phone from beneath his pillow. It was a message from Yu Mengji. She had taken the initiative to add him as a friend, and he accepted. However, after waiting for a considerable time, she did not send a message, which left him feeling oddly unsettled. Indeed, he had been overly sentimental. Their relationship was not one of true romantic involvement. It was merely a fleeting dalliance. Ding dong. Chen Jinzhao's gaze fell to another message, this time from his mother. "Son, what are you up to? I have a day off tomorrow and would like to come to the city to see you. Are you free? By the way, my boss gave me a bonus of 200 today. Should I transfer it to you?" Chen Jinzhao's thoughts grew complex. In this life, he felt he owed much to his fallen comrades and his mother. Raised in a single-parent household, he lived with his mother, who had never remarried. From a young age, he understood the hardships his mother faced and vowed to make something of himself, eventually achieving his goal of being accepted into Jiangnan Province's finest institution, Ninghai University. Ranked among the top 5 in the country, he still remembered the scene of his mother crying tears of joy upon receiving his admission notice. Subsequently, during his sophomore year, after suffering a romantic setback, he enlisted in the military. At that time, he planned to serve as a conscript for 2 years and return to continue his studies. However, the events that unfolded surpassed his initial expectations. Once enlisted, he found himself committed for 5 years. After leaving the army, He sent all of his substantial severance pay to his mother as a means of repaying her nurturing. His mother, Li Qiurong, remained unaware that he worked as a security guard in the city. Reflecting on this, Chen Jinzhao sighed, but, contrary to his usual habit, refrained from smoking and instead tapped a few words on his screen. Mom, I don't need it. My boss gave me a promotion and a raise today. Please keep the money for yourself. Call me tomorrow when you arrive, and I'll take leave to accompany you for a meal. Li Qiurong appeared quite pleased. Since her son had grown up, she had spent little time living with him, understanding that he needed his own space. Meanwhile, in the Donghu Villa district, Yu Mingji returned home. Upon alighting from her vehicle, she noticed the lights ablaze within the building, immediately sensing something amiss. After a moment of trepidation, she took a deep breath and ascended the steps into the living room on the first floor. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped her, sending a chill down her spine. As she had suspected, the entire family was gathered in the living room, awaiting her return. It was worth noting that this villa was usually occupied solely by Yu Mingji. And now, the entire Yu family had congregated, evidently for her. Yu Mingji was mentally prepared, yet she did not anticipate the storm would arrive so swiftly. Grandfather. Yu Mingji approached the spirited elder of the Yu family. Yu Lingxiao glanced at his granddaughter and gestured for her to take a seat. Once she was settled, he spoke. My dear girl, are you dissatisfied with the marriage arrangement I have made for you? Yu Mingji did not respond immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze towards her father, Yu Wendong, who appeared oblivious to her expression. He maintained a demeanor of indifference, carefully avoiding any confrontation. Yu Mingji averted her eyes and lowered her head, saying, Grandfather, I do not wish to marry Qin Fengwu. The Qin family is immensely powerful in the capital. Qin Fengwu's grandfather is a military officer, and his father is a high-ranking official. What merit do I possess to aspire to such heights? Moreover, I already have a boyfriend named Chen Jinzhao. Chapter 11. Introduce him to me, TikTok. TikTok. After Yu Mingji uttered these words, the spacious living room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of the clock ticking. A multitude of astonished gazes settled upon her. Even Yu Wendong, who had been feigning indifference, turned his attention to his daughter. After a moment, he shifted his gaze away. The elder Yu did not speak immediately, and this only heightened the suffocating sense of pressure felt by the Yu family. It was evident that the old man was displeased. Under immense pressure, Yu Mingji bit her lip in silence. Finally, after 2 long minutes of stillness, Yu Lingxiao spoke up. Child, do you truly believe that young Master Qin pales in comparison to the Chen Jinzhao you mentioned? Naturally, Yu Mingji did not hold such an opinion. Qin Fengwu's excellence was undeniable. How could a mere security guard like Chen Jinzhao be compared to a scion of the Qin family? Neither Qin Fengwu nor Chen Jinzhao were individuals whom Yu Mingji cherished. Bringing up Chen Jinzhao now was merely a tactic to shield herself. No. Yu Mingji shook her head. I simply feel that I am unworthy of Qin Fengwu. Furthermore, I do not harbor any affection for him. A forced union bears no sweetness. Mingji, therein lies your mistake. It is young Master Qin who has taken an interest in you. This is an opportunity for our Yu family. You must understand the immense benefits the Qin family could bring to us. With this marriage, the Yu family could flourish for another century and ascend to true prominence. Her uncle, Yu Boda, implored earnestly, advising her against capricious behavior that could provoke Qin Fengwu's ire. The Qin family was not one to be trifled with. Yu Lingxiao had 3 sons, the eldest, Yu Boda, the second, Yu Jingji, and the youngest, Yu Wendong. Among them, Yu Boda was the most capable, wielding significant power within the family business, and was widely regarded as the rightful heir after the elder's abdication. Yu Jingji, with his unwavering ambition, also held sway over several key sectors of the Yu family's commercial empire. The least favored was Yu Wendong, perceived by outsiders as timid and lacking grand aspirations, perpetually lingering on the periphery of the family's business endeavors, often mockingly dubbed the idle prince of the Yu family. Strangely enough, Yu Wendong's only daughter possessed a sharpness and remarkable talent that he himself lacked. Had she been a son, perhaps Yu Mingji would have received direct mentorship from Yu Lingxiao. Though Yu Boda's tone seemed gentle, it was unmistakably a veiled reproach directed at Yu Mingji for disregarding the greater good and jeopardizing the family's prospects. Yu Jingji concurred, stating, Indeed, my elder brother speaks wisely. This matter is of great significance. You, young lady, cannot act frivolously. As for your boyfriend, it would be best to part ways sooner rather than later, preferably without young Master Qin's knowledge. Otherwise, I fear it may bring you trouble. With both men expressing their stances, many turned to Yu Wendong, eager to see how this idle prince would respond. Caught in a dilemma, Yu Wendong felt the weight of the elder's gaze upon him, and, mustering his courage, declared, "In my view, we now live in an age of free love. The notions of parental matchmaking and arranged marriages have long become antiquated. The old man once imparted to us the wisdom of forging ahead along one's unwavering path, never looking back until one encounters an insurmountable barrier." Yu Lingxiao was slightly moved by this sentiment. Indeed, these words were his, originating from the early days when he resigned to venture into establishing a small company. It was this very mantra that propelled the group to astonishing heights in a short span of time. To deny this statement is to undermine the very foundation of the Yu family. Yu Zhengji Bo-Tao was about to refute this notion. Yet a mere glance from Yu Zhengji, seated opposite him, prompted him to remain silent. I did not anticipate that you would remember my words," Yu Lingxiao remarked, leaving Yu Wendong trembling with uncertainty, unsure whether this was a compliment or a reprimand. Yu Mengji turned her gaze in surprise towards her father. For many years, her father had shown her little concern. She had assumed that he would, like other uncles, urge her to marry Qin Fengwu. Unexpectedly, the outcome was quite different. Yu Lingxiao turned his attention to Yu Mengji and calmly stated, "As your father has expressed, once you have set your mind on something, you must pursue it with determination. The Yu family will undoubtedly wish for you to wed the heir of the Qin family, yet such an arrangement would contradict your own desires. Only when you willingly choose to marry Qin Fengwu will you reap the rewards of your decision. By the way, next Sunday, bring your boyfriend home to meet me. I shall assess him for you." Yu Mengji's expression revealed her discomfort. "What is the matter?" Yu Lingxiao inquired with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "If your intentions are towards marriage, do you fear that I might devour him?" With no other recourse, Yu Mengji acquiesced. Her current situation was precarious, and she had a faint inkling of her grandfather's intentions, which made her apprehensive about the family gathering next Sunday. There was little in the way of casual conversation among the family, and once the matter was settled, the old man took his leave. In the car, Yu Bo-Tao and Yu Zhengji analyzed the deeper implications of Yu Lingxiao's actions. Surely, the old man hasn't lost his faculties. Why would he permit Yu Mengji such caprice? Yu Zhengji interjected. "Do you truly believe that our grandfather has become senile?" Yu Bo-Tao questioned, perplexed. Yu Zhengji narrowed his eyes, recalling how their grandfather had always operated in this manner, ensuring that Yu Mengji encountered invisible obstacles across various domains, compelling her to retreat, ultimately leading her to willingly marry Qin Fengwu. In the end, Yu Lingxiao would garner a reputation for being understanding and not overly authoritarian. Within the villa, Yu Mengji felt an unexpected sense of relief, as if she had escaped a dire situation. Just as she prepared to exchange a few words with her father, Yu Wendong had already retreated to his room with his hands clasped behind his back, prompting a sigh from Yu Mengji. Since childhood, she had never felt the warmth of paternal love. Her relationship with her father was akin to that of strangers. Why does he treat me this way? Yu Mengji pondered in confusion. The following morning, Chen Jinzhao arrived at the office, only to be met with peculiar glances from his colleagues, leaving him bewildered. Upon entering his office, the odd stares persisted. "What is the matter?" He chuckled. "Is there something on my face?" Lao Mo approached, patting Chen Jinzhao on the shoulder. "You've made quite an impression, young man." Chen Jinzhao remained perplexed. "Are you still pretending? How long do you intend to keep this from me? Everyone is aware of your relationship with General Yu. I have often wondered how you received an unexpected promotion and raise. It turns out you have become General Yu's boyfriend." Old Mo's words sent a jolt through Chen Jinzhao. How did this matter spread within the company? Instinctively, he felt compelled to confront Yu Mengji for clarification. At that moment, Lu Wenyo entered the office, his expression far from pleasant, as he fixated on Chen Jinzhao with unwavering intensity. Recalling Yu Mengji's earlier request, Chen Jinzhao suspected Lu Wenyo might be up to something. Before he could utter a word, Lu Wenyo approached him, cocked his chin, and spoke with a mocking tone. "Little Chen, the phrase a person in joyous circumstances feels invigorated truly suits you. Just yesterday, you appeared rather unwell, yet today you seem so full of life. General Su has summoned you to his office. He has matters to discuss with you." Chapter 12. Mockery. The Mr. Su referred to here is, of course, Su Jinghui. Chen Jinzhao was still pondering who had leaked the news when he received a notification from Su Jinghui, which clearly boded ill. The sordid expressions in Lu Wenyo's eyes did not escape Chen Jinzhao's notice. Mo Chenkuan, feeling somewhat apprehensive, hesitated and remarked, "Captain Lu, why has Mr. Su suddenly summoned Xiao Chun? Could it be something serious?" He extended a cigarette towards Lu Wenyo, who glanced at it disdainfully and retorted, "Old Mo. Who still smokes Baisha cigarettes these days?" "I'm not only embarrassed but also appalled." Mo Qingyan chuckled awkwardly and retracted the cigarette. Lu Wenyo's failure to directly address his concern suggested that there might indeed be trouble brewing. Yet Mo Qingyan felt utterly powerless. After all, Su Jinghui was the second in command of the Human Resources Department. Coupled with his family's influence, he was not someone an ordinary individual could contend with. Mo Qingyan cast a worried glance at Chen Jinzhao, advising, "Xiao Chun, when the time comes to endure, do not confront Mr. Su head-on. Sometimes, taking a step back can lead to vast horizons, you know?" "You are truly verbose, old man," Lu Wenyo scoffed. He urged Chen Jinzhao to hurry over. For if Su Jinghui were to become enraged, few could withstand his wrath. Chen Jinzhao cast a deep glance at Lu Wenyo before stepping out of the office. Lu Wenyo watched Chen Jinzhao's retreating figure, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. This stubborn mule was likely to fall into Mr. Su's clutches. With this thought, a smile crept across his face. In the office of the Deputy Chief Financial Officer, Su Jinghui sat with a sullen expression, leaning back in his chair, his gaze wandering outside the window. "Damn it, how did you Mingji suddenly acquire a boyfriend? And a security guard, no less." From the very beginning, Su Jinghui had harbored the intention of winning Yu Mengji over, and now, having someone intrude on his plans was unsettling for anyone. Moreover, Su Jinghui felt the humiliation of being cuckolded. He had only learned of this news that morning, rushing to the company after waking up, and had spent a considerable time reviewing Chen Jinzhao's files, utterly perplexed as to why this was happening. While he was lost in thought, a knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Su Jinghui inhaled deeply, his gaze turning icy. The door swung open, and Chen Jinzhao entered, shutting the door behind him. Su Jinghui did not hasten to turn around, intending to let Chen Jinzhao stew for a moment. Chen Jinzhao already harbored no fondness for Su Jinghui. Had he not intervened that night, Su Jinghui's schemes would likely have succeeded. "You called for me?" he inquired, devoid of pleasantries or flattery, only coldness and disdain. Su Jinghui, unable to contain his frustration, swiveled his office chair to face Chen Jinzhao, fixing him with a scornful glare. "So you are Chen Jinzhao?" His tone dripped with contempt. Chen Jinzhao found the condescension in his voice irksome and refused to grant him a favorable response. After all, he was not dependent on Su Jinghui's favor. He remained silent. Su Jinghui's anger surged, his hands crashing against the desk as he rose, glaring at Chen Jinzhao once more. "I am asking you a question. Speak." If an ordinary person were to stand here, they would surely be overwhelmed with fear. However, Chen Jinzhao had witnessed far grander spectacles. How could a mere Su Jinghui intimidate him? He simply yawned and replied with a faint smile, "Mr. Su, why bother feigning ignorance? If you have matters to discuss, let us address them. If not, I would prefer to return to my office and enjoy the air conditioning." Su Jinghui was taken aback. How audacious for a lowly security guard to act so imperiously. In the Gauchan group, he would not tolerate anyone eclipsing his authority. As he uttered 3 good words, his gaze darkened, and he waved his hand, declaring, "Your blatant disrespect and lack of decorum, coupled with your provocation of the management's authority, constitute a severe violation of company policy. I hereby inform you that you are terminated. Leave the company immediately." Chen Jinzhao scoffed. This was precisely the type of person who wielded authority like a feather, a mere security guard standing his ground. He casually remarked, "Very well. I shall inquire with Mingji about this matter." "Stop," Su Jinghui commanded, halting Chen Jinzhao, who was about to turn away. Chen Jinzhao paused, and Su Jinghui pounded his fist on the desk, saying, "Chen Jinzhao, name your price. I expect you to distance yourself from Mingji." When intimidation failed, he resorted to monetary power. "What figure are you suggesting?" Chen Jinzhao inquired with a smile. Su Jinghui held him in contempt. A stray dog could be easily lured by the scent of money. What right did such a person have to vie for Yu Mingji? Naturally, a gentleman's word is as binding as a chariot's weight. Su Jinghui's anger began to dissipate. Chen Jinzhao extended a finger, and Su Jinghui sneered, 1 million? Very well. I shall write you a check. From this day forth, I do not wish to see you in Ninghai City. Wait. Chen Jinzhao waved his finger dismissively. "Mr. Su, you have misunderstood my meaning. I did not say 1 million. Su Jinghui's expression darkened as he exclaimed, "You dare demand 10 million? Such audacity. Have you not looked in the mirror?" "You are mistaken." Chen Jinzhao shook his head. "I am not referring to 1 million, nor 10 million, nor even 100 million. I am speaking of 10 billion. If Mr. Su can procure that sum, I will turn and leave. Su Jinghui was on the verge of madness. He finally grasped that this insolent security guard was toying with him. What concept could 10 billion possibly convey? Even selling the entire Gaochen pharmaceutical group would not suffice. Moreover, the Su family held merely a third stake in the company. Are you suggesting that you are willing to contest this to the end? A glint of icy resolve flickered in Su Jinghui's eyes. Chen Jinzhao felt an increasing sense of pity for him. Even if Yu Mingji and he were merely acting, it was not within Su Jinghui's purview to interfere. Yu Mingji had already been deemed a prized possession by Qin Fengwu, impervious to the advances of other men. All of Su Jinghui's efforts would ultimately be in vain. You have never been my match. Now you wish to take my woman and expect me to remain passive? Chen Jinzhao showed no signs of fear. At that moment, the office door swung open once more. Su Jinghui hesitated, words caught in his throat. The newcomer was Yu Mingji, clad in a flowing black gown, her stiletto heels perfectly matching the somber attire, imparting an air of icy elegance. Mengji, you've arrived, Su Jinghui remarked, adopting a sycophantic demeanor. Yu Mengji furrowed her brow, casting a fleeting glance at Su Jinghui before disregarding him entirely, turning instead to Chen Jinzhao. What brings you here? Come to my office. I have matters to discuss with you. Chen Jinzhao turned to Su Jinghui, amusement dancing in his eyes. Manager you, it was President Su who sent me here. He offered me $1 million to leave you. Su Jinghui felt a chill creep into his heart, thinking to himself, Chen Jinzhao, you miserable rat. Reporting like a petulant child. Are you even a man? Mengji, let me explain. Su Jinghui found himself at a loss for words. Yu Mingji waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for your explanations. I hope you refrain from such childish antics in the future. Otherwise, I shall seriously contemplate whether to discuss with your father the suitability of your character for a position of responsibility. Have you had breakfast? I brought you a meal. The latter statement was directed not at Su Jinghui, but at Chen Jinzhao. Receiving the breakfast, Chen Jinzhao was momentarily taken aback. Su Jinghui, witnessing this, turned pale. He had once played the eager devotee, delivering breakfast to Yu Mingji daily, only to have her handed off to her secretary. And now Yu Mingji had taken the initiative to buy breakfast for Chen Jinzhao? Su Jinghui felt as though the very sky had fallen upon him. Chapter 13. The secretary Chen Jinzhao also sensed something amiss. Yu Mingji cast him a glance, implying that if he was not keen, he need not indulge in excessive demands. Come to my office. I have matters to discuss with you. Throughout, Yu Mingji scarcely acknowledged Su Jinghui, her attention primarily directed at Chen Jinzhao. Chen Jinzhao glanced at Su Jinghui, contemplating his position, when Yu Mingji interjected with a dismissive huff. Are you going to heed my words or his? With that, she strode out of the office in her high heels, prompting Chen Jinzhao to follow suit. Inside the office, Su Jinghui wore an expression of confusion and anger. Why? He pondered. What distinguishes me from that wretched security guard? I possess wealth, sincerity, and yet my years of pursuit amount to less than a stray dog. In Su Jinghui's view, this was not Yu Mingji's fault, but rather a consequence of Chen Jinzhao's machinations that had bewitched her. If only Yu Mingji could see through Chen Jinzhao's facade, their bond would surely unravel. With this thought, Su Jinghui's gaze turned steely as he muttered to himself. You are the one forcing my hand. You are still too inexperienced to play this game. Before long, Chen Jinzhao would find himself in disgrace, perhaps even scorned by Yu Mingji. Meanwhile, Chen Jinzhao followed Yu Mingji to the CEO's office, where she instructed him, don't just stand there. Sit down and have some breakfast. Don't overthink it. I simply purchased too much, and it has nothing to do with you. Yu Mingji refrained from disclosing that she had intentionally ordered an extra portion during her breakfast run. The rationale behind this action eluded even her. Seated on the sofa, Chen Jinzhao awaited the frosty CEO's pronouncement. Yu Mingji leaned against her desk, her split skirt revealing her long, fair legs, nearly causing Chen Jinzhao to lose his composure. Did you leak this information? Yu Mingji inquired. No, Chen Jinzhao replied, but upon reflection, he sensed a discrepancy and countered. This news was not disseminated by you? Who else could possibly know about our affair? Yu Mingji murmured, indeed, it was not you. Regaining her focus, she sighed and recounted her experiences from the previous night, leaving Chen Jinzhao nearly choking in disbelief. Could it be that they were to engage in a genuine act? Curiously, he found himself somewhat anticipating this turn of events. Yu Mingji rubbed her temples, fatigue evident as she stated, it must be my cousins. They have always feared that through this platform, I might catch the old man's attention, thus jeopardizing their standing in the Yu family. I underestimated their ambitions. Aside from those 3 cousins, no one else would act in such a manner. I will need your assistance this Sunday. You must accompany me back home. I will clarify what to say and what not to say beforehand, Yu Mengji continued. Pausing, she glanced at Chen Jinzhao with a hint of regret. I truly apologize. I never anticipated matters would escalate to this level and entangle you. Should you have any requests in the future, feel free to voice them. As long as they remain reasonable. Chen Jinzhao smiled and said, It's nothing. I have promised to take responsibility for you, and that is a man's commitment. Yu Mingxi's expression turned to one of surprise, a peculiar thought rising within her. Who asked you to take responsibility? She dared not let the topic linger, fearful that the atmosphere might shift again. By the way, Yu Mingxi recalled, you must be wary of Su Qingyan. From my understanding, he is rather petty. Once offended, he will undoubtedly target you. Should you encounter any troublesome matters, do not hesitate to confide in me. Chen Jinzhao chuckled softly and said nothing. After all, he had survived through the hail of bullets. Why would he fear retribution from a spoiled second-generation scion? Ms. Yu, I need to take a leave this afternoon, Chen Jinzhao mentioned, sharing the news of bringing his mother over from the county. Yu Mingxi acquiesced. After having breakfast, Chen Jinzhao felt invigorated. Upon leaving the CEO's office, he couldn't shake the feeling that Yu Mengji's little secretary was casting flirtatious glances in his direction. Brother Chen, could you do me a favor? The little secretary sweetly inquired. Chen Jinzhao nodded. She requested his assistance in carrying a bucket of water to the adjacent conference room. After fulfilling her request, as he turned to leave, he unexpectedly collided with the little secretary. Oh dear, she exclaimed, falling to the ground. The impact loosened several buttons on her blouse, revealing glimpses of her alluring form. Chen Jinzhao, unperturbed by the sight, reached out to help her up. Are you all right? My ankle hurts a bit, she replied, a pained expression crossing her face. Chen Jinzhao guided her to sit on a chair and said, If you don't mind, I can help massage it. I have learned some techniques in that regard. The little secretary's earlobes flushed crimson as she meekly responded, Thank you, Brother Chen. With her consent, Chen Jinzhao gently removed her high heels and began to knead her feet, clad in black stockings. Initially, she gasped in discomfort, but soon, under Chen Jinzhao's skilled hands, she involuntarily let out soft moans, whispering, Brother Chen, you are truly remarkable. This stirred a flurry of emotions within Chen Jinzhao. He shook his head, attempting to divert his attention through conversation. Discovering that the little secretary was named Zhuang Xiaoya and had been in the secretarial role for 3 years. As they exchanged pleasantries, they became familiar and even exchanged contact information. Zhuang Xiaoya's frequent address of Brother Chen filled him with a sense of achievement. All right, you seem to be doing better now. If you still feel discomfort, consider visiting a hospital after work, Chen Jinzhao remarked, preparing to leave. Brother Chen, would you like to have dinner with me after work? Zhuang Xiaoya suggested timidly. Chen Jinzhao did not respond, partly because he had dinner plans with his mother, and partly because he sensed something odd about Zhuang Xiaoya. He looked at her quizzically and asked, Xiaoya, are you facing any difficulties? Zhuang Xiaoya shook her head repeatedly, insisting she merely wished to share a meal, with no ulterior motives. Unfortunately, I have matters to attend to tonight, perhaps another time. Chen Jinzhao waved his hand and exited the conference room. Zhuang Xiaoya gazed at Chen Jinzhao's retreating figure, pouting in discontent. Why had Chen Jinzhao declined her invitation? Was it a lack of her own charm? Or did he simply not regard her at all? This left Zhuang Xiaoya with a sense of frustration. Meanwhile, after leaving the conference room, Chen Jinzhao, on his way back to the office, noticed numerous female colleagues casting flirtatious glances in his direction, which left him utterly perplexed. Logically, after learning about his relationship with Yu Mingxi, his female coworkers should have maintained a respectful distance. Yet, the atmosphere felt as if he had unwittingly wandered into a realm of enchantment. Could it be that the office dynamics had always been this way, but he had previously lacked the standing to perceive it? Upon returning to his office, Chen Jinzhao was astonished to find several cups of milk tea that his female colleagues had ordered for him sitting on his desk, utterly outrageous, to say the least. Chapter 14. First love. Upon returning to the office, Chen Jinzhao discovered Lu Wenho gazing at him with a smile. However, he chose to ignore him completely. Lu Wenho, taking the initiative, approached Chen Jinzhao, draping an arm over his shoulder, and exclaimed, Brother Chen, you have now become the favored one beside General Yu. From this point forward, you shall be the one calling the shots in this office. If there is anything you need, do count on me. By the way, Tonight a few of my friends and I would like to invite you for dinner to deepen our camaraderie. And after dinner? Chen Jinzhao replied, half smiling, half skeptical. Well, we must engage in something meaningful to showcase our masculine prowess. Lu Wenhao chuckled, casting him a rather unsavory glance. Chen Jinzhao understood the implication. Was Lu Wenhao attempting to ensnare him with feminine allure? Unfortunately, he had prior commitments this evening. Let us reschedule for another day, Chen Jinzhao responded. Lu Wenhao was undeterred, persistently insisting, no worries, brother Chen. Whenever you are free, we shall gather again. Chen Jinzhao nodded and proceeded to his own desk, turning his back on Lu Wenhao. The latter's smile faded, replaced by a glimmer of mockery in his eyes, for this so-called dinner invitation was nothing short of a trap. Later that afternoon, Chen Jinzhao took a leave of absence from the company, even changing into casual attire. Shortly after he departed, Yu Mingji also left the office, inciting a fit of rage from Su Qingyan, who began to hurl objects in the office in frustration. How could these two engage in a clandestine meeting during work hours? Leveraging his connections with the Yu family spanning 3 generations, Su Qingyan cautiously inquired about the nature of the relationship between Yu Mingji and Chen Jinzhao, only to receive a straightforward answer: they were indeed a genuine couple. Moreover, the elder had already urged Yu Mingji to bring Chen Jinzhao home, and if things went well, a marriage could very well occur within the year. This revelation left Su Qingyan utterly dumbfounded. He had always presumed their relationship to be a mere charade. It now appeared that their affections were sincere, a notion he found difficult to accept. Yet, he realized there was still hope. Despair was not yet upon him. What brought him further joy was the elder Yu's open-mindedness. He seemed unconcerned about the background of his granddaughter's suitor, thereby widening Su Qingyan's opportunities. Previously apprehensive about whether his family's standing was sufficient for Yu Mingji, he now recognized the duality of challenge and opportunity before him. At Ninghai Station, Chen Jinzhao waited for a considerable time until he finally spotted Li Qiurong amidst the crowd. He waved eagerly and hurried towards her. "Mom, I'm over here." Li Qiurong appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged woman, her eyes crinkling with joy upon seeing her son. "Son, you haven't gained an ounce. In fact, you seem to have lost a bit of weight." With a hint of concern, Li Qiurong remarked, while Chen Jinzhao chuckled in response, "Mom, I'm not a child anymore. What is so great about gaining weight?" Li Qiurong rolled her eyes at him and glanced around. Finally, she expressed her disappointment. "You still haven't found a girlfriend. You're not getting any younger. Why haven't you settled down? I was already a mother at your age." It was mentioned that if Chen Jinzhao did not take the initiative to seek out a partner, his mother would ask a colleague to find a match for him. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinzhao felt overwhelmed. His mother was wonderful in many respects, but she had an incessant penchant for introducing him to potential partners. Summoning his courage, he said, "Mom, I actually have a girlfriend now, though our relationship is not yet fully established. I will introduce her to you when the time is right." Li Qiurong was overjoyed. At long last, heaven had smiled upon her, allowing her son to find a girlfriend. Ding dong. Chen Jinzhao's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he discovered a transfer from Yu Mingji, amounting to a substantial 10,000 yuan. Before he could inquire about its significance, Yu Mingji sent a message: "Take good care of Auntie." Initially, Chen Jinzhao did not intend to accept the money, but after contemplating, he replied, "Consider it a debt I owe you." Yu Mingji did not respond further. In the afternoon, Chen Jinzhao spent the day wandering through Ninghai City with Li Qiurong, only to notice the emergence of a few wrinkles on her face and some conspicuous gray hairs at her temples. This sight filled him with guilt. He pondered whether his actions were somewhat unfilial, realizing he could provide his mother with a better life, sparing her from the burdens of daily toil. As Chen Jinzhao's thoughts spiraled, Li Qiurong seemed to sense the weight upon her son's heart. Her gaze shifted from the shimmering river to his face. "Jinzhao, you are doing just fine. My greatest wish is for you to be healthy and happy. Everything else is secondary. Do not force yourself for anything." Chen Jinzhao felt a lump in his throat. In his memory, his mother had never once reproached him, regardless of the challenges they faced. She always encouraged him in the simplest ways. He sniffled and replied, "I understand, Mom." Yet, a seed had been planted in his heart, one that would flourish and grow into a towering tree once nourished. As night fell, Chen Jinzhao, with money in his pocket, unprecedentedly took Li Qiurong to a renowned Western restaurant in the city. The average cost per person exceeded 2,000 yuan, a far cry from his usual dining choices, where even a simple pig trotter rice would be more practical. When it came to treating his mother, he could not afford to be stingy. Li Qiurong glanced at the menu and quickly discerned the situation. She then looked at her son, only to find him lost in thought, staring at a woman at the adjacent table. Jinzhao, what is the matter? She asked cautiously. Chen Jinzhao hurriedly turned his face, his eyes betraying a hint of panic, prompting Li Qiurong to glance at the woman beside them. This woman, of a similar age to Chen Jinzhao, wore exquisite makeup and possessed features far more striking than those of other women. Upon hearing the name Jinzhao, the woman instinctively turned to look at Li Qiurong and Chen Jinzhao. Chen Jinzhao quickly raised the menu to shield his face. What a coincidence it was to encounter Su Qingyan in such a place. Years had passed, yet Su Qingyan remained as stunning as ever, though she now exuded a more dignified maturity, having lost some of her youthful exuberance. To be frank, Chen Jinzhao nearly failed to recognize her, which prompted him to take a closer look. Li Qiurong glanced at her son and then at Su Qingyan. Before she could utter a word, Su Qingyan gracefully rose from her seat, her high heels clicking against the floor as she approached Chen Jinzhao's table and took the menu from him. Chen Jinzhao, it has been a long time. Su Qingyan's smile was captivating. Upon seeing her, Li Qiurong had already concocted names for the two of them, with no avenue for escape. Chen Jinzhao could only muster a strained smile. Indeed, it has been a while. After all these years, how have you been? Faced with his first love, Chen Jinzhao felt a wave of unease, his smile gradually fading. When he and Su Qingyan were together, they had mapped out their future, never anticipating her heartless departure. Had she not left, many subsequent events would not have transpired. My dear, you are. Li Qiurong began, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness for her son. Su Qingyan, demonstrating impeccable politeness, comfortably seated herself beside Chen Jinzhao, igniting a flame of unspoken frustration within him. Before he could gather his thoughts, Su Qingyan turned to Li Qiurong and said, Auntie, I am Chen Jinzhao's girlfriend, Su Qingyan. It is a pleasure to meet you. Chen Jinzhao's anger caught in his throat, rendered speechless by her declaration. What game was this woman playing? Chapter 15. Inescapable emotions. Li Qiurong glanced at her son and then at Su Qingyan. She directly held Su Qingyan's hand and engaged in casual conversation. Su Qingyan naturally allowed her to do so, occasionally responding to Li Qiurong's inquiries. It was evident that she was sincerely conversing with Li Qiurong. Chen Jinzhao found himself unable to interject. Observing this scene, it indeed exuded an aura of familial harmony. Once, he had dreamt of such a day. Yet now, Chen Jinzhao felt somewhat dazed, shaking his head internally to regain focus. Jinzhao, do you seem to be unwelcoming towards me? Su Qingyan asked, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Chen Jinzhao replied in a muffled tone, That's not my intention. He was still trying to comprehend the situation. After a moment, he glanced at the adjacent table. You must have made plans today, right? Where are your friends? Su Qingyan parted her lips. I canceled for you. Chen Jinzhao was speechless. In the presence of this woman, he felt utterly devoid of temper. Su Qingyan appeared completely at ease, sitting at the table with them, sharing dinner like a true girlfriend of Chen Jinzhao, winning Li Qiurong's affection. What left Chen Jinzhao flabbergasted was Su Qingyan earnestly discussing dowries and other matters with Li Qiurong, stirring something within him. What was happening? After dinner, Chen Jinzhao and Su Qingyan accompanied his mother to the Ninghai South Station. The return journey to the county town took merely half an hour, as Li Qiurong preferred not to trouble her son by staying in the city. At the moment of parting, Li Qiurong held Su Qingyan's hand, encouraging her to solidify her relationship with her son. Su Qingyan readily agreed. It was only after Li Qiurong entered the ticket gate that Chen Jinzhao's smile faded. He silently exited the high-speed train station and lit a cigarette. Su Qingyan approached and unceremoniously took the cigarette from his mouth. Chen Jinzhao glared at her in discontent. After extinguishing the cigarette, Su Qingyan said nonchalantly, When did you acquire these bad habits? I remember you as a clean young man when we were dating. After so many years apart, he had become quite unkempt, a stark contrast to her memories of him. What business is it of yours? Chen Jinzhao retorted irritably. Are you still angry with me? Su Qingyan asked calmly. Chen Jinzhao replied bluntly, If I said I wasn't he, would you believe me? Su Qingyan shook her head. Then why ask? He countered. Su Qingyan scrutinized Chen Jinzhao's unshaven face, her smile gradually fading. If, and I mean if, I still liked you, would you be with me? Chen Jinzhao was taken aback, his heart in disarray. He lowered his gaze, then surveyed the surroundings. There were no ifs in reality. I've moved on. Let the past remain in the past. I heard you became a professor at Ninghai University. Congratulations. I work as a security guard at a company, which is quite decent. We both have bright futures ahead. Su Qingyan chuckled. With her understanding of Chen Jinzhao, she knew he was merely speaking out of frustration. Do you still have feelings for me? Su Qingyan gazed at Chen Jinzhao, who averted his eyes, reluctant to become ensnared once more. After a moment of hesitation, he shook his head. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Qingyan's face, only to vanish as she murmured, in the past, I truly wronged you. Later, I heard you enlisted in the army, and the words I wished to say remained unspoken. I share this only to convey a truth. I too have my struggles. Jinzhao, I am sorry. Chen Jinzhao felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. What purpose did these words serve now? So many years had elapsed. What needed to be let go had long been relinquished. Su Qingyan turned her gaze away and said to him, Get in the car. I will drive you home. Initially reluctant, Chen Jinzhao softened at her words. We may not have another chance to meet, so let me accompany you this once. Su Qingyan's car, though not as extravagant as Yumingji's, was still worth several $100,000. Upon learning that Chen Jinzhao resided in an old neighborhood in the city, a pang of sorrow tugged at her heart. In their youth, Chen Jinzhao had been a top student, consistently ranking first in his class. Had life taken a different path, he would undoubtedly have succeeded in his aspirations for graduate studies, becoming a luminary in academia with limitless prospects. The more she pondered, the more convoluted her emotions became. Once Chen Jinzhao alighted from the vehicle, Su Qingyan followed suit. He halted his steps and remarked, This is far enough. I can manage the rest of the way on my own. The statement bore a double entendre. Yet Su Qingyan remained silent, persistently trailing behind him. Frustration bubbled within Chen Jinzhao, and anger began to stir. Fine. If you insist on following me, then I shall make you pay a price. Upon returning home, Chen Jinzhao found that Su Qingyan had indeed followed him. Observing this, he walked into the living room and locked the door, making his intentions abundantly clear. He aimed to intimidate her. In her presence, he removed his shirt, an action that should be understood by any reasonable woman. To his dismay, Su Qingyan appeared unfazed. Could it be that she meant this? Chen Jinzhao furrowed his brow, unwilling to believe that after all these years, Su Qingyan still harbored feelings for him. Rather, he assumed she had become a woman of loose morals, precisely the type he loathed most. Su Qingyan noticed the grotesque scars that marred Chen Jinzhao's body, resembling a repugnant centipede. Shocking to behold, these scars were undoubtedly remnants from his time in the military. If it were not for her ultimately, it was still her fault. The dim lighting obscured her expression, and Chen Jinzhao, in a mocking tone, said, I've taken off my shirt. What are you waiting for? In the next moment, Su Qingyan suddenly threw herself into his embrace. Chen Jinzhao was momentarily taken aback as she gently traced her fingers over his scars, before beginning to weep softly. Soon after, she lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears. Chen Jinzhao could hardly bear to see a woman weep, especially the one nestled in his embrace. He contemplated pushing her away, yet to his surprise, Su Qingyan held him tightly. Su Qingyan, you. His words trailed off as Su Qingyan's crimson lips sought his, silencing him. A surge of blood rushed to Chen Jinzhao's head, obliterating his final shred of reason, and he found himself passionately kissing his former lover. Su Qingyan was exceptionally assertive, continually testing the limits of Chen Jinzhao's restraint. How could the impetuous Chen Jinzhao withstand such provocation? He swiftly lifted Su Qingyan in his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. In his embrace, Su Qingyan's complexion flushed a vivid red, rendering Chen Jinzhao utterly captivated. Her seductive whispers echoed in his ears. Jinzhao, I wish to be with you. Chapter 16. A distinguished visitor in the depths of Chen Jinzhao's heart. His defenses were utterly shattered. As he prepared to take his next action, Su Qingyan allowed him to proceed unchecked. However, when he had undressed her halfway, she suddenly began to sob. The soft sounds of her weeping reached Chen Jinzhao's ears, extinguishing the fire of anger within him. For reasons unknown, the image of Yu Mingji surfaced in his mind, accompanied by a twinge of guilt that made him wish to slap himself. Su Qingyan's actions were one thing, but why did he feel compelled to play along? Did he not find it absurd? Chen Jinzhao halted his advances, standing there in a daze, motionless. Su Qingyan rose and embraced him tightly, and despite his instinctive desire to push away this woman who seemed to have lost her senses, she held on with a fierce grip, her body trembling slightly. She was afraid. Confounded by the situation, Chen Jinzhao could only allow her to cling to him. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Qingyan surprisingly began to remove her clothing. The anger that had once burned within Chen Jinzhao was extinguished, leaving no trace of the previous impulse. He grasped her wrist, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? I was only trying to frighten you. Please leave. I no longer wish to see you. Su Qingyan froze, her tear-stained eyes locking onto Chen Jinzhao's. He averted his gaze, recalling that the past was behind them. And he bore her no resentment. It had been his choice, unrelated to her. Initially, he had aimed merely to intimidate her. Who could have foreseen that this woman would take him seriously, almost leading him to falter? Now that he had regained his senses, he certainly would not engage in such folly, lest he become entangled with Su Qingyan once more. As Chen Jinzhao had stated, the past should remain in the past. Why look back? Su Qingyan sat on the bed, her head bowed as she continued to weep. After approximately 2 minutes, she lifted her head, wiping away the traces of tears, and smiled faintly, saying, Jinzhao, you are a good person. I nearly made a grave mistake. Thank you. Upon hearing her words, Chen Jinzhao felt a pang of disappointment. This woman was clearly not reconsidering her feelings. She merely viewed him as an outlet for her emotions, a role he had no desire to fulfill. He stood and returned her clothes, muttering, quickly put on your clothes. Let us not meet again, not even as friends. I wish to avoid any further complications. Su Qingyan looked up at him and asked, Jinzhao, do you have someone you like? At this question, Chen Jinzhao instinctively shifted his gaze from his first love. Before he could respond, Su Qingyan seemed to grasp the situation. Congratulations. I shall take my leave now. Please take care of yourself. As she donned her clothes and gradually disappeared from Chen Jinzhao's sight, he felt a stirring within him. He stepped onto the balcony, lighting a cigarette as he gazed downward. After taking a few steps, Su Qingyan abruptly halted, turning her head to look up at the balcony. At that moment, their eyes met across the distance. Although they were far apart, Chen Jinzhao felt an acute awareness of the sorrow in Su Qingyan's eyes, causing his heart to tighten. Su Qingyan swiftly averted her gaze, her figure gradually vanishing into the embrace of the night. As Chen Jinzhao lost sight of her, an overwhelming emptiness enveloped his heart. He absently scratched his head while holding a cigarette. This woman, when she left me, did so without a backward glance, and now she returns with this spectacle. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the depths of the ocean. He retreated to the living room, retrieving a 500 milliliters bottle of erguotu from the cupboard. Leaning against the balcony, he indulged in solitary sips. Only the potent sting of alcohol could numb his senses. Under the fierce onslaught of the liquor, Chen Jinzhao gradually succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the persistent vibrations of his phone. Upon awakening the following day, he rubbed his heavy eyelids and glanced at his phone. A string of missed calls, all from the same unfamiliar number, which he surmised belonged to Su Qingyan. In addition, there was a text message. Upon opening it, a few lines of small text captured his attention. Jinzhao, I am getting married. In this lifetime, I have wronged you. If there is a next life, I wish to be your wife. I called you numerous times, but you did not answer. I thought that encountering you again in this vast sea of humanity was a divine arrangement. Thus, I mustered the courage to reach out, believing that if you answered, I would forsake everything to be with you. Wishing you happiness, farewell indefinitely. Boom. Chen Jinzhao's mind exploded with realization. No wonder Su Qingyan had been so proactive last night. Every illogical occurrence had a profoundly rational explanation behind it. Instinctively, he dialed Su Qingyan's number, yearning to understand her intentions. Hello. The number you have dialed is not in service. Unwilling to accept defeat, he tried several more times, yet the same message echoed back. He slapped his throbbing head and murmured, I should have anticipated this. She is a woman who considers the consequences of her actions. How could she engage in such irrational behavior? I misjudged her. Lost in a daze, Chen Jinzhao sat at the edge of his bed, smoking several cigarettes to regain his composure. He felt an impulse to seek out Su Qingyan, but he stifled it. Had he still been a college student, he would have acted without hesitation. However, now, having succumbed to a life of degradation, he deemed it unnecessary to burden Su Qingyan further. It was wiser to face reality. Glancing at the time, he hurriedly washed up and left for work. Life proceeded as usual. He attended to his responsibilities. Upon reaching the ground floor, he suddenly slowed his pace. Not far away, 3 figures stood gazing in the direction of the stairs. The elder among them was precisely the individual Chen Jinzhao wished to evade. The 2 men flanking him were likely his bodyguards, and their prowess was not to be underestimated. Chen Jinzhao quickly averted his gaze, feeling as if he had encountered a plague. Lowering his head as he hastened toward the bus stop at the entrance of the old community, the elder sighed and gestured to the 2 crew-cut young men beside him. Soon, they intercepted Chen Jinzhao. As he stepped to the left, they mirrored his movement, blocking his path. The elderly man approached with a vigorous stride, then patted Chen Jinzhao on the shoulder. Xiao Chun, why do I sense that you seem rather reluctant to meet this soon-to-be retired old fellow? He chuckled. Am I truly that fearsome? Chen Jinzhao, puzzled, replied, Old sir, are you looking for someone? Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else. I do not know you. The old man shook his head with a smile and continued walking ahead. This community's greenery is quite pleasant. Xiao Chen, accompany me for a few laps. It won't take up too much of your time. He offered no room for Chen Jinzhao to decline. His words were akin to a military command. Faced with the commanding presence of the elder, Chen Jinzhao had no choice but to step forward, walking alongside him on the shaded pathways of the community. Xiao Chen, it has been 3 years. Throughout this time, I have thought of you day and night. Isn't it time for you to return to the organization? Chapter 17 The First Blade Su Lao. I am currently living quite well, Chen Jinzhao replied. What is the point of violence and bloodshed? I prefer the tranquility of my present life. Su Hancheng halted, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, fixated on Chen Jinzhao. Unfazed, Chen Jinzhao met Su Hancheng's penetrating gaze and said, I do not wish to relive those experiences. If you truly have my best interests at heart, please let me be. Su Hancheng averted his eyes, shaking his head. Xiao Chen, yes? You have changed. Your gaze is no longer sharp. Once, you were my foremost blade. Forging breakthroughs in countless operations, laying the groundwork for our triumphs. Had you not retired, you would have surely attained the rank of general by now. Su Hancheng's tone was tinged with regret. It is worth noting that Chen Jinzhao is merely 26 years old this year. To achieve the rank of general at such a young age would undeniably signify a brilliant future ahead. Su Hancheng, a connoisseur of talent, had once held high hopes for Chen Jinzhao and had even devised a comprehensive plan to groom him as his successor, gradually handing over the reins of power. However, all of this dissipated with Chen Jinzhao's unexpected retirement. Evidently, Su Hancheng had not yet given up hope and continued to see potential in Chen Jinzhao. The latter could feel Su Lao's earnest concern, yet returning to that former life would inevitably stir memories, prompting a wry smile as he responded. A good horse does not turn back to eat the grass it once grazed. If you asked me to return now, wouldn't that invite ridicule from others? I am quite content as I am, Su Lao, please let this go. Su Hancheng's gaze deepened, his tone as light as a breeze. Do you truly wish to resign yourself to a lifetime as a security guard? Your talents should not languish in this bustling city. You ought to be where you are needed. I know you have been troubled by that incident from 3 years ago, and you've endured many nightmares because of it. But have you considered that your comrades would not blame you? They, more than I, wish to see you return to the battlefield, to defend our nation and vanquish our enemies beyond our borders. Chen Jinzhao clenched his fist tightly, the dormant fervor of 3 years stirring to life once more. Recognizing the impact of his words, Su Hancheng continued, We have determined that the events of 3 years ago were far from simple. The mastermind has sent agents infiltrating our country. Do you not wish to avenge your comrades by striking down the enemy? Chen Jinzhao, do not underestimate your own worth. Furthermore, I have heard rumors that you are involved with that girl from the Yu family. That old fox will surely oppose his granddaughter dating a mere security guard. However, if you give me the nod, I will approach the Yu family for a proposal, and they would not dare refuse. Chen Jinzhao's blood surged with excitement. Yet, he still found himself unable to cross the threshold of his own heart. Upon hearing Su Hancheng's final statement, he chuckled bitterly. Su Lao, what are you talking about? If you have someone watching me, you must know that my relationship with her is merely a charade, not a genuine romance. Who knows? Su Hancheng replied lightly. Chen Jinzhao. Su Lao, please grant me a bit more time to contemplate. I am not yet mentally prepared. Su Hancheng chuckled heartily. Aware that he had already succeeded halfway, he patted Chen Jinzhao's shoulder several times and said, Very well, you have my contact details. Inform me whenever you have made your decision. I have already arranged for someone to tailor a military uniform and honor insignia for you. I await only your nod. Chen Jinzhao felt as though he were firmly in the grasp of the elder. However, should there be a chance to do something for the departed spirits, he naturally felt compelled to act. After exchanging some casual pleasantries with Su Hancheng, Chen Jinzhao hastily bid farewell and hurried to work, lest he fall prey to Lu Wenyo's scheming. Su Hancheng had not felt such joy in a long while. Over the past 6 months, hostile elements had wreaked havoc within the country, their threat becoming increasingly imminent. These individuals were exceedingly cunning, and ordinary folk were truly no match for them. If Chen Jinzhao could step forward, it was likely that order could swiftly be restored. 2 guards approached Su Hancheng, both surprised by his evident delight. One hesitated and said, Su Lao, The old master Yu has sent a greeting card, wishing to find a time for a visit. Upon hearing the report from the guard, Su Hansheng waved his hand dismissively, and the guard immediately understood. He had his own principles and would never associate too closely with merchants. If Yu Lingxiao insisted on intruding, Su Hansheng, in his annoyance, might even kick him away. At exactly 9 o'clock, a perspiring Chen Jinzhao clocked in, causing Lu Wenyo, who had been waiting to nitpick, to lose his smile in an instant. Lu Wenyo grumbled to himself, wondering why this useless fellow was so punctual. Chen Jinzhao bypassed Lu Wenyo and settled into his workspace, ready to begin another day of idling. Speaking of which, Yu Mingji had not sought him out for a day and a night, and Chen Jinzhao found himself rather concerned about her. What could she possibly be doing? After half the morning had passed, while Chen Jinzhao was dozing at his desk, Lu Wenyo, having received a phone call, approached and rapped on Chen Jinzhao's desk. "Xiaochen, wake up. I have some tasks for you. Go to the 16th floor. A few computers are malfunctioning, and I need you to bring them down." Chen Jinzhao acknowledged with a sound of understanding. Mo Qingyan, witnessing this, prepared to assist. But Lu Wenyo stopped him. "Old Mo, you have other matters to attend to. Go coordinate in the underground parking lot." Old Mo appeared hesitant, and seeing this, Chen Jinzhao encouraged, "Uncle Mo, you should go." Old Mo nodded, seemingly wanting to say something, but holding back. Chen Jinzhao chuckled, "Uncle Mo, it's just a few computers. It's nothing to worry about." Upon arriving at the door of an office on the 16th floor, Chen Jinzhao knocked. "Please come in." After receiving permission, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside the office was only one employee. The others were likely in a meeting in the adjacent conference room. Chen Jinzhao inquired, "Excuse me, are the computers in your office malfunctioning? Someone asked me to take them down, is that correct?" The female employee nodded, stepping away from her position to allow Chen Jinzhao to help disconnect the main power supply of the computer. Chen Jinzhao complied. After disconnecting the power supply, Chen Jinzhao heard a commotion behind him and turned in confusion. The buttons on the woman's shirt had come undone, revealing a captivating sight that caught Chen Jinzhao's eye. Her hair was disheveled, and she had even torn her stockings, presenting an appearance as if she had been violated. In the fleeting moment of illumination, Chen Jinzhao began to grasp the situation, but before he could evade, the woman seized his hand and pulled it toward her chest. A piercing scream echoed in Chen Jinzhao's ears, nearly shattering his eardrums. "Ah, someone is assaulting me. Call for help." Chapter 18. The shattering of the cup signals the arrival of the executioner's bang. The office door was forcibly kicked open, evoking a sense reminiscent of ancient times when the shattering of a cup signaled the readiness of executioners. A group of individuals clad in security uniforms stormed into the office, evidently subordinates of Lu Wenyo. Their first action was to brandish their phones and take a flurry of photographs. Chen Jinzhao smirked, seizing the opportunity to pinch a rather attractive female employee, who was left indignant and humiliated. "Did you not accuse me of harassment? Allow me to demonstrate," he thought, reveling in the power he wielded. The woman attempted to shake off his grasp, but soon realized the strength of his hold, nearly failing to escape his grip. Rubbing her chest, she internally cursed Chen Jinzhao for his shamelessness and excessive force. Fury coursed through her veins as she pointed an accusatory finger at him, shouting, "He has assaulted me. You must apprehend him and take him to the police station. Let him rot in jail." The security personnel, sensing the situation had escalated, approached Chen Jinzhao menacingly, their tone laced with derision. "Chen Jinzhao, what on earth is wrong with you? Are you not aware that this is a criminal offense? Even if you are a team leader, it does not grant you the right to behave so unscrupulously. Come with us to the police station. You can explain everything to the officer." Seeing Chen Jinzhao remain unfazed, they prepared to take action. With a mere utterance, he dismissed them. "Get lost." That single word seemed to freeze the 4 security guards in their tracks. They distinctly perceived an icy undertone in his voice that nearly shattered their eardrums. Even the female employee turned pale with fright at his response. In that moment, employees from the adjacent conference room rushed over, and the female employee began to play the victim. Through tears, she pointed at Chen Jinzhao, lamenting, "Wah? This security guard took advantage of my solitude in the office to assault me. If you hadn't arrived in time, I shudder to think what might have happened to me." Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. How could such a scandal arise in a corporation valued in the billions? Most employees began to point fingers at Chen Jinzhao, vowing to deliver him to the police. The 4 security guards, sensing their moment had arrived, lunged at Chen Jinzhao. He furrowed his brows, effortlessly pushing them aside, nearly causing them to tumble in a disheveled heap. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, wary of becoming targets of this perceived villain. "Make way, Mr. Su is here," came a commanding shout. Moments later, Su Jinghui and Lu Wenyo emerged at the forefront of the gathering. They exchanged glances between Chen Jinzhao and the disheveled Luo Xiaoli. "What is happening here? Who has assaulted you?" Luo Xiaoli, the very employee who had just cried assault, wept profusely, her beauty marred by tears. Weakly, she pointed at Chen Jinzhao, saying, "It was him. This man, taking advantage of my being the only woman in the office, pretended to help me with my computer while he groped me. At first, I tolerated it, but he grew increasingly brazen, attempting to. Wah, I cannot go on living like this. Let me die?" Su Jinghui remained silent, while Lu Wenyo, ever the sycophant, furrowed his brow and began to berate Chen Jinzhao. "Chen Jinzhao, how could you stoop to such depths? I truly misjudged you. I should never have allowed you to assist on the 16th floor. If you still possess any sense of shame, you should obediently accompany us to the police station and clarify the entire sequence of events." What transpired? Upon receiving the news, Yu Mingji hurried over. Her surprise was palpable when she recognized that the person involved was Chen Jinzhao. Lu Wenyo seized the mobile phones of the 4 security guards and brought up the on-site photographs for Yu Mingji to scrutinize one by one. Yu Mingji's expression darkened. Chen Jinzhao fixed his gaze upon Yu Mingji, and curiously, there was no anger in her eyes, only disappointment. "Chen Jinzhao, do you not intend to offer an explanation?" Yu Mingji inquired, her tone icy. Chen Jinzhao merely shook his head, choosing silence. Su Jinghui quietly chuckled to himself. How naive. Did he still wish to challenge him? From the very beginning, it was merely a trap set by Su Jinghui, aimed at tarnishing Chen Jinzhao's reputation. This scheme appeared to be bearing fruit. However, Su Jinghui's expression remained unusually grave as he snatched Lu Wenyo's phone and turned to Luo Xiaoli, exclaiming, "You are speaking nonsense. Chen Jinzhao is General Manager Yu's boyfriend. How could he possibly be interested in you? Look in the mirror and consider what makes you think you could compare to General Manager Yu." Luo Xiaoli wept even more profusely, her tears laden with grievance and sorrow. It must be said, this woman possessed remarkable acting skills, fit for a supporting role in a drama. "Crying? What are you crying about?" Su Jinghui bellowed in anger. He addressed the gathered employees, stating, "Do not be misled. This is merely a misunderstanding. Chen Jinzhao did not assault Luo Xiaoli. She inadvertently brought this upon herself. I urge you all not to spread rumors. I also hope Luo Xiaoli will cease her deceit. If she continues her reckless behavior, I reserve the right to dismiss her." His words incited public outrage. Observing the employees' furious expressions, Su Jinghui felt a sense of satisfaction within. This was the second step of his plan to undermine Yu Mingji's standing within the company, leading the employees to believe she was favoring wrongdoing, thereby sowing discord among them. Next, he merely needed to send someone to publish articles online, exposing the evils within Gaochen, and Yu Mingji would inevitably become the target of public scorn. At that juncture, it was likely that Gaochen would have to appoint someone else to take charge. Su Jinghui's ambitions were considerable. He sought not only to win over Yu Mingji but also to gain full control of Gaochen. The entire scheme was flawlessly orchestrated. Meanwhile, Yu Mingji began to sense something amiss. Su Jinghui appeared to be aiding her, yet in reality, he was inciting dissatisfaction among the employees. If she did not speak up now, she feared becoming mired in this quagmire. In a moment of urgency, Yu Mingji made the most rational choice and promptly countered Su Jinghui's assertions. "Su Jinghui, do you even comprehend what you are saying? It is true that Chen Jinzhao is my boyfriend, but I will never show favoritism. What has happened has occurred. Our focus should be on resolving the issue at hand, not targeting the individual who raised it. I propose we contact the police immediately. They will provide a fair assessment. If it turns out that Chen Jinzhao is indeed at fault, I shall not overlook it." She was not foolish. With just a few words, she returned the ball that Su Jinghui had played into her court. She even felt compelled to express her gratitude to Su Jinghui for providing her with an opportunity to establish her authority and prestige. Caught off guard by these remarks, Su Jinghui quickly signaled to Lu Wenyo. Lu Wenyo, his loyal subordinate, instantly grasped Su Jinghui's intent and began to usher the employees away, demanding that they delete any photographs from their phones, adopting a brazen demeanor that sought to suppress the scandal. The more aggressive the security personnel became, the more the employees' perception of Yu Mingji deteriorated. After all, few were aware that the Gaochen group was not solely under Yu Mingji's dominion. Even fewer understood that Lu Wenyo was aligned with Su Jinghui's faction. They were oblivious to this layer of complexity. and thus their dissatisfaction was directed at President Yu Mengji rather than at Su Jinghui. Su Jinghui gained the upper hand, inciting a tremor of anger within Yu Mengji. At that moment, Chen Jinzhao, previously overlooked by everyone, suddenly stepped forward, cleared his throat, and spoke up. "I say, have you all forgotten about me?" Chapter 19. The madwoman Yu Mengji turned her gaze towards Chen Jinzhao, her delicate brows knitting together. From the outset, she had suspected that the issue was not primarily Chen Jinzhao's fault, yet in this evidence-driven age, her disappointment stemmed from her earlier hopes that he might alleviate some of her burdens. She had not anticipated that he would so swiftly fall into the trap set by Su Jinghui. Now, with Chen Jinzhao suddenly speaking up, she pondered what intentions lay behind his words. She chose to remain silent for the moment, keen to discern what Chen Jinzhao had to say. Should he indeed prove to be so inadequate, Yu Mengji would have to reevaluate whether their performance should continue. Su Jinghui cast a sidelong glance at Chen Jinzhao, a mocking smile playing on his lips. "Chen Jinzhao, what more do you desire? I could suppress this matter for you. Or do you wish for Mengji to be utterly humiliated?" His words cut deep. Chen Jinzhao replied with a faint smile, "Why would you want to suppress this issue? I believe that reporting it to the authorities would suffice. If there are no grounds for concern, the police will uncover the truth. I stand firm and unafraid in my integrity." Su Jinghui shook his head in amusement, his expression dripping with derision. "Ms. Yu, I believe we should report this immediately. Since I have committed no such acts, it is evident that someone seeks to frame me. Once reported, the truth will undoubtedly surface," Chen Jinzhao asserted. Yu Mengji exhibited clear signs of impatience. Had she not contemplated what Chen Jinzhao proposed? However, in the presence of overwhelming evidence, should he fail to present compelling proof, it would only serve to confirm his wrongdoing, thereby undermining Yu Mengji's standing within the organization. This situation could be labeled a deadlock. No amount of maneuvering could alter the course of events. Su Jinghui regarded Chen Jinzhao with an amused expression, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" This provocation ignited a desire within Chen Jinzhao to deliver a punch. Outside the office, Lu Wenyo continued his aggressive expulsion of company employees, fostering a climate of unrest among the staff. Coupled with Su Jinghui's covert influence, complaints about Yu Mengji's management style proliferated, with many accusing her of permitting darkness to flourish unchecked within the company. Chen Jinzhao approached Yu Mengji, retrieving his phone from his pocket. "Ms. Yu, look," he began. Yu Mengji paused momentarily, then focused intently on the video playing on the screen, her brows alternating between furrowing and relaxing. Su Jinghui sensed something amiss and advanced to seize the phone, but Chen Jinzhao positioned himself in front of him, blocking his path. Su Jinghui, visibly displeased, commanded, "Get out of my way." Chen Jinzhao remained steadfast. After viewing the recording on Chen Jinzhao's phone, Yu Mengji exhaled deeply. The footage captured the entire sequence of events from Chen Jinzhao's entrance to the incident, including the methods employed by Luo Xiaoli to slander him, all clearly documented. Armed with this recording, victory was within reach. She cast a profound glance at Chen Jinzhao, astonished by his keen intuition, which had allowed him to foresee the unfolding events. Had he not acted, Yu Mengji too would have fallen victim to Su Jinghui's machinations. Yu Mengji instructed her secretary to summon the employees for a meeting. The staff returned, most of them utterly bewildered. Su Jinghui felt an ominous sense of foreboding as his eyelids twitched incessantly. At the behest of Yu Mengji, the employees involved in the recent turmoil, along with the two principal parties, were summoned to the adjacent conference room. Once everyone was seated, Yu Mengji sternly interrogated Luo Xiaoli, stating, "Luo Xiaoli, the company has treated you fairly. Why would you tarnish the reputation of your colleagues?" Luo Xiaoli instantly panicked. She instinctively searched the crowd for Su Jinghui, only to find him seemingly indifferent, gazing blankly ahead, as if oblivious to her pleading eyes. Under Yu Mengji's formidable presence, Luo Xiaoli, feeling wronged, replied, "President Yu, I don't understand what you're implying. I am the victim here." A chorus of discontent arose from the assembled employees. At that moment, Su Jinghui interjected, "Indeed. President Yu, how can you be so oblivious to the truth? It is essential to heed the voices of the employees. Only then can the group be effectively led." His words garnered considerable agreement from the staff, further enhancing his stature. Yu Mengji's piercing gaze was fixed on Luo Xiaoli, causing the latter to feel an unsettling chill, preventing her from meeting his eyes. "You still have the opportunity to confess. Should you choose to be dishonest, I will not hesitate to involve the police. At that point, the investigators will not be as lenient as I am. Yet, Luo Xiaoli stubbornly maintained that Chen Jinzhao had assaulted her. Yu Mingji nodded. Very well, that is your choice. At that moment, the projector in the conference room flickered to life, displaying footage of Chen Jinzhao's actions, clearly revealing the truth. He was innocent. A wave of astonishment swept through the employees as their ire towards Chen Jinzhao was swiftly redirected towards Luo Xiaoli. Su Jinghui's complexion darkened. His fists clenched tightly beneath the table. Curse it. No matter how I calculated, I never anticipated that Chen Jinzhao would have recorded the incident. Yu Mingji turned her attention back to Luo Xiaoli, who, now pale, collapsed to the ground, wailing, President Yu, I was momentarily bewitched. Please. Have mercy and do not hold this against me. I will apologize to that security guard right now. Do you believe that would be effective? Yu Mingji's tone was frigid. However, if you can reveal who orchestrated this, I might consider showing leniency. Luo Xiaoli bit her lip, refusing to disclose the mastermind behind the scheme. Instead, she resorted to tantrums, exclaiming, setting aside the facts, does that detestable security guard bear no blame? Why would he come to my office if not with ulterior motives? The employees grew increasingly incensed, denouncing Luo Xiaoli's insanity. Bang! Su Jinghui struck the table forcefully, capturing everyone's attention. Enough! Have you not caused enough chaos, you woman? I previously defended you, only to discover you are nothing but a madwoman. I shall call the police to have you apprehended immediately. Moreover, you will owe the company 1 million in reputational damages. Without waiting for Yu Mingji to speak, Su Jinghui decisively dialed the authorities. Luo Xiaoli erupted into a manic fit of laughter and tears, revealing her true nature as a complete lunatic. Yu Mingji, feeling profoundly unsettled, resolved to exit the conference room to regain her composure. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoli seized the pin from the table and, in a frenzied manner, lunged it towards Yu Mingji's face. Emitting a shrill scream that seemed capable of piercing eardrums, you shall die. This scene unfolded so unexpectedly that Yu Mingji's mind went blank, leaving her unable to react at all. It was not a matter of unwillingness to move, but rather an incapacity to do so. Just as the sharp pin was about to pierce Yu Mingji's cheek, a figure appeared like a whirlwind, positioning itself in front of her. The pin plunged directly into Chen Jinzhao's arm, blood gushing forth in a shocking display. Chapter 20. I said I would take responsibility. The figure before them was none other than Chen Jinzhao. He shielded Yu Mingji with his own body, intercepting the sharp pin wielded by Luo Xiaoli. Had he not intervened, the pin's tip would have already grazed Yu Mingji's cheek. Remarkably, Chen Jinzhao refrained from uttering even a grunt as he forcefully pushed aside the frenzied Luo Xiaoli, who, unable to withstand his immense strength, fell to the ground once more. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and subdue her. Chen Jinzhao glared at the security guard standing by the door, who appeared dazed. He was the nominal leader of this group. Several guards felt a chill run down their spines, unable to meet the intensity of Chen Jinzhao's gaze. This was a formidable individual. They had no choice but to muster their courage and step forward to restrain Luo Xiaoli. Yu Mingji, regaining her composure, urgently grasped Chen Jinzhao's arm to assess his injury. How are you? Are you all right? Su Jinghui's face turned pale. It was rare to witness Yu Mingji display such anxiety. Even a blind person could discern her deep concern for Chen Jinzhao. The pin had penetrated Chen Jinzhao's arm by half a centimeter, and blood continued to flow profusely. Irritated, Chen Jinzhao remarked, if you don't get me to the hospital soon, I might bleed to death. Upon hearing this, Yu Mingji decisively took hold of his other hand and said, let us go. I will take you to the hospital right away. Mingji Su Jinghui called out. However, Yu Mingji ignored him entirely, pulling Chen Jinzhao into the elevator and leaving. Inside, Su Jinghui seethed with anger, casting a fierce glare at Luo Xiaoli. Inept at achieving results, she only caused further trouble. The police arrived shortly thereafter, taking Luo Xiaoli away for questioning after understanding the situation. With a grim expression, Su Jinghui returned to his office to listen to Lu Wenyo's report. Lu Wenyo was visibly trembling, hesitant to speak. The seemingly flawless plan had collapsed unexpectedly, which was something he had never anticipated. President Su, do you think that woman might expose us? This was his greatest fear. If she did, both he and Su Jinghui would face dire consequences. Su Jinghui maintained a calm demeanor, stating, it's fine, she lacks the courage. Causing trouble would likely see her out in just a few months. She wouldn't risk offending me for that. Besides, I promised her 1 million from the start. With her meager salary, when would she ever earn that much? The thought alone caused Su Jinghui considerable distress. 1 million was no trivial sum. Only then did Lu Wenyo breathe a sigh of relief. lavishing flattery on Su Jinghui with shameless compliments about his wisdom and foresight. Su Jinghui approached Lu Wenyo and promptly delivered a resounding slap. The sound echoed loudly. "Tell me, is this still wisdom and might?" Su Jinghui, furious over the failed plan, felt as though he might explode. Yet Lu Wenyo still found the time to flatter him. Covering his face, Lu Wenyo dared not offer any more meaningless praise, fearful of receiving additional slaps from Su Jinghui. "What a useless fool," Su Jinghui berated him. "Do you have any idea how much I spend on you each year? If you can't eliminate Chen Jinzhao this time, you're fired." Lu Wenyo groaned in despair, harboring a growing resentment towards Chen Jinzhao. "Rest assured, General Su. Grant me just one more week, and within that time, I shall undoubtedly bring Chen Jinzhao to utter disgrace. Should I fail, I will immediately resign." Su Jinghui cast a deep glance at Lu Wenyo, affirming, "Very well, this is your promise. If you cannot deliver, you shall distance yourself as far as possible." Lu Wenyo eagerly assented before exiting the office. Su Jinghui's gaze gradually turned icy. If Lu Wenyo were to mishandle this matter, Su Jinghui would ensure that he would not leave unscathed, devising a means to incarcerate Lu for knowing far too much. Meanwhile, Chen Jinzhao had tended to his wounds, bandaging them carefully. Upon seeing Yumingji pacing outside the department, he could not help but chuckle. "General Yu, you need not worry about me so. I am quite well now, am I not?" Yumingji shot him a glance, retorting, "Who is concerned for your well-being? On another note, my previous assessment of you holds true. The only thing hard about you is your tongue. You've punctured an artery and still claim to be fine." Chen Jinzhao's expression turned awkward. Yumingji refrained from further teasing and inquired, "What were you thinking at that moment?" "I have stated before, I will take responsibility for you." Chen Jinzhao replied with calmness. Yumingji's demeanor shifted, her gaze wandering to the scene beyond the corridor, before she suddenly laughed. "Are you implying that you aspire to be my man?" Chen Jinzhao reiterated, "It is not merely an aspiration. I already am." Yumingji responded with a pause. At times, she pondered a question. If Chen Jinzhao were mute, perhaps his image in her heart would be more favorable. On a serious note, she stated, "To be my man, one must possess some capability. You are currently just a security guard. Do not think that even a freshly graduated young woman would entertain your advances." Chen Jinzhao regarded her with confusion, pondering why she suddenly broached this topic. Yumingji explained, "I was reflecting. You are 100 times better than Su Jinghui. If I had to choose, I would select you. However, you must understand that I am backed by the Yu family, despite my grandfather's seemingly amiable demeanor. I know him well. He would never permit me to marry a man of no merit." Her words conveyed a crucial message to Chen Jinzhao: to shoulder responsibility, one must achieve something noteworthy. Otherwise, the Yu family would not grant their approval. She subtly warned him that should he fail to accomplish anything significant, it would be wise not to become too deeply entangled, lest he find himself ensnared beyond escape. This realism was not a fault of Yumingji. For a lady born into a prestigious family, breaking free from her predetermined fate is indeed a formidable challenge. Chen Jinzhao grasped the dual implications of her statement. Suddenly, he recalled his earlier meeting with the elder. Could it be that he had inadvertently set the stage for something? It seemed that declining the elder's request would not be an option. Yumingji did not accompany Chen Jinzhao back to the company. Instead, she returned to his modest old neighborhood and even purchased some fruits to bring to his home, leaving Chen Jinzhao pleasantly astonished. "You live here?" Yumingji surveyed the interior decor, which could only be described as rudimentary. However, despite its simplicity, everything within the room was meticulously arranged, as if each item possessed its designated place. This was a testament to Chen Jinzhao's claims of having served in the military, which were not mere jest. While Chen Jinzhao himself bore no significant flaws, Yumingji felt a pang of guilt. After all, he had sustained injuries on her behalf, and thus, she could not treat him lightly, lest she inadvertently wound his heart. Yet, Chen Jinzhao was a man of steadfast principles. Once he declared his responsibility toward Yumingji, he intended to see it through, regardless of her consent. As she wandered around the modest abode, Yumingji sensed an essence of life within Chen Jinzhao's dwelling that was conspicuously absent from her own home, stirring within her a profound sense of infatuation. Unable to resist a playful remark, she quipped, "If I were to marry you, would I also have to reside in a place like this? To be frank, it's rather small. My living room on the first floor is larger than this." Chen Jinzhao scratched his head and replied, "My bed is 1.8 meters wide. Ample enough for two. Would you care to experience it, Miss Yu?" Chapter 21. Do not push me to slap you. Yumingji appeared somewhat flustered. Chen Jinzhao truly had a knack for bringing up the most inappropriate topics, inevitably reminding her of those wild nights not long ago. Casually, she cast a glance at the bed in the bedroom and chuckled. With such a rickety wooden bed, it probably won't hold up for many days, will it? I've mentioned it before. You still do not meet my expectations. To be precise, it should be the expectations of the Yu family. Chen Jinzhao, initially intending to tease Yu Mingji, found himself playfully rebuffed. He had no choice but to divert the conversation. Why not stay for a meal, President Yu? You can cook? Yu Mingji replied, astonished. Chen Jinzhao laughed heartily. President Yu, are you jesting? If I couldn't cook, wouldn't I have starved by now? Yu Mingji glanced at the time and realized it was indeed lunchtime. So, almost involuntarily, she nodded and said, very well. I shall see how adept you are in the kitchen. With his phone in hand, Chen Jinzhao headed downstairs to buy groceries, while Yu Mingji crossed her arms, surveying the room. Her gaze was drawn to the photographs on the wall. Aside from a few pictures of Chen Jinzhao with his mother, most were snapshots with his comrades. In those photos, clad in military uniform, Chen Jinzhao exuded an aura of formidable valor that was hard to reconcile with the roguelike security guard she knew. How curious, she mused. After leaving the military, most officers are typically assigned to civil service. How did he end up as a security guard? For the first time, she felt a flicker of curiosity about Chen Jinzhao's background, albeit it was merely a fleeting curiosity. A short while later, upon Chen Jinzhao's return from grocery shopping, he found Yu Mingji resting with her eyes closed on the sofa, so he quietly began to prepare the meal without disturbing her. Hearing the sounds from the kitchen, Yu Mingji wandered in to observe Chen Jinzhao at work. It must be said, Chen Jinzhao indeed possessed considerable culinary skills. After half an hour of diligent effort, he presented a delightful array of 4 dishes and a soup neatly arranged on the dining table. Yu Mingji's eyes sparkled with interest, and after a tentative taste, she exclaimed, Your cooking is truly impressive, even better than the dishes prepared by my family's cook. I never expected you could do this. It's nothing too challenging. One just needs to be willing to learn, Chen Jinzhao replied modestly. You, born with a silver spoon, probably don't even recognize all the grains, do you? Asking you to cook is quite a challenge, Yu Mingji retorted. During the lunch, the table was mostly silent, punctuated only by occasional exchanges. Yu Mingji found Chen Jinzhao's culinary skills to her liking and couldn't help but take an extra serving of rice, which drew an odd glance from Chen Jinzhao, leaving her feeling rather embarrassed. After lunch, Chen Jinzhao escorted Yu Mingji downstairs and watched as she drove away. As the scenery outside the car window receded, Yu Mingji felt a surge of happiness, humming a little tune. It had been quite some time since she had felt so lighthearted. In fact, she contemplated the next opportunity to have Chen Jinzhao cook for her again. It was a taste of the mundane joy she cherished. However, upon this thought, she shook her head, wondering what was happening to her. Why does the figure of Chen Jinzhao continually intrude upon my thoughts? Is it possible that I have developed feelings for this security guard? Yu Mingji was startled by this somewhat insane notion, hastily suppressing her thoughts. After all, she and he belonged to entirely different worlds. As friends, it was acceptable. As partners, it was out of the question. Within the confines of his rented room, Chen Jinzhao lay on his bed, indulging in an afternoon nap. His mind, however, would occasionally conjure the images of Yu Mingji and Su Qingyan, even going so far as to compare the two, a fantasy every man has entertained at some point. Even Chen Jinzhao found himself ensnared by such thoughts. It was not a matter of determining who was superior. Rather, it was about finding the one who complemented him best. Su Qingyan had once abandoned Chen Jinzhao, and now she was on the verge of entering matrimony, leading him to extinguish any lingering desires in that realm. Perhaps it was due to his damned machismo that Chen Jinzhao frequently found himself pondering Yu Mingji. In a state of drowsiness, he succumbed to sleep once more. When he finally awoke, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Strands of golden twilight filtered through the mottled glass window, casting their glow upon the cramped bedroom and upon Chen Jinzhao's languid visage. The sunset was undeniably beautiful, yet it heralded the approach of dusk. Each time he arose from his midday slumber, a profound sense of loneliness enveloped his chest. A glance at the lifeless chat application intensified this feeling of solitude. After splashing his face with water, Chen Jinzhao's mind began to clear. As he descended the stairs en route to dine outside the community, a rotund figure obstructed his path, inciting a flicker of annoyance within him. However, once he discerned the identity of the individual, his ire dissipated. Liang Jichao, what brings you here? Chen Jinzhao expressed his surprise. Liang Jichao was a former classmate from high school, where Chen Jinzhao served as class monitor, well acquainted with each student, including the athletic Liang Jichao, who had pursued a sports scholarship to a northern institution. However, it later came to Chen Jinzhao's attention that Liang Jichao had dropped out before completing his studies. He had not anticipated encountering him here. Liang Jichao, shaking the excess flesh on his frame, grinned and said, "Chen Jinzhao, long time no see. I heard that you, the academic prodigy, also dropped out and are now working as a security guard at a pharmaceutical company?" The disdain in his words made Chen Jinzhao uncomfortable. He offered a few perfunctory replies and intended to leave, but Liang Jichao blocked his exit once more. "Chen Jinzhao, why don't you come with me? It's been years. We should catch up." "I'm afraid I am unavailable," Chen Jinzhao politely declined. Liang Jichao immediately displayed his displeasure, furrowing his brow. "So, you mean to say you won't grant me this courtesy?" Chen Jinzhao remained silent, his brows knitted tightly. Any reasonable person would find such a manner of speaking distasteful. Noticing Chen Jinzhao's silence, Liang Jichao continued with a sarcastic tone, "What are you trying to act all high and mighty for? You're no different from me, a dropout. Now just a pathetic security guard. What is so impressive about that? Your old classmate here is now a lobby manager at a certain club, earning over 10,000 a month. Me inviting you over is showing you respect. Are you truly so shameless, Chen?" Chen Jinzhao squinted at Liang Jichao, sensing that some habits are hard to change. "If you have something to say, then say it here. I shall take my leave afterward." It was evident that Liang Jichao had come specifically to provoke him. However, Chen Jinzhao could not fathom why Liang Jichao harbored such animosity after years of separation. Liang Jichao let out a cold snort through his nostrils, tilting his chin slightly. "This is not the place to discuss matters. Just tell me whether you will come or not. If you refuse, do not blame me for taking action. At that point, neither of us will emerge with dignity. Be sensible, and do not force my hand." Chapter 22. Old classmates. Chen Jinzhao cast a deep glance at Liang Jichao. In this world, there exists neither love without reason nor hatred without cause. He meticulously recalled their serendipitous encounter, realizing that Liang Jichao must have been waiting there for quite some time. In other words, Liang Jichao had come specifically for him. Yet, after all these years, Chen Jinzhao had not wronged Liang Jichao in any way. Why would he act thus? It was illogical and devoid of reason. Suddenly, Chen Jinzhao smiled. After all, they were old classmates, and it seemed absurd to resort to hostility. Since an old classmate had extended an invitation, it would be rude not to comply. Liang Jichao, hearing this, also chuckled, the flesh on his face quivering slightly. "All right, you understand your place. Get in the car," he added with a smirk. "We are old classmates. Would I truly harm you?" Liang Jichao's vehicle was a Volkswagen worth over 100,000. As Chen Jinzhao entered the car, a cold smile crept across Liang Jichao's face. Once inside, Chen Jinzhao felt a sense of impending doom. "Oh, old classmate, who prompted you to provoke the wrong person?" The two remained silent throughout the journey. After a brief while, the car halted in front of a nightclub, and Liang Jichao instructed Chen Jinzhao, "This is the place. Get out." Chen Jinzhao maintained his composure as he surveyed his surroundings. Under Liang Jichao's urging, he stepped towards the nightclub. Upon entering the lobby, Liang Jichao whispered something to a young man in a suit. Chen Jinzhao could not discern the content of their conversation. It was evident, however, that it was not anything favorable. After hearing Liang Jichao's words, the suited man hurriedly departed, allowing Liang Jichao to escort Chen Jinzhao to the innermost private room on the third floor. As the doors swung open, 8 security personnel stood within. To put it charitably, they were security guards. To put it bluntly, they were merely thugs employed by the nightclub, each as burly as Liang Jichao. The moment the door opened, the 8 men glared menacingly at Chen Jinzhao, attempting to intimidate him. Witnessing this, Chen Jinzhao could not help but chuckle. In this age of civility and harmony, it was rather juvenile for anyone to resort to such theatrics. Liang Jichao, shedding his earlier civility, suddenly barked from behind Chen Jinzhao, "Chen Jinzhao, why are you still dawdling? Step inside and take a seat. My brother will be here shortly to entertain you." Chen Jinzhao remained unfazed, calmly walking into the private room and taking a seat, seemingly oblivious to the 8 thugs present. Liang Jichao had initially hoped to catch a flicker of fear on Chen Jinzhao's face, intending to revel in his cowardice. However, he was taken aback to find Chen Jinzhao's expression unwavering, resembling a tranquil, unchanging abyss. Damn it, this insufferable security truly knows how to put on a facade. Liang Jichao stepped into the room, towering over Chen Jinzhao with an air of superiority. Chen Jinzhao uncorked a bottle of beer from the table, downing half of it in one gulp before smiling. Liang Jichao, you didn't bring me to this place merely for a drink, did you? Speak plainly about whatever it is. Liang Jichao could no longer tolerate the pretense, feeling that Chen Jinzhao was being overly self-important. With a sneer, he remarked, well, it seems you possess some self-awareness. Then I shall speak candidly. You have offended someone you ought not to have, and now I have summoned you here to teach you a lesson. Are you afraid? Afraid? Chen Jinzhao chuckled once more. He had faced gunfire without fear in the past. How could he be intimidated by a mere swarm of ants? Pray tell, who is the person I have offended? Chen Jinzhao inquired with curiosity. Su Qingyan? That is indeed quite plausible. Liang Jichao scoffed. You are not even worthy of knowing. Do you truly consider yourself a person of significance? Chen Jinzhao shook his head. Since Liang Jichao refrained from divulging, he decided to wait for the true mastermind to reveal themselves. Leaning back on the sofa, he closed his eyes, indifferent to Liang Jichao's foul language, seemingly asleep. After a few curses, Liang Jichao seethed with anger. If not for his lack of power, he would have already ordered Chen Jinzhao to be dealt with, allowing this loathsome security guard to flaunt his bravado in front of him. 10 minutes passed. The door to the private room swung open, and a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses strode in, flanked by a dozen well-dressed subordinates exuding authority. Liang Jichao and the 8 henchmen quickly greeted him. Brother Hui, you have arrived. I have brought the person you requested. Is this the one? Brother Hui removed his sunglasses, scrutinizing Chen Jinzhao's face before laughing heartily. Indeed, this is the fool. Xiao Qiao. You have done well this time. Once the matter is resolved, I shall promote and reward you. Liang Jichao smiled broadly, his eyes squinting. Brother Hui, it is merely my duty, nothing worth mentioning. I hear he is your classmate? Brother Hui inquired. Liang Jichao hastily distanced himself from Chen Jinzhao, asserting that he had never liked him during their school days, and that today presented the perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson. Brother Hui nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Chen Jinzhao opened his eyes, assessing Brother Hui before smiling faintly. It appears we do not know each other. Brother Hui let out a derisive laugh. Of course, you do not know me, nor are you worthy of such an acquaintance. However, I am curious to know why you have summoned me here. You will soon find out. Liang Jichao eagerly lit up a cigarette for Brother Hui, who took a few puffs before saying, your courage is commendable. Remaining so composed while surrounded by my men is impressive. Alas, you have offended someone you should not have. Otherwise, you would be worthy of being my subordinate. Chen Jinzhao laughed again, but Liang Jichao clenched his teeth in frustration. Why did Chen Jinzhao garner such high praise from Brother Hui when he had never received it himself? Chen Jinzhao declined the cigarette offered by Brother Hui, retorting, was it Su Qingyan who instigated you to act against me? Brother Hui appeared momentarily taken aback. Who is Su Qingyan? I do not know him. This time, it was Chen Jinzhao who was astonished. Hong Juanhui's expression did not seem feigned. Not Su Qingyan. Then who could it possibly be? Brother Hui. Why waste time with so much talk? Let us teach him a lesson. He is clearly so arrogant, disregarding your authority. Liang Jichao stoked the flames further, prompting Chen Jinzhao to cast him a penetrating glance. Hong Junhui nodded and then gestured for the 8 security guards to take action. He sighed and said, Brother, this is not a personal vendetta against you by Hong Junhui. Rather, it is someone who has instigated me to confront you. As his words echoed, 8 security personnel surrounded Chen Jinzhao, leaving him no escape. Liang Jichao, brimming with arrogance, declared, Chen Jinzhao, if you are afraid, kneel down and beg for mercy. Perhaps you might endure fewer blows. However, Chen Jinzhao paid no heed to Liang Jichao's taunts. The buzzing of flies was hardly worthy of attention. A surge of fervor coursed through his veins, a sensation he had not felt in ages. Rising from the sofa, he launched a swift offensive against the 8 security guards before him. Observing this, Liang Jichao erupted in derisive laughter, mocking the absurdity of Chen Jinchao's attempt to take on 8 adversaries single-handedly. Chapter 23, Are You Human or Ghost? At first, Chen Jinzhao found himself somewhat unaccustomed. It had been quite a while since he had engaged in physical confrontation, and particularly under such disadvantageous circumstances, his physical capabilities seemed to have regressed. However, after this encounter, it was time to regroup. Despite the significant deterioration of his physical condition, these inept opponents posed no threat to him. Under the mocking gaze of Liang Jichao, Chen Jinzhao unleashed a powerful hook, striking the jaw of the security guard standing before him. The guard collapsed instantly, convulsing on the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Chen Jinzhao lamented, "Too slow, and your strength is feeble." He was referring to himself. Liang Jichao was taken aback. It was merely one strike that incapacitated a man, leaving him on the ground, unresponsive. Undoubtedly, he had underestimated Chen Jinzhao. The only solace he found was that the remaining 7 would likely not grant Chen Jinzhao another opportunity for a sneak attack. Liang Jichao could not help but shout, "You must act swiftly. Do not allow him the chance to strike unexpectedly. This fellow has served in the military for several years and possesses considerable skills, so be cautious." Hong Junhui glanced at the fallen subordinate and then at Chen Jinzhao, his brow furrowing in concern. This individual was indeed somewhat formidable. However, he reasoned that no matter how skilled Chen Jinzhao was, he could not possibly contend with these 7 men. With this thought in mind, Hong Junhui calmly declared, "Whoever can bring him down will receive a reward of 30,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the remaining 7 men gleamed with greed. Under the lure of such a substantial reward, courageous souls would surely emerge. The 7 regarded Chen Jinzhao as if he were a piece of gold. Chen Jinzhao cracked his knuckles and grinned, "Come at me." The 7 charged forward in unison. Hong Junhui shook his head internally, anticipating that Chen Jinzhao would soon be defeated. At that moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Chen Jinzhao moved with a speed that was nothing short of dazzling. His punches and evasions executed with such swiftness that ordinary individuals could hardly react. In a mere exchange, yet another opponent fell to the ground. Liang Jichao's face turned pale with fear, and he instinctively retreated a few steps, inching closer to the exit of the private room. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, he could make a hasty escape. The battle raged on. A sheen of sweat formed on Chen Jinchao's forehead, his blood boiling within him. "Haven't you eaten? You think with such sluggishness and weakness you can take me down? Are you dreaming?" The remaining 6 gritted their teeth and charged once more. This time, Chen Jinzhao held nothing back. He delivered a punch that shattered several blood-streaked teeth upon impact with an opponent's face. Then, as though he possessed eyes at the back of his head, he executed a spinning kick that dislocated the jaw of another attacker, followed by a forceful kick to the chest that sent the assailant flying. Thud, thud, thud. The private room echoed with the dull thuds of fists striking flesh, reminiscent of a war drum being beaten. Even Hong Junhui, seasoned as he was, appeared slightly pale. Chen Jinzhao was terrifying. 2 minutes slipped by in an instant, leaving Hong Junhui and Liang Jichao standing in the private room, frozen in astonishment as they beheld the 8 security guards sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. The entire encounter had unfolded like a fluid dance, executed flawlessly without a single misstep. Chen Jinzhao surveyed his surroundings, realizing there were no enemies lurking nearby. He dusted off his clothes and remarked, "I am not boasting. Even if 70 or 80 more come, the outcome will remain the same." "Chen Jinzhao, you..." Liang Jichao stammered in terror, as if he were facing not a mere human, but a fierce beast brimming with primal ferocity. "What?" Chen Jinzhao clapped his hands. "Liang Jichao, would you like to experience the taste of my fists?" Liang Jichao gasped in fear, utterly unwilling to utter a word. Hong Junhui clenched his fists, veins standing out prominently, and spoke in a deep voice. "So, you are Chen Jinzhao? I acknowledge your considerable strength, but that is merely the art of the fist. I shall not hold back any longer. A mortal body cannot withstand swords and knives." With a couple of sharp claps, 10 young men in suits surged into the private room. Unlike the previous batch of security, these 10 wielded 50-centimeter-long fruit knives, their razor edges glinting ominously, sending a chill down one's spine. Chen Jinchao's expression grew serious, affirming the old adage that no matter how skilled one may be, one should still fear a kitchen knife. Underestimating them would surely result in dire consequences. He glanced around, seizing a beer bottle, and thought, "You dare to wield knives? Without divine protection, one should be cautious." Hong Junhui maintained a cold demeanor, clearly reluctant to engage in further discourse with Chen Jinzhao. With a commanding shout, the 10 knife-wielding youths charged forward. "Alive," Hong Junhui ordered coldly. "As long as no one dies, severed limbs are acceptable." Chen Jinzhao narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within. Since Hong Junhui was initiating the aggression, he had no reason not to retaliate with equal fervor, confronting the 10 fruit knives head-on. Relying on his speed, Chen Jinzhao plunged into the crowd, wreaking havoc as the youths hesitated to strike indiscriminately for fear of harming their peers. This hesitation provided Chen Jinzhao with an opportunity. He seized the moment, delivering a flying kick that struck one youth's wrist. A cry of pain echoed as the wrist bone nearly shattered, causing the fruit knife to clatter to the floor. Chen Jinzhao grasped the knife's handle, his confidence surging instantly. With a weapon in hand, his aura sharpened. He smirked, though this fruit knife pales in comparison to my taishui, it will suffice. The taishui, a 56-type triangular military dagger, had been Chen Jinzhao's most reliable weapon. In numerous perilous missions, firearms were strictly forbidden, as their use could provoke international incidents. The taishui was the weapon he had relied upon most frequently, akin to a loyal companion. In the shadowy realms of international crime, the taishui bore a fearsome reputation equal to Chen Jinzhao's, instilling dread in his adversaries. However, following an incident 3 years prior, he had sealed it away, and its infamous name had since faded into obscurity. This ordinary fruit knife could not compare to the taishui, yet with it in hand, Chen Jinzhao's combat prowess doubled. Wielding the long knife, he navigated the fray with ease. Liang Jichao watched in horror, his heart racing as though it might leap from his throat. How terrifying! Chen Jinzhao bore no semblance of humanity. Hong Junhui, drenched in cold sweat, realized he had struck an impenetrable barrier. Just as the two found themselves in a state of despair, a spray of blood splattered across their faces, with several droplets landing on their lips. Bang! The last adversary collapsed, and Chen Jinzhao reveled in his triumph. Of course, he did not take a life. He merely severed the tendons of these individuals. After all, we reside in a society governed by the rule of law, and to commit murder would undoubtedly invite considerable trouble. From a distance, Chen Jinzhao appeared as a demon emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, advancing towards Hong Junhui. Liang Jichao emitted a strange cry and fell to the ground with a thud. Are you human or a specter? Chapter 24. An opportunity and used with a resounding clang. Chen Jinzhao cast the bloodstained fruit knife onto the ground and approached Liang Jichao. He lightly patted Liang Jichao's cheeks twice, neither too gently nor too harshly. Liang Jichao, paralyzed by fear, dared not express his anger or voice his thoughts. Observing the terror etched upon Liang Jichao's face, Chen Jinzhao chuckled. I grant you an opportunity. Yet you remain ineffectual. Liang Jichao, feeling defeated, managed to force a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. Brother Chen, I was in the wrong earlier. Was my voice too loud? Chen Jinzhao disregarded the coward's lament and fixed his gaze upon the perspiring Hong Junhui. Speak up. Who intends to lay hands on me? Hong Junhui clenched his teeth, enduring immense pressure. It was worth noting that even when confronted by the boss, he had never felt such a terrifying sense of oppression. Chen Jinzhao, are you planning to strike me? Hong Junhui spoke in a low voice. My elder brother is. Before he could finish, Chen Jinzhao seized Hong Junhui's head and slammed it against the wall, producing a resounding thud that sent shivers down Liang Jichao's spine. Blood trickled from the gash on Hong Junhui's forehead, rendering his countenance grotesque. What did you just say? Chen Jinzhao asked with an unsettling calmness, completely uncharacteristic of someone who had just resorted to violence. A wave of dizziness overcame Hong Junhui, causing him to sway. At the sound of Chen Jinzhao's inquiry, he felt momentarily disoriented, as if in a trance. Chen Jinzhao lowered his gaze to Liang Jichao. Now, you enlighten me. Who is Hong Junhui's superior? Fearing a similar fate as Hong Junhui, Liang Jichao hastily replied, it is Lord Chu San. He holds considerable influence in both the legitimate and underworld circles of Ninghai City. Brother Hui is his subordinate. Oh, Chen Jinzhao acknowledged with a nonchalant tone. I am unfamiliar with this Lord Chu San. Why would he wish to harm me? To my recollection, I have not offended him. Liang Jichao wore a pained expression, indicating his own ignorance. He only knew that Hong Junhui intended to confront Chen Jinzhao and had volunteered for the task after spotting a photograph, oblivious to the underlying circumstances. Chen Jinzhao tightened his grip on Hong Junhui's hair, forcefully ramming his head against the wall again. If you remain silent, you may as well perish. The calmness of his words sent a chill down Hong Junhui's spine. Stop. I will speak. I will reveal everything. At last, Hong Junhui capitulated. Chen Jinzhao released his grip, and Hong Junhui slid down the wall, weakly stating, Lord San said that it was Ning Fei who sought to harm you. As for the reasons, Lord San did not disclose them. Perhaps even he is unaware. Chen Jinzhao frowned once more. And who was Ning Fei? The sudden emergence of Chu San was perplexing enough, and now there was yet another unknown figure, Ning Fei. What was this unfolding narrative? Hong Junhui weakly replied. Ning Fei is the young master of the Jiangnan real estate group. A flicker of recognition passed through Chen Jinzhao. However, he bore no grievances with this real estate group. Why would Ning Fei target him? It seemed that this was not merely a casual reprimand, but rather an intent to incapacitate him. Could it be that Ning Fei was backed by hostile forces? Chen Jinzhao took out his phone and searched for information regarding Jiangnan real estate. To his astonishment, he discovered that this real estate company had a market value in the hundreds of billions, with projects sprawling across Jiangnan. Ning Fei, the young heir of Jiangnan real estate at the age of 35, could indeed be deemed exceptionally accomplished. Furthermore, with the impending abdication of the company's leader, Ning Fei seemed to embody a constellation of brilliance. His social standing surpassed even that of Yumingji. Initially, Chen Jinzhao suspected that Ning Fei might be yet another suitor of Yumingji, but this notion dissipated upon reading another blog post that revealed Ning Fei had a new love interest. Pondering the situation, Chen Jinzhao ultimately found no answers. He then addressed Hong Junhui, instructing him to convey to Chu San that if Ning Fei had the audacity, he should continue sending individuals to confront him. No matter the number, he would be prepared to face them. He also reminded Ning Fei that if he could not ensure Chen Jinzhao's complete disappearance, he would retaliate with utmost severity. A chilling aura enveloped both Hong Junhui and Liang Jichao. After Chen Jinzhao departed, Hong Junhui remained in stunned silence. It was not until 10 minutes later that he struggled to rise from the ground. Observing this, Liang Jichao hastily approached to assist him. "Brother Hui, what shall we do now? The brothers are all." Hong Junhui raised his hand, and Liang Jichao, understanding the unspoken command, swiftly fetched a clean towel and handed it to him. Hong Junhui grimaced as he wiped the wound on his forehead, staining half of the white towel red. Once he tended to his injury, he slapped Liang Jichao across the face. As if that were insufficient to quell his frustration, he followed with a series of 7 or 8 more slaps, leaving Liang Jichao with no choice but to silently endure. "Useless. Did you not assure me that Chen Jinzhao was merely a good-for-nothing? Why don't you explain yourself?" Liang Jichao covered his face, not daring to utter a word. Hong Junhui's palm throbbed with pain, prompting him to switch to kicking, unleashing all his pent-up fury upon Liang Jichao. Eventually, he could strike no longer, and Liang Jichao was left bruised all over. "Bring me my phone," Hong Junhui commanded angrily. Liang Jichao, feeling a sense of relief, quickly retrieved the phone and handed it to him. Taking a deep breath, Hong Junhui hesitated for a long moment before dialing Chu Sanyi's number. Upon connection, he heard Chu Sanyi's deep voice. "Xiaohui, has the matter been handled?" "Sanyi." Hong Junhui hesitated, sensing a hint of unusual tension. Chu Sanyi furrowed his brow and asked, "What is going on? Has something gone awry?" Hong Junhui still could not muster the courage to respond. "Speak." Chu Sanyi's singular command was enough to instill fear in Hong Junhui. Reluctantly, he confessed, "Sanyi, the task you assigned to me, I messed it up. That Chen Jinzhao is a skilled fighter." He recounted the entire sequence of events to Chu Sanyi. On the other end of the line, a heavy silence ensued. "Sanyi." Hong Junhui spoke with trepidation. After a moment, Chu Sanyi finally replied, "All right. I understand." Hong Junhui wished to express more, only to find that Master Chu had already terminated the call. At that moment, within a villa on the outskirts of Ninghai City, Master Chu was seated face-to-face with a youthful man, who happened to be Ning Fei, the young heir of Jiangnan real estate. Despite Ning Fei being 35 years of age, he appeared as though he were merely in his 20s, creating a stark contrast with Master Chu, who was only 4 or 5 years his senior, resembling a generational gap. Ning Fei, having caught a hint of something amiss, set down his ceramic teacup and inquired, "Master Chu, has something gone awry?" Master Chu cautiously gauged Ning Fei's expression and discerned that the young heir of Jiangnan real estate remained unperturbed, as if nothing could disrupt his composure. The more calm and collected Ning Fei appeared, the deeper his inscrutable nature seemed to be. Even the experienced Master Chu felt a considerable weight of pressure in that moment. "Ning Xiao, I assure you that next time, I will ensure his downfall." Master Chu vowed through gritted teeth. A gentle smile graced Ning Fei's face. "That is a promise from you, Master Chu. If the next attempt fails, I shall be displeased." Chapter 25. The resolute Yumingji. Ning Fei's gentle words sent a shiver of cold sweat down Chu Sanye's spine. The reason for Chu Sanye's current standing was solely due to his fortunate association with the right people in the past. He had merely been a subordinate of Ning Fei's father, yet his courage and tenacity earned him recognition. Once the Ning family ascended to prominence, Chu Sanye's status rose accordingly. Thus, his influence was intrinsically linked to the Ning family. Should they cast him aside, he would swiftly decline. Chu Sanyi hastily reassured Ning Fei, even pledging a solemn oath that if he failed to manage Chen Jinzhao, he would personally visit to offer his apologies. Ning Fei chuckled. Sang Yi, it's not that severe. It sounds as if the Ning family lacks reason. That is not what I meant. Chu Sanyi was drenched in cold sweat. Ning Fei rose and, after patting Chu Sanyi on the shoulder, remarked as he exited. I shall grant you 2 more days. If you fail again, it will indicate your unsuitability for such affairs. You may as well retire abroad in peace. Chu Sanyi swallowed hard, wishing to say more, only to realize that Ning Fei had already departed. He retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, struggling several times to pick up his phone due to his trembling hands. If anyone understood Ning Fei's ruthlessness, it was undoubtedly him. After a long moment of hesitation, Chu Sanyi dialed one of his subordinates, speaking in a grave tone. Find me a fighter, someone who is willing to go all out. Money is of no concern. I will offer twice the market rate. I require absolute strength. Meanwhile, Ning Fei sat in his car, delaying the ignition. His countenance had shifted from its previous warmth to an icy demeanor, akin to an eternal frost. Even Chu Sanyi was perplexed as to why Ning Fei would target a security guard he had never met. Only Ning Fei was aware that this guard had a lingering connection to his fiancée Yi. Moreover, Su Qingyan had been seen entering and exiting Chen Jinzhao's residence alone, a fact that Ning Fei understood all too well. Upon investigating Chen Jinzhao, he discovered that the latter had once been Su Qingyan's boyfriend during their university days, further solidifying Ning Fei's suspicions. That woman had betrayed him. Consequently, Ning Fei resolved to make Chen Jinzhao wish he were dead. Simultaneously, Ning Fei wished to keep this matter under wraps. Otherwise, how could he preserve his dignity? With the wedding approaching, he could not afford any further complications. Shortly thereafter, the car roared to life and disappeared into the night. Chen Jinzhao hastily consumed a few bites at a roadside stall before returning home to bathe and lie down. He continued to ruminate over the events of the evening, perplexed as to how he had unwittingly drawn the ire of Chu Sanyi. To Chen Jinzhao's recollection, he had no prior memories of Chu Sanyi. Could it have been a misunderstanding? After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss and decided to message Yu Mingji for clarification. She promptly called him. Why the sudden interest in Chu Zixiong? She asked directly. Chen Jinzhao replied, I was invited to a banquet by an old classmate today and nearly fell victim to a scheme by this Chu Sanyi. I want to inquire whether he has any connection to Su Jingwei. After listening, Yu Mingji furrowed her brows tightly. There seemed to be no connection between them, as Chu Zixiong belonged to the Ning family. You haven't offended anyone from the Ning family, have you? Chen Jinzhao quickly denied it. However, that person did say it was Ning Fei who intended to teach me a lesson, and I have no idea why. Yu Mingji's confusion deepened. Are you certain you haven't provoked Ning Fei? Absolutely not. Yu Mingji did not doubt Chen Jinzhao, while he could sometimes be a bit loquacious. He was always forthright in his actions without any concealment. All right, I understand. I'll call him later to inquire. If there is nothing else, let us end the call for now. After hanging up, Yu Mingji temporarily set aside company matters and dialed Ning Fei's number. It was quite normal for members of the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce to have each other's contact information. On the other end, upon receiving Yu Mingji's call, Ning Fei felt puzzled. He had once harbored some thoughts about her, but later realized that those in higher positions had taken an interest in Yu Mingji. So he prudently refrained from pursuing anything further. Why the sudden call in the middle of the night? Mingji, are you looking for me? Ning Fei spoke through his Bluetooth headset while driving. Yu Mingji's tone remained as cold as ever, exuding an air of distance. Suddenly, she said, Ning Fei, are you not going to give me an explanation? Faced with Yu Mingji's confrontational tone, Ning Fei was momentarily taken aback. The Yu and Ning families had no commercial dealings and no existing competition. He replied solemnly, Mingji, what do you mean by that? It seems we have no grievances between us, right? You might want to clarify your words. Yu Mingji felt no obligation to be courteous to Ning Fei. The Ning family's influence was considerable, yet it paled in comparison to the Yu family. The two were not on the same level. Your subordinate, Chu Zixiong, incited his men to injure Chen Jinzhao. I am informing you now that Chen Jinzhao is my boyfriend. By this point, you should understand what I mean. Her tone was sharp. In truth, even she did not comprehend why she had made this call. In her mind, Chen Jinzhao belonged to her. No one was permitted to lay a hand on him without her consent. Upon hearing this, Ning Fei, momentarily lost in thought, nearly drove into the river. But thankfully he reacted in time to avoid an accident. Ning Fei felt as though the world had gone mad. Yu Mingji's boyfriend was merely a lowly security guard? Considering the rumors circulating from the Yu family, Ning Fei found it hard to doubt the truth of this revelation. He took a deep breath and forced a smile as he said, "Is that so? You know, Chu Zixiong was once my father's subordinate. I cannot possibly keep an eye on him 24 hours a day. Mengji, rest assured, I will look into the matter tonight. If this indeed occurred, I will deal with him appropriately." As he spoke, Ning Fei's heart seethed with anger. He simply could not fathom what was so special about this Chen Jinzhao. Why did both Mengji and Su Qingyan seem to throw themselves at him like moths to a flame? Isn't that merely a security guard? Mengji's tone softened slightly. "Well, I have nothing more to say." She hung up the phone. Ning Fei pounded the steering wheel in frustration, a surge of anger bubbling within him with no outlet for release. Strangely, he found himself somewhat envious of Chen Jinzhao, who had two women so completely devoted to him. Women who could inspire such thoughts in Ning Fei. The more he considered this, the more irked he became. He turned the steering wheel sharply, heading in the opposite direction, towards Su Qingyan's current residence. "Oh, Chen Jinzhao, aren't you impressive?" he thought. He resolved to unleash his fury upon Su Qingyan, intending to make Chen Jinzhao understand that Su Qingyan could only ever be his woman. Chapter 26. Unleashing Fury. Ning Fei drove into an upscale residential community. With no one else around, he wore a grim expression, exuding an aura of intimidation. He made his way directly to the 21st floor and knocked forcefully on the door. Shortly after, Su Qingyan's father, opened the door, surprised to see Ning Fei. "Young Master Ning, what brings you here?" Under ordinary circumstances, Ning Fei would have been somewhat courteous, but his anger was palpable. He brusquely pushed Su Qingyan aside and demanded, "Where is Su Qingyan? Bring her to me." Seeing the fury etched on Ning Fei's face, Su Qingyan realized that this tiger was ready to unleash its wrath. He dared not obstruct Ning Fei and instead hurried to accommodate him, saying, "I will fetch Qingyan right away. Please remain calm." Ning Fei maintained a stoic silence, his expression unyielding. Su Qingyan approached Su Qingyan's room and relayed the news of Ning Fei's arrival. Su Qingyan, upon hearing this, apathetically replied, "So what if he comes? It has nothing to do with me." "Qingyan, how can you say such a thing?" Su Qingyan exclaimed, agitated. "You haven't seen Ning Fei's face. If you had, you wouldn't speak so lightly. He is in a foul mood tonight. You had better placate him, or he will surely lose his temper. If this affects the wedding." Su Qingyan laughed derisively. "Isn't that perfect? I don't like him anyway." Her thoughts lingered on Chen Jinzhao. Su Qingyan, nearly at his wit's end, implored, "If you refuse to marry him, how will I repay those debts? If you wish for me to end my life, then continue with your stubbornness." After a moment of silence, Su Qingyan rose without a word and headed towards the living room. The atmosphere was chilling. Ning Fei sensed her approach and looked up, his icy gaze fixed upon her. Su Qingyan's heart raced with a sudden panic. At that moment, Su Qingyan quickly attempted to ease the tension, cheerfully suggesting, "If there are any issues between you two, it would be best to sit down and discuss them. Qingyan, why don't you give young Master Ning a massage? He must be exhausted after a long day." Despite her reluctance, Su Qingyan approached Ning Fei with a blank expression. Without warning, Ning Fei rose and struck her sharply across the face. Su Qingyan stumbled back onto the sofa, her hair disheveled and her mind a blank. Su Qingyan was left in shock. "Young master, what is the meaning of this?" He attempted to intervene. Ning Fei's face flushed with rage as he glared menacingly at Su Qingyan. "I advise you not to interfere, or I will immediately cancel this engagement." Su Qingyan fell silent, deflated. Ning Fei, still unsatisfied, seized Su Qingyan by her hair, causing tears to well in her eyes. With narrowed eyes, he spat, "Foul woman. When I sought to touch you before, you evaded me with countless excuses, leading me to believe you were a virtuous flower. Little did I know you were nothing but a filthy wretch. It seems my judgment is utterly flawed for having set my sights on someone like you." With that, he delivered another resounding slap. Su Qingyan could no longer bear to witness the scene and urgently urged Ning Fei to calm down. Ning Fei growled, "Calm down? How can you expect me to be calm? Your precious daughter clandestinely met with someone in the dead of night, and now I find myself wearing a green hat." As these words fell from his lips, Ning Fei produced a stack of photographs from the lining of his suit and flung them onto the coffee table. The upper right corner of the photos bore timestamps, capturing Su Qingyan and Chen Jinzhao entering the community together, as well as intimate moments shared in the living room. Su Qingyan's face turned ashen, his anxiety surpassing that of his daughter. Ning Fei hurled Su Qingyan onto the sofa, his fury boiling over as he bellowed, "What in the world is this? Do not presume I am unaware. That man is Chen Jinzhao. What have you done with him?" Su Qingyan instinctively retorted, prompting a momentary pause in Ning Fei's rage, which soon reignited. He struck Su Qingyan repeatedly, leaving her cheek almost split and blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Wretched girl. Su Qingyan shielded her face, quietly weeping. She was not afraid of Ning Fei's violence, but mourned the fact that she had not engaged in the necessary actions that evening. She had also underestimated Ning Fei's influence. The events of that night would surely drag Chen Jinzhao into turmoil. Based on her understanding of Ning Fei, he would undoubtedly seek ruthless revenge against Chen Jinzhao, potentially resorting to lethal measures. Finally, Su Mingji grasped the situation and restrained Ning Fei from further violence, meeting his furious gaze and saying, "This misdeed was committed by Qingyan, and I assure you it will not recur. You still wish for a next time?" Ning Fei arched an eyebrow. Su Mingji hastily swore that there would be no recurrence. He deftly manipulated Ning Fei's affection for his daughter, saying, "Surely, no one else knows of this affair? If it remains undisclosed, it is as though it never transpired. Young Master Ning, we can settle this matter later. I guarantee that Qingyan will bear you 2 or 3 sons in the future. As for the means, there are countless ways." Ning Fei's anger subsided slightly as he took a seat and remarked, "For the time being, no one else is aware of this. Nor will they be in the future." Su Mingji quickly signaled for his daughter to apologize to Ning Fei, but Su Qingyan feigned ignorance. Once again, Ning Fei's fury surged, and he coldly declared, "I shall not leave tonight. She will attend to my needs." Previously, Su Qingyan had stated her intention to delay such matters until after marriage. Yet her actions had provoked Ning Fei, who was clearly eager to assert his dominance. Su Qingyan lowered her head, her pale fists clenched tightly. Su Mingji felt a wave of dread. If Ning Fei were to engage with his daughter tonight, he was certain that Su Qingyan would resort to suicide. He had previously made an agreement with her to overlook matters before marriage, promising that she would not be compelled to engage with Ning Fei prior to their union. Otherwise, she would be free to refuse him. "Young Master Ning, I fear this cannot proceed," Su Mingji said. "My daughter has relatives visiting, making it inconvenient. However, with only 10 days to half a month until the wedding, it would not be too late then." Ning Fei's countenance darkened, his displeasure palpable. Were it not for the constraints of pride, he would undoubtedly compel Su Qingyan to provide proof of her innocence. However, such an act was beyond his capacity. If word were to spread, where would his face be placed? Particularly upon witnessing Su Qingyan's desolate countenance, Ning Fei's interest waned significantly. He then retorted with irritation, "Do not present me with that wretched expression. I hope you are not still in contact with Chen Jinzhao. Otherwise, I shall not spare him. The closer you draw to him, the more peril you bring upon him. Remember my words." Su Qingyan trembled slightly, a profound sense of regret surging within her. "Chen Jinzhao, I am truly sorry. It was I who brought you harm." Chapter 27. Drinking against one's will. Ning Fei departed, his face a mask of fury. Su Mingji could easily surmise that several young women would suffer the consequences tonight. As the door clicked shut, a wave of relief washed over Su Mingji. He hastily retrieved medical supplies from the drawer, intending to tend to his daughter's wounds. However, Su Qingyan coldly interjected, "There's no need for your concern. I can manage on my own." Su Mingji scratched his head in confusion, feeling somewhat helpless. "My daughter, please don't hold it against me. I am also a prisoner of circumstance. If I do not act this way, both you and I may face dire consequences." Glancing at the photographs, he continued, "You should not have sought him out. If Ning Fei had not discovered it, things might have been different, but now that he has, you can only hope for his mercy." Su Qingyan remained silent, rising to return to her room, where she locked the door behind her. Su Mingji sighed, feeling utterly powerless. Inside her room, Su Qingyan pulled out her phone and began to type a lengthy message to Chen Jinzhao, but hesitated before sending it. Should she press send? Given Chen Jinzhao's temperament, he would likely not let the matter rest. Yet, if she refrained from sending it, Ning Fei might cause trouble for him. If Chen Jinzhao did not take precautions, he could very well suffer greatly at Ning Fei's hands. In that moment, Su Qingyan found herself in a quandary. Ultimately, she refrained from sending the message, recognizing it as a Pandora's box. Re-establishing contact with Chen Jinzhao would prove impossible to sever. The night dragged on, leaving Su Qingyan sleepless. Coincidentally, Yu Mingji also found herself unable to sleep due to the situation involving Chen Jinzhao. As for Ning Fei, he sought solace in the company of several women at his villa, remaining awake throughout the night. Ironically, Chen Jinzhao was the one who slept the most soundly. The following 2 days were the weekend, freeing Chen Jinzhao from work responsibilities. He returned to his former pursuits, engaging in physical training. After 2 days of intensive exercise, He found his stamina had significantly improved. With another 2 or 3 months, he was confident he could regain 40 to 50% of his peak strength, which was already quite remarkable. On Monday, at work, Lu Wenyo cast lingering, resentful glances at Chen Jinzhao. Over the weekend, Lu had repeatedly invited Chen to join him for drinks, only to be met with refusal, thwarting Lu's attempts to ensnare him. As the date he had promised Su Qingyan drew near, Lu felt as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. Unfortunately, Chen Jinzhao remained impervious to his advances, leaving Lu without any recourse. As noon approached, Lu Wenyo could no longer contain himself and approached Chen Jinzhao's desk. Team leader Chen, how about joining me for lunch? I've heard of a new tea house nearby that is quite good. Please don't decline, it would be a slight against me. I feel somewhat responsible for the incident with Luo Xiaoli, and I would feel remiss if I didn't treat you to a meal. With Lu having laid all his cards on the table, Chen Jinzhao replied without hesitation, very well, I would be honored to accept. Excellent, I look forward to our meeting. Lu Wenyo thought to himself, filled with quiet delight. As long as Chen Jinzhao nods in agreement, everything that follows shall conveniently fall into place. It was not yet noon when Lu Wenyo left the company early, claiming he was off to reserve dishes at a restaurant. Chen Jinzhao found himself amused, eager to discern Lu Wenyo's true intentions. Half an hour later, Chen Jinzhao also made his way to the nearby establishment and soon located the private room Lu Wenyo had reserved. Lu Wenyo had been waiting there for quite some time. At that moment, he appeared markedly different from his usual demeanor, exuding an unusually warm hospitality. As soon as Chen Jinzhao took his seat, Lu Wenyo poured 3 cups for himself as a self-imposed penalty, offering an apology to Chen Jinzhao. Gazing at the cup before him, Chen Jinzhao mused whether it contained any illicit substances. His remark caused Lu Wenyo's expression to falter, his gaze shifting uncomfortably, confirming Chen Jinzhao's suspicion that the drink had indeed been tampered with. This particular drug was the new concoction that Su Qingyan had procured from Nanyang. Had it not been for the pressing circumstances, Lu Wenyo would never have resorted to such a risky maneuver. Though Lu Wenyo quickly regained his composure, the flicker of guilt in his eyes could hardly escape Chen Jinzhao's keen observation. Such a ploy seemed rather juvenile to Chen Jinzhao. Maintaining a calm facade, he refrained from consuming the drink, instead sighing, Lu Wenyo, everyone in the company knows you are a protege of President Su, and given my discord with him, I truly cannot partake in this drink. Lu Wenyo, caught off guard by Chen Jinzhao's candid acknowledgement of their affiliations, hastily responded, that is merely a matter of celestial conflict. We should unite below, especially since you are now my superior. Is that so? Chen Jinzhao replied with a knowing smile. I recall that your subordinates heed your commands rather than mine as the team leader. Lu Wenyo paused momentarily before forcing a smile. Ah, I see. I assure you, it will not happen again. From now on, my brothers will follow your lead. Do you not believe this drink may be poisoned? I shall drink it for your assurance. Lu Wenyo diverted the conversation, downing the contents of the cup before Chen Jinzhao to prove his innocence. Subsequently, he poured drinks for both himself and Chen Jinzhao from the same flask, appearing to be without fault. However, a discerning glance from Chen Jinzhao revealed the truth. The flask was a dual-chamber vessel, with 2 separate, unconnected compartments. Presumably, one compartment contained a harmless beverage, while the other was laced with poison. Lu Wenyo's trickery was rather elementary, a skill learned from who knows where. Believing he had successfully deceived Chen Jinzhao, Lu Wenyo raised his cup and proposed, shall we indulge? Chen Jinzhao smiled, exchanging his cup for Lu Wenyo's, causing beads of cold sweat to break out on Lu Wenyo's forehead as he subtly attempted to reclaim his original drink. What do you mean, Chen Jinzhao? Do you not trust me? Lu Wenyo feigned anger. Yet, Chen Jinzhao remained unfazed, casually retorting, indeed, I do not trust you. You ought to drink both cups. Naturally, Lu Wenyo was unwilling. One of those cups contained poison, and consuming it would lead to dire consequences. A profound sense of frustration ignited his anger, compelling him to slam his hand on the table. Fine, since you refuse to grant me even a modicum of respect, why should I continue to offer you my warmth? Lu Wenyo rose, intending to depart. Chen Jinzhao also stood, positioning himself before Lu Wenyo, and with a calm smile remarked, Lu Wenyo, are you truly unwilling to show me any courtesy? You must consume these 2 glasses of wine, whether you desire to or not. Otherwise, you shall not leave. Lu Wenyo seethed with fury. Before he could voice his objections, Chen Jinzhao seized his chin and poured the contents of both glasses down his throat. Only after ensuring the liquid had settled in his stomach was Lu Wenyo released. You scoundrel! Get away from me! If anything were to happen to me, could you bear the consequences? Chapter 28. A wild dog. The effects of the drug were intense. In but a moment, Lu Wenyo found himself engulfed in unbearable heat, a wave of ignoble fire surging within him. He cursed vehemently, yet his words failed to budge Chen Jinzhao even a fraction. Can your incessant curses bring about my demise? Chen Jinzhao mused, amused. As Lu Wenyo's self-control waned, he was swiftly bound to a chair by Chen Jinzhao, rendering him immobile. Realizing that his aggressive demeanor yielded no advantage, Lu Wenyo shifted tactics, pleading, Chen Jinzhao, have mercy, I beseech you. Chen Jinzhao merely acknowledged him with a grunt. He could see that Lu Wenyo was genuinely suffering, akin to a desperate wretch. Had he not discovered the drug in the wine, he might have fallen victim to the scheme. Thus, he felt no pity for Lu Wenyo. He reaped what he sowed. I, too, wish to spare you, Chen Jinzhao sighed, but I cannot swallow my indignation, especially after you dared to drug me. Lu Wenyo was on the verge of tears, hastily explaining, I was compelled. Someone forced me to set you up. They intended to drug you and arrange for a woman to seduce you. I was to document it with photos and videos, then deliver them to General Yu, ensuring your disgrace. Without a doubt, it was Su Jinghui's machinations, Chen Jinzhao chuckled. Lu Wenyo wore a pitiful expression but dared not confirm Su Jinghui's involvement. Choose to remain silent. Then, Chen Jinzhao retorted. He sat opposite Lu Wenyo, lighting a cigarette and beginning to eat, paying no heed to Lu Wenyo's pleas. It is worth noting that after he had successfully breached an enemy camp, he had remained unfazed amidst the bloodshed, and such trivial disturbances could hardly perturb him. Growing increasingly irritated, Chen Jinzhao stuffed a cloth into Lu Wenyo's mouth, restoring a semblance of peace. After their meal, before exiting the private room, Chen Jinzhao untied the belt that bound Lu Wenyo, only to lock him inside the chamber once more. Listening to the commotion within, Chen Jinzhao shook his head, lamenting. What a travesty! Outside the tavern, Su Jinghui and Yu Mengji entered, with Su Jinghui incessantly chattering. Mengji, that Chen Jinzhao is truly a nefarious character. Trust me. Just wait and see. Yu Mengji frowned. In her subconscious, she still regarded Chen Jinzhao as a reasonable man, far from the wretched portrayal Su Jinghui painted. Thus, it was likely yet another of Su Jinghui's traps. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the door of the private room where Chen Jinzhao and Lu Wenyo were confined. Upon spotting Chen Jinzhao standing outside, smoking, Su Jinghui froze, instinctively asking, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be inside? This perplexed him greatly. Yu Mengji, seeing Chen Jinzhao standing there unscathed, felt a surge of relief, yet she furrowed her brow at Su Jinghui. What were you just saying? Surely you aren't trying to sow discord between Chen Jinzhao and me? A sense of foreboding crept into Su Jinghui's heart as he gritted his teeth and inquired, where is Lu Wenyo? Chen Jinzhao gestured towards the door of the private room. Strange cries emanated from the private room, accompanied by the unsettling creaking of chairs and tables, creating an eerie atmosphere. Su Jinghui, not dwelling on the oddity, pushed the door open and strode inside. Yu Mengji, curious about the happenings within, took a step forward only to be halted by Chen Jinzhao. I advise against peeking. You might find it quite disconcerting. However, Yu Mengji was resolute, and Chen Jinzhao found it futile to stop her. Undeterred, she leaned her head into the room and was immediately confronted with the chaotic scene and the sight of the distressing Lu Wenyo. Quickly averting her gaze, she shot an accusatory look at Chen Jinzhao, reproaching him for not doing more to prevent her from witnessing such an affront to her sensibilities. Chen Jinzhao shrugged, implying that she had brought this upon herself. Before long, Su Jinghui, fuming with rage, stormed to the entrance of the private room, exclaiming, Chen Jinzhao, what have you done to Lu Wenyo? You truly are despicable for treating a colleague in such a vile manner. I demand an explanation. Yu Mengji frowned, evidently growing impatient. Chen Jinzhao replied coolly, what I have done, Lu Wenyo is likely more aware of than I. Perhaps you should inquire with him instead of laying blame at my feet. In his eyes, Su Jinghui was of no consequence. Su Jinghui was taken aback by the disdainful demeanor of a mere security guard, particularly with Yu Mengji present, which only fueled his fury to the point of irrationality. You insolent fool, who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a tone? In my eyes, you are nothing but a dog. No, not even as worthy as a stray. Yu Mengji felt a surge of anger. Su Jinghui had truly gone too far. Before she could reprimand him, Chen Jinzhao took action, stepping forward and delivering a sharp slap to Su Jinghui's face. Caught off guard, Su Jinghui stumbled backward, crashing to the ground with a thud that nearly left him in pieces. Yu Mingji gasped in shock. Such was the consequence of Su Jinghui's reckless tongue. He had brought this upon himself. Chen Jinzhao's gaze sharpened, his demeanor shifting into one of fierce intensity, rendering him almost unrecognizable to Yu Mingji. Indeed, this might be the true Chen Jinzhao, the young officer exuding confidence as seen in those photographs. Su Jinghui's initial instinct was to continue his tirade. You dare strike me? This wretched cur has never faced death. Do you believe I won't make a single call to ensure you rot in prison? Kneel before me and apologize at once. Before a woman, one must uphold their dignity. Chen Jinzhao remained silent, placing a foot upon Su Jinghui's chest, exerting increasing pressure that left Su Jinghui gasping for breath, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Your words are unpalatable to me, Chen Jinzhao finally spoke. If I am a wild dog, then you are nothing more than excrement, lesser even than a stray dog, a mere fly buzzing around the filth. Dressed in a suit and tie, did he truly believe himself to be impressive? In my opinion, without the backing of the Su family, you might not even measure up to a mere delivery person. You are nothing more than a spoiled second-generation rich kid relying on the favors of your forebears. Do you truly believe you have the right to criticize me? Even if your father or grandfather stood before me, I would dare to speak to them in the same manner. Su Jinghui, unleash any venomous tactics you possess. I shall withstand them all. A tiger does not roar. And you mistakenly believe that Chen Jinzhao is a mere sickly cat? The lion that has been lurking deep within Chen Jinzhao is gradually awakening. Su Jinghui's face turned ashen with fright. He sensed an overwhelming aura of ferocity emanating from Chen Jinzhao, accompanied by an immensely powerful presence. This rendered him utterly speechless. Yu Mingji's gaze deepened, increasingly feeling that she could not fathom Chen Jinzhao. This fellow sometimes possesses quite a captivating masculine charm. Chapter 29. The unloading of the donkey. It must be said, Su Jinghui is indeed a failure, a sentiment shared by both Chen Jinzhao and Yu Mingji. Lacking any real capability, he expended all his energies on internal strife. Such refined self-serving individuals within a company are unlikely to progress far, and may even face the risk of closure. Chen Jinzhao released his foot. Su Jinghui gradually regained his composure, realizing that resorting to violence against Chen Jinzhao was a misguided approach. Gritting his teeth, he said, If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will remember this debt, and we shall settle it later. Are you not going to provide an explanation regarding Lu Wenyo? By fixating on this point, he sought to tarnish Chen Jinzhao's reputation, hoping to provoke Yu Mingji into a decisive action against him. Chen Jinzhao chuckled coldly. Su Jinghui, have you forgotten my habit of recording? Su Jinghui's face paled, leaving him at a loss for words. Yu Mingji took hold of Chen Jinzhao's phone, and as Su Jinghui attempted to seize the opportunity to snatch it back, Yu Mingji coldly remarked, Why are you so agitated? Could it be that this matter involves you? Su Jinghui hurriedly denied any connection. Fortunately, Lu Wenyo only admitted to administering drugs and did not implicate Su Jinghui. After viewing the video, Yu Mingji addressed Su Jinghui. I recall that Lu Wenyo is one of your subordinates, correct? He typically reports only to you and not to any higher authority. What do you have to say? I don't know. This has nothing to do with me. Otherwise, he would have already implicated me. Su Jinghui stammered. Yu Mingji countered, So? Is he not one of your men? Su Jinghui continued to shake his head. Chen Jinzhao observed the exchange with amusement, noting that Su Jinghui was still too inexperienced to outmaneuver Yu Mingji. Indeed, Yu Mingji continued to build upon Su Jinghui's words. Very well. Since Lu Wenyo is not under your command, and having committed such a serious offense, I shall personally decide to terminate his employment. Do you have any objections? Su Jinghui broke into a cold sweat. It was only now that he grasped Yu Mingji's intent to entrap him, and he had foolishly jumped into the snare. By opposing her decision, he would only solidify the connection between himself and Lu Wenyo. Yet, if he did not object, he would lose a formidable ally. Before Su Jinghui could respond, Yu Mingji spoke with unwavering resolve. Given Lu Wenyo's grave misconduct, our company cannot retain him. Even if you take this to the old man, the outcome would remain unchanged. This matter is settled. Yu Mingji did not afford Su Jinghui a moment to regain his composure. Chen Jinzhao, let us depart. It was only after they left that Su Jinghui could no longer contain his fury and stormed back into the private room to berate Lu Wenyo. However, an unexpected incident nearly occurred, as Lu Wenyo, under the influence of the potent drug, almost toppled Su Jinghui. That day, the Gaochen Group issued a presidential email, first condemning Lu Wenyo in the harshest terms, followed by the announcement of his dismissal. This marked a first within the Gaochen group. Anyone with a modicum of awareness understood that this was Yu Mengji challenging Su Jinghui, thereby solidifying her authority. Yu Ming's objective was achieved following this incident. Su Jinghui's standing within the company diminished significantly. At that moment, Su Jinghui, plagued by agitation, attributed all his misfortunes to Lu Wenyo. He believed that had it not been for Lu Wenyo, he would not have encountered such tribulations. Consequently, Su Jinghui began to distance himself from Lu Wenyo, effectively casting him aside. From that day forth, Lu Wenyo vanished from the company. Even those who had once been closest to him lost all contact. He had seemingly evaporated from existence. However, Su Jinghui understood that to solidify his position within the company, he needed to achieve tangible results. Merely relying on the development of factions appeared futile. Fortuitously, an opportunity presented itself. A renowned biochemistry professor named Wen Fulai came into Su Jinghui's purview. This esteemed academic had published several papers in Nature and was regarded as one of the most formidable scholars of the past 50 years. It was well known that the most vulnerable aspect of the company lay in drug development. If Su Jinghui could persuade this professor to join the company, it would provide substantial support and further entrench his own position, perhaps even allow him to aspire for greater heights. On the other hand, Yuming had also taken notice of Wen Fulai and had initiated contact, yet her efforts had not met with success. Naturally, Su Jinghui was unwilling to be outdone. He sought an alternative approach by preparing a lavish array of beautiful women and financial incentives for Wen Fulai, but to no avail. The professor completely ignored his overtures, leaving Su Jinghui exasperated. Progress stalled, leading to a stalemate. On Friday morning, Yumeng extended a warm invitation to Wen Fulai to visit the company, hoping this might sway his decision. In consideration of the Yu family's reputation, Wen Fulai verbally accepted her invitation. It was clear to all that today represented the final opportunity for him to respond affirmatively to the company's overtures. Should he decline today, the chances would dwindle to nearly nothing. The company executives convened for a meeting, during which Yumeng presented a highly attractive salary package, yet Wen Fulai politely declined. Much to everyone's disappointment, only Su Jinghui found solace in the outcome. Wen Fulai's refusal meant that Yumeng's ambitions would likely falter, preserving his own standing within the company. As the meeting concluded, the attendees were all acutely aware of the outcome, yet Yumeng was determined to make one last effort. She accompanied Wen Fulai on a tour of the company, elaborating on its culture, while Su Jinghui trailed behind, secretly amused. Adjusting his glasses, Wen Fulai expressed a hint of regret, saying, "Miss Yu, I have already familiarized myself with your company culture. It is not that it does not suit me, rather." He refrained from being blunt out of consideration for appearances. Yumeng, sensing the underlying message, encouraged him, "Mr. Wen, please feel free to speak candidly. Even if collaboration is not possible, we at Gaochen would like to understand our shortcomings in order to make targeted improvements in the future." Wen Fulai regarded her thoughtfully, silently acknowledging her fortitude. Indeed, Yu Lingxiao's granddaughter was commendable, possessing a strong drive for progress, far surpassing the lackluster Su Jinghui beside her. Ultimately, the concerns boiled down to two fundamental points. Firstly, Gaochen is located in Ninghai, lacking relevant policy support. Secondly, Gaochen's financial resources are insufficient to sustain the project I intend to research, as it requires an initial investment of at least 1 billion. As for other aspects, I am rather content. Yu Mingji's gaze dimmed. These 2 points indeed represent significant shortcomings for Gaochen, and there is no immediate solution. The three of them walked along the corridor when Wen Fulai's footsteps suddenly halted in front of a promotional display. Yu Mingji looked at the biochemistry professor with curiosity. Shortly thereafter, Wen Fulai extended his finger, pointing at a photograph affixed to the promotional page, and inquired, "Does this person work as a security guard in your company?" He appeared visibly agitated while speaking. Su Jinghui followed the direction of his finger, and upon closer inspection, recognized that it was none other than that scoundrel, Chen Jinzhao. Chapter 30. Are you out of your mind? Yu Mingji was perplexed. How could Wen Fulai possibly know Chen Jinzhao? Before Yu Mingji could fully process this, Su Jinghui's eyes darted, and he hastily inquired, "Mr. Wen, do you know this person? He is indeed a security guard for our Gaochen group. What seems to be the issue?" Wen Fulai grew increasingly agitated. Misinterpreting the situation, Su Jinghui sneered, "Did this security guard offend you, Mr. Wen? I shall summon him at once to apologize." He would seize any opportunity to undermine Chen Jinzhao. Initially, Yu Mingji pondered the connection between Chen Jinzhao and Wen Fulai with utmost seriousness, But upon hearing Su Jinghui's remarks, she began to suspect that perhaps Chen Jinzhao had indeed crossed Wen Fulai. What should she do now? Mr. Wen, if Chen Jinzhao has truly offended you, I extend my sincerest apologies on his behalf, Yu Mengji declared without hesitation. Su Jinghui felt a pang of bitterness. How could Yu Mengji apologize for Chen Jinzhao? This was utterly outrageous. Unable to contain his indignation, Su Jinghui retorted, Mengji, how can you apologize for Chen Jinzhao? Every grievance has its source. If we cannot even compel a security guard to apologize, what sincerity remains? Am I correct, Mr. Wen? Wen Fulai cast a profound gaze upon Yu Mengji. She assumed he was about to reproach her, and thus sought to clarify, I sincerely apologize. If Chen Jinzhao has truly offended you, I will ensure he comes to apologize. However, as Chen Jinzhao is my boyfriend, I feel a certain responsibility as well. Su Jinghui. Wen Fulai's eyes brightened. So, Ms. Yu is Mr. Chen's girlfriend? Mr. Chen? Both were taken aback that Wen Fulai referred to him with such respect. Yu Mengji sensed the complexity of the situation. Mr. Wen, do you know my boyfriend? I will have him come meet you immediately. This could be a pivotal moment. She would not let any opportunity slip away. Wen Fulai quickly waved his hand. There's no need. I shall visit Mr. Chen personally. Ms. Yu, please lead the way. Certainly. Mr. Wen, please follow me. Su Jinghui's expression darkened, and he hurriedly followed. The trio arrived at Chen Jinzhao's office, where he lounged comfortably in his chair, oblivious to their arrival as he enjoyed the air conditioning, eyes closed in repose. Su Jinghui swiftly approached Chen Jinzhao's desk, slamming his hand down with force. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Jinzhao, this is working hours. What are you doing here? Mister, Wen has arrived. Get up this instant. Su Jinghui was determined to tarnish Chen Jinzhao's image in Wen Fulai's eyes, exerting every effort to do so. Observing this, Wen Fulai furrowed his brow. Yu Mengji keenly monitored Wen Fulai's expression, feeling a sense of urgency. Could it be that this esteemed gentleman harbored discontent towards Chen Jinzhao? Indeed. Who would appreciate an employee lounging about during work hours, exhibiting no semblance of professionalism? This could spell disaster. Chen Jinzhao awakened from his slumber, casting an irritated glance at Su Jinghui. Evidently, the previous reprimand had not been sufficiently effective. He rose leisurely, just about to speak when he caught sight of Wen Fulai. This gentleman seems somewhat familiar. However, he could not recall who the man was at that moment. Upon seeing Chen Jinzhao, Wen Fulai approached him excitedly. While Su Jinghui shouted from the side, Chen Jinzhao, are you blind? This Mr. Wen is a distinguished guest of the company. How can you treat him with such disrespect? The reason our company has failed to establish a partnership with Mr. Wen is largely due to your meddling. This statement thoroughly infuriated Wen Fulai. He retorted directly, Mr. Yu, how can your company harbor such individuals? With all due respect, if your company continues to nurture such wolves who distort the truth, it is destined for failure. Therefore, I advise you, Mr. Yu, to take action against certain individuals within your organization. Indeed. Su Jinghui clapped in agreement. Mr. Wen and I share the same sentiment, which shows we are of like minds. He was completely unaware of whom Wen Fulai was referring to and smugly raised an eyebrow at Yu Mengji, saying, I have always warned you that Chen Jinzhao would cause trouble, yet you never heeded my advice. Now look what has happened. However, it is not too late to mend the situation. You should promptly sever ties with Chen Jinzhao. Before Yu Mengji could process Wen Fulai's admonition, Su Jinghui bombarded her with further remarks, leaving her momentarily speechless. Enough, Wen Fulai exclaimed, startling Su Jinghui. You, young man, incessantly slander others. Wouldn't it be better to utilize that time to better yourself? Mr. Chen is my savior. Had it not been for him, I would have perished amidst the chaos of war. To insult Mr. Chen is to insult me. Su Jinghui stood there, his mind blank, too shocked to utter a word. Yu Mengji was equally astonished. When had Chen Jinzhao become Wen Fulai's savior? Reluctant to accept this, Su Jinghui mustered the courage to ask, Mr. Wen, could it be that you're mistaken? Chen Jinzhao is merely a lowly security guard, incapable of saving you. Both he and Yu Mengji were unaware. And even Chen Jinzhao struggled to recall any interaction with Wen Fulai. Ignoring Su Jinghui, Wen Fulai turned to Chen Jinzhao and said, Mr. Chen, for years ago in Beijing, you rescued me from enemy territory. Otherwise, I might have become a prisoner of war or even lost my life at their hands. With this reminder, Chen Jinzhao finally recalled. It's you, Professor Wen? Yes, it is I. After all these years, I thought you had risen in rank, Wen Fulai replied. Reflecting on the unexpected reunion with his savior in this small place, Ninghai, Chen Jinzhao sighed. Times change, don't they? By the way, Professor Wen, what brings you to Guoqin Group? Had I known in advance, I would have come to greet you. Wen Fulai quickly responded, You are too kind, Mr. Chen. Even though you are merely a security guard now, I hold you in the highest regard, as I have learned of your capabilities and achievements through other channels. I know you are a remarkably talented young man. The hidden dragon lies in the depths, destined to one day soar to great heights. When time permits, we shall converse further. However, I must now engage with your esteemed company regarding a potential collaboration. By the way, I have heard that your general manager is your girlfriend? I wish to confirm this information. Chen Jinzhao replied without hesitation, Indeed. When Fulai expressed his approval with 3 exclamations of good, and then turned to the bewildered Yu Mingji, saying, General Manager Yu, I am thoroughly impressed with your company and wish to contribute to your research endeavors. Therefore, I believe it is time to discuss the specifics of our collaboration. Yu Mingji was taken aback. Su Jinghui was equally astonished, his mouth agape. Previously, the two had employed various tactics to elicit a nod of agreement from Wen Fulai, who had remained resolutely silent. Yet now, he was proactively seeking collaboration. Was this madness? Chapter 31. The conditions of difficulty. Yu Mingji, regaining her composure, could hardly contain the excitement surging within her. Su Jinghui exclaimed with delight, That is truly wonderful. Mr. Wen, please feel free to express any request you may have. Our company, Gaochen, will strive to meet your expectations. When Fulai cast a cold glance at Su Jinghui, it was evident that this fellow, who occasionally berated their benefactor Chen Jinzhao, possessed questionable character. I fear my requests may be too stringent for your group to fulfill. When Fulai remarked, a hint of sarcasm lacing his tone, Yu Mingji immediately interjected, resolute. Regardless of the conditions Wen Fulai might propose, she was determined to accommodate him. Wen Fulai, however, resorted to the usual grievances, reiterating the 2 previous shortcomings. Yu Mingji quickly assured him, Rest assured, Mr. Wen, if you choose to join Gaochen, I will relay this matter to my grandfather, and he will personally address these issues. I do not doubt the capabilities of your esteemed grandfather, Wen Fulai replied. But the 3rd condition may pose a challenge for you. He encouraged Mr. Wen to speak candidly. Yu Mingji, brimming with enthusiasm, was prepared to undertake significant efforts. When Fulai scoffed softly, his gaze settling on Su Jinghui. The 3rd condition is quite simple. I require the removal of individuals like Su Jinghui from the company. I do not wish to collaborate with such a person. If your firm cannot meet this basic demand, then there is nothing further to discuss. Su Jinghui's complexion turned ashen. He had never anticipated that Wen Fulai's condition would entail his exclusion. Were it not for Wen Fulai's undeniable stature in the field of biochemistry, he might have suspected this to be a trap set by Yu Mingji. Yu Mingji felt a pang of difficulty upon hearing this. It was not within her authority to make such a decision. Su Jinghui's grandfather was a close friend of Yu Laoi, and expelling Su Jinghui would undoubtedly incite the elder Su's displeasure, potentially leading to complaints directed at Yu Laoi. When Fulai, noticing the expression on Yu Mingji's face, discerned some of her turmoil. Nevertheless, this was his most fundamental requirement. If the company were riddled with factions and power struggles, it would foster an environment of inconsistency, detrimental to technological advancement and the long-term prosperity of the enterprise. This was particularly critical for a relatively small company like Gaochen, where internal strife could prove fatal. Yu Mingji first glanced at Su Jinghui, then turned to Wen Fulai and said, Mr. Wen, may I request 7 days? If I am unable to resolve this matter within that time frame, I will willingly withdraw. Yu Mingji, have you lost your mind? Su Jinghui interjected sharply. Feigning ignorance to Su Jinghui's outburst, Yu Mingji continued, I will clear all obstacles for your onboarding within these 7 days. Wen Fulai nodded. Then I shall await your good news. Captain Chen, might you have a moment to share a drink? Chen Jinzhao first glanced at Yu Mingji. Whether he had time depended on the approval of the female president. Upon receiving an affirmative nod from Yu Mingji, he smiled. In that case, I would be honored to accept. The two departed the office. Yu Mingji cast a final glance at Su Jinghui before returning to her office in silence. Su Jinghui, torn between his emotions, ultimately restrained his fury, mindful of the impression he would leave on the employees. With a sullen expression, he entered Yu Mingji's office. Yu Mingji, what on earth are you doing? Su Jinghui expressed his discontent. Are you really going to oust me for the sake of an outsider? Even if you agree, my grandfather would never consent. Let us not forget, the Gaochen is not solely yours. The establishment of the Gaochen Group was rather intricate and does not belong entirely to the Yu family. Initially, Yu Lingxiao held a controlling 51 stake, while the Su family retained 49. However, Yu Lingxiao later bestowed 20 of his shares to his granddaughter, Yu Mengzi. Consequently, the largest shareholder became Su Jinghui's grandfather. Of course, Yu Mengzi and Yu Lingxiao are aligned in their pursuits, almost as one entity, yet the Su family holds a veto power over significant decisions. Thus, attempting to expel Su Jinghui is nearly impossible, which is precisely why Su Jinghui exudes such confidence. He is acutely aware of the challenges involved. Yu Mengzi is currently quite troubled. If Wen Fulai could join the Gaochen group, it might herald a period of rapid growth. Her only recourse is to have Yu Lingxiao intervene. Confronted with the incessant complaints from Su Jinghui, Yu Mengzi could only respond coldly. Reflect on your contributions to the company over the past few years. If you truly care about the company's long-term future, you should voluntarily step aside. With your family holding 49 of the shares, you will still reap a substantial portion of the profits from the group in the future. Yu Mengzi, you must be dreaming. Su Jinghui staunchly refused. I'll make this clear. Even if your grandfather were to speak on this matter, I will not withdraw. With that declaration, Su Jinghui stormed out. Yu Mengzi rubbed her temples and picked up the phone, intending to call Yu Lingxiao, but after a moment's thought, she refrained. In 2 days, she would bring Chen Jinzhao to meet her grandfather. It would be better to discuss matters then. Meanwhile, what secrets does Chen Jinzhao still harbor that she remains unaware of? Who would have imagined that a mere security guard could be acquainted with the renowned Wen Fulai from the academic world? If Wen Fulai ultimately joins the Gaochen group, Chen Jinzhao would undoubtedly be the primary contributor. At that moment, Wen Fulai and Chen Jinzhao arrived at a modest restaurant near the company. They ordered not an expensive wine, but a bottle of Erguo too. After taking a sip, Wen Fulai grimaced as if he had bitten into a bitter flower, exclaiming, "Ah, this is the taste. I remember it vividly. That year, while conducting research abroad, Wen Fulai was kidnapped and forced into biochemical weapon studies in a war-torn region. This was a grave violation of his will, as he had no desire to partake in such infamy. Consequently, he suffered abuse at the hands of those fanatical brigands. It was also that year that Chen Jinzhao and his team, like divine warriors, penetrated 30 kilometers into enemy territory to rescue Wen Fulai from captivity. To this day, Wen Fulai cannot forget Chen Jinzhao's heroic figure. Reflecting on the past, Chen Jinzhao took a sip of Erguo too and waved his hand, stating, "As soldiers, we follow orders from our superiors. Protecting you researchers is our duty." However, Wen Fulai knew all too well that the higher-ups had issued other commands, allowing for withdrawal when circumstances became untenable. Yet Chen Jinzhao has never retreated. Braving life-threatening peril, he rescued him from the enemy camp, sustaining several gunshot wounds in the process. This is why he regards Chen Jinzhao as his savior. However, Wen Fulai is also perplexed. The once spirited Chen Jinzhao has now fallen to the position of a mere security guard within a corporation. "Captain Chen, what exactly has transpired over the years? I sense that the fierce brilliance once evident in your eyes has faded," Wen Fulai inquired. Chen Jinzhao's expression momentarily faltered as he raised his glass, once again pouring the strong liquor down his throat. "The past is behind us. Why must we revisit it?" Chapter 32. What to do when your boyfriend is drunk. Professor Wen, from now on, you may simply call me Xiao Chen. Chen Jinzhao smiled and said, "I hold great admiration for esteemed figures in academia like you. I have yet to graduate from university myself." His words were sincere, at least at times. Chen Jinzhao often found himself daydreaming about how his life might have unfolded had he not enlisted in the military. The world is abundant in many things, yet it is woefully lacking in what-ifs. Wen Fulai, having traversed similar paths, could easily discern the hint of melancholy in Chen Jinzhao's tone. Such sentiments are indeed rare in someone so young. With this thought in mind, he sighed deeply. "Then I shall take the liberty of addressing you as Xiao Chen. Given my slightly greater age, although I am unaware of your specific experiences, I can surmise that they have been fraught with challenges and perhaps even setbacks. If memory serves me correctly, you are merely 26 years old, yet the life you have lived in those years surpasses that of many. Yet here you are, content to serve as a security guard in a corporation. I suspect this is not your true aspiration. Are you perhaps evading something?" Chen Jinzhao's heart trembled slightly. These words struck a chord within him. Wen Fulai was merely speaking the truth. "It is nothing of great consequence. I am simply weary of conflict and yearn for a tranquil existence," Chen Jinzhao replied defensively, embodying the very stubbornness that Yu Mengzi had attributed to him. His greatest strength lay in his obstinate tongue. When Fulai poured a glass of wine for Chen Jinzhao and clinked his glass against his. If your sole desire is to return to a peaceful life, why then take up a position as a security guard? It is not that I look down upon such a role, but it does not allow for the full expression of your talents. Your choice to occupy a position of lesser social standing surely carries a punitive weight. When Fulai saw through the facade, Xiaoqin, you cannot hide your truth from me. However, since you prefer to remain silent, I shall not press you. After all, it is your private matter. Allow me to share my own experiences, if you don't mind. Chen Jinzhao shook his head in response. When Fulai took a sip of his drink and began recounting events from 2 decades prior. 20 years ago, when Fulai was, like Chen Jinzhao, a spirited youth. Confident that a bright future lay ahead, unaware that peril lurked just beyond the horizon. During a research experiment, when Fulai's teacher and senior colleagues suffered a catastrophic mishap, inhaling an excessive dose of a potent biochemical agent, leading them to an agonizing demise. That incident cast a long shadow over Wen Fulai's life, plunging him into despair and nearly driving him from the realm of academia. Chen Jinzhao was deeply moved, listening intently as Wen Fulai continued his tale. As he spoke, Wen Fulai's eyes glistened with emotion. Just as I was on the brink of abandoning my academic pursuits, I received a blood-stained letter from my teacher's wife. It was penned by my teacher in his final moments. In that letter, he expressed concern for my academic endeavors, urging me never to give up. He reminded me that I was not alone in my journey, that I bore the weight of their expectations and must live on in their stead, striving to conquer the academic challenges that had consumed his life, to imbue our lives with significance. Xiaoqin, regardless of the reasons behind your despondency, I respect your choices. However, have you truly asked yourself if this is the life you desire? Chen Jinzhao felt a profound stir within. He opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. This time, he seemed genuinely mistaken in his selfishness. When Fulai raised his hand to halt Chen Jinzhao's hesitations, stating, "You need not share your current thoughts with me. Your actions must first be justifiable to yourself. I wish to recount a teacher who once instructed me. A man who accomplished a monumental feat, but faced scorn and vilification in return. Even his colleagues turned against him, becoming adversaries. Yet, he never relinquished his lofty ideals, dedicating his life to that vision." Chen Jinzhao felt a deep admiration for Wen Fulai's teacher, sensing a familiarity that resonated within him. "I share this with you because I believe you possess the capability to achieve great things, rather than succumb to despair." At this juncture, Wen Fulai's tone grew fervent. Chen Jinzhao's heart raced. Despite his formidable abilities, he lacked the breadth of experience that Wen Fulai and his predecessors possessed. With Su Hanqing ahead and Wen Fulai beside him, both had awakened the fervent spirit within Chen Jinzhao, the spirit that refused to settle for mediocrity. He now comprehended the path he must take. With resolute eyes, Chen Jinzhao raised his glass and declared, "Professor Wen, I shall heed your call." Wen Fulai laughed heartily. The two reveled in their merriment, their spirits soaring. As darkness enveloped the sky, Wen Fulai, intoxicated, was fortunate to have an assistant escort him back to the hotel. Meanwhile, Chen Jinzhao trudged homeward, feeling solitary and burdened. Halfway along the journey, a car halted beside the road. Chen Jinzhao, rubbing his eyes, recognized Yu Mingji. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Yu Mingji refrained from disclosing that she had been trailing Wen Fulai in her car since their parting, and upon noticing his unsteady gait, felt compelled to intervene to prevent any mishap. "Get in. I'll give you a ride home. It's on my way," she offered, though in truth, it was anything but. Chen Jinzhao stood still, scrutinizing Yu Mingji, and suddenly asked, "Are you concerned about me?" Yu Mingji was taken aback, her expression betraying discomfort. Avoiding his gaze, she replied, "How could I possibly care for you? I merely fear you might encounter an accident on the road, which would hinder you from returning home the day after tomorrow, leaving me unable to explain to the old man." Chen Jinzhao merely responded with an "oh." As Yu Mingji noticed his unwavering gaze upon her, an unfamiliar sensation stirred within her. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face? You, is it? Has anyone ever told you that you are quite beautiful?" Yu Mingji's cheeks flushed slightly, and her ears burned as she cleared her throat and said, "You're not serious at all. Let's get in the car and head home. I must hurry to work on my proposal and have no time for your banter." The two returned to the community. Still feeling uneasy, Yu Mingji decided to accompany Chen Jinzhao back to his home. As soon as Chen Jinzhao's head touched the pillow, he emitted a soft snore, leaving Yu Mingji utterly perplexed. She had never encountered such a situation before. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Mingji filled a basin with warm water and gently washed Chen Jinzhao's face. However, she was at a loss as to what to do next. After pacing around the living room a few times, Yu Mingji remained, unable to shake off her concern for the inebriated Chen Jinzhao. Thus, she took out her phone and typed into the browser's search bar, "What to do when your boyfriend is drunk." Chapter 33. Return. Must I assist him in turning over? Such a hassle. Yu Mingji muttered a few words before softly concluding, "Never mind, if anything were to happen to him, I would bear some responsibility." Having persuaded herself, Yu Mingji exerted considerable effort to help Chen Jinzhao turn over. Just as she was about to leave, Chen Jinzhao suddenly reached out and pulled her into his embrace, eliciting a gasp from Yu Mingji. To make matters worse, Chen Jinzhao's grip was so strong that she found it impossible to break free. In mere moments, Yu Mingji was ensnared in his arms. No matter how she struggled, her efforts were futile. She regretted her decision to assist him, realizing she had inadvertently placed herself at his mercy. Chen Jinzhao. She fumed inwardly. Yet, he merely held her tightly without crossing any inappropriate boundaries, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She attempted to wriggle free once more, but once again found herself unable to escape, resigning herself to lying obediently in his embrace. What filled Yu Mingji with further embarrassment was the persistent recollection of their passionate encounters from those 2 nights. Was she anticipating something? No, it could not be. How could she entertain such thoughts? Biting her lip, she vehemently denied it. After a brief moment, Yu Mingji discovered that she rather enjoyed the sensation of being cared for, leading her to question whether she might be suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Despite Chen Jinzhao's constant teasing, she found herself harboring a slight affection for him. Stealthily, she lifted her gaze to scrutinize Chen Jinzhao's face. Despite his usual disheveled appearance, which gave off an air of laziness, Yu Mingji realized upon closer inspection that he was quite handsome, his features chiseled and striking. Compared to the popular young idols on the internet, Chen Jinzhao's rugged charm aligned more closely with her personal preferences. After gazing for a considerable time, Yu Mingji finally withdrew her gaze. Chen Jinzhao had succumbed to slumber, and it was time for her to depart to avoid any unforeseen incidents in the dead of night. As she rolled out of bed, she covered him with a blanket, murmuring to herself, "It's impossible for us, just like 2 parallel lines that never intersect." The Qin family will likely take action soon. Though Yu Lingxiao readily agreed to her relationship with Chen Jinzhao, she understood the elder's true intentions, merely to dissuade her. With that thought, Yu Mingji let out a soft sigh and tiptoed away. The following morning, the morning sun spilled onto Chen Jinzhao's face, rousing him from sleep as he rubbed his throbbing head. He could not recall the events of the previous night and was puzzled by the blanket draped over him. It was Saturday, and he had no work obligations. After lying in bed for a moment longer, his gaze sharpened with renewed clarity. With the guidance he received from Su Qingyan and Wen Fu, coupled with his reflections over the past few days, Chen Jinzhao resolved to take up arms once more and re-enlist. He was determined not only to live for himself, but also for the brothers he had lost. In the corner of the wardrobe, Chen Jinzhao retrieved an antiquated wooden box. Upon opening it, he discovered a sharp, triangular dagger, known as the tai sui, lying within. The sunlight cascaded upon the blade, causing it to refract a chilling gleam. With the emergence of the tai sui, enemies would fall before him. After meticulously preparing himself, Chen Jinzhao contacted Su Qingyan. Upon hearing Chen Jinzhao's resolution, Su Qingyan erupted into hearty laughter and arranged to meet Chen Jinzhao at the 7th rest house in Ninghai. After ending the call, Chen Jinzhao hastened his way to the designated location. At 10 in the morning, the 2 men met in the courtyard of the 7th rest house. Su Qingyan scrutinized Chen Jinzhao with solemnity, inquiring, "Are you truly prepared?" "Indeed," replied Chen Jinzhao, his eyes ablaze like torches. Su Qingyan chuckled, "I have awaited this affirmation from you for quite some time. The jade-faced Yama returns to the arena. I suspect many will tremble at your return. You flatter me." "Su Lao, I am merely a soldier under your command," Chen Jinzhao responded. Su Qingyan patted Chen Jinzhao's shoulder, encouraging him to relax, assuring him that there was no need for pretense in his presence. In front of him, all formalities could be cast aside. Chen Jinzhao smiled broadly. Su Lao remained as he had always been, unchanged. "Su Lao, how may I assist you?" Chen Jinzhao inquired. Su Qingyan walked ahead, with Chen Jinzhao closely trailing him, and soon declared, "From now on, you will report directly to me, free from any organizational affiliations. I require you to undertake 2 tasks. Firstly, identify and apprehend the infiltrators among us. The Black Blood organization has recently intensified its efforts, sending numerous agents into the country with the intent to steal our secrets and target leading scientists in advanced technology, including Wen Fulai. Chen Jinzhao felt a surge of alarm. How could this involve Wen Fulai? The Black Blood organization was the most formidable underground force abroad, backed by multiple nations. Those marked by black blood rarely met favorable fates. Su Qingyan, sensing Chen Jinzhao's apprehension, calmly explained, Wen Fulai is a top-tier scientist in the field of biochemistry, possessing critical scientific knowledge. 3 years ago, the orchestrators of that incident were the Black Blood, as you once rescued Wen Fulai from their clutches. Protecting him is of utmost importance. Chen Jinzhao clenched his fists tightly. I will provide you with detailed information. You shall act accordingly when the time comes. Su Lao, if I inadvertently eliminate those scoundrels. Chen Jinzhao was acutely aware that urban settings were not the same as frontier territories, and causing a ruckus could lead to complications. Su Qingyan reassured him. As long as their identities are unequivocally established, there shall be no issues. In other words, he trusted that Chen Jinzhao would not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. This was a testament of faith. Chen Jinzhao nodded, and what is the second task? Su Qingyan did not respond immediately, continuing to walk forward, which left Chen Jinzhao slightly puzzled, yet he faithfully followed Su Qingyan's lead. The verdant path lay serene and quiet. As he passed by a modest building, Yu Lingxiao caught sight of a figure on the third-floor balcony. He had come to pay a visit to an old friend at the retirement home and hoped to seize the opportunity to meet Su Qingyan. When one of his subordinates alerted him that Su Qingyan was walking by below, he hurried to the balcony to gaze down. However, he found Su Qingyan moving further away, accompanied by a young man trailing behind him. To descend at this moment would appear rather contrived. At that moment, an elderly gentleman appeared beside Yu Lingxiao. It was his friend Tao Zihong from the retirement home. During his tenure, Tao Zihong had lent considerable assistance to Yu Lingxiao, establishing a bond of mutual benefit in their relationship. Following Yu Lingxiao's gaze downward, he too spotted Chen Jinzhao's silhouette. Oh, why has he returned? Yu Lingxiao pondered, sensing that this young man was not merely a guard for Su Qingyan. Are you referring to that young man? Who is he? Tao Zihong withdrew his gaze, speaking with a hint of nostalgia. In terms of seniority, I am his elder. Do not be deceived by his youth. His capabilities are unparalleled among the ranks. Even those above have expressed their admiration for him. It is likely that even your future grandson-in-law, Qin Fengwu, pales in comparison to this individual. Chapter 34. Not kindred spirits. Yu Lingxiao was jolted with astonishment. Qin Fengwu was a renowned young talent, poised to ascend to the apex of success. Could it be that he paled in comparison to this youth? Surely, this must be a jest. Yu Lingxiao was incredulous. Tao Zihong shook his head. You do not comprehend him. Were you to truly understand, such words would not escape your lips. Indeed, Qin Fengwu was formidable. Yet his achievements were merely a reflection of standing upon the shoulders of giants, without the backing of his illustrious family. Do you truly believe he would have attained his current stature? The individual I speak of hails from humble beginnings and was appointed as a general 3 years prior. However, he has since retreated from the limelight, only to resurface today. Yu Lingxiao was taken aback. Such extraordinary individuals still existed? Tao Zihong sighed. I have a premonition that unrest is brewing in the world. Old Yu, I advise you to abandon any thoughts of this man and pursue a marriage alliance with the Qin family instead. Why? Yu Lingxiao queried, perplexed. He had sought out Tao Zihong specifically for guidance, but Tao Zihong warned him against foolishly attempting to attach himself to the towering figure of Su Qingyan, lest he find himself in disgrace. Yu Lingxiao was still grappling with the implications of this advice. Tao Zihong dismissed those around them before speaking directly to Yu Lingxiao. Su Qingyan and that young man are not of your ilk, do you understand? Yu Lingxiao remained somewhat bewildered, struggling to grasp the essence of the statement. Let me be frank with you. How did you rise to prominence? Tao Zihong inquired. Yu Lingxiao's pupils gradually constricted. He had once been a part of the system, thriving after leaving to forge the vast Yu commercial empire. However, unbeknownst to many, he had a powerful father-in-law. The establishment of the Yu Empire was undoubtedly due to Yu Lingxiao's relentless efforts, but without his father-in-law's assistance, he would not have reached such heights. Tao Zihong sighed again. Su Qingyan's wife is an ordinary teacher. His son served in the military, only to later retire. And now he is the principal of a county high school in a remote area. As for Su Qingyan's granddaughter, she is currently studying at Ninghai University. There were those who sought to secure her admission to prestigious institutions, only to be met with Su Qingyan's vehement rebuke. From this, you should glean the truth. Tao Zihong concluded. Yu Lingxiao inhaled deeply. I understand now. He will never regard the Yu family with any respect, will he? Tao Zihong nodded, choosing to say no more. The message had been conveyed clearly. Should Yu Lingxiao still pursue a connection with someone so distant, it was no longer his concern. However, Yu Lingxiao's thoughts shifted from Tao Zihong to Chen Jinzhao. He believed that a vigorous young man would find it difficult to resist various temptations, presenting an opportunity for Yu Lingxiao, unless he was not truly young. What is his name? Yu Lingxiao inquired of Tao Zihong. Tao Zihong chuckled softly. It matters not that you know. In due time, you will find out. Yu Lingxiao resigned himself to this. At that moment, Su Hanqing and Chen Jinzhao arrived at the lakeside. After pausing to catch his breath, Su sighed, I have grown old. Just a few steps and I am already sweating. I still recall the days when I was the champion of endurance running. Nostalgia illuminated Su Hanqing's countenance. Yet the frailty of his aging body compelled him to confront the unyielding reality. Time inexorably ages us, and the splendor of yesteryears has faded away. This encapsulates Su Hanqing's current predicament. His spirit remains ambitious, yet the passage of time renders him powerless. Thus, he finds solace in entrusting his hopes to Chen Jinzhao. My dear Jinzhao, I initially hesitated to assign you this second task, as it is indeed formidable. However, after much contemplation, I found it challenging to identify a successor I could truly trust. A tone of melancholy permeated Su Hanqing's words. Chen Jinzhao was oblivious to the nature of the task that weighed so heavily on Su Hanqing's heart. Su hesitated, then fixed his gaze earnestly upon Chen Jinzhao's eyes. In truth, you are not obligated to accept this second task. The choice lies entirely with you. Should you choose to accept, the stakes are perilous, not only for you but potentially for those around you as well. What if I were to take it on? Chen Jinzhao inquired. Should you succeed, your name will be lauded by millions, but if you falter, retribution awaits. Had this been a few days prior, Chen Jinzhao would have unhesitatingly declined. Yet, clarity dawned upon him. If he could achieve something beneficial for the nation, why would he not? As a man of stature, is it not his duty to strive for accomplishment? I shall accept, Chen Jinzhao declared resolutely. Su Hanqing erupted in laughter. Ah, you are indeed the one I have chosen. You embody the vigor of my youth. He continued. 3 years ago, there was a deliberate leak of your whereabouts, resulting in an ambush. Therefore, for this second task, I implore you to unearth those treacherous individuals. You are not alone in this battle. Chen Jinzhao's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such a hidden agenda. Why would they act in such a manner? He asked. Collusion for greater gain, Su Hanqing replied. Chen Jinzhao's anger surged. Such individuals are the most perilous, ostensibly virtuous, yet harboring malicious intent. Moreover, their most frightening trait is their propensity to betray at any moment, posing a grave threat to the nation. Those who steal a hook are punished. Those who steal a nation are ennobled. In that instant, Chen Jinzhao grasped why Su Hanqing characterized this task as so dangerous. It was not merely a confrontation with adversaries, but rather an internal struggle against one's own kind. A single misstep could lead to eternal disgrace. For history is penned by the victors. Su Hanqing placed a reassuring hand on Chen Jinzhao's shoulder. It is not too late for you to withdraw. I shall harbor no resentment. Chen Jinzhao's gaze remained unwavering as he replied with conviction. Su Lao, what jest is this? To dedicate my youth, fervor, and even life to my country is the greatest honor I could aspire to. After conversing for the better part of the day, Chen Jinzhao departed with a heavy heart. The reality was far graver than he had anticipated. Beneath the facade of prosperity lay treacherous currents, akin to a great vessel swaying perilously amidst a storm. Chen Jinzhao felt the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders. While walking home, he noticed that someone was following him. In the past, he would have detected this presence much earlier. However, he had been absorbed in contemplation, which had distracted him. This sensation was unmistakable. A flicker of realization passed through Chen Jinzhao's mind as he hastened into an alleyway. The individual trailing him quickened their pace as well, but at a turn, they suddenly lost sight of Chen Jinzhao, leaving them filled with frustration. At that moment, Chen Jinzhao reappeared behind this person. I must say, dear lady, it is rather inappropriate for you to follow me all the way from the rest home to here, don't you think? Chapter 35. Crucial clue. Trailing Chen Jinzhao was a middle-aged woman. This puzzled Chen Jinzhao greatly, as the panic on her face was unmistakable after he had exposed her, indicating she was not a professional. The woman stammered, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Chen Jinzhao, with an impassive expression, inquired, what is your intention in following me? You are either acting on someone else's orders, or have ulterior motives? Speak, or shall I be compelled to take action?" Upon hearing his words, the middle-aged woman fell to her knees, pleading for mercy. Chen Jinzhao furrowed his brow, perplexed by the unfolding situation. What was truly happening? Before he could pose another question, the woman, choking back tears, began, "Mr. Chen, I implore you to save my husband. He has been wronged and is now missing. Rise. I believe we are not acquainted." Chen Jinzhao remarked, bewildered. To his recollection, this was indeed their first encounter, and they were hardly familiar. The woman, weeping as she stood, wiped her tears and sobbed. "My name is Qiu Fang. You may not know me, but you surely recognize my husband, Lu Wenyo." Understanding dawned on Chen Jinzhao. It was no wonder he had not seen Lu Wenyo recently. It appeared he had been dealt with. He couldn't help but let out a chuckle. "Since you know me, you should realize that I am enemies with your husband. He has attempted to frame me on multiple occasions. His disappearance is of no concern to me." While Chen Jinzhao was indeed a good man, he was not one to be excessively compassionate. Qiu Fang seemed to anticipate his reaction, kneeling again before him and choking out, "I am aware that Lu Wenyo has committed many wrongdoings, but he has been set up this time by his superior, Su Qingyan. I beseech you, Mr. Chen, to assist my family. Our child is only 7 years old and cannot be left without a father." Chen Jinzhao felt a surge of impatience. Lu Wenyo had brought this upon himself. He was under no obligation to help. Moreover, even if he were inclined to assist, how could he proceed? Turning to leave, Qiu Fang, realizing her chance to meet Yu Mengji was slipping away, placed all her hopes on Chen Jinzhao. As he began to walk away, she called out, "Mr. Chen, I know you and President you are currently focused on bringing down Su Qingyan. I can provide you with a lead, but only if you rescue my husband." Chen Jinzhao pivoted to face her. Qiu Fang, feeling the intensity of his sharp gaze, flinched and averted her eyes, fearing the piercing glare. She timidly asserted, "I can assure you, the lead is explosive. Why not report this to the authorities?" Chen Jinzhao countered. Qiu Fang hesitated, stammering, Lu Wenyo told me never to contact the police, as it could endanger his life, so I dared not." Chen Jinzhao began to understand Qiu Fang's predicament. He shook his head. "You should not have come to me. If I am not mistaken, it is highly likely that you, along with your family, are being closely monitored by Su Qingyan. What about your child?" Qiu Fang's expression changed dramatically, and she immediately said, "My daughter is at boarding school. They shouldn't." Before she could finish her sentence, a sudden and urgent ring-tone pierced the air. Upon glancing at her phone, Qiu Fang was taken aback to see that it was her daughter's homeroom teacher calling. Her heart sank in an instant. Chen Jinzhao was right. Those individuals were indeed preparing to target Qiu Fang's daughter. "Hello, Miss Qiu. A person claiming to be your child's uncle wishes to take her home. So I called to confirm the situation." Before Qiu Fang could refuse, the self-proclaimed uncle seized the phone and said, "Sister-in-law, Luga misses his daughter dearly and hopes to see her. Surely, you wouldn't mind?" Despair washed over Qiu Fang in an instant. The implication of his words was layered with menace. If she resisted their demand, Lu Wenyo would be in grave danger. Yet, if she acquiesced to their unreasonable request, her daughter would also be ensnared in peril. It was a dilemma of the highest order. I. Qiu Fang trembled, caught in indecision. At that moment, Chen Jinzhao calmly took the phone from her and addressed the voice on the other end. "I apologize, but we do not recognize these individuals. Please, teacher, ensure they are removed and do not allow them to take the child." The homeroom teacher seemed momentarily taken aback, but quickly acquiesced. Before ending the call, Chen Jinzhao could hear the sounds of an argument erupting from the other side. Qiu Fang stood frozen, bewildered. How could Chen Jinzhao make decisions on her behalf? If anything befell Lu Wenyo, could Chen Jinzhao bear the consequences? Before Qiu Fang could voice her concerns, Chen Jinzhao spoke with calm resolve. "You, more than anyone, understand the kind of person Lu Wenyo is and the actions he has taken. If you relent and allow them to take your child, your situation will only worsen." "But Lu Wenyo is my husband," Qiu Fang retorted, still filled with indignation. "What you must do now is contact the police, so that Su Qingyan's men dare not harm you and your daughter. As for Lu Wenyo, let fate take its course." Chen Jinzhao exhibited indifference towards Lu Wenyo's fate. Qiu Fang felt utterly powerless. Once she regained her composure, it seemed that this was indeed the only route available. I cannot call the police. Their people might be nearby, and if I do, they will retaliate against me," Qiu Fang said timidly. Chen Jinzhao shook his head in exasperation. "Stay here and make the call. I will see who dares to touch you." After surveying her surroundings, Qiu Fang steeled herself and prepared to call the police. Just then, Before she could dial, a group of individuals emerged from the alley, clearly keeping a close watch on her. A total of 5 men appeared, exuding a menacing presence that weighed heavily on her chest. "Joe, are you seeking death? Our boss said he just wants to take Lu Wenyo out for a few days. If you dare to call the police, your husband will lose his life," they threatened. "Hand over your phone." Xiaofang anxiously glanced at Chen Jinzhao. After stretching his limbs, Chen Jinzhao stepped forward boldly in broad daylight. "Do you dare to defy authority and trample on the law? Is this the audacity that Su Jingwei has bestowed upon you?" The leader of the group scoffed, dismissing Chen Jinzhao's bravado as foolishness. "You little brat. Do not presume that because you are Yu Mengji's boyfriend, we shall refrain from taking action against you." This alley lacked surveillance. Previously, the boss had issued orders to discipline Chen Jinzhao should the opportunity arise, employing methods that could be rather ruthless. For instance, causing Chen Jinzhao to lose his ability to procreate. Chen Jinzhao discerned the murderous glint in their eyes, his expression gradually turning frosty. How dare a maggot like Su Jinghui, who is only fit to dwell in the shadows, brazenly provoke me? Return and inform Su Jinghui to come at me with greater ferocity. For brutes like you, with your brawn but lacking in wit, I could easily subdue you with a single hand. Chapter 36. A misfortune for my good fortune in a fleeting moment. Qiufang began to doubt whether she had chosen the right person. Chen Jinchao's physique was evidently not as robust as the 5 men before him. How could he possibly stand a chance against them? She silently regretted not approaching General Yu directly. The 5 men erupted into mocking laughter, deeming Chen Jinchao utterly foolish. Those who boasted as he did often met a grim fate. "Is that so?" sneered the leader of the group. "Well then, let us entertain you." Little did they know, in Chen Jinchao's eyes, they were no different from mere novices. As the 5 men charged towards him, despite their considerable strength and speed, their skills were glaringly inadequate. Their punches were clumsy, lacking focus and precision. Pathetic. Chen Jinchao advanced instead of retreating, plunging into the fray. True to his earlier assertion, he relied solely on his right hand, leaving his left arm entirely inactive. Nevertheless, this alone astounded the attackers. With each punch he delivered, one of them would cry out in agony, sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against the ground or a wall. For punches later, for men lay defeated. The remaining man, their leader, sensing the dire situation, hastily addressed Chen Jinchao. "Stop. We are under the command of young Master Su. If you continue, it will be a fight to the death." Chen Jinchao chose not to strike further. The leader let out a sigh of relief, trembling as he warned. "You've shown some sense, or else young Master Su would not spare you." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, a massive fist, the size of a sandbag, hurtled toward his face. The man's pupils dilated in horror, the shadow of the fist expanding in his vision, and before he could utter a sound, he was knocked unconscious. His sturdy form collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Qiufang, witnessing the entire ordeal, was rendered speechless, too frightened to even breathe. She acknowledged her earlier misjudgment. It was no wonder her husband, Lu Wenyo, continuously found himself at a disadvantage against Chen Jinchao. The latter truly possessed remarkable strength. A glimmer of hope ignited within Qiufang's heart. Chen Jinchao dusted himself off and addressed the fallen men. "Relay my previous words to Su Jinghui without alteration. There is no challenge here. It is utterly tedious." The 5 men, akin to castrated piglets, dared not utter a sound. Excitedly, Qiufang approached Chen Jinchao. "Mr. Chen." He raised a hand to silence her and replied, "I certainly have the means to rescue Lu Wenyo, but he is not worth my efforts. I will not extend my aid to him. My only desire is to protect you and your daughter. Thus, you must decide whether to share that clue with me." Lu Wenyo's fate was of no concern to him. The fervor that had briefly blossomed in Qiufang's heart was swiftly extinguished. Chen Jinchao continued, "I have little time. Make your decision promptly." Qiufang hesitated, wrestling with her thoughts, before finally gritting her teeth and declaring, "I implore you, Mr. Chen, to protect us. The clue I possess is at my home." In truth, Qiufang was not foolish. As long as Su Jinghui can be brought down, Lu Wenyao may still harbor a glimmer of hope for survival. Even if the ultimate outcome is a decade or so of imprisonment, it is far preferable to a confused demise. Chen Jinchao found himself intrigued by this so-called lead. Although he had returned to the military and could thoroughly investigate Su Jinghui, such an endeavor would require significant manpower and resources, which seemed unworthy for the sake of one insignificant Su Jinghui. Moreover, Lu Wenyao was close to Su Jinghui. He likely had some contingency plan in place. "Lead the way," Chen Jinchao nodded. The two arrived at Qiu Fang's residence, but before they could step through the threshold, they sensed something was amiss. The front door had been forcibly damaged, indicating that someone had clearly visited Qiu Fang's home. Unsurprisingly, those intruders were likely associates of Su Qingyan. The interior of Qiu Fang's home was in disarray, resembling a refuse heap. Chen Jinzhao cast a helpless glance at Qiu Fang. If Lu Wenyao had concealed the so-called evidence within his home, it had surely been stolen by Su Qingyan's men. In contrast, Qiu Fang appeared remarkably composed. She murmured, "As I suspected, Su Qingyan would undoubtedly eradicate all traces." Chen Jinzhao raised an eyebrow. So Lu Wenyao must have a backup plan. After a sigh, Qiu Fang replied, "Lu Wenyao and I possess another property, but it is under my brother's name, so Su Qingyan won't be able to trace it easily for the time being. The second residence is in the same neighborhood. The most perilous locations often turn out to be the safest. At the other property, Qiu Fang opened a safe and handed a USB drive to Chen Jinzhao, saying, he instructed that if he does not return, this should be given to General Yu. However, I have not had the chance to meet General Yu, so I must entrust this USB to you. What is on it? Chen Jinzhao inquired. Qiu Fang shook her head. I am not sure. Lu Wenyao did not disclose the contents, but he mentioned that it holds crucial evidence to topple Su Qingyan. Chen Jinzhao grasped the USB tightly and nodded. All right, I will take the time to investigate its contents. As for the safety of you and your daughter, I have arranged for someone to keep a discreet watch. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, contact me directly. Qiu Fang nodded in understanding. As for whether Lu Wenyao would return, she had already lost hope. As long as her daughter remained safe, that was sufficient. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan had just finished lunch when one of his subordinates rushed in, clearly flustered. Upon noticing the hurried demeanor of his subordinate, Su Qingyan's temper flared, and he frowned. What is going on? The subordinate's face turned pale as he swallowed hard. Young Master Su, we have a serious problem. Su Qingyan's expression darkened, and he immediately struck the subordinate. A dog cannot spit out ivory. The subordinate felt wronged. Su Qingyan, dissatisfied, demanded, reorganize your thoughts. The trembling subordinate stammered. We interrogated Lu Wenyao, and that scoundrel inadvertently revealed that he possesses some evidence. But we have yet to ascertain its whereabouts. What? That scoundrel Lu Wenyao actually said that? He has truly crossed the line. Su Qingyan was seething with rage, insisting that his subordinate must acquire the so-called evidence. Otherwise, his life could be irrevocably ruined. He had committed countless immoral deeds and was utterly unaware of the nature of the evidence Lu Wenyao possessed, which left Su Qingyan in a state of extreme agitation, wishing fervently to eliminate Lu Wenyao from existence. He refuses to speak, his subordinate reported. Moreover, we dispatched personnel to search his residence, yet we found nothing. And what else? Su Qingyan inquired, his patience wearing thin. The subordinate replied, trembling. Additionally, our agents tracking Qiu Fang have relayed that she has already made contact with Chen Jinzhao, and our men were left battered and bruised by him. Su Qingyan trembled with fury. That scoundrel Chen Jinzhao is thwarting my every endeavor. I will see him dead. Chapter 37. Collusion and Misery. Su Qingyan unleashed his fury upon his subordinates. Following a series of brutal assaults, he resolved to personally interrogate Lu Wenyao and reclaim the evidence in his possession. At that moment, his phone rang once more. Upon seeing the caller ID, Su Qingyan waved his hand, dismissing his men, leaving the room in solitude. Sun Hanfei, what prompts you to call me? Su Qingyan's mood was foul, and his tone reflected a palpable gloom. Sun Hanfei, a minor celebrity in the entertainment industry, had appeared in numerous online dramas and had garnered a loyal following of female fans. The two had indulged in the company of many of these admirers, forming a clandestine alliance. Consequently, Su Qingyan had provided Sun Hanfei with considerable support, facilitating connections within the capital market, with the ultimate aim of elevating Sun Hanfei to the ranks of A-list male stars. Brother Su, I've acquired a fresh batch of new girls. Why not come and have some fun? Sun Hanfei's tone bore a hint of lewdness, starkly contrasting with his otherwise sunny persona. Su Qingyan hesitated, burdened by recent troubles that dulled his enthusiasm. With worries weighing you down, you ought to unwind. These are several sweet-faced young ladies, still in college, Sun Hanfei continued. Su Qingyan felt a stir of interest. The suggestion ignited a spark of desire within him. Very well, I shall come over to relax. By the way, I have a favor to ask of you. Do you know any skilled enforcers? Recently, a fool has provoked me, and my subordinates are no match for him. Sun Hanfei chuckled. Brother Su, You've come to the right person. I recently found a Muay Thai expert who has made quite a name for himself in underground fighting circles back home, and I've brought him on as my bodyguard. Su Qingyan's eyes lit up, repeatedly expressing his approval. With the assistance of this Muay Thai expert, he was certain he could teach Chen Jinzhao a severe lesson, alleviating the resentment that festered within him. Should Chen Jinzhao remain obstinate, Su Qingyan harbored no qualms about eliminating him. With renewed enthusiasm, Su Qingyan hurried to Sun Hanfei's villa in Ninghai City, a clandestine sanctuary that had also become a dark den where many young girls had suffered. Meanwhile, Chen Jinzhao, after acquiring the USB drive, sought a nearby internet CAF to unveil its contents. Given Lu Wenyao's significant concern for it, the drive must hold considerable importance. The USB had a capacity of 1 terabyte, and Chen Jinzhao was astonished to discover that over half of its space had been utilized, containing hundreds of folders named by date. Casually opening one folder, he was greeted by several segments of high-definition video. An ominous premonition stirred within him. Upon viewing the footage, it indeed mirrored his suspicions. Showcasing surveillance videos of Su Qingyan engaged in nefarious deeds with another man, the victims being numerous young women. After a preliminary assessment, Chen Jinzhao estimated that the victims numbered no fewer than 100. No wonder Lu Wenyao placed such significance on this USB drive. Its contents could spell doom for Su Qingyan. As for how Lu Wenyao obtained these surveillance videos, it was likely that Su Qingyan had intended to use them to manipulate the tormented girls and prevent the revelation of these sordid, vile acts. With a fleeting glance, Chen Jinzhao felt a surge of fury rising within him. He had initially thought that Su Qingyan would only resort to minor antics. Yet he was astounded to discover the extent of his audacity in the tormenting of so many young women. If Chen Jinzhao's observations were correct, there could even be underage girls involved. Of course, he did not dismiss the possibility that some of these girls were willing participants. But the majority were undoubtedly subjected to this cruelty against their will. This was truly outrageous. If he were to hand over this USB drive to the police, Su Qingyan would be finished. Suddenly, the ringing of his phone interrupted his thoughts. It was a call from Yu Mingji. Chen Jinzhao removed the USB drive before answering. Yu Zong, is there something you need? You're awake? Yu Mingji replied, as if realizing the redundancy of her question. She continued, I'm currently at Villa 39 in Shuiwei. If I haven't returned your call in an hour, please contact the police. What do you mean? Chen Jinzhao furrowed his brow. Yu Mingji explained, about half an hour ago. Su Qingyan invited me here, claiming he could voluntarily withdraw from the Gaochen group, but he wants to discuss specific conditions with me. Chen Jinzhao's heart sank. Are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten who Su Qingyan is? He has already tried to manipulate you before. This is akin to walking into a den of tigers. Yu Mingji, sensing the urgency in Chen Jinzhao's voice, felt a twinge of discomfort. I have 4 bodyguards with me. It should be fine. I intended to call you, but I remembered you were drunk last night. Chen Jinzhao paused, his tone softening. Don't act rashly. I have incriminating evidence against Su Qingyan that could lead to his execution. This revelation left Yu Mingji astonished. However, before she could respond, Chen Jinzhao realized the call had been abruptly disconnected, intensifying his ominous premonition. This is bad. A disaster is imminent. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Jinzhao rushed towards the Shuiwei villa area. At Villa 39, the 4 bodyguards Yu Mingji had brought were swiftly overpowered by Mu Hanfei's hired Muay Thai experts. And Su Qingyan had seized her phone, switching it off. He surveyed Yu Mingji with a mocking gaze. Yu Mingji loathed this scrutiny and coldly demanded, Su Qingyan, what are you plotting? What am I plotting? Why, it's you, of course. Su Qingyan laughed heartily. Yu Mingji, don't put on that sour face in front of me. If you can have a security guard as your boyfriend, why can't I enjoy myself? Am I not worth more than a mere security guard? You must serve me well today, or I won't be so courteous. Su Qingyan's demeanor turned menacing. After arriving at the villa, he had heeded Mu Hanfei's advice and decided to take a forceful approach with Yu Mingji, believing that if she valued her reputation, she wouldn't publicize this incident. Once he had Yu Mingji under his control, the rest would be simple. Yu Mingji quickly grasped Su Qingyan's scheme and took a deep breath to steady herself. If all went as expected, Chen Jinzhao should still be on his way. As long as she could buy some time, she might escape this predicament. At that moment, Yu Mingji also noted. Apart from her, several young maidens, seemingly around 17 or 18 years of age, occupied the living room on the first floor, their phones having been confiscated. Who are they? Su Qingyan cast a glance at the anxious girls and mockingly remarked, they are merely my concubines. You are truly a creature lower than a beast. Yu Mingji retorted vehemently. Before Su Jinghui could respond, a girl with a ponytail stood up, her demeanor resolute as she addressed him. I understand now. Both you and Sun Hanfeng are villains. It would be wise for you to release us all. My grandfather is a soldier. If you persist in your folly, I assure you my grandfather will have you apprehended. Chapter 38. Su Yaoyao. In an instant, the villa fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Su Jinghui and Sun Hanfei exchanged glances, clearly at a loss. What is your name? Sun Hanfei frowned. The young woman showed no sign of fear, boldly declaring, Su Yaoyao. Su Yaoyao, now somewhat perplexed, wondered how she had unwittingly become entangled in this situation while merely accompanying her roommate to meet a so-called idol. It soon dawned on her that there may have been many victims before her. After a brief discussion, Su Jinghui and Sun Hanfei concluded that they could not let Su Yaoyao go. If she truly belonged to a military family, she would undoubtedly report them the moment she left, and both of them would face dire consequences. Su Jinghui shot a fierce glare at Sun Hanfei, demanding, What were you thinking? You brought someone in without checking her background? From her tone, it seems her grandfather holds significant influence. You've truly brought trouble upon us. Sun Hanfei wore a bitter expression. In truth, he always inquired about backgrounds before bringing someone along. However, since Su Yaoyao was the roommate of one of his fans, he had neglected to investigate her background, and now he wished he could slap himself. Stop overthinking it. We absolutely cannot let her go, Su Jinghui said with grim determination. We are doomed either way, so we might as well keep her here. Who knows, it could lead to advantageous connections later. Resolute, Sun Hanfei declared. No one is leaving here today. If you do, you will regret it. Do you understand? Su Yaoyao frowned and retorted. Did you not hear what I said? Release me immediately, or my grandfather will not let you off easily. Though Sun Hanfei felt a pang of guilt, he maintained his composure, replying, Letting you go is out of the question. Just serve us well, and I will claim that you did so willingly. Your grandfather will have no grounds against me. Su Yaoyao was furious. How could such heartless individuals exist in this world? Trembling with rage, she exclaimed, You are finished. I mean it. Impatiently, Su Jinghui waved his hand. Enough. Be quiet, or I will have that Muay Thai expert teach you a lesson. Su Yaoyao glanced at the dark-skinned fighter, realizing she was no match for him, and reluctantly returned to the sofa. Yu Mingji shifted her gaze from Su Yaoyao and calmly addressed Su Jinghui. Chen Jinzhao is on his way. You may not be familiar with his abilities, but if you do not wish to be beaten, you should release everyone immediately. For reasons unknown, she felt inexplicably confident in Chen Jinzhao. Su Jinghui, upon hearing this, became even more infuriated. What made Chen Jinzhao superior to him? Meanwhile, Su Yaoyao, upon hearing the name Chen Jinzhao, let out a soft gasp and turned to Yu Mingji, asking, Sister, do you also know Chen Jinzhao? No. The Chen Jinzhao I know might not be the same as yours. Yu Mingji looked at Su Yaoyao with surprise. Considering Su Yaoyao's military background, it was possible that the Chen Jinzhao they both knew was indeed the same person. Enough. Su Jinghui bellowed. You keep mentioning Chen Jinzhao. Just how much inferior am I to him? Chen Jinzhao is merely a wretched security guard. How could he possibly compare to me? My lineage is illustrious, while he is but a pauper destined for mediocrity. Whenever I please, I can easily trample him underfoot. Yu Mingji, too, compared Su Jinghui with Chen Jinzhao in her mind, only to shake her head moments later. Never mind. To draw a comparison between you and Chen Jinzhao is to insult him. Su Jinghui. He was tempted to deliver a sharp slap, hoping to jolt Yu Mingji into clarity. Surely, Chen Jinzhao must have cast a spell on her. Sun Hanfeng grasped the agitated Su Jinghui, saying, Calm down, bro. If she keeps mentioning Chen Jinzhao, why not capture that mutt and make him kneel beside your bed? Su Jinghui's eyes lit up. What a splendid idea. It would surely crush Chen Jinzhao's fragile ego and utterly subdue the haughty Yu Mingji. Why not? Upon hearing the murmurs of the two, Yu Mingji felt a chill run down her spine. How could such loathsome individuals exist in the world? They were akin to maggots crawling in a sewer. Su Jinghui lowered his voice and inquired, Brother, how capable is the Muay Thai expert you brought? Chen Jinzhao is indeed formidable. If we cannot subdue him, we are both doomed. Fear not, bro, Sun Hanfeng replied with a knowing look. Even if the Muay Thai expert cannot defeat him, I am fully prepared. Within 7 paces, the gun is swift. At 7 paces, it is both rapid and precise. Su Jinghui's face brightened with a smile. He had not anticipated that Sun Hanfeng had such tricks up his sleeve. With this assurance, there was truly nothing to fear. Chen Jinzhao was but a mere trifle to capture. Su Jinghui turned to Yu Mengji, grinning. For now, I shall refrain from touching you. Once Chen Jinzhao arrives, I will make you understand just how weak he truly is. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Mengji felt a profound sense of unease as she had not heard their subsequent whispers. She silently prayed that Chen Jinzhao would possess some sense and come to her aid after calling the authorities. Sister, come sit with me. Su Yaoyao beckoned Yu Mengji to join her. Yu Mengji glanced at Su Jinghui before settling next to Su Yaoyao. Sister, is the Chen Jinzhao you mentioned the same one I know? If it truly is Brother Jinzhao, then we are saved. A flicker of hope ignited within Yu Mengji as she began to converse with Su Yaoyao. Su Yaoyao did not elaborate much on Chen Jinzhao's past, merely hinting that he was indeed powerful, the most formidable individual she had ever encountered. Enough. Silence yourself, or I shall deal with you first. Su Jinghui barked, his irritation evident as he ordered Su Yaoyao to cease her chatter. Moments later, sounds emerged from outside the villa. A subordinate dashed back, whispering something into Sun Hanfeng's ear. Sun Hanfeng waved his hand, instructing, everyone stand down. Let him enter. The subordinate scampered away. Before long, guided by the subordinate, Chen Jinzhao strode into the villa's living room. His gaze immediately fell upon Yu Mengji, and before he could utter a word, he noticed a familiar face beside her. What is she doing here? Yu Mengji immediately rose from the sofa, only to be taken aback by Su Yaoyao, who moved even more swiftly, taking a quick step to stand before Chen Jinzhao. Brother Jinzhao, it truly is you. I never expected to see you here. What a coincidence. Chen Jinzhao nodded affirmatively, then gestured towards Yu Mengji, helping to soothe the turmoil within her heart. His imposing figure stood tall like a mountain, capable of shielding her from the raging storms. It was in this moment that Yu Mengji realized she indeed harbored a certain affection for Chen Jinzhao. As for whether it constituted love, she remained in a state of uncertainty. Chapter 39. The Muay Thai expert, are you all right? Chen Jinzhao's gaze fell upon Yu Mengji and Su Yaoyao. They both shook their heads in unison, which prompted Chen Jinzhao to exhale in relief. He shot a glare at Yu Mengji. Did I not tell you to refrain from acting recklessly? Yu Mengji raised an eyebrow. Are you scolding me, Chen Jinzhao? Chen Jinzhao retorted, enough. Here we go again with the unreasonable arguments. Since she had not been harmed, his concern seemed somewhat superfluous. He then turned to Su Yaoyao. Yaoyao, what brings you to such a place? If your grandfather finds out. Su Yaoyao stuck her tongue out at Chen Jinzhao, requesting him not to inform her grandfather, and then proceeded to explain how she ended up at Sun Hanfei's villa. Understanding dawned on Chen Jinzhao. All right, as long as you're fine. I suppose my arrival wasn't too late. He sighed in relief. Su Jinghui simmered with anger. From the moment he entered, Chen Jinzhao had disregarded him, clearly considering him insignificant. This humiliation was intolerable. Chen Jinzhao, have you forgotten about me? You are in my territory. If you are a dragon, you should coil for me. And if you are a tiger, you should lie down. Chen Jinzhao turned and frowned at Su Jinghui. Rest assured, I may forget others, but you are unforgettable. This den of iniquity is closely tied to you. If I do not personally see you imprisoned, I would be betraying my own conscience. Su Jinghui failed to comprehend the implications of Chen Jinzhao's words. I don't know what you are talking about. Chen Jinzhao shook the USB drive in his hand. This USB was given to me by Lu Wenyun, containing evidence of your crimes. Once I hand it to the police. May the Buddha bless you if you escape the death penalty. Panic flashed across Su Jinghui's eyes as he exchanged a knowing glance with Sun Hanfei. Sun Hanfei instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, gritting his teeth and coldly stating, in that case, we absolutely cannot let him go. Under no circumstances must the USB fall into the hands of the police. Otherwise, both of us are finished. If necessary, we may need to eliminate Chen Jinzhao. I have no idea what you are talking about. Lu Wenyun has gone missing. I am not involved, Su Jinghui replied cautiously, fearing any recording devices. Adamantly denying any knowledge of the USB. Chen Jinzhao smiled, tucking the USB into his pocket. At that moment, Yu Mengji approached him, lowering her voice. Be careful. Su Jinghui has hired a Muay Thai expert. What is there to fear? Do you not trust your boyfriend? Chen Jinzhao teased. Yu Mengji rolled her eyes at him and huffed. Enough with the banter. Let us focus on surviving. Hand me your phone. I need to contact my family. Su Yaoyao looked at Yu Mengji in surprise, then turned to Chen Jinzhao. Brother Jinzhao, is this sister truly your girlfriend? She seems wonderful. Su Jinghui felt a pang of jealousy and immediately countered Su Yaoyao's words. Do not listen to his nonsense. How could Chen Jinzhao ever be worthy of Mingxi? Only I am deserving of her. Su Yao scoffed. You? Brother Jinzhao and sister Mingxi are a perfect match. Who are you, a mere monster, to object? You. Su Jinghui exploded with rage. Utter nonsense. It seems you are tired of living. You might regret this later. Su Yaoyao wrinkled her delicate nose, casting a disdainful glance. Sun Hanfeng waved his hand, summoning a Muay Thai expert from the corner, whose presence exuded an almost suffocating aura of intimidation. Adam, show him what you're made of. Sun Hanfeng commanded. Adam, with his dark skin and joints set at slightly unusual angles, evoked thoughts of renowned Muay Thai practitioners who had endured the breaking and mending of bones from a young age, resulting in an extraordinary toughness akin to steel. Su Jinghui felt a sense of relief. With Adam on the scene, he believed Chen Jinzhao would be subdued. He scoffed. Chen Jinzhao, are you afraid? If you kneel before me now, I might allow him to go easy on you. Otherwise, I shall utterly destroy you. Meanwhile, Yu Mingxi began to worry for Chen Jinzhao. She had heard of these Muay Thai experts, known for their ruthless pursuit of wealth at the expense of lives. Chen Jinzhao snapped his fingers, retorting, destroy me? I doubt you possess the qualifications for that. Su Jinghui snorted coldly. Since Chen Jinzhao was unwilling to accept a friendly offer, they would see how things unfolded. Chen Jinzhao gestured for the two women to stand back, aware that fists and feet are indiscriminate. In the living room, Adam stood 2 meters away from Chen Jinzhao, surveying him with a contemptuous gaze. Taunting, you appear to be nothing more than a helpless chicken. I can end your life within 10 moves. Not merely defeat, but death. Chen Jinzhao maintained his composure, stretching his limbs as he replied, many have boasted such claims before me. In the end, they all perished. Adam erupted in laughter, his eyes brimming with disdain. In an instant, his mirth ceased, replaced by a chilling glare as he stepped forward, unleashing a powerful elbow strike. Muay Thai emphasizes lethal precision, requiring agile use of joints to achieve an unexpected advantage. This elbow aimed directly for Chen Jinzhao's throat. A gust of wind accompanied Adam's strike, his speed and strength formidable. An ordinary person would likely fail to react in time. However, Chen Jinzhao had weathered countless storms and encountered formidable foes from various nations. An individual like Adam would scarcely rank in his eyes. He leaned back slightly, causing Adam's attack to miss its mark. Adam gasped lightly. This youth had effortlessly evaded his ambush. No matter. He had prepared a contingency. After missing, Adam steadied himself, suddenly channeling force through his left leg. He soared into the air, driving his right knee toward Chen Jinzhao's head, targeting the temple. Su Jinghui felt apprehensive, unable to shake his concern. Sun Hanfeng wore a relaxed smile, casually remarking, what is there to fear? Adam has taken lives before and possesses unparalleled lethal skills. How could Chen Jinzhao stand a chance against him? This is the second move. Adam is getting serious, Su Jinghui replied, his gaze fixed intently on the unfolding scene. Unwilling to miss a single moment, Chen Jinzhao suddenly let out a sigh. How feeble. At first, I believed you possessed some skill, but it appears you are merely ordinary. Did your teacher never instruct you that one should not easily leap into the air in the presence of the formidable? At this, Adam's pupils gradually constricted to pinpricks. He was well aware of this saying, for it underscored the advantage of strength and speed held by the powerful. To leap into the air before such an opponent renders one unable to evade, transforming oneself into a living target. The strong can seize upon this fleeting opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. In the blink of an eye, a sense of dread began to take root within Adam's heart. Chapter 40. 10 seconds the Buddha proclaimed, in the blink of an eye, there are 60 moments. Within a moment, there are 900 births and deaths. Chen Jinzhao seized the fleeting opportunity, stepping back 2 paces before delivering a powerful punch that struck Adam's knee. Before Adam could comprehend the situation, he was propelled backward by the sheer force, accompanied by the dreadful sound of shattering bones. Yet, Chen Jinzhao was far from finished with Adam. He swiftly advanced and stomped down on Adam's palm. Realizing that his knee had been shattered by Chen Jinzhao's blow and acknowledging his own inferiority, Adam hastily surrendered, exclaiming, I concede. Please show mercy. With a smile, Chen Jinzhao replied, I have already shown mercy. If I had exerted my full strength, Adam would have been killed with a single blow, leaving no chance for dialogue. Adam, still trying to fathom the implications of this statement, felt the pressure build beneath Chen Jinzhao's foot, leading to the crushing of his hand bones. Adam emitted a shrill scream, akin to a slaughtered pig, that pierced the eardrums of all present. You overstepped your bounds in offending me. Now, I shall sever your hand. Do you accept this fate? Cold sweat trickled down Adam's forehead. After enduring the pain, he managed to utter, I accept. I accept. Chen Jinzhao delivered a swift kick, sending him tumbling toward the entrance. Then begone. Adam staggered to his feet, hopping away on his remaining left leg, unopposed by anyone. The atmosphere within the villa grew heavy, more suffocating than before. Su Yaoyao began to clap enthusiastically, exclaiming, Brother Jinzhao, you are incredible. Your prowess remains undiminished. Yu Mingji let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the farce had finally come to an end. Su Jinghui stared at Chen Jinzhao in terror, bewildered by how such a formidable Muay Thai expert could be overpowered by a single punch. He was certain that even if his subordinates swarmed Chen Jinzhao, they would stand no chance. Panic gripped him, his body trembling involuntarily. Sun Hanfeng swallowed hard, having never before witnessed such ferocity. Su Jinghui, do you have anything further to say? Chen Jinzhao inquired with a smile. Instinctively, Su Jinghui took a few steps back, and when he could retreat no further, he feigned calmness and declared, Chen Jinzhao, I concede that you possess some skill, but what does that matter? A mere mortal cannot withstand firearms. I had no intention of resorting to my trump card, but your relentless provocation leaves me no choice. You shall die. With a snap, Su Jinghui drew his gun, aiming it at Chen Jinzhao's forehead. Yu Mingji and Su Yaoyao's expressions tightened once more. No one dared to breathe too heavily, fearing that Su Jinghui might inadvertently pull the trigger. Do you understand that you are committing a crime, Su? Private ownership of firearms is punishable by law, Su Yaoyao admonished, hoping to restore Su Jinghui's composure. Yu Mingji added, put the gun down. If you accidentally fire, no one will emerge unscathed. However, Su Jinghui had succumbed to madness. He bellowed, silence. I will kill Chen Jinzhao today, for he has obstructed me at every turn. You had better behave, or I shall not be responsible for the consequences. Yu Mingji felt her heart plunge, desperately seeking a way to respond. Chen Jinzhao's fury was thoroughly ignited, his gaze turning frigid. Su Jinghui, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Lower your weapon now, and there may yet be a path for redemption. Su Jinghui, with a mocking laugh, retorted, Are you afraid? It's understandable. Who could face a firearm without trepidation? No matter your strength, you must still hold a modicum of respect for the pistol in my grasp. Kneel before me. I grant you but 10 seconds. Otherwise, I shall pull the trigger. Rest assured, I shall not end your life outright. Rather, I shall shatter your limbs and force you to witness my affection for Yu Mingji. Yu Mingji's expression darkened, her apprehensions validated by Su Jinghui's vile intentions. Meanwhile, Su Yaoyao had remained silent since Su Jinghui's rebuke, lost in contemplation. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown intensified the urgency of the situation. Suddenly, Su Yaoyao raised her voice, exclaiming, The police are coming. Su Jinghui's composure faltered as he instinctively turned his gaze towards the entrance, fearing the arrival of law enforcement. In that fleeting moment, Chen Jinzhao seized the opportunity. He lunged forward, and Su Jinghui soon realized that Su Yaoyao's shout was merely a diversion. By the time he regained his wits, Chen Jinzhao was already before him. You, Su Jinghui stammered, terror-stricken. In the face of Chen Jinzhao's swift movements, he felt as sluggish as a snail. Chen Jinzhao grasped Su Jinghui's wrist and with a deft motion dislocated his arm, causing the weapon to slip from his grasp, which Chen Jinzhao effortlessly seized. The entire maneuver was executed with flawless precision. Chen Jinzhao, return my firearm. Su Jinghui exclaimed, a mix of fear and astonishment in his voice. Chen Jinzhao responded with a resounding slap to Su Jinghui's face, followed by a kick to his abdomen that forced the air from his lungs and left him gasping, his body trembling in pain as he leaned against the wall and gradually sank to his knees. Behind them, Su Yaoyao's voice rang out. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Seeing the tide of the situation turn, Sun Haifei attempted to blend into the crowd to flee, but Su Yaoyao quickly spotted him. Once discovered, Sun Haifei discarded his pretense and bolted for the exit. Su Yaoyao would not permit such an escape. She seized an ashtray from the coffee table and hurled it at him. The ashtray struck Sun Haifei's knee with uncanny accuracy, causing him to stumble and crash to the ground in a disheveled heap. Su Yaoyao clapped her hands, chuckling. Don't blame me for being too forceful. Just behave yourself. Yu Mingji regarded Su Yaoyao with an expression of intrigue. The accuracy of her earlier throw suggested considerable training. This girl possessed unexpected prowess. Brother Jinzhao, did you see how adept I am? Su Yaoyao sought praise. Our collaboration was seamless, wouldn't you agree? Chen Jinzhao nodded in commendation, You performed admirably. In truth, even without Su Yaoyao's distraction, Chen Jinzhao would have easily subdued Su Jinghui. However, this girl required encouragement. Having grown up in a unique family, she seldom received praise from her grandfather, Su Hanqing. Are you unharmed? Chen Jinzhao added, his concern palpable. Su Yaoyao proudly puffed out her chest and said, You underestimate me too much. What could possibly happen to me? Very well then. Subsequently, Chen Jinzhao approached Yu Mengji and inquired with a smile, Miss Yu, do you have any questions? Yu Mengji shook her head, feeling that Chen Jinzhao was being rather sarcastic. What questions could she possibly have? Suddenly, an idea struck her, and her gaze fell upon Chen Jinzhao's hands. Are your hands all right? She had just heard the sound of Adam's kneecap shattering, and since forces are reciprocal, Chen Jinzhao's hands might have been injured as well. Chen Jinzhao presented his hands before Yu Mengji, revealing slight redness and swelling. Is it that serious? Yu Mengji exclaimed. Chen Jinzhao replied helplessly, Do you really believe I am one of the Shaolin 18 bronze men? I am but flesh and blood. However, this minor injury is nothing. You merely need to assist me with one thing for me to recover. What is it? A kiss. Chapter 41. Are you deaf? Shameless. Yu Mengji was completely engrossed in Chen Jinzhao's words, unaware that he was teasing her. Infuriated, she decisively shrugged off his hand. Su Yaoyao erupted into giggles. One was a vigorous young man, while the other was a proud and fiery female CEO. It must be said that they indeed made a fitting pair. Yu Mengji swiftly shifted the topic, inquiring how Chen Jinzhao intended to handle the current predicament. Chen Jinzhao glanced at the several trembling female university students seated on the sofa, waved his hand for them to leave, but not before specifically cautioning them to keep the day's events to themselves in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. The young women expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Chen Jinzhao, overwhelmed with appreciation. Yet, it was Su Jinghui and Sun Hanfeng who troubled Yu Mengji the most. Chen Jinzhao, with a stoic expression, remarked, These two are utterly despicable, deserving of the gravest punishment. In my opinion, they should be taken directly to the police station. Their crimes are beyond measure, not something we have the authority to decide. Su Yaoyao nodded in agreement with this sentiment. However, Yu Mengji harbored some reservations, hesitating to make a decision. Regaining his composure, Su Jinghui, with a pallid countenance, crawled before Yu Mengji, pleading for mercy. Mengji, please don't report this. If you do, my life will be ruined. We grew up together. Do you really want to see me spend the rest of my days in prison? Please give me a chance. If you let me off this time, I assure you I will never harass you again and will withdraw from the gang. Su Jinghui's tearful lament stirred a sense of compassion within Yu Mengji. Nevertheless, being a rational individual, she shook her head and replied, One must face the consequences of their actions. Without rules, a family cannot function. Without laws, a nation cannot stand. Hearing this, Su Jinghui crumpled, continuing to wail despondently. Yu Mengji turned to Chen Jinzhao, You should report it. As Su Jinghui had mentioned, they had grown up together, and Yu Mengji felt a twinge of sentimentality. Having Chen Jinzhao make the report would greatly alleviate the weight on her conscience. Chen Jinzhao nodded, All right, before he could press the 3 digits. A flurry of well-dressed individuals burst through the door, instantly putting Chen Jinzhao on high alert. Upon seeing them, Yu Mengji reassured Chen Jinzhao, Don't be anxious. They are from the Yu family. Miss, are you all right? A middle-aged man stepped forward, expressing concern for Yu Mengji. The man, Shen Liangping, was a trusted subordinate of the elder Yu. Over the years, he had conducted numerous significant operations in the gray areas of Jiangnan, earning the favor of Yu Lingxiao. In essence, Shen Liangping was the shadow of the Yu family. Shadows exist only in light. Once they enter darkness, they vanish without a trace. In situations where the Yu family could not intervene directly, Shen Liangping would navigate the shadows to clear obstacles for them. I'm fine, Yu Mengji replied, shaking her head. Shen Liangping exhaled in relief. Everything was fine, and that reassured him. This is, he began, turning to Chen Jinzhao, as Yu Mengji candidly declared. He is my boyfriend, Chen Jinzhao. So, he was to be the future son-in-law. What a pleasure to meet him. Shen Liangping gave an impression of being cultured and refined. Yet Chen Jinzhao detected a fierce ferocity lurking in his gaze, indicating he was no ordinary man. His hands were likely stained with unclean deeds. Chen Jinzhao had always held disdain for such individuals. Serving as a shadow for the aristocracy, their actions were undoubtedly shrouded in darkness, often involving heinous acts. Shen Liangping noticed the disdain in Chen Jinzhao's eyes and found it somewhat amusing. Did this young man truly believe he was worthy of being Yu's son-in-law? Chen Jinzhao was not deserving. Shun Liangping extended his hand to suggest a handshake, intending to show him his place. However, Chen Jinzhao glanced at Shun Liangping's calloused palm and shook his head, saying, "My hand is injured. It is inconvenient to shake." In reality, he wished to keep his hands unsullied. Shun Liangping chuckled awkwardly, concealing his emotions, and accepted the refusal. After all, if the prospective son-in-law did not wish to shake hands, so be it. Yu Mengji, perceptive as ever, quickly sensed the tension between the two men, but felt it was not her place to intervene. Shun Liangping continued, "The old man is already aware of the situation and wishes for you and the young master to return home. As for Su Jinghui and Sun Hanfei, they must also be brought back. The Su family is involved. The old man will decide how to handle it." Chen Jinzhao found it amusing. Did the Yu family truly consider themselves the rulers of Jiangnan? Su Yaoyao, harboring a deep-seated aversion to injustice since childhood, could not abide such tyrannical behavior from a family. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "You can deal with the rest at your leisure. I must return to school. Brother Jinzhao, remember to find me later." Shen Liangping remained silent, but someone intercepted Su Yaoyao's path. Chen Jinzhao immediately prepared to take action, yet Shun Liangping stepped in to block him. "She cannot leave. The Yu family wishes to ascertain what transpired and wishes to keep this matter under wraps." Su Yaoyao, exasperated, retorted, "Is the Yu family truly so domineering?" Shun Liangping wore a hollow smile, yet did not relent. Both Chen Jinzhao and Su Yaoyao focused their attention on Yu Mingji. The reason they had yet to act was due to their unwillingness to place her in a difficult situation. It was unclear why, but previously, Yu Mingji would not have perceived any issue with the Yu family's conduct. She had been raised within such strictures. Yet now, she vaguely sensed the family's excessive tyranny. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Mingji addressed Shen Liangping, "Uncle Shen, please allow her to leave. She is a friend of mine and will not divulge anything." Shen Liangping shook his head. "I'm afraid that is not permissible. It is the old man's directive." Yu Mingji closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened them again, stating firmly, "What I mean is to let her go. I do not wish to repeat myself. I will speak to grandfather myself." Shen Liangping was taken aback by the sudden assertiveness of the young lady. It was well known that Yu Mengji had always been obedient to Yu Lingxiao since childhood. However, he had clearly conveyed to her that this was the old master's decision, yet she still expressed her profound dissatisfaction. The young lady had indeed changed. Shen Liangping opened his mouth, intending to offer an explanation, but Yu Mengji's patience had long since worn thin. "Uncle Shun, do not force me to speak harshly." She had never addressed her family with such firmness before. This was a first. Shen Liangping cast a deep glance at Yu Mingji and ultimately conceded. "Since this individual is a friend of the young lady, we shall not obstruct her. However, we must assign someone to ensure her safety." The implication was clear. Leaving was permissible, but surveillance was necessary. Yu Mingji was thoroughly infuriated. "Are you deaf? Or do you not understand what I am saying? No one is to be sent to obstruct or monitor her." Chapter 42. The aristocracy of Ninghai meeting the displeased gaze of Shun Liangping. Yu Mengji's countenance instantly hardened. Her anger was palpable. Even Shun Liangping was taken aback, for the usually gentle young lady had inexplicably directed her ire towards him. It is worth noting that even the second generation of the Yu family would treat Shen Liangping with utmost courtesy, let alone the third generation, who regarded him with profound respect and even vied for his favor. Although Yu Mengji had never sought to curry favor with Shun Liangping before, she had always been polite. Yet now, she was scolding him over a mere outsider. To be frank, Shen Liangping felt quite uncomfortable, remaining silent throughout. "Uncle Shun, do you have any objections to what I just said?" Yu Mengji's tone bore an edge of impatience. Instantly, a smile flickered across Shun Liangping's face as he forced a chuckle. "Not at all. Since this young lady is a friend of the eldest miss, we shall not send anyone to monitor her. We will allow her to leave directly." Yu Mengji shifted her gaze from Shun Liangping to Su Yaoyao and said, "Sister Su, should you find anyone stalking or surveilling you upon your return, please have Chen Jinzhao inform me directly." Su Yaoyao nodded with a smile. "Thank you, Sister Yu. May I take my leave now?" As Yu Mengji watched Su Yaoyao depart, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She understood that if she did not assert herself, Chen Jinzhao would be even more forceful. Shen Liangping wore a smile that did not reach his eyes, clearly harboring discontent towards the young lady. Anticipating a report back to the old master. "That individual may leave, but the son-in-law cannot." The old master has expressly requested to see him. This is not my wish, and I hope the eldest miss can understand. Shen Liangping fretted, fearing Yu Mengji might allow Chen Jinzhao to escape. Yu Mengji nodded. Then please proceed. Outside the villa, numerous vehicles were parked. Yu Mengji and Chen Jinzhao boarded the same car. Before driving off, Yu Mengji reassured Chen Jinzhao, "You need not worry, with me around. My grandfather and the others will not make things difficult for you." Chen Jinzhao merely responded with a soft choosing not to elaborate further. As the scenery outside began to recede, the vehicle exited the Shuiwei Villa area, traveling along the 4th Ring Road. Along the way, they passed scattered urban villages and farmland in the suburbs, a well-known area of mixed urban and rural environments in Ninghai, teeming with both good and ill. Soon after, the car veered off the 4th Ring Road onto a winding path. It was only then that Chen Jinzhao noticed the lush expanse of trees surrounding them. With no sign of farmland or villages in sight, at the end of the road loomed a grand estate, and the vehicle came to a halt after entering the estate's majestic gates. Upon disembarking, Chen Jinzhao gasped at the sight of the estate before him. The main building occupied over 2,000 square meters, while the gardens and lawns extended to an astonishing area of over 10,000 square meters. Not accounting for the parking garage, swimming pool, and tennis courts. He had previously heard tales of the Yu family's dominance in Ninghai, a prominent clan in Jiangnan province. Yet he had never fully grasped their grandeur until he beheld this estate. It was no wonder that there were no villages or farmland nearby. The Yu family likely forbade the presence of anything that might diminish their status in the area. In affluent families, the dynamics are often predictable. Yu Mengji noticed Chen Jinzhao's astonished expression and contemplated saying something, but ultimately deemed it inappropriate. "Mengji, are you all right?" A middle-aged man approached the two. The individual was Yu Mengji's second uncle, Yu Jingji, who inquired about her well-being while completely ignoring Chen Jinzhao. Chen Jinzhao, regaining his composure, paid no heed to Yu Zhengji's disregard. In this world, bustling with activity, all are driven by profit, without any benefit to be gained. Who would pay him any mind? Yu Mengji opened her mouth, intending to introduce Chen Jinzhao to Yu Zhengji, but he preempted her by saying, "Come inside. The old master and your father are waiting for you in the room, as is the elder of the Su family." "Jinzhao, come with me," Yu Mengji said. Yu Zhengji frowned slightly, and Yu Mengji took the initiative to introduce, "Uncle, this is my boyfriend, Chen Jinzhao. Grandfather mentioned that he would bring Jinzhao to meet you this Sunday." "Jinzhao, this is my second uncle." Chen Jinzhao smiled and replied, "Hello, uncle." Yu Zhengji's lips twitched. Had it not been for the presence of others, he would have scolded Chen Jinzhao for his lack of manners. "You? How could you possibly be worthy of becoming a son-in-law of the Yu family? Dream on." However, with outsiders present, Yu Zhengji was compelled to adopt a facade of appreciation for the younger generation, making Chen Jinzhao perceive him as exceptionally hypocritical. The three entered the living room, which was spacious, approximately over 100 square meters, more expansive than many homes. The crystal chandeliers were beyond compare, with prices reaching into the millions. In the center of the living room, Yu Lingxiao occupied the main seat, while Su Jinghui and the elder of the Su family, Su Qingyan, knelt before him. Clearly, upon learning of his grandson's foolish actions, Su Qingyan rushed to Yu Lingxiao to apologize, fully aware of his elder brother's temperament and the severe consequences of provoking him. Under Su Qingyan's admonition, Su Jinghui continuously slapped his own face. Upon noticing the three's entrance, Yu Lingxiao opened his eyes and remarked, "Mengji, you've endured much. Please take a seat." He did not cast a single glance towards Chen Jinzhao throughout. The situation became even more awkward as only 2 seats remained, indicating that none had been reserved for Chen Jinzhao. Yu Mengji glanced at the seating arrangement but chose not to sit, standing alongside Chen Jinzhao instead. Yu Lingxiao, surprised, lifted his gaze to Chen Jinzhao and then quickly averted his eyes. "Mengji, how do you wish to deal with Su Jinghui?" he inquired, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. After clearing her throat, Yu Mengji stated, "Su Jinghui has committed numerous heinous acts, and his crimes are beyond reckoning. It is not for me to decide his fate. My intention is to send him to the police station and allow the law to pass judgment on him." Yu Lingxiao did not express his opinion, but Yu Berteo and the others understood that the elder was not pleased with such reasoning. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyan panicked. He knew how reckless his grandson was. Having been spoiled since childhood, Su Jinghui had engaged in all manner of wrongdoing, dabbling in gambling, drugs, and more. If he were truly sent to prison, the likelihood of a death sentence loomed large. He immediately begged Yu Lingxiao for mercy. "Brother, I bow to you. The Su family has but one heir. If he is imprisoned, he may never return. Would you truly have the heart to see the Su family come to an end? I am also aware that this despicable individual has committed numerous wrongdoings and has even dared to extend his reach towards Mingxi. Indeed, he is in the wrong, and I am willing to pay any price to compensate for Mingxi's emotional distress. Yu Lingxiao spoke with difficulty. Mingxi is my most beloved granddaughter, and Su Jinghui's actions are utterly unacceptable. Elder brother, Shaohui informed me that the illustrious figure in the field of biochemistry, Wen Fu, will be joining the Goqing Group. This will undoubtedly enable the Goqing Group to advance towards the ambitious goal of becoming a 100 billion enterprise. I am prepared to transfer more than half of my shares to the Yu family and guarantee that Shaohui will not appear in the Yu family site in the future. Yu Lingxiao's finger, which had been tapping the armrest of his chair, paused, and his brow slightly furrowed. This proposition seems rather enticing, does it not? Chapter 43. The exchange of interests. Yu Mengji stood in a daze, her heart heavy with confusion. The elderly gentleman seemed quite satisfied with the terms. Yet her turmoil stemmed not from this, but from the realization that the Yu family would leverage her plight to negotiate with the Su family. Did they view her as a mere pawn, willing to be discarded should she fail to yield greater benefits? In this negotiation, she felt no warmth. Only the chilling specter of transactional relationships, which filled her with profound disappointment. Yu Lingxiao remained silent, lost in contemplation. The eldest son, Yu Buitao, quickly grasped the situation. Frowning as he addressed Su Qingyan, "Old Su, I believe you are somewhat muddled. Mengji is the treasured jewel of the Yu family, the apple of the old gentleman Si. How can she be appraised in mere monetary terms?" A bitter expression crossed Su Qingyan's face. After years of dealings with Yu Lingxiao, he understood this was a game of bargaining. The Yu family had firmly grasped the Su family's lifeline, and they were sure to demand exorbitant terms, with the Su family left with no means to retaliate. It was then that Yu Lingxiao spoke up. "Old Su, in our youth we faced life and death together, laboring through hardships to carve out our destinies. I never imagined we would find ourselves in such a predicament." The actions of Su Jinghui filled him with anger and disappointment. Yu Jingji chimed in, enumerating the misdeeds of the Su family, while seizing the opportunity to mention how Yu Lingxiao had once supported Su Qingyan. In response, Su Qingyan, with a hint of sorrow, replied, "Elder brother, I am aware of the myriad faults of the Su family, but I cannot simply stand by and watch my only grandson perish. I retract my earlier statement. I am willing to transfer 30 of the shares to the Yu family." Initially, his intention had been to offer only 25. Yu Buitao sighed, reiterating, "It is not merely a matter of money." With determination, Su Qingyan replied, 35 is my final offer. When calculated at a market valuation of 100 billion, this represented shares worth 35 billion, explaining Su Qingyan's palpable distress. Yet, this figure had not yet breached his threshold. Currently, the Goqing Group was valued at only 2 to 3 billion. Even with nearly half of the shares, Su Qingyan's stake amounted to merely a few billion. However, should Wen Fu lead Goqing to rise, even a mere 10 stake could yield a substantial valuation. Su Qingyan was acutely aware of these calculations. Yu Lingxiao regarded Su Qingyan with a deep understanding. No one knew the Su family better than he. Though the Su family had risen by clinging to the Yu family's coattails, they had also begun to foster their own interests. Should the Yu family insist on exorbitant demands, Su Qingyan might very well consider sacrificing Su Jinghui, orchestrating a means for him to endure a decade or more behind bars, a prospect far from insurmountable. Thus, Yu Lingxiao remarked, "It would be wise to know when to halt. It is in everyone's best interest." He added, "Consider this akin to paying tuition for Su Jinghui. Let us avoid such juvenile errors in the future." Elated, Su Qingyan hastily pressed his forehead to the ground in reverence to Su Jinghui. This display left Chen Jinzhao, who had emerged from the lower echelons of society, feeling uneasy, as the air was thick with the decaying remnants of feudal customs. What further incensed Chen Jinzhao was the fact that the Yu family shamelessly regarded the plight of Yu Mengji as a bargaining chip to extort exorbitant benefits from the Su family. Was there any semblance of human compassion left? At that moment, Su Qingyan hesitated, pondering, what about Shaohui? Yu Buitao interjected on behalf of the elder. Let him study abroad. Otherwise, how will he take over the Su family's enterprises in the future? Their synchronized dialogue easily suggested that the Yu family had long conspired together. Yet, Su Qingyan found himself ensnared by this hook. He nodded repeatedly, "Very well. I shall send Shaohui abroad for further studies. He shall no longer appear before the Yu family." Everyone overlooked another key participant, Yu Mengji. She clenched her fists in silent dismay, feeling as though she were being treated as a mere commodity, but she soon relaxed her grip, realizing that in such a family, women were perpetually regarded as tools for marital alliances. She should have been aware of this long ago. Mengji, what do you think? Yu Lingxiao suddenly spoke up. A dozen pairs of eyes in the room turned toward her, and Yu Mengji felt a surge of pressure, hesitating to voice her thoughts. She yearned to oppose the notion, yet understood the futility of dissent. Grandfather, Before she could finish, her usually taciturn father, Yu Wendong, abruptly interrupted her, stating gruffly, "Old master, is Mingji your granddaughter or merely a pawn in your hand? I cannot agree to such terms." The living room fell into an immediate silence. Yu Buitao and Yu Jingji exchanged astonished glances at their third brother. In the past, Yu Wendong had always played the role of the submissive one, never daring to contravene the elder's will. What had come over him today? Wendong, what nonsense are you speaking? Yu Buitao discerned the old master's displeasure and quickly admonished Yu Wendong. Yu Jingji, equally defiant, added, "Wendong, have you lost your mind? Apologize to the old master at once. How can you allow Su Lao to mock us?" Yu Mingji looked at her father in astonishment. To her surprise, the one who cared for her feelings was her father, who had rarely shown interest in her before. What was he trying to accomplish? Yu Wendong, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, "Eldest brother, second brother, you have completely misinterpreted the old master's intentions. He has often stated that Mengji is his most cherished granddaughter. How could he possibly use her misfortune to barter for such benefits? If he were to do so, both the Yu family and the old master would be ridiculed in Jiangnan. Are you helping the old master or seeking to harm him? Moreover, Mengji is my daughter, not yours. She is currently suffering, and as her father, I must stand up for her. My proposal is to take Su Jinghui to the police station and let the law adjudicate his crimes. Father, am I correct?" He placed Yu Lingxiao in a precarious position. Yu Buitao and Yu Jingji exchanged incredulous glances, taken aback that Yu Wendong would invoke the old master. Yet they could not counter his words without tarnishing the elder's reputation. Yu Lingxiao cast a deep glance at Yu Wendong. It was evident to all that he harbored a strong dislike for Yu Wendong, even to the point of disdain. However, Yu Lingxiao was not a simple character. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "Wendong speaks truly. Mingji is my most cherished granddaughter, the jewel of the Yu family. How could I bear to see Mingji suffer? I comprehend Wendong's sentiments. Therefore, I believe it is best for Mingji to determine Su Jinghui's fate herself. Regardless of her decision, we, as elders, will honor her choice. Wendong, do you concur?" Yu Wendong furrowed his brow, appearing torn between words, having been outmaneuvered by Yu Lingxiao. Predictably, Yu Mengji would likely acquiesce to her grandfather's wishes, thereby securing benefits for the Su family. Once Yu Mengji voiced her perspective, Yu Wendong would be compelled to respect her decision, lest he inadvertently undermine his own standing. He turned to gaze at his daughter, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Once again, Yu Mengji found herself the center of attention, feeling the immense weight of expectations pressing down upon her fragile form. In this family, she had always been directed in her actions, with little regard for her own thoughts or desires. This time, she dared not oppose her grandfather's will. Just as her lips began to move, the previously silent Chen Jinzhao suddenly grasped Yu Mengji's hand, leaving her both astonished and somewhat flustered. How could this individual dare to make such a bold move in the Yu household? They were merely playing a part. Yu Mengji attempted to free herself, but her efforts were in vain, her face flushing with urgency. Chen Jinzhao held her hand and, under the gaze of a dozen astonished eyes, proclaimed, "Mengji's intention is for Su Jinghui to face legal consequences. Mengji, what do you think?" Chapter 44. The reckless the Yu family was displeased. Did Chen Jinzhao truly consider himself of any significance? In such a situation, what right did he have to speak or to make decisions on behalf of Yu Mengji? It was laughable. Chen Jinzhao turned his gaze toward Yu Mengji. Stirred by the unwavering determination in his eyes, she felt a surge of courage rise within her. The words that had been on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back down. Chen Jinzhao continued, "What Su Jinghui has done is exceedingly vile. This is likely not his first offense. Moreover, many young maidens, aside from Mengji, have already fallen victim to his disgraceful acts. Even if Mengji had not suffered such a fate, it is imperative to expose Su Jinghui's heinous deeds." Yu Mengji was profoundly shaken. All along, she had perceived Chen Jinzhao as a mere lowly security guard, lacking any grand ambitions. Yet in this moment, she saw in his eyes a fervent concern and steadfast belief in justice. Suddenly, she felt an unfamiliar sense of fearlessness. If someone as ordinary as Chen Jinzhao dared to speak out for righteousness, why should she, as a victim, not defend her own dignity? Chen Jinzhao had already demonstrated through his actions that he would stand by her side, even if it meant facing the world as an adversary. A fleeting glance ignited the fire within Yu Mengji's eyes. Mengji, Yu Bertao began, fearful that Yu Mengji might defy the patriarch's will and provoke his ire. Yu Mengji shifted her gaze from Chen Jinzhao to meet the brooding eyes of Yu Lingxiao and declared, "Grandfather, Jinzhao is right. I must not only defend my own dignity, but also that of the Yu family. Therefore, I believe Su Jinghui should face legal repercussions." Her words struck like a thunderclap. Yu Wendong cast a deep look at his daughter and Chen Jinzhao, a faint smile gracing his lips. In stark contrast, Yu Lingxiao, Yu Bertao, and Su Qingyan were left in stunned disbelief, struggling to comprehend her resolute stance to pursue legal action against Su Jinghui. Bang! Yu Xinxing, the eldest son of Yu Bertao and the legitimate grandson of Yu Lingxiao, slammed his hand on the table in outrage. "Little sister, how can you act so recklessly? I heard from Uncle Shin that you were not harmed in this incident. Shouldn't we show some mercy? How can you not grasp such a simple principle?" Yu Jingji's eldest son, Yu Enz, joined the fray, attacking Yu Mengji with fervor. In an instant, Yu Mengji found herself the target of collective condemnation. Meanwhile, the family's pillar, Yu Lingxiao, remained silent, his thoughts inscrutable. The living room descended into chaos, resembling a bustling marketplace. Faced with the vehement onslaught of her family, Yu Mengji felt a wave of panic wash over her. She had not anticipated that making the right decision would provoke such hostility from her kin. At that moment, Chen Jinzhao tightened his grip on Yu Mengji's hand, offering her a sense of security. Yu Bertao's voice cut through the clamor. "Enough. Must we truly turn our home into a marketplace?" The room fell silent. Only then did Yu Bertao turn his attention to Chen Jinzhao beside Yu Mengji. Frowning as he inquired, "Are you the boyfriend Mengji mentioned? This matter pertains solely to the Yu family, and it is not your place to interject. What ulterior motive do you harbor by sowing discord between Mengji and the Yu family with mere words?" A pang of anxiety gripped Yu Mengji's heart. Had the Yu family begun to confront Chen Jinzhao? Though their relationship was merely a fade, given the current circumstances, Yu Mengji still found herself aligned with Chen Jinzhao. Before Chen Jinzhao could respond, Yu Wendong chuckled, "Elder brother, you are mistaken. I find this young man rather commendable. At least he considers matters from Mengji's perspective, unlike certain individuals who are blinded by greed." Yu Buotao's anger flared. Bang, bang, bang. Yu Lingxiao, unable to contain his fury, struck the armrest 3 times forcefully and admonished, "Enough. Have you all had your fill of this ruckus?" Silence fell over the room once more. It was evident to all that the elder was genuinely enraged this time. Yu Lingxiao coldly declared, "Let it be as Mengji suggests. Take Su Jinghui to the police station and utilize the law to bring him to justice." The Su family, comprising grandfather and grandson, immediately panicked. Elder brother Yu Lingxiao had no intention of responding to Su Qingyan's words. Outside the living room, Shun Liangping promptly grasped the elder's intent and led several suited young men into the room to escort the Su family out. Initially, Su Qingyan pleaded for mercy, but soon resorted to vehement curses. Before long, his voice faded into silence. The second and third generations of the Yu family cast cautious glances at Yu Lingxiao, awaiting his pronouncement. After a deep breath, Yu Lingxiao spoke, "Wendong is correct. Mengji is the cherished jewel of our Yu family. And now Su Jinghui seeks to tarnish that jewel. Is this not an affront to our family? Henceforth, any similar incidents shall be dealt with in this manner." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Mengji, are you satisfied?" Yu Lingxiao turned his gaze towards Yu Mengji. His words bore both inquiry and reproach. Unsure of how to respond, Yu Mengji was relieved when Chen Jinzhao smiled and said, "The elder possesses profound wisdom. Mengji is indeed pleased." Yu Lingxiao's eyes flickered as he scrutinized Chen Jinzhao. "So, you are Mengji's boyfriend?" "Yes, I am," Chen Jinzhao replied, his demeanor calm and composed. Yu Lingxiao emitted a soft sound of intrigue. Having lived for 70 or 80 years, he could discern character at a glance. Investigations revealed that Chen Jinzhao was merely a lowly security guard, accustomed to the underbelly of society. Yet, how could a commoner emerge from such depths bearing the audacity that Chen Jinzhao displayed? Had he been anyone else, the penetrating gaze of Yu Lingxiao would have sent them cowering and trembling. But that was the extent of it. A placid smile devoid of emotion graced Yu Lingxiao's face. "Very well, you are quite impressive. I wish to discuss a few matters with you. Please follow me to the study." Chen Jinzhao replied coolly, respectfully, I shall comply. Yu Mingji instinctively grasped Chen Jinzhao's hand, and when he turned to her, she subtly shook her head. Fear not. The elder is kind-hearted. He is no insatiable demon. The others fell silent, realizing that only a reckless person like Chen Jinzhao would dare to speak so boldly. Most members of the Yu family looked down upon this humble individual, harboring disdain in their hearts. However, Yu Wending held a different perspective. He found Chen Jinzhao intriguing and believed he could potentially become an asset to him. Chen Jinzhao followed Yu Lingxiao into the study. After shutting the door, Shun Liangping waited outside, vigilant against any sudden movements from Chen Jinzhao towards Yu Lingxiao. Chen Jinzhao? Yu Lingxiao seated himself and raised his gaze towards Chen Jinzhao, who nodded in acknowledgement. Yu Lingxiao picked up several sheets of paper from the table and recited, Chen Jinzhao, aged 26. Lost his father early in life and was raised by his mother, Li Qirong. He was admitted to Ninghai University at the age of 17 and at 18. During his sophomore year, he enlisted in the military. Over the course of his 5-year military service, he earned a second-class merit and, at the age of 23, he retired and transitioned to civilian life, eventually becoming a security guard for the Go Chun Group by fortunate circumstance. Am I correct? Chapter 45. Is it hard for you to part with me? Chen Jinzhao nodded calmly. When Yu Mengji and he began their act, the Yu family should have already uncovered such information. He would not doubt the Yu family's capabilities. However, the Yu family had still overlooked a detail. The information available regarding Chen Jinzhao's military career was all fabricated by Su Hancheng, as Su required that those missions remain strictly confidential. Not everyone could access such top-secret materials. This is where old Su's brilliance lies. If Chen Jinzhao's file indicated a top-secret status, others would certainly deduce that he had a significant background. But if a false history were created, it would alleviate much trouble. Yu Lingxiao placed the document on the table and said indifferently, "You have a wonderful mother. If anything were to happen to you, she would be heartbroken. What exactly do you wish to convey, old man?" Chen Jinzhao inquired with a smile. Yu Lingxiao tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk, saying, "You appear not to be foolish. You are quite intelligent. Thus, I shall be direct. You are unworthy of Mingji. She is destined to marry into a prominent family, to become a phoenix among the branches. That is not for you to decide," Chen Jinzhao replied with another smile. "You truly are clever, yet I am no fool either," Yu Lingxiao expressed with a measure of admiration for Chen Jinzhao. "I even know that you are merely a shield for Mingji. Am I correct?" Chen Jinzhao's smile became even brighter. Indeed, nothing could escape the old man's notice. Yu Mengji believed her actions were flawlessly executed. Living in such a family, one is constantly under scrutiny. Every action, every movement. How could it possibly elude Yu Lingxiao? "Since you are aware of the pretense between us, why have you summoned me?" Chen Jinzhao asked with curiosity. Yu Lingxiao's gaze sharpened, and he ceased tapping on the desk, fixing his eyes on Chen Jinzhao as he stated, "Because you have entertained thoughts that are inappropriate, wishing to turn fiction into reality." Chen Jinzhao was taken aback. It seemed that nothing could remain hidden from Yu Lingxiao. Before Chen Jinzhao could respond, Yu Lingxiao continued in a detached tone, "Given your family background, you ought not to entertain such aspirations. Do you know who Mingji's fiancé is? Compared to him, you are as insignificant as dust. If you were to attract his attention, the consequences would be dire." Chen Jinzhao couldn't help but shake his head, chuckling. "So, in essence, you are concerned for my well-being, old man?" Yu Lingxiao laughed as well. "Not quite. I see that you possess remarkable courage. If nurtured, you may well achieve greatness in the future. You could serve the Yu family, beneath a great tree. One finds ample shade." Chen Jinzhao felt a twinge of sentiment. Perhaps this was Yu Lingxiao's personal charm, his ability to recognize the strengths of others and to value merit without prejudice. If Chen Jinzhao were a Navi youth, he would undoubtedly feel grateful for Yu Lingxiao's recognition, perhaps even willing to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to him. However, Chen Jinzhao was not that sort of person. Even without the title of a general, he was unwilling to serve as a lackey for the aristocracy. The sharp blades wielded by these noble families ultimately strike the common folk, and Chen Jinzhao will not betray his origins. Yu Lingxiao caught a glimpse of the disdain in Chen Jinzhao's eyes. Rather than feeling anger, he found himself increasingly intrigued by this young man, who was the first to decline the old man's invitation. "However, are you certain you wish to oppose the Yu family?" Chen Jinzhao remained silent. Yu Lingxiao continued, "Your selfishness will not only bring harm to yourself, but also to Mingji. Are you threatening me?" Chen Jinzhao's expression was one of ambiguous amusement. Yu Lingxiao shook his head, stating, You are not yet in a position to be threatened by the Yu family. It is commendable for a young man to possess ambition, yet one must not become blindly arrogant. Chen Jinzhao gazed out the window and sighed. It is rare for the old master Yu to converse so extensively with a mere commoner like myself. However, I have previously stated my commitment to Mingji. Unless she bids me leave, I shall not depart. Yu Lingxiao fell silent, feeling a twinge of displeasure. This commoner truly overestimates himself, akin to a toad desiring to feast upon a swan. Those who harbor such delusions often find themselves met with disastrous consequences. Are you certain you wish to stand against the Yu family? Yu Lingxiao's tone grew colder. Chen Jinzhao shook his head, asserting, no, I merely stand alongside Mingji. Whether that is in opposition to the Yu family is of little consequence. Do you intend to silence me? Yu Lingxiao chuckled, though his smile was laced with frost. I comprehend your intent. In my youth, I too possessed such simple aspirations. I hope you can retain this innocence. Liangping, see our guest out. With a creak, Shen Liangping entered from the doorway and gestured for Chen Jinzhao to exit. Chen Jinzhao smiled at Yu Lingxiao, then strode out of the study. It was evident that Yu Lingxiao had no intention of inviting him to dinner. Shen Liangping escorted him to the gates of the estate. As Chen Jinzhao glanced back at the Grand Yu family manor, he shook his head, intending to depart on foot. Within a 3-kilometer radius, there was not a soul in sight, let alone a bus stop. Even ride-hailing services could not reach this remote location. Chen Jinzhao, wait for me. After a few steps, Yu Mengji's voice called from behind, prompting Chen Jinzhao to halt and turn around. Yu Mengji appeared at the gate, and after a moment, Chen Jinzhao walked to her side. At that moment, he noticed the joyful smile adorning her face. Yu Mengji exclaimed, thank you so much for earlier. Did my grandfather say anything to you? Although she had just defied the old man and caused him displeasure, a sense of inexplicable joy surged within her, releasing the pent-up frustration that had been confined in her chest. Chen Jinzhao shrugged. What more could I say? Merely that I should know my place. And what did you say? Yu Mingji suddenly appeared anxious. Alas, Chen Jinzhao sighed. Your Yu family is a prominent clan in Ninghai, capable of overshadowing half the sky with a mere gesture. I am but a commoner. Whatever the old man said, I merely acquiesced. A sense of loss suddenly welled up within Yu Mingji's heart. After a brief moment, she spoke again with a tone laden with complexity, but I cannot truly blame you. Before my grandfather, no one can hold their head high. Nonetheless, I must express my gratitude for your assistance over the past few days. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to confide in me. Chen Jinzhao turned to gaze into Yu Mengji's eyes and asked, are you reluctant to part with me? Caught off guard, Yu Mengji hurriedly averted her gaze and retorted stubbornly, stop your nonsense. How could I possibly be reluctant? I merely feel. Her heart was in disarray. After stammering for a while, she failed to articulate her thoughts. It was a rare sight to witness the ice-cold female CEO in such an awkward predicament. With a smile, Chen Jinzhao patted her shoulder and said, I was merely teasing you. The old man indeed urged me to be sensible and distance myself from you. But I once made a promise to take full responsibility for you, General Yu. A man of honor cannot break his word. Chapter 46. Unyielding aspirations. I have no intention of leaving President Yu for the time being. Chen Jinzhao's words left Yu Mengji momentarily stunned, her chaotic thoughts gradually settling as she hesitantly replied, will this not provoke the old man? If so, he might. President, you need not worry about me. I am well aware of my own boundaries. I promise to take responsibility for you, and I shall see it through, Chen Jinzhao stated with a calm demeanor, though his words stirred an uncomfortable sensation within Yu Mengji. To her, Chen Jinzhao was merely a lowly security guard, yet he was willing to stand against the Yu family for her. Her heart, not entirely an unfeeling glacier, could not help but be touched. Why are you so foolish? Yu Mengji reproached. You first confront the old man in front of everyone, then defy his wishes. I believe he will not let you off easily. What should we do? Yu Mengji mused aloud, not allowing Chen Jinzhao to respond. How about this? From now on, stay close to me. I refuse to believe the old man would dare to confront you in my presence. Yet, Chen Jinzhao quietly shook his head. This woman still underestimated Yu Lingxiao's means. Nevertheless, he would not speak ill of Yu Lingxiao before Yu Mengji. After all, she was his beloved granddaughter, and sowing discord was a cowardly act. Chen Jinzhao, should you encounter any difficulties in the future, inform me immediately, Yu Mengji instructed. Chen Jinzhao could only nod like a chick pecking at grain. After walking a few hundred meters, Chen Jinzhao suddenly turned to gaze at Yu Mengji. What is it? She inquired, puzzled. Is there something on my face? No, President Yu. Where's your car? Chen Jinzhao asked. Yu Mengji awkwardly replied, my car is still at Shuiwa Bay. I have no vehicle at home. And after my quarrel with the old man, they wouldn't lend me a car, so I simply walked out. Are you saying you came out to accompany me? Chen Jinzhao retorted. Yu Mengji's face flushed with embarrassment as she scoffed. Do not overthink it. That is not my intention. I understand. Chen Jinzhao responded. Sensing her discomfort, Yu Mengji turned her head, ignoring him. Chen Jinzhao, recognizing her mood, refrained from teasing her further to avoid inciting her ire. After another 10 minutes of walking, they had traversed half the distance. Yu Mengji's pace had slowed, her high heels causing discomfort after prolonged wear. Chen Jinzhao, keenly observing this, suggested, shall I carry you? Yu Mengji shook her head, feeling that Chen Jinzhao was attempting to take advantage of her. That is not advisable. You might develop corns, he warned with a frown. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Mengji bent down to remove her high heels, carrying them in her hand. There are only 2 kilometers left, and this path is devoid of sharp stones. Let us hasten our pace. Extend your hand. Allow me to carry your shoes, Chen Jinzhao offered. After a brief hesitation, Yu Mengji finally handed her high heels to him, permitting his assistance. The two walked side by side along the spacious asphalt road, opening their hearts to share their pasts. Chen Jinzhao. May I inquire about your ex-girlfriend? What was she like? In the estate, Yu Lingxiao was intently observing the surveillance footage. The screen displayed Chen Jinzhao walking alongside Yu Mengji, with the latter's high heels in his hand. The pair ambled back and forth, with Yu Mengji occasionally throwing punches at Chen Jinzhao. Various signs indicated that Yu Lingxiao's initial assumptions were misguided. Initially, he believed that Yu Mengji and Chen Jinzhao were merely engaging in a fleeting dalliance, thinking Yu Mengji looked down upon Chen Jinzhao, a mere security guard. However, in the absence of any distractions, their affectionate demeanor suggested a deeper connection, resembling that of a couple. Yu Lingxiao's expression darkened, almost dripping with discontent. He would not permit any semblance of a relationship between Yu Mengji and Chen Jinzhao, as Yu Mengji was destined to marry into the Qin family. Such a union with Qin Fengwu would yield immense benefits for the Yu family, which could not withstand the wrath of Qin Fengwu, whose anger would render the Yu family's future precarious. This was a game of no retreat. Meanwhile, Shen Liangping spoke up, Master. There's something I am unsure whether to mention. Speak, Yu Lingxiao commanded. Shen Liangping nodded and recounted the events that had transpired at Shuiwa Bay, emphasizing how Yu Mengji had become irate over external matters, adopting a notably serious tone. It was evident that Yu Mengji was drifting away from him. Is that so? Yu Lingxiao felt a surge of anger. Shen Liangping quickly clarified, Master, I do not intend to sow discord between you and Miss Yu, but I believe this bodes ill. Yu Lingxiao nodded, acknowledging the validity of Shen Liangping's concerns. Master, should we find someone to deal with him? Shen Liangping gestured as if to cut a throat. Yu Lingxiao rose and moved to the window, gazing at the dusk's fading light. Xiaoshen, do not hastily resort to such actions. We are reasonable individuals. It suffices to discuss matters rationally without being overly forceful, understood? Shen Liangping nodded, I understand. Half an hour later, at a bustling eatery in the urban-rural fringe, Yu Mengji sat at a round table wearing a pair of inexpensive flip-flops, which Chen Jinzhao had purchased from a local shop. She surveyed the environment, noting the grease and water stains that marred the surroundings. You brought me to this kind of place for a meal? Yu Mengji inquired uncertainly, glancing at Chen Jinzhao. He nodded, yes, what of it? Hesitant. Yu Mengji finally shook her head. It's nothing. I've never been to a place like this. I thought you might treat me to dinner at a casual Western restaurant. Such establishments at least offered a pleasant ambience and reasonable prices. Miss, you truly know how to belittle people. I can only afford to come to places like this once a month. Today is indeed a splurge, Chen Jinzhao lamented, feigning pain, as they waited for their food. Yu Mengji curiously scanned her surroundings, gradually acclimating to the atmosphere. An elderly man accompanies his grandson, returning from kindergarten. A hurried young professional makes his way home. A delivery rider recklessly maneuvers his electric scooter through the streets, and even a few women stand outside a hair salon, beckoning for customers. The myriad facets of life unveil themselves before the eyes. It is at this moment that Yu Mengji notices Chen Jinzhao, smoking not far away, exuding an aura of dissonance amidst the bustling crowd. Though he merely leans against a utility pole, he stands out distinctly among the throng. In his eyes lies a profound compassion, as if he gazes from the pinnacle of the world. observing the ebb and flow of existence and the comings and goings of humanity. This man is indeed markedly different from the rest, despite his humble origins. He possesses an ethereal quality that captivates Yu Mengji for a fleeting moment. A phrase from Wang Bo's preface to the pavilion of Prince Tang of the Tang dynasty springs to her mind. Though aging, the heart remains steadfast, though impoverished. One's ambition does not wane. Chapter 47. Ning Fei's wedding. Yu Mengji was pleasantly surprised to discover that the dishes at the roadside stall were surprisingly delectable. In her preconceived notions, she always believed that the taste of such establishments would be subpar, having been instilled with the belief that the more expensive something was, the better it must be. This mindset led her to a cognitive bias that cheap things were inferior. Yet, for many, weren't roadside stalls also venues of high consumption? For them, it might be akin to a lavish banquet. Unbeknownst to her, Yu Mengji soon realized she had overeaten, nearly succumbing to a burp, which left her quite embarrassed. After satisfying her appetite, Chen Jinzhao smiled at Yu Mengji and remarked, "I suppose I need not visit your home tomorrow, as I have already met your grandfather today." Yu Mengji responded with a soft acknowledgement. At that moment, she was uncertain of her grandfather's sentiments towards Chen Jinzhao and hoped there would be no further conflict between them. "By the way, I need to trouble you with something," Yu Mengji said. "I am attending a wedding banquet tomorrow, and I would like you to accompany me." "You are acquainted with the host?" "I am," Chen Jinzhao asked, puzzled. Yu Mengji smiled lightly. "It is Ning Fei. I shall come to pick you up at your house tomorrow morning. Please do not dress too casually. Wear the suit I bought for you last time, understood?" Chen Jinzhao harbored no affection for Ning Fei, always sensing an ulterior motive behind his actions. "Is it possible for me to skip this?" he replied with a wry smile. Yu Mengji shook her head, stating, "That is not an option. Although the Ning family and the Yu family have no business dealings, we all conduct business in Jiangnan, and we must uphold the Ning family's dignity." Chen Jinzhao sighed repeatedly. He still could not comprehend why Ning Fei had confronted him previously, and now he was expected to attend his wedding. Wasn't he this absurd? Understanding Chen Jinzhao's concerns, Yu Mengji reassured him, "I have already contacted him to issue a warning. He will behave himself in the future." Given the conversation had reached this point, Chen Jinzhao had little choice but to acquiesce. After leaving the urban-rural fringe, they made their way to a nearby police station to submit Lu Wenyo's USB drive. With this evidence, they could decisively deal with Su Jingwei and Sun Hanfeng. After taking some statements, they exited the police station, and the clock had struck 9 in the evening. Let me drive you home," Chen Jinzhao offered. Yu Mengji chuckled. "That would be delightful, but how can you take me home without a car?" Chen Jinzhao replied. "All right, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart." Yu Mengji, in turn, began to understand Chen Jinzhao's perspective rather than imposing her own thoughts upon him. Chen Jinzhao looked at her in astonishment. The president of a major corporation, making such a statement? It was quite a surprise. Eventually, Chen Jinzhao summoned a ride-sharing vehicle and escorted Yu Mengji to her doorstep. This was not the Yu family's estate, but rather a property Yu Mengji had purchased in the East Lake Villa area, where she resided alone. "This is where I shall leave you. Until tomorrow," Chen Jinzhao waved goodbye, fading into the night. Yu Mengji stood at the doorway, gazing into the night until Chen Jinzhao vanished from sight before she withdrew her gaze and turned to enter the living room, sinking into the sofa. The day's endeavors had left her somewhat weary. She stared blankly at the silent expanse of the house, fragments of memories shared with Chen Jinzhao drifting through her mind. And it dawned on her just how solitary she truly felt. As she reminisced about the moments spent with him, a smile crept onto her lips. This man had introduced her to a world vibrant with life. Yet Yu Mengji found herself questioning her sanity. After everything that had transpired between them, they ought to be adversaries. In truth, she and Chen Jinzhao were becoming friends, a notion so absurd it was almost laughable. Yu Mengji's thoughts spiraled as she pondered the possibility of a future with Chen Jinzhao. The moment the thought surfaced, she hastily banished it from her mind, fully aware that they belonged to two disparate worlds. Coupled with the existence of Qin Fengwu, any hope of a union with Chen Jinzhao was utterly impossible. Even if they were to force a relationship, it would surely lead to naught. With this realization, Yu Mengji sank into deep melancholy and confusion. Meanwhile, Chen Jinzhao returned to the entrance of the community but did not proceed further. Instead, he paused to observe a figure standing to the right at the doorway. "Where is Xin Liaoping?" he inquired with a smile. The young man, taken aback, had clearly not expected Chen Jinzhao to recognize him. He furrowed his brow and replied coldly, "You are quite perceptive. Uncle Shen has been waiting for you in the car for quite some time. Please. He gestured towards a business van parked by the roadside. Chen Jinzhao approached without hesitation. A head emerged from the window, revealing Shun Liangping. Mr. Chen, please come with me. It seems I have no choice but to comply. Chen Jinzhao remarked with a chuckle. Shun Liangping replied coolly, since you were already aware of my intentions to find you, you should understand my resolve. You are a clever man. I hope you will not make things difficult for me. With that, he opened the car door, signaling Chen Jinzhao to enter. Chen Jinzhao's gaze flickered, yet he did not hesitate to sit beside Shin Liangping. It struck him as amusing that Shin Liangping could be so conceited, with Chen Jinzhao's capabilities. He could easily eliminate Shin Liangping within 3 seconds, and even if the 2 other individuals in the vehicle were armed, they would hardly have time to react. As the vehicle roared to life, Shin Liangping seemed disinterested in conversation, leaning back to close his eyes and rest. The car sped through the night, quickly departing the suburbs and navigating the winding mountain roads before reaching the summit of Xingdan Mountain, located just outside Ninghai City. Standing at an elevation of around 300 meters, Xingdan Mountain was a favored destination for weekend excursions and camping due to its accessibility via the winding roads. From the peak, one could behold the bustling city of Ninghai in its entirety. However, tonight, Xingdan Mountain was eerily deserted, evidently cleared by the Yu family through other means. Exuding an air of authority, Shun Liangping waited for his subordinates to unfold a folding chair before he disembarked and seated himself. Removing his sunglasses to survey the young man before him. Do you know why I summoned you here? Shun Liangping's tone was frigid. Chen Jinzhao smiled in silence. Shun Liangping furrowed his brow, perceiving this as a grave provocation. What? Do you seem unconvinced? The elder admired your courage and capability, believing you to be a person of potential. Should you accept, there is no telling that you could not eventually succeed me, becoming the next shadow of the Yu family. It is a pity that you failed to cherish this opportunity. Furthermore, you harbor unrealistic fantasies about things that are impossible. I brought you here to help you recognize the truth. There exists not even a 1 in 10,000 chance between you and the young lady. Chapter 48. Enmity with the world. Chen Jinzhao paid no heed to Shun Liangping's words, instead taking a keen interest in surveying the desolate surroundings. He remarked casually, Are you intending to teach me a lesson, or are you contemplating silencing me permanently? Shun Liangping found Chen Jinzhao's calm demeanor intolerable. He had envisioned that Chen would grovel before the Yu family like everyone else. What audacity did Chen possess to scorn him? He could not permit such a formidable person to exist. Humph. Young man, what is it that occupies your thoughts? Violence is a relic of the past. I merely wish to reason with you. What say you? Chen Jinzhao had long since lost interest in Shun Liangping, a mere ruffian. It was commonplace for such individuals to espouse one thing while doing another. As he stretched his limbs, he replied, Spare me the grandiloquent drivel, you're prattling like a woman. If you intend to strike, then do so. If not, be on your way. With a sudden rustle, before Shun Liangping could issue any commands, a dozen black-clad figures encircled them. For an ordinary person, such a scenario would likely induce panic. Yet Chen Jinzhao had weathered far greater storms. For him, this was a trifling matter. Shin Liangping closely observed Chen's reaction, finding it astonishing that Chen maintained an unflinching composure, devoid of any sign of trepidation. He even began to doubt whether his threats were sufficiently severe. Young man, you are quite arrogant, Shun Liangping remarked, waving his hand to signal his subordinates to remain composed, assuring them that everything was still under control. Chen Jinzhao discerned the true nature of Shun Liangping, the proverbial wolf in sheep's clothing, and laughed. If I weren't a bit audacious, would I still be considered young? Admittedly, Shun Liangping felt a measure of admiration for Chen Jinzhao. He sighed, Do you know? I see a reflection of my own youth in you, evoking memories of those tumultuous times. Chen Jinzhao remained silent, attentively listening to Shin Liangping's reminiscences. By the way, Shin Liangping turned his gaze to Chen Jinzhao. If my memory serves me right, you must have served in the military for a few years? Indeed. Chen replied with a chuckle. I enlisted in '98 and spent nearly a decade in the army. When I retired, I was much like you, arrogant and dismissive of this and that. Consequently, I faced numerous setbacks in society and was labeled a disillusioned youth. It was only after many bruising encounters that I came to understand a fundamental truth. The world is not against me. Rather, I had positioned myself as an adversary to it. Why endure such hardship? Since I cannot change this world, it would be wiser to coexist harmoniously, forging a different path. Chen Jinzhao felt a flicker of resonance within him. At that moment, he sensed the sincerity in Shin Liangping's words and responded with a smile, Our paths diverge. Thus, we shall not conspire together. It is simply as it is. Shen Liangping gazed deeply into Chen Jinzhao's eyes and perceived a unique brilliance within, reminiscent of the conviction he once possessed in his youth, now long extinguished by the mundanity of life, leaving not a trace behind. A pang of jealousy stirred within him, envious of Chen Jinzhao's youth and his ability to remain a defiant spirit against the world. In that bygone era, despite encountering numerous setbacks, he experienced the most liberated moments of his life. As time passed, the world transformed and people changed. Shen Liangping's gaze gradually grew colder. He shook his head slightly, realizing that his kind words were met with indifference. It seemed there was no saving you now, since you refused to heed the profound truths. Let me employ a different approach to persuade you. In this world, might is truth. This holds true between individuals as well as nations. With a swift motion, Shen Liangping summoned a throng of black-clad figures. His attention shifted from Chen Jinzhao to the resplendent stars in the night sky, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, a storm of fists descended upon Chen Jinzhao like raindrops. A grin spread across his face. This was his favorite part, an outlet for the pent-up frustration he had endured over the past few days. Before the blows could land, he dashed into the fray. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed like the drums of war, synchronizing the rhythm of his heartbeat to the chaos around him. Figures were hurled from the crowd, accompanied by anguished cries. Bang! A black-clad assailant was sent flying by Chen Jinzhao, landing at Shen Liangping's feet. Shen Liangping, thinking the battle had concluded, glanced down only to find his pupils constricting in disbelief. This was not how he had envisioned it. Looking back at the melee, he stood in stunned silence. Chen Jinzhao, resembling an invincible deity, held his ground against overwhelming odds. No, to be precise, Chen Jinzhao possessed an absolute advantage. Shen Liangping parted his lips, attempting to articulate something, yet found himself at a loss for words. Any utterance felt as feeble as a blank sheet of paper. Half a minute later, the fierce skirmish drew to a close. Chen Jinzhao cast a glance at Shen Liangping before delivering a final punch that sent the last standing opponent flying directly towards him. Shen Liangping's scalp prickled with dread. In the nick of time, he rolled off his chair, narrowly escaping the impending collision, accompanied by the sounds of shattering wood and agonized cries. That was a close call. He collapsed to the ground, taking a few breaths to regain his composure, only to realize the extent of his disarray, and shot a furious glare at Chen Jinzhao. Chen Jinzhao merely glanced at Shen Liangping and remarked with disinterest, "It seems the Yu family and the Su family are quite similar. The assassins they employ are utterly inept. Mere empty vessels." The faces of those present flushed with indignation. Discontent. Hold it in. Chen Jinzhao approached the disheveled Shen Liangping, bending down with a smile, and said, "Did you ever imagine such bizarre events would unfold? You, having grown close to the Yu family, deluded yourself into thinking you could wield supreme power like them. What a mere illusion that is. In the eyes of the Yu family, you are nothing more than a dog. Ultimately, you have become the very image you once despised." Shen Liangping, still reeling from the earlier shock, found the impact of the scene overwhelming, especially Chen Jinzhao's words, which ignited a tumult of shame and fury within him. Indeed, after joining the Yu family, he had long forgotten the taste of being slapped in the face. The closer one draws to power, the more susceptible one becomes to the illusion of wielding it. Shen Liangping had already fallen into this fallacy. Silence. Shen Liangping rose abruptly, fixing his gaze on Chen Jinzhao as he growled, "You have not endured the agonies I have, so how could you possibly understand why I chose this path? You have no right to judge me." Chen Jinzhao chuckled softly. What right did Shen Liangping have to speak to him in such a manner? Noticing the mocking smile curling at Chen Jinzhao's lips, Shen Liangping was consumed by a surge of anger, instinctively reaching for the gun at his waist, intending to show Chen Jinzhao a thing or two. As the saying goes, no matter how skilled one is, a kitchen knife can still be daunting. However, as he felt around, his hand met only emptiness, sending a shockwave of fear through him. Losing his gun was a grave matter. If mishandled, it could bring a plethora of troubles to the Yu family. Frantically, Shen Liangping patted himself down and scanned the surroundings in search of his firearm, but he found nothing. Panic engulfed him. "Are you looking for this?" Chen Jinzhao's magnetic voice resonated. Shen Liangping looked up just in time to see Chen Jinzhao chambering around and aiming it directly at his brow, the distance between them less than 20 centimeters, leaving no room for evasion. Sweat the size of peas began to bead on his forehead. Trembling, Shen Liangping stammered, "How could my gun be in your possession?" Chen Jinzhao replied with a smirk, "No comment." Shen Liangping racked his brain, struggling to comprehend how Chen Jinzhao had managed such a feat. Chen Jinzhao, please do not act impulsively. Let us sit down and discuss this rationally. Shen Liangping dared not move, fearful that any sudden motion might provoke Chen Jinzhao into firing. Sealing his fate. Didn't you wish to reason with me? I am giving you the opportunity. Continue, Chen Jinzhao said. Shen Liangping had no thoughts left for any so-called reasoning. He only wished to survive. Swallowing hard, he appealed to emotion and reason. First, lower the gun. Young man, do not act out of passion. Once you pull that trigger, you will ruin your entire future. You will have no chance to be with the young lady. Can you bear to extinguish your last opportunity? If it is money you seek, I can offer you a fortune. Chen Jinzhao shook his head. Money? He was indifferent to it. Power? He had no desire for it. If there was anything Chen Jinzhao pursued, it was the elusive Yu Mengji and nothing else. You were quite the tough guy just now. Could you put on that act for me again? Chen Jinzhao inquired with interest. Shen Liangping's face turned pale. Chen Jinzhao was clearly mocking him. A peculiar sound emitted from the gun, causing Shen Liangping to tense up completely, as Chen Jinzhao chuckled, "Don't be nervous. I haven't pulled the trigger yet." Shen Liangping was on edge, his mental state fraying, teetering on the brink of collapse. "What do you truly want?" he demanded. Chen Jinzhao pondered. "To be honest, I do not even know what I want. I grant you but a minute. Should your apology fail to satisfy me, I shall take your life without hesitation. Do not doubt it. He is indeed capable of such an act. Moreover, Shen Liangping's demise would be in vain, as he stands accused of kidnapping and assassinating an officer, a crime that, when meticulously examined, amounts to a capital offense." Shen Liangping's heart raced with trepidation, and he hastily promised Chen Jinzhao a myriad of benefits, encompassing, but not limited to, wealth and women. Yet, Chen Jinzhao remained utterly unmoved. Half a minute elapsed. Cold sweat had thoroughly soaked the fabric of Shen Liangping's back, and after fruitless attempts to offer various incentives, a profound sense of despair began to envelop him. Could it be that he would truly perish here? In a moment of desperation, Shen Liangping fell to his knees before Chen Jinzhao, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. "Chen Jinzhao, for the sake of our shared identity, grant me my life. I have also served my country and defended its borders, earning my accolades. Please, spare me." Chen Jinzhao closed his eyes. He harbored no doubt that the youthful Shen Liangping possessed a heart devoted to his nation. However, having succumbed to the corruption of fame and fortune, he willingly degraded himself into the servitude of noble families, gradually forsaking the beliefs he once held dear, engaging in unspeakable and sordid dealings for these parasitic clans. It was at this moment that Chen Jinzhao finally comprehended Su Qingyan's solitude. Shen Liangping was but a pawn. Upon gaining the favor of the Yu family, he became consumed by greed, straying far from his original convictions. Thus, one must ponder whether those wielding immense power can remain true to their principles. The enemies Su Qingyan spoke of may well be individuals like Shen Liangping, evoking a profound disdain within Chen Jinzhao. Using past glories to shield your sordid actions, do you not feel any shame? You are unworthy to utter those two words. Therefore, you should simply perish. Chapter 49. Your disappointment is profound. With a sudden clap, the sound startled Shen Liangping, causing him to scream in terror, nearly losing control of himself. After a brief moment, he realized he was still alive and hesitantly opened his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Jinzhao had already removed the magazine, merely intending to frighten him. Shen Liangping gazed at Chen Jinzhao with a complex expression. Chen Jinzhao shook his head, feeling a deep sense of boredom, and tossed the handgun before Shen Liangping. "You possess no spirit. You truly disappoint me," he remarked, turning away. The onlookers remained motionless, only able to watch Chen Jinzhao's departing figure. It was only when Chen Jinzhao's silhouette vanished completely into the night that Shen Liangping and the others regained their senses, exhaling deeply and inhaling the fresh air. Grateful to have escaped the jaws of death, Shen Liangping picked up the handgun, and as his fear dissipated, it was replaced by a profound sense of shame and anger. He kicked his subordinates fiercely, exclaiming, "Useless fools! What purpose does the Yu family have in keeping you?" The group of men in black remained silent, daunted into submission. That night, Shen Liangping knelt before Yu Lingxiao, apologizing for his failure. Yu Lingxiao's countenance had not been this dark in a long time, making Shen Liangping too fearful to meet his gaze, trembling on the ground. Clearly, Shen Liangping had lost all hope, perceiving himself as nothing more than a dog of the Yu family. After a considerable time, his knees ached and his body shook. Yu Lingxiao showed no intention of allowing him to rise, instead speaking in a low, grave tone. Are you implying that Chen Jinzhao possesses remarkable skills, defeating you and your men effortlessly? Yes. Shun Liangping felt an unbearable sense of shame. With a crash, Yu Lingxiao hurled an ashtray, striking Shun Liangping squarely on the head. Instantly, blood poured from his wound, and he heard Yu Lingxiao's furious roar. What nonsense! You cannot even handle a mere security guard. What use are you to us? Shun Liangping, you have never disappointed me this profoundly before. Master, I was wrong. I willingly accept my punishment. Shin Liangping gritted his teeth in response. Yu Lingxiao took a deep breath, his anger finally subsiding. He approached Shin Liangping and solemnly patted him on the shoulder, saying, Rise. I was in the wrong just now. You have served the Yu family diligently, and this failure is due to our underestimation of Chen Jinzhao. Sighing, he added, Did that strike hurt? If you feel pain, then you may strike me in return. It is a debt I owe you. Shin Liangping, far from feeling anger, was instead filled with gratitude to the point of tears, believing that the elder was exceedingly kind to him. To serve the Yu family for a lifetime would be a blessing from above. Master, you overstate. I deserve my punishment. Accepting it is only natural, Shun Liangping choked out. Yu Lingxiao acknowledged him with a sound and returned to his chair. Had Shin Liangping dared to retaliate earlier, the two men at the door would have rushed in to eliminate him. Yu Lingxiao was not as magnanimous as he appeared. Shun Liangping clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, declaring, Master, I have devised a strategy to deal with Chen Jinzhao. Since physical confrontation is futile, we shall engage in a battle of wits. I am utterly confident in this approach. Yu Lingxiao raised his gaze to meet Shin Liangping's, who proceeded to unveil his scheme. Your idea is quite astute and likely to succeed. Let us proceed with it. Shin Liangping felt a wave of relief wash over him as he rubbed his temples and stepped back. The study door closed. Yu Lingxiao retrieved Chen Jinzhao's dossier for further examination, harboring a suspicion that an ordinary security guard could not possess such remarkable abilities. Where, then, lay the crux of the issue? His attention shifted to Chen Jinzhao's military service over the years, and suddenly, a flicker of familiarity sparked in his memory. Could he possibly be the individual who stood beside Su Hanqing that day? No, that could not be right. Such a person would never willingly settle for the lowly status of a mere security guard. It defied objective logic. Surely, I am overthinking this. Alas, with age comes a propensity for unfounded speculation and doubt, Yu Lingxiao mused, finding his own thoughts somewhat ludicrous. Shin Liangping's plan appeared promising and should effectively eliminate Chen Jinzhao. Since he could not be utilized for their purposes, he must be dismantled. Otherwise, Chen Jinzhao would obstruct the union between the Qin and Yu families. Meanwhile, Chen Jinzhao returned home, washed up, and lay on his bed. Strangely, his thoughts were not occupied by Yu Mengji, but rather by his first love, Su Qingyan. He attempted to dial her number, only to be met with the disheartening sound of an invalid number, leaving a hint of melancholy in his heart. Was Su Qingyan already married? Previously, he had forced himself to refrain from such thoughts, yet the sight of others celebrating their weddings had proven too tempting to resist. After a moment of wistfulness, Chen Jinzhao slipped into a dreamless slumber. The following morning, Chen Jinzhao stood neatly dressed at the entrance of his community, waiting. Yu Mengji's vehicle appeared punctually before him. Upon catching sight of Chen Jinzhao, she exclaimed, My taste is indeed impeccable. This outfit complements your demeanor splendidly. Who could have guessed that this refined young man was, in fact, a security guard? Yu Mengji remained silent, as none were privy to this fact. Chen Jinzhao glimpsed his reflection in the car window and echoed, Indeed, Miss Yu, it seems I present quite a respectable appearance. To Chen Jinzhao's surprise, Yu Mengji suggested they enjoy breakfast at a nearby vendor before setting off, demonstrating that even the esteemed heiress of the Yu family could indulge in a humble eatery. In truth, Chen Jinzhao had not anticipated Yu Mengji's willingness to step into his world. After their breakfast, they strolled through the commercial district near the hotel until it neared noon. Ning Fei's wedding was a grand affair. The entire five-star hotel had suspended operations for the day to orchestrate a lavish celebration. The guests in attendance were none other than the prominent figures of the Jiangnan region. Just for a meal, there are so many intricacies, Chen Jinzhao remarked in wonder. As Chen Jinzhao entered the venue, he unexpectedly spotted two familiar figures amidst the crowd, Wu Tingyan and Miao Yu. Upon noticing Chen Jinzhao, the pair momentarily froze, then hastily quickened their pace as if avoiding a plague. What brings them here? Chen Jinzhao pondered, shaking his head. Perhaps there was a collaboration between the Miao family and the Ning family. As he ventured further inside, his brow tightened with increasing unease. Since encountering Wu Tingyan and Miao Yu, he had come across several other familiar faces from his university days, which stirred a profound sense of disquiet within him. If his memory served him correctly, these individuals were all classmates of Su Qingyan. Could it be? An inkling of understanding began to dawn upon Chen Jinzhao, and his steps grew heavy with the weight of it all. Yu Mingji, noticing Chen Jinzhao's unusual demeanor, turned to him with curiosity. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yu, is it possible for me to skip this wedding? Chen Jinzhao replied with a wry smile. Yu Mingji assumed that Chen Jinzhao still harbored feelings regarding Ning Fei, instinctively wrapping her arm around his and pulling him deeper into the venue. No, you promised me last night. Is it the mark of a man to go back on his word? As they continued walking, Chen Jinzhao came to a complete halt, and no amount of pulling from Yu Mingji could budge him. His gaze was fixed on a large promotional banner placed to the right of the banquet hall entrance, which read, "Welcome friends from all walks of life to the wedding of Mr. Ning Fei and Miss Su Qingyan." Chapter 50. The noise is deafening. Chen Jinzhao. Yu Mingji discovered that Chen Jinzhao's body was trembling slightly. She was perplexed by the sudden change. Chen Jinzhao remained rigid, his gaze fixated on the promotional board before him, as the unease in his heart materialized into a tangible reality. In his youth, he had often envisioned a grand wedding with Su Qingyan, yet he could never have anticipated that years later, this fantasy would manifest in an entirely different manner. The memory of that passionate night with Su Qingyan stirred a whirlwind of complex emotions within him. Regret? Disappointment? Anger? Or perhaps helplessness? Yu Mingji waved her fair hand in front of Chen Jinzhao. This gesture gradually drew his attention to her anxious countenance. Concern etched on her face, she asked, "What is the matter? If you're feeling unwell, I can take you to the hospital. Are you not attending Ning Fei's wedding banquet?" Chen Jinzhao instinctively retorted. To Yu Mingji, Chen Jinzhao's well-being far outweighed the significance of Ning Fei's celebration. This thought nearly escaped her lips, but she managed to swallow it back. "I am your employer and must take responsibility for you," Yu Mingji replied. A hint of a smile graced Chen Jinzhao's face as he softly said, "I am fine. I merely recalled some matters. Shall we proceed inside? Are you truly all right?" Yu Mingji remained unconvinced. Chen Jinzhao shook his head. She could see that he was burdened with thoughts, appearing distant and distracted. Before entering the banquet hall, Yu Mingji deliberately glanced at the promotional board on the right, and the names listed suddenly sparked a realization within her. She then turned to Chen Jinzhao, observing him scanning the crowd nervously, as if searching for a particular figure he held dear. In the next moment, Yu Mingji intentionally linked her arm with Chen Jinzhao's as they navigated through the throngs of guests, attracting considerable attention. From a distance, they truly resembled a pair forged by fate. While the Yu family had other members attending the wedding, Yu Lingxiao, in a fit of anger, refused to see his granddaughter. And Yu Buotao, along with Yu Zhengji, were considerate enough not to have Yu Mingji seated at their table to avoid any embarrassment for the Yu family. Bringing a security guard to a wedding banquet. How shameless. In contrast, Yu Wendong's thoughts diverged from theirs, as he openly invited Yu Mingji and Chen Jinzhao to sit beside him. This took Yu Mingji by surprise. Since her earliest memories, it had seemed as though an insurmountable barrier existed between her and her father, his demeanor consistently lukewarm, leading her to once wonder if they were truly related by blood. What kind of father behaves like this? Yet, in recent times, Yu Wendong had noticeably begun to express concern for her, leaving her feeling somewhat unsettled. As for what had changed, she remained uncertain. "Hello, uncle," Chen Jinzhao greeted. Yu Wendong smiled and nodded, engaging Chen Jinzhao in warm small talk, even subtly inquiring about his family background. His manner of speaking was gentle, devoid of the domineering tone of Yu Lingxiao, and Chen Jinzhao detected no trace of disdain in his voice. "Uncle, you must have reviewed my profile. Given the Yu family's resources, it should be quite simple for you to uncover my past," he replied. "Haha." Yu Wendong laughed heartily, expressing his satisfaction with your perceptiveness. "It is evident that your relationship is quite harmonious. Mengji also holds you in high regard. Seizing this joyous occasion, why not discuss when you shall wed? What are your thoughts?" Chen Jinzhao and Yu Mingji exchanged glances. Yu Mingji's earlobes flushed a deep crimson as she urgently gestured to Chen Jinzhao. Only then did he respond. "Uncle, Mengji and I are still in the early stages of our relationship. Let us take our time with the matter of marriage." Yu Wendong chuckled even more heartily. "Are you worried that the old man might object? Rest assured, even if the heavens were to crumble, I would support you both." Yu Mingji stared blankly at her father. After 20 years of life, it was the first time she felt a sense of affection from Yu Wendong, and she awkwardly averted her gaze, saying, "Dad, I am still quite young. I wish to prioritize my career for now. Marriage can wait." Yu Wendong ceased to press the issue. For the remainder of the time, he engaged in amiable conversation with Chen Jinzhao. "Chen Jinzhao, I cannot believe you are here." A flamboyantly dressed young man approached, clapping Chen Jinzhao on the shoulder, feigning surprise. Chen Jinzhao looked up and asked, "And you are?" The young man's eyes flashed with anger, and he replied with a forced smile, "It has only been a few years." "And you've forgotten me? I am Lu Wenbin, the class monitor of Su Qingyan. Surely, you remember me now?" Chen Jinzhao pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Oh, it's you. I apologize for not recalling you sooner." Lu Wenbin's expression darkened. He suspected that Chen Jinzhao had intentionally feigned forgetfulness. Years ago, Lu Wenbin had pursued Su Qingyan in vain, only for Chen Jinzhao to win her affection, a memory that still stoked desire. When they eventually parted ways, Lu Wenbin had reveled in his brief triumph. "What brings you here? Surely, you aren't here to cause trouble? I advise you against such folly. Nianqing's fiancée is Ning Fei, the young master of the Jiang and real estate group. Opposing him will lead to dire consequences," Lu Wenbin remarked with a smirk. "If you truly care for Nianqing, you should leave at once." While his words were pleasant enough, Lu Wenbin intended them to provoke Chen Jinzhao, hoping to incite him into reckless behavior that would bring disgrace upon himself. "Thank you for your concern, but I am here at the invitation of others. As for the matter you mentioned, I have no intention of engaging in such actions," Chen Jinzhao replied calmly. Lu Wenbin scoffed and tugged at Chen Jinzhao's suit, saying, "Who are we kidding? Does this charade serve any purpose? Recently, Wu Tingyan informed me that you were working as a security guard at some company. How unfortunate. Why not come work as my driver? I would raise your salary by 1,000. Chen Jinzhao looked at Lu Wenbin with a bemused expression. "Wu Tingyan told you that?" Lu Wenbin was taken aback. Otherwise, what could it be? Chen Jinzhao chuckled and shook his head. "It's nothing. I merely find your words rather excessive and not particularly enjoyable. Furthermore, kindly remove your hand from my clothing. This suit is newly purchased." Lu Wenbin believed that Chen Jinzhao was merely putting on a show and could not refrain from mocking. "Oh, it's a brand name item. Let me see if the tags are still attached, waiting to be returned after the wedding banquet. It seems you are deliberately trying to embarrass Nianqing." Chen Jinzhao had no intention of resorting to physical action to avoid drawing attention from others. However, Lu Wenbin's incessant provocation buzzed around him like an irritating fly. Just as he was about to take action, Yu Mengji, seated beside Chen Jinzhao, acted even more swiftly, splashing the tea from her cup onto Lu Wenbin's face. "If you have nothing worthwhile to say, then kindly remain silent. It's unbearably noisy." Chapter 51, The Wedding Heist? Chen Jinzhao was taken aback. How could Yu Mengji, who usually relied on reason, be so domineering? Perhaps this is the essence of a tyrannical female CEO? The onlookers exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. Lu Wenbin felt a surge of blood rush to his face. Being publicly drenched was indeed humiliating. He glared at Yu Mengji and thundered, "Who do you think you are? I was speaking to an old classmate. What business is it of yours?" Yu Mengji's gaze was icy, and she remained silent. Lu Wenbin scrutinized her attire and immediately realized that she was no ordinary woman, prompting a complete shift in his tone. "Miss, I may have spoken a bit too loudly just now, and if I disturbed you in any way, I sincerely apologize." "There's no need," Yu Mengji interrupted him. Lu Wenbin hesitated, unsure of why she was acting this way, and attempted to explain, "I meant no disrespect. I was merely conversing with my old classmate." Yu Mengji raised her hand to wipe the water stains from Chen Jinzhao's clothes, leaving Lu Wenbin momentarily speechless. "Chen Jinzhao, you all." Lu Wenbin was astonished, rendered nearly mute. In his stubborn mindset, he believed that Chen Jinzhao was unworthy of a woman like Yu Mengji. Chen Jinzhao remained silent, aware that this was a serious occasion and uncertain of Yu Mengji's thoughts. Yet, Yu Mengji had fewer reservations and coolly stated, "I am his girlfriend. Is there a problem?" Lu Wenbin's mouth fell open. "Is this really true?" At that moment, Yu Wenzhong, with a smile, interjected, "Young man, you seem quite unconvinced. This is my future son-in-law. If you have any issues, take them up with my father. He is right over there." Following his finger, Lu Wenbin's pupils constricted sharply. That was the seat of the Yu family. In an instant, comprehension dawned upon him. The man he had looked down upon, Chen Jinzhao, was now the boyfriend of the Yu family's heiress. The Yu family was a prominent clan in Jiangnan, a behemoth in Ninghai. The meager influence of Lu Wenbin's family paled in comparison, barely a mosquito's worth in the presence of the Yu family. With a single slap, he could be swatted away. Mr. Yu, I realize my mistake and promise it won't happen again. Lu Wenbin, disregarding his pride, slapped himself. Yu Mingji turned to Chen Jinzhao and asked, do you think this is sufficient? Chen Jinzhao smiled at Lu Wenbin and said, we were classmates. There is no need for things to escalate so unpleasantly. You may leave now. The punishment has been delivered, and there is no need to go to extremes. It's not a matter of life and death. Lu Wenbin had never experienced such a moment. He felt that Chen Jinzhao was an exceedingly kind person. With just a word, he could have been thrown out like a stray dog, yet Chen Jinzhao refrained from doing so. Thank you. Truly thank you. Lu Wenbin regretted his earlier actions. Chen Jinzhao chose not to elaborate further. Lu Wenbin, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders, fled the wedding banquet like a beaten dog, his enthusiasm for the celebration extinguished. Among the crowd, Wu Tingyan stifled a laugh, recalling how Lu Wenbin had bullied her during their university days. It was only fitting that she could now take her revenge through Chen Jinzhao. She suddenly sensed a piercing gaze fixed upon her. Through the throngs of people, Wu Tingyan discerned those sharp eyes. Who else could it be but Chen Jinzhao? As their gazes met, Wu Tingyan immediately realized that her innermost thoughts had been laid bare before him, and she awkwardly smiled at Chen Jinzhao. Fortunately, he did not seem to mind. Yet, when his gaze shifted away from her, Wu Tingyan felt an unexpected sense of loss. She finally comprehended that Chen Jinzhao's disposition was unparalleled. Recalling her earlier mockery of him in the mall, she felt a profound sense of shame. Indeed, how could someone like her ever be worthy of someone like Chen Jinzhao? Still, a flicker of curiosity arose within Wu Tingyan. What were Chen Jinzhao's thoughts regarding today's wedding? What actions might he take? Tingyan, what are you pondering? Inquired Miao Yu. Her voice laced with concern. Startled, Wu Tingyan replied, oh, it's nothing, just reminiscing about the university days spent with Nianqing. Those times were truly nostalgic. Not far away, Chen Jinzhao lowered his head, lost in memories of his own moments with Su Nianqing. He was acutely aware of one truth. Su Nianqing and Ning Fei were not genuinely in love. His first love still held a place in her heart. Had he not been intoxicated that night, and instead answered Su Nianqing's call, everything unfolding today might have been entirely different. Should he take some action? Perhaps intervene in the wedding? But if he were to do so, where would that leave Yu Mingji? He had promised to be responsible for her. Moreover, most people present were aware of their relationship. If he acted upon his impulses, it would not only betray his prior commitments, but also be irresponsible towards Yu Mingji, potentially reducing her to a mere subject of ridicule. Chen Jinzhao found himself ensnared in a web of inner turmoil. As a man, he ought not to be indecisive. Yet the reality presented him with an agonizing dilemma. Yu Mingji gazed intently at Chen Jinzhao, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. What was his attitude towards his first love, who was about to enter the sanctity of marriage? Yu Mingji's expression turned uneasy as she mused to herself. Why am I even contemplating this? After a moment's thought, she shifted her gaze to her father, Yu Wendong, and hesitantly lowered her voice to inquire, Dad, do you know the background of Ning Fei's girlfriend? After a brief contemplation, Yu Wendong replied, You've indeed asked the right person. From what I know, this Su Nianqing is a high-achieving student who returned from overseas studies and has become a professor of biochemical sciences at Ninghai University. Her father is the head of a small investment firm, but overall, they do not have a remarkable standing. I also learned that Su Nianqing's father, Su Mingji, orchestrated this match due to financial troubles, hoping that the union would secure funding from the Ning family. So, they have no feelings for each other? Yu Mingji pressed further. Yu Wendong cast a deep glance at his daughter. Feelings? For both parties in a marriage of convenience, that is the least important and most insignificant consideration. Yu Mingji sensed that her father was alluding to something deeper. Chen Jinzhao, seemingly lost in thought, had actually perked up at the mention of Su Nianqing's name, fearful of missing even a single word. It was only after Yu Wendong finished speaking that he feigned indifference and looked up. In truth, Chen Jinzhao's acting was perceived by Yu Mingji as rather clumsy, even somewhat juvenile. If he wished to listen, he should do so openly. Her inquiries to her father were not born of curiosity, but rather aimed at enlightening Chen Jinzhao about the circumstances surrounding their family's union, guiding him towards the most suitable decision. This, however, only left Chen Jinzhao more uncertain, feeling that whichever choice he made would betray the other party. The adage when one does not cut decisively, one suffers confusion echoed in his mind. At that moment, A commotion erupted around them as the groom and bride ascended the stage, stepping into the spotlight. Chen Jinzhao's heart raced. Chapter 52. Reluctance. The applause from the audience resounded like thunder. Chen Jinzhao craned his neck, gazing toward the stage, in search of the enchanting figure that had once captivated his dreams. And there she was. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the moment he beheld Su Qingyan, the last remnants of his hope shattered within him. Everything had been predetermined. On the stage, Su Qingyan adorned a splendid wedding gown, basking in the adoration of the crowd. Beside her stood Ning Fei, the young heir of a real estate empire in Jiangnan, and they appeared undeniably well-matched. A bitter smile crept across Chen Jinzhao's face. They were a couple of beauty and talent, and he, a mere outsider, could not intervene. When it was time to let go, one ought not to linger. The massive screen on stage showcased a series of meticulously captured wedding photos, stirring a pang of sorrow deep within Chen Jinzhao. He lowered his gaze, attempting to distract himself. The waves of cheers gradually subsided, and the MC began to speak. His first glance fell upon Ning Fei. "Mr. Ning, do you take Miss Su Qingyan to be your lawfully wedded wife? In wealth or poverty, in health or illness, until death do you part? Do you promise to cherish her, remaining faithful to her for all eternity?" The MC's resonant voice echoed throughout the banquet hall, eliciting yet another wave of cheers and exuberance from the guests. At this moment, Ning Fei was brimming with confidence, riding the crest of success. This day marked yet another pivotal juncture in his life, one that would surely elevate him to new heights. As the MC continued, Ning Fei gazed at Su Qingyan, who appeared as if she had descended from the heavens. With a smile, he declared, "I do. Regardless of her circumstances, I shall remain devoted to her, loving her for a lifetime." The applause thundered once more. Chen Jinzhao finally lifted his head, resolving to look forward. Today was Su Qingyan's joyous occasion, and he should extend to her his most heartfelt blessings. There was no need to dwell on his own misery. His eyes met Su Qingyan's, and she trembled slightly, her gaze becoming vacant. How did he come here? This thought sent her heart into disarray. Was Chen Jinzhao here to whisk her away? If that were the case, she would forsake everything to elope with him. She had once been too fearful to defy her father's wishes, resulting in a missed opportunity with Chen Jinzhao. If she could not ultimately unite with him, it would forever haunt her as her greatest regret. And now, he had arrived. Ning Fei was the first to notice Su Qingyan's unsettled demeanor, following her gaze into the crowd, where he spotted Chen Jinzhao seated beside Yu Mengzhu. Damn it! What was this scoundrel doing here? Was he attempting to sabotage the wedding? Ning Fei stifled his anger, clearing his throat to remind Su Qingyan not to act out of line. Su Qingyan's eyes betrayed a flicker of panic, realizing her innermost thoughts had been laid bare before him, further distracting her and spiraling her into turmoil. The MC, oblivious to the tension, continued reciting the wedding vows. "Miss Su Qingyan, do you take Mr. Ning Fei to be your lawfully wedded husband, regardless of whether he is impoverished or affluent, healthy or ailing? Until death do you wish to remain steadfastly loyal to Mr. Ning Fei, cherishing him for eternity?" A forced smile adorned Ning Fei's face, yet his eyes bore a stern warning to Su Qingyan, urging her not to create a scene at such a moment. Otherwise, he would become the laughingstock of Jiangnan province. Su Qingyan's thoughts spiraled into disarray, and the host, sensing the awkwardness, reiterated the previous question. The audience erupted once more. "Promise him, promise him, promise him." A profound sorrow welled up within Su Qingyan. Memories of youthful romance flooded her mind, recalling the happiest and most blissful moments of her life. Back then, the Navi Chen Jinzhao had made grand proclamations, vowing to organize a magnificent wedding for Su Qingyan. She would often dismiss his dreams as childish, yet unbeknownst to him, she too had harbored such fantasies. However, she was acutely aware of her own constraints and dared not make promises lightly. Now, the grand wedding was within reach, reportedly costing a staggering 10 million, precisely the kind of celebration that Su Qingyan and Chen Jinzhao had once yearned for. Unfortunately, the man before her was not him. A wave of deep sorrow engulfed Su Qingyan, tears streaming down her face, blurring her vision. Ning Fei's countenance turned ashen, yet he could only force a smile, fabricating reasonable excuses for Su Qingyan's tears, suggesting perhaps she was simply overwhelmed with joy and hoping others would not impose excessive pressure on her. The uninformed outsiders took his words at face value. Ning Fei longed to embrace Su Qingyan, seizing the moment to whisper menacing words in her ear. To his surprise, Su Qingyan vehemently resisted, shoving him away. Everyone was taken aback, and it was evident that the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Some individuals began recording this dramatic scene on their phones. Nianqing Yu. Ning Fei suppressed his rage, not wishing outsiders to discern the underlying tension. In the audience, Chen Jinzhao's fists clenched tightly. Su Nianqing's gaze towards him was filled with sorrow and a hint of pleading, causing Chen Jinzhao to feel an unbearable ache in his heart. She was not acting of her own volition. Had it not been for Yu Mingji sitting beside him, he would have stormed the stage to abduct her. Yu Mingji sensed his agitation, and an odd feeling stirred within her. She was perplexed by her own unfounded thoughts. Every action of Chen Jinzhao's seemed to entwine her heart. "What are you waiting for?" Yu Mingji queried Chen Jinzhao. He jolted, looking at her in astonishment, while she, with an impassive expression, stated, "Our relationship is merely contractual. If you wish to act, then do so without hesitation. Just seek no regrets." Yu. Chen Jinzhao found himself surprisingly calm. Yu Mingji sighed, locking her gaze with his, and asked, "In truth, you still harbor feelings for her, do you not?" The Ning family indeed wielded considerable influence. "Should you wish to pursue, I shall support you." Upon hearing this, not only was Chen Jinzhao taken aback, but even Yu Wendong furrowed his brow. On the stage, Su Nianqing was in tears, throwing the bouquet in her hand to the ground, and mustering the courage to say, "I refuse to marry Ning Fei. The one I love, the one I cherish, is not Ning Fei." Her words struck the crowd like a thunderclap, leaving everyone stunned and speechless. Su Nianqing, tearfully addressing Ning Fei, said, "Ning Fei, I am sorry, but I do not wish to marry you." Su Mingji, filled with indignation, sighed repeatedly, yet felt utterly helpless. Su Nianqing's actions had irrevocably offended the Ning family. Leaving no room for retreat, all he could do was to mitigate the fallout for his daughter. Ning Fei's face turned ashen, his fury boiling over. The woman he had longed for had humiliated him in such a manner. How could he ever hold his head high in the upper echelons of Jiangnan society again? The grand wedding had become a mockery. Unable to contain the rage surging within him, Ning Fei slapped Su Nianqing across the face. "Wretched woman." Chapter 53. Who was the murderer? A gust of wind swept past Yu Mingji. By the time she registered it, Chen Jinzhao had already vanished, evidently having made his way to the stage. Anger ignited in Chen Jinzhao's eyes. He could not stand idly by while Su Nianqing was being bullied. Even if their paths were not meant to intertwine, he would not allow such an injustice to unfold before him. At that moment, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds in his ears. The lights went out. With the blackout curtains drawn, the banquet hall was plunged into utter darkness, rendering it impossible to see even one's hand in front of their face. Chen Jinzhao disregarded the disarray and leapt onto the stage beside Su Nianqing, swiftly kicking Ning Fei off the platform. Though Ning Fei could not discern who had struck, he surmised it was likely related to Chen Jinzhao. "You wretched scoundrel." Su Nianqing, sensing a familiar presence, choked out, "Chen Jinzhao, is it you?" "It is I," a steady voice resonated beside her. In an instant, Su Nianqing was overwhelmed with emotion. Chen Jinzhao gently patted her back, his calm and resolute tone instilling confidence and courage in her. "Do not fear. I will take you away." All right. Amidst the chaos, Su Nianqing had already come to regard Chen Jinzhao as her pillar of strength. Chen Jinzhao, puzzled, wondered how the Ning family's lavish wedding could be disrupted by a sudden power outage. Just as they prepared to leave the stage, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, and piercing gunshots rang out. In an instant, the banquet hall erupted into chaos, accompanied by screams. Reacting instinctively, Chen Jinzhao crouched down to shield Su Nianqing from stray bullets. Feeling her body tremble, he reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I will protect you." Su Nianqing's heart steadied slightly. I am not afraid." The gunfire echoed 7 times. Given the density of the crowd, the casualties were likely severe. After a moment of thought, he instructed Su Nianqing, "Stay here and do not move. I will come back for you." Concern for Yu Mingji's safety weighed heavily on him. After ensuring Su Nianqing was secure, Chen Jinzhao retraced his steps to the table where Yu Mingji was located. Yu Mingji was crouched on the ground, and when she sensed someone approaching, she gasped in alarm. "Yu Zong, it's me. Are you injured?" Upon hearing Chen Jinzhao's voice, Yu Mingji's panic gradually subsided. "I am fine. And you?" "I am also unharmed," he replied. Nearby, Yu Wendong interjected softly, "Don't you care to check on the elder?" Following the 7 gunshots, silence fell, no further shots rang out. At that moment, the doors of the banquet hall swung open, light flooding in, as the police rushed to the scene to restore order. Yu Mengji instinctively turned her gaze toward the source of the screams, only to be swiftly covered by Chen Jinzhao's hand. Do not look. The scene is too gruesome. Witnessing it will leave a lasting shadow. The sounds of screams, weeping, and wailing echoed in Yu Mengji's ears, and ultimately, she dared not look at the bloody aftermath. It was only with the arrival of the police that the chaos began to settle. In the aftermath of calamity, Yu Mengji pondered, recalling Chen Jinzhao's inquiry. What about her? Chen Jinzhao, taken aback by Yu Mengji's lingering thoughts of Su Qingyan at such a moment, cleared his throat and spoke with a peculiar tone. Why do I sense an oddly sour aroma in the air? Yu Mengji's eyes momentarily flickered with panic as she replied quietly, No, don't overthink it. After all, she's your ex-girlfriend. I'm merely concerned for you. Chen Jinzhao chuckled awkwardly. She's fine. Yu Mengji responded with a simple "oh." After a moment's reflection, Chen Jinzhao added, I just can't stand Ning Fei bullying her. As for Su Qingyan's future choices, that is her own affair, and I shall not interfere. A subtle smile graced Yu Mengji's lips, though she retorted, What you choose to do is your own business. There's no need to divulge it to me. Chen Jinzhao hesitated, grappling with his true sentiments. His past with Su Qingyan was just that, a past. It was time to look forward, to fulfill his promises, and to be wholly accountable to Yu Mengji. Having soothed Yu Mengji's emotions, Chen Jinzhao began to contemplate the recent violent incident. The signs pointed to a premeditated act. Could it be the work of Ning Fei's rivals? Chen Jinzhao realized that overthinking would yield no results. The police would soon uncover the truth, and all he could do was await their findings. Meanwhile, Ning Fei and other members of the Ning family had yet to process their anger regarding Su Qingyan's actions when the sudden gunfire left them restless, their expressions dark enough to squeeze water from. They too pondered the identity of the assailant. Ning Fei furrowed his brow as he cast a glance at Chen Jinzhao in the crowd, wondering if he was somehow involved. Chen Jinzhao certainly had a motive. Su Qingyan, amidst the throng, searched for Chen Jinzhao. Upon spotting him, she prepared to approach but hesitated. She observed Chen Jinzhao sharing laughter with Yu Mengji, appearing distinctly like a couple. This revelation left Su Qingyan astonished, followed by confusion, and ultimately a sense of loss. Indeed, those youthful days had long since passed. Why cling to them? She had caused Chen Jinzhao immense suffering. Could she truly hope for him to love her exclusively for eternity? That would be unjust to him. Within the banquet hall, thoughts swirled among the guests, while the police were overwhelmed with their duties. Half an hour later, under police direction, the attendees lined up for fingerprint verification, expecting to leave if all proved satisfactory. After completing her test, Yu Mengji waited at the entrance for Chen Jinzhao. As he underwent his fingerprint examination, the police's device unexpectedly vibrated. In an instant, surrounding officers advanced to cuff Chen Jinzhao's hands without hesitation. Yu Mengji, caught off guard by this turn of events, rushed forward to reason with the police. Chen Jinzhao, unperturbed, frowned and asked, Excuse me, what is the meaning of this? The police treated Chen Jinzhao with courtesy. This bloody incident resulted in 3 fatalities and 8 injuries. During our investigation, we discovered a firearm left at the scene, and after diligent efforts by our criminal investigation colleagues, we extracted a fingerprint. Your fingerprint matches the residual prints found on the handgun, so you will need to accompany us for further questioning. Chen Jinzhao's mind remained in a daze. Ning Fei, positioned at the rear of the group, stepped forward and addressed the police. Indeed, this individual harbors significant suspicion of wrongdoing. My fiancé is his first love, and he harbors resentment, thus resorting to such means to disrupt my wedding. The head of the criminal investigation team furrowed his brow. This implication only intensified the suspicion surrounding Chen Jinzhao. Yu Mengji had initially intended to speak in Chen Jinzhao's defense, but recalling that he was absent during the incident led her to contemplate various possibilities. Could it be that Chen Jinzhao is truly the perpetrator? Chapter 54, A Day of Great Joy. No, that is not the case. Chen Jinzhao is not the kind of person to act in such a manner. Based on Yu Mengji's understanding of Chen Jinzhao, even if he were to engage in such actions, they would only be directed at Ning Fei, not indiscriminately harming innocent individuals. She is willing to trust Chen Jinzhao. Yu Mengji approached Chen Jinzhao, who calmly smiled and said, Perhaps it's just a misunderstanding. It's nothing serious. Once the truth of the case is unveiled, I will be released. It won't take long. Yu Mengji inhaled deeply and addressed the police. I hope you thoroughly investigate this matter, ensuring that the wrongdoers are brought to justice while protecting the innocent. The head of the criminal investigation unit nodded, stating, Anyone who has had contact with him must return with us to provide statements. Yu Mingji did not refuse. Su Qingyan also stepped forward, disregarding Ning Fei's furious gaze, and spoke to the head of the Criminal Investigation Unit. At the time of the incident, I was with Chen Jinzhao. I can testify that he is not the murderer. At that moment, Chen Jinzhao had even kicked Ning Fei. If you have doubts, you may compare the shoe prints left on Ning Fei's clothing. Enough, Ning Fei roared. Are you trying to humiliate me further? This debt will be settled in due time. Su Qingyan paid no heed to him, while the head of the Criminal Investigation Unit cast a meaningful glance at the two, saying, we will investigate the clues you provided thoroughly. For now, you must accompany me to the police station. This violent incident is exceedingly grave and has a detrimental impact. Following the incident, the higher-ups immediately exerted pressure on the Ninghai Bureau to swiftly uncover the truth, imposing a military order with a 3-day deadline. On the way back to the police station, Chen Jinzhao learned many details. Shortly after the wedding commenced, the surveillance systems throughout the hotel were hacked, resulting in a brief paralysis. Within the banquet hall, the equipment was violently destroyed, leaving no traces. Chen Jinzhao pondered, who could be responsible for this? The target was evidently him. Otherwise, there would be no need to meticulously gather his fingerprints. Now, Chen Jinzhao identified 3 main adversaries: the notorious Black Blood organization, the Yu family, and the Ning family. Given the capabilities of these 3 factions, acquiring a firearm would not pose a challenge. However, Chen Jinzhao promptly ruled out the Ning family. Regardless of how much Ning Fei despised him, he would not choose to act on a day of celebration, especially since he should not have been aware of Chen Jinzhao's presence at the wedding. Thus, only 2 factions remained. The likelihood of the Black Blood organization being involved seemed slightly greater. Chen Jinzhao had dealt with this organization before. They are the kind of ruthless individuals who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. As for the Yu family, he found himself somewhat uncertain. At that moment, Ning Fei's father, Ning Pinghua, the head of the Ning family, was seething with rage. Today was meant to be a day of great joy for the Ning family. He had even taken the trouble to consult someone about Su Qingyan's birth chart, believing that if she matched with his son, it would be a perfect union. Who could have anticipated such a bloodbath? Ning Pinghua picked up the phone and called his old friend Yang Yiqian, who was in charge of such matters, exclaiming in indignation, Old Yang, you must seek justice for me. Eliminate that Chen fellow. Old Ning, do not be angry, Yang Yiqian replied. Are you so certain that Chen Jinzhao is responsible for this? Ning Pinghua's voice trembled with rage. And who else could it be? He undoubtedly had the motive, and the fingerprints were unequivocally his. Yang Yiqian rubbed his temples and replied helplessly, All right, I understand. Old Yang, what's the matter? I'm saying if, this incident truly wasn't perpetrated by the Chen family, then please take care of him for me. He has brought disgrace upon the Ning family, and he deserves at least a decade or more in confinement. In the interrogation room, Chen Jinzhao remained composed under the intense scrutiny. With his communication devices confiscated, he could not contact Su Qingyan. His calm demeanor did not alleviate his predicament. Rather, it intensified the suspicions surrounding him, as many believed his psychological resilience was too robust. The interrogation dragged on for 6 hours without any progress. The room was brightly lit, contrasting with the outside world, where the sun was setting in the west. Yu Mingji stepped out, not having waited for Chen Jinzhao, only to encounter Su Qingyan. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward, and she attempted to avert her gaze. But Su Qingyan approached her directly. Miss Yu, greetings, Su Qingyan said. Caught off guard, Yu Mingji stammered. Hello. How should I address you? Knowing Yu Mingji was grasping for conversation, Su Qingyan replied, I am Su Qingyan, a professor at Ninghai University. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yu Mingji quickly introduced herself as well. Their interaction was decidedly awkward, and after a brief hesitation, Yu Mingji ventured, Miss Su, actually, I have a history with Chen Jinzhao. Su Qingyan smiled, interrupting her. Yu Zong, you seem to misunderstand. I did indeed have a romantic relationship with Chen Jinzhao, but that is in the past. I hope you won hold today's events against him. I will not intrude upon your relationship. Wishing you happiness. With that, Su Qingyan turned and walked away. Yu Mingji watched her retreating figure fade from view, a strange emotion stirring within her heart. At the street corner, Su Qingyan entered her father Su Mingji's car, where the atmosphere felt rather heavy. Dad, I'm sorry, she initiated. I truly do not wish to marry Ning Fei. Please allow me to be willful just this once. Su Mingji had a multitude of reproaches prepared for his daughter, yet upon seeing her in that moment, all those carefully crafted words vanished into thin air. He sighed. It's all right. I won't pressure you any longer." When he witnessed his daughter shedding tears at the wedding, he realized the extent of his failures as a father. From that moment forth, Su Mingji resolved never to allow his daughter to suffer again. His own life was already in disarray. To drag his daughter down with him would be a betrayal of the worst kind. Su Nianqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "But what about your debts?" Feigning calmness, Su Mingji replied with a smile. "If I ever find myself truly cornered, I could always leap from the rooftop of the office building and put an end to it all. Rest assured, I will handle my own affairs. You need not worry about me." Su Nianqing hesitated, ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. As night descended, the atmosphere in Ninghai City grew particularly oppressive due to the recent violent incident, with an overwhelming sense of suffocation lingering in the air. In the interrogation room, Chen Jinzhao exhibited signs of impatience. He faintly overheard discussions among others, noting that all evidence, both testimonial and material, had been gathered, and they intended to conclude this heinous case. In essence, this meant that Chen Jinzhao had been classified as a criminal suspect, with plans to transfer the case to the prosecution and initiate formal charges. Unless a significant change occurred, the verdict on this case would soon be sealed, with the prospect of the death penalty awaiting Chen Jinzhao. Chapter 55. Helplessness. "I wish to see your supervisor," Chen Jinzhao requested. Yet his plea went unheeded until the midnight hour brought an unexpected turn of events. A middle-aged man, whose eyes were bloodshot, entered and approached Chen Jinzhao, offering him a cigarette. Chen recognized him as the captain of the criminal investigation team from Ninghai Bureau. "Thank you. How should I address you?" Chen Jinzhao inquired, placing the cigarette between his lips and exhaling a plume of smoke. The captain managed a weary smile. "Just call me Lao Zhao, no need for formalities." With a wry smile, Chen Jinzhao replied, "I'm on the brink of execution. Do you really think I'll be polite?" Zhao Defeng, who had been perusing the interrogation records, glanced up at Chen Jinzhao and shook his head with a smile. Chen awaited Zhao Defeng's questions, and after flipping through the files a few times, Zhao closed the dossier. "Do you have anything to say?" Zhao Defeng asked. Chen Jinzhao's response was succinct. "I am innocent, and I wish to make a phone call to inform my family." Zhao Defeng nodded. "I believe you are innocent, but this case is under immense pressure from all sides. The higher-ups desire a swift resolution. If you can provide compelling evidence, I can make a final effort." After a moment of contemplation, Chen replied, "I have no evidence." Zhao Defeng sighed. "That indeed complicates matters. I can grant you 5 minutes to make a call." "I'm sorry, but that is all I can do." Taking the phone, Chen Jinzhao pressed the private number of Su Qingyan without hesitation. He fervently hoped that the elder had not yet retired for the night. Otherwise, he might truly be doomed. Fortunately, the call connected. "Hello, who is this?" Su Qingyan's voice was filled with confusion. "Su Lao, this is Chen Jinzhao. I'm at Ninghai Bureau and have encountered some trouble. I kindly request your presence." Chen succinctly conveyed the situation, instantly awakening Su Qingyan. "All right, I'll be there shortly." Su Qingyan wasted no time. Feeling guilty, Chen Jinzhao said, "I truly apologize for troubling you at this late hour." Su Qingyan chuckled. "What formalities are necessary between us? I'll pack a few things and head out. I haven't had the chance to thank you in person for that matter regarding Yao Yao." After hanging up, Chen Jinzhao let out a long sigh of relief and expressed his gratitude once more to Zhao Defeng. Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room swung open with a crash. Yang Yiqian stormed in, fury etched across his face as he approached Zhao Defeng, slamming his hand on the table and roaring, "Zhao Defeng, what are you doing? This is against the rules." Zhao Defeng, undeterred, retorted, "I won't comment on who is violating the rules, but everyone knows the truth." Yang Yiqian's south urgency to close the case was met with Zhao Defeng's dissatisfaction. However, as Zhao held a subordinate position to Yang, he could only acquiesce to Yang's directives. Allowing Chen Jinzhao to make a phone call was merely within his limited capacity. Yang Yiqian narrowed his eyes. The atmosphere in the interrogation room thick with tension. "You allowed the suspect to make a call. This could lead to dire consequences. What if he has accomplices? This is sheer folly, and it seems you ought to take a proper rest." Zhao Defeng immediately rose, showing no signs of backing down. He retorted sharply, "Let me redeem myself. Give me a week, and I assure you I will uncover the truth." Yang Yiqian's expression shifted. "You are insane. Who is more insane than you?" Zhao Defeng scoffed. Yang Yiqian waved his hand, dismissing the others from the interrogation room and shutting off the cameras. Just as he intended to hurl some harsh words at Zhao Defeng, the impatient Chen Jinzhao interjected, "Yang Yiqian, why are you so eager to close the case? Do you not wish to find the true culprit? I advise you to act according to the regulations. or I will recommend a thorough investigation into your past 10 years, exposing all your secrets. Chen Jinzhao stood firm, unafraid of shadows cast by his integrity. Had Yang Yiqian adhered to the rules, he could have been exonerated and the real perpetrator identified. Yet now, it was evident that Yang Yiqian harbored no such intentions, instead seeking to cast Chen Jinzhao as a scapegoat. Chen Jinzhao's confidence stemmed from his position. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have suffered great injustice, even to the point of dying under false accusations. Yang Yiqian felt an escalating fury within. What right did a suspect have to point fingers at him? It was no wonder Chen Jinzhao had drawn the ire of the Ning family. There were reasons behind it. This is not your place to speak, Yang Yiqian asserted. With witnesses and evidence present, how dare you claim injustice? Those you have harmed cannot even voice their plight. A heavy accusation fell upon Chen Jinzhao. Realizing Yang Yiqian was a seasoned insider, Chen Jinzhao coldly replied, I understand now. If you deny me the opportunity to speak, do not blame me if I deny you a chance later. A mocking smile appeared on Yang Yiqian's face. Before condemning Chen Jinzhao, he had utilized his authority to scrutinize Chen's records, discovering that Chen's background was unremarkable, lacking any formidable support. This was why Yang Yiqian felt emboldened to acquiesce to Ning Pinggua's request. Very well, I await your slap to my face. Zhao Defeng, enraged by Yang Yiqian's audacity, threw his hat onto the table. Yang, do not overstep. You are blind to the law, and your disdain for authority will eventually bring you retribution. Yang Yiqian wore a smug smile, uninterested in debating with Zhao Defeng. Their rivalry was long-standing. Once, Zhao Defeng had been more qualified to ascend the ranks. But Yang Yiqian had mastered the art of flattery towards senior figures, securing divine favor that pushed Zhao down. With such backing, Yang Yiqian acted with impunity. Furthermore, he presented a confession document, insisting Chen Jinzhao provide his fingerprint and signature. Both expected Chen to resist, yet he unexpectedly complied with Yang Yiqian's orders, prompting Zhao Defeng to sigh and shake his head in disbelief. I cannot help you. Yang Yiqian, reveling in self-satisfaction, donned a cunning grin reminiscent of a wily fox. Where has your bravado gone? At least you have some sense. Prepare for prosecution in a few days. If you have the means, consider hiring a competent attorney. Perhaps you may secure a lighter sentence, Yang Yiqian jested. In less than a day, the case was concluded, undoubtedly earning accolades from superiors. Thus, he was poised for further advancement. After signing the confession, Yang Yiqian felt a tremendous weight lifted from his heart. By tomorrow morning, Chen Jinzhao would be transferred to the detention center, and thereafter, the matter would no longer concern him. Zhao Defeng sighed repeatedly. He yearned to take action, yet was hindered by Yang Yiqian, who had placed surveillance on him at every turn, leaving him unable to maneuver. What should he do? Was he to merely stand by and witness an injustice unfold? Just as Yang Yiqian reveled in his triumph, and Zhao Defeng wore a furrowed brow. Hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door, and without awaiting Yang Yiqian's permission, the door was flung open, inciting Yang Yiqian's displeasure. Leave. Knock before entering. Have some decorum. Chapter 56. An imposing entrance. A young man entered the room, and upon hearing Yang Yiqian's furious shout, he instinctively considered retreating from the interrogation chamber. However, a sudden realization caused him to freeze in place. Yang Yiqian furrowed his brow, demanding, Did you not hear what I said? The young man replied weakly, An elder has arrived outside. It is said he is from the military. Yang Yiqian's expression shifted abruptly, his tone becoming more subdued. A military official? You must be mistaken. It's 2 a.m. Why would anyone from there be here at this hour? The young man was equally perplexed. What rank? Yang Yiqian was particularly concerned about this detail. The young man could only shake his head in ignorance. Su Qingyan was dressed in civilian attire, yet his demeanor suggested a high rank. Noticing the young man's expression, Yang Yiqian muttered to himself, How curious. Why would an esteemed elder from the military be stirred at this hour? Zhao Defeng, you are to remain here. Do not move anywhere, do you understand? Zhao Defeng opened his mouth to protest, but Yang Yiqian interjected sharply, This is an order. What more could Zhao Defeng say? He could only respond with a bitter smile. Yang Yiqian hastily returned to his office, and upon entering, he saw Su Qingyan with his back turned to him. While Su Qingyan may not possess many remarkable skills, his ability to discern character was undoubtedly astute. The elder before him exuded an extraordinary presence, clearly of significant rank. Elder, how should I address you? Yang Yiqian lowered his stance, shedding the arrogance he had displayed in the interrogation room. Su Qingyan, seemingly unaware of the unfolding situation, replied calmly, I am Su Qingyan. Yang Yiqian was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. Su, are you Elder Su? Why did you not inform me of your arrival? It is quite late, and the Bureau cannot provide adequate hospitality for you. Yang Yiqian flattered profusely, eager to align himself with such a formidable figure. Su Hanqing, discerning the ingratiating tone in Yang Yiqian's voice, subtly frowned and waved his hand to interrupt. Enough. I have come merely to inquire about the progress of the heinous incident that occurred in the city today. Yang Yiqian's heart soared with delight. What a stroke of luck. Just as he had obtained a confession from Chen Jinzhao, Su Hanqing arrived, allowing him to showcase his capabilities. Without hesitation, he promptly presented the signed confession to Su Hanqing, stating, through the collective efforts of numerous individuals in the Ninghai Bureau, we have successfully solved this case. The suspect has confessed. I kindly request you to review it. Elder Su. Although Su Hanqing belonged to the officer class, his status was extraordinarily high, so much so that a mere word from him could elevate Yang Yiqian 3 ranks. This was precisely why Yang Yiqian was so eager to impress Su Hanqing. Su Hanqing glanced over the document and was about to return the confession when he inadvertently caught sight of the signature on the last page. Chen Jinzhao. Understanding dawned upon Su Hanqing, and he could not help but let out a cold laugh. Yang Yiqian, misinterpreting the reaction as satisfaction with his capabilities, feigned humility, saying, "This is not solely my achievement, but the result of the entire team's efforts. If Elder Su wishes to commend anyone, it should be them." Su Hanqing cast a penetrating gaze at Yang Yiqian and inquired about the suspect's statements. Yang Yiqian chuckled and replied, "Initially, he was adamant and refused to confess. But after our rigorous interrogation, he finally admitted his crimes. Rest assured, this case is bolstered by both eyewitness and physical evidence. There is absolutely no chance of coercion." "Show me him," Su Hanqing sighed. "Certainly." Under Yang Yiqian's guidance, Su Hanqing entered the interrogation room and beheld Chen Jinzhao, shackled to a chair. Su Hanqing did not permit Yang Yiqian to unshackle him. Instead, he jested, "Young Chen, what led you to make such foolish choices? You have signed the confession and left your fingerprints. What more do you wish to say?" Chen Jinzhao chuckled. "Su Lao, if they claim I am guilty, perhaps there is some truth to it." Su Hanqing found merit in this statement. Initially, Zhao Defeng intended to appeal to the elder, believing this was Chen Jinzhao's last chance for salvation. However, upon hearing their exchange, his words faltered, and he found himself bewildered. What was the nature of their relationship? They appeared quite familiar with one another. Yang Yiqian's smile gradually faded, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. A man as astute as he could not overlook the subtle cues. Su Hanqing seized the opportunity to continue his conversation with Chen Jinzhao. "Are you aware of how many lives you have taken in this case?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Jinzhao replied, "I cannot recall. Perhaps I have taken many lives. Regardless of how many they claim I have killed, I have already confessed. I am grateful to Su Lao for coming to see me one last time in the dead of night. However, I think it best for you to keep your distance, lest you be splattered with blood when the bullets fly." Su Hanqing erupted into hearty laughter, recognizing their shared rapport. Meanwhile, Yang Yiqian, alarmed by Su Hanqing's jovial response, found himself drenched in cold sweat. As Su Hanqing turned to leave, he patted Yang Yiqian on the shoulder, causing Yang Yiqian's knees to weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. As Su Hanqing's voice echoed in his ears, "Proceed with due diligence. You have done well. Since he has confessed, let us conclude this case swiftly, preferably having him partake in peanuts by tomorrow. Did you hear that?" Su Hanqing remarked as he exited the room with hands clasped behind his back. Yang Yiqian hurried after him, only to find Su Hanqing leaving through the main entrance without a glance back, prompting Yang Yiqian to stomp his feet in frustration. Realizing he could not catch up, Yang Yiqian jogged back to the interrogation room. If he could not discern that Su Hanqing and Chen Jinzhao were speaking in irony, he ought to consider donating his intellect. He even perceived the closeness between Su Hanqing and Chen Jinzhao. In summary, Chen Jinzhao's background was utterly formidable. Even the most powerful figure overseeing Yang Yiqian could not protect him. Chen Jinzhao. "Oh no, Mr. Chen, I believe there may be some misunderstandings between us. Allow me to unshackle you first, and then I shall explain." Yang Yiqian had already begun to address Chen Jinzhao with a respectful Mr. Chen Jinzhao yawned and said to Zhao Defeng, "It's getting late. May I take a rest?" Yang Yiqian interjected before Zhao Defeng could respond, "Mr. Chen, please do not jest with me, as you now exit through the main entrance. It is only natural to consider whether I should personally finance your stay at a 5-star hotel." Chen Jinzhao cast a sidelong glance at Yang Yiqian, who trembled in fear. "Oh, There's no need for that. I am currently a suspect in a criminal investigation, and who knows? I might find myself facing dire consequences in a few days. How could I accept the generous offerings of Lord Yang with a clear conscience? Yang Yiqian forced a smile that resembled a grimace, his heart fluttering uncontrollably. He had thought he was merely crushing an insignificant ant, but before Chen Jinzhao, he realized that he was the one who resembled that small, pitiable insect. In his mind, he recalled a remark made by Chen Jinzhao earlier. I understand now. If you deny me the opportunity to speak, do not be surprised if I later deprive you of the same. It was a clear case of tit for tat. Chapter 57. I shall take my leave. Yang Yiqian was acutely aware that the individual before him, Chen Jinzhao, was unlikely to be the perpetrator. The moment he discerned the close familiarity between Su Qingyan and Chen Jinzhao, he understood this fact. Those who know Su Qingyan would attest to his unwavering integrity. Anyone he esteemed must possess commendable character. Moreover, given Chen Jinzhao's stature and status, what need would he have to engage in such nefarious acts? Having come to this conclusion, Yang Yiqian even contemplated the immediate release of Chen Jinzhao. With a forced smile, he remarked, Mr. Chen, you truly possess a sense of humor. This must merely be a misunderstanding. I feel deeply remorseful for the time you have been delayed and the discomfort you have experienced in the interrogation room. Chen Jinzhao offered no reply, instead raising his gaze to the uncertain Zhao Defeng. Old Zhao, please escort him out. I shall remain here until the culprit is apprehended. Zhao Defeng hesitated, caught between words. I wish to take my leave, Chen Jinzhao added. Zhao Defeng nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Yang Yiqian. Sir Yang, you heard Mr. Chen's words. Should you linger before him any longer, I fear Mr. Chen may grow quite displeased. He relished the sight of Yang Yiqian's discomfort. Yang Yiqian endeavored for one last effort, but Chen Jinzhao had already reclined in his chair, eyes closed in repose. Not daring to disturb him, Yang Yiqian retreated from the interrogation room, instructing that they keep a vigilant watch, ready to fulfill any needs Chen Jinzhao might have. At the entrance of the interrogation room, Yang Yiqian deliberately waited for Zhao Defeng to emerge. Old Zhao, do not rush off, he called, but Zhao Defeng ignored him, prompting Yang Yiqian to grasp his arm. Zhao Defeng scoffed, Sir Yang, do you require something of me? Just as Yang Yiqian was about to respond, Zhao Defeng gestured to his watch. It's getting late. I too must rest. After nearly 20 hours of continuous work, I fear I might collapse. Old Zhao, I acknowledge my prior missteps. I implore you to expedite the resolution of this case. Once it is concluded, I shall request a leave of absence for you, Yang Yiqian pleaded. Still relying on Zhao Defeng's exceptional criminal investigation skills. Zhao Defeng retorted, but isn't the case already solved? Yang Yiqian dared not confront him. Bowing his head in a servile smile, I recognize my blunder in this matter. I ought to make amends. Surely, you do not wish to witness any miscarriage of justice. Zhao Defeng snorted and turned away, leaving Yang Yiqian utterly frustrated, unable to sway him. After pacing back and forth, Yang Yiqian took out his phone and, with a resolute heart, blocked Ning Pinghua's contact. It was all his fault. After much contemplation, he resolved to face the situation alone. At 9 in the morning, the weary Yu Mingji arrived at the office. Over the past weekend, the winds of change had swept through the Gaochen Group. The deputy head of the Human Resources Department, Su Jinghui, had been incarcerated, and his sycophant, Lu Wenyo, had been dismissed. This upheaval had elevated Yu Mingji's standing remarkably. Yet, she found little joy in her newfound position. The situation surrounding Chen Jinzhao had shown no signs of progress, and rumors of a potential death sentence loomed ominously, leaving her preoccupied. Particularly, she had made a special visit to the Yu family the previous night, seeking Yu Lingxiao's assistance in aiding Chen Jinzhao. The outcome was, of course, a merciless rejection from Yu Lingxiao, who sternly admonished her not to harbor any illusions about Chen Jinzhao, as he was already a condemned man. Furthermore, Yu Lingxiao solemnly warned Yu Mingji not to entertain thoughts of aiding Chen Jinzhao in escaping his fate. Otherwise, he would contemplate retracting Yu Mingji's power. The veiled threat left Yu Mingji feeling alienated from the Yu family. Who could wish to frame him? Yu Mingji pondered. What could I do to assist Chen Jinzhao? Should I seek help from Qin Fengwu? No. If Qin Fengwu were to learn of this matter, he might exert pressure to expedite the trial, thereby endangering Chen Jinzhao's life. Yet, if she took no action, how could Yu Mingji find peace of mind? The more she contemplated, the more agitated she became. Ding dong. An unfamiliar email arrived in Yu Mingji's inbox. She opened it absent-mindedly, her thoughts preoccupied with how to help Chen Jinzhao. Huh? The photographs contained in this email bore a striking resemblance to the hotel's ambience from the previous day. Yu Mingji's gaze sharpened on the images, which featured a young man wearing a baseball cap with a vague outline of a firearm discernible in his pocket. In the successive photographs, the young man's behavior appeared highly suspicious. Notably, after the shooting incident, the outline of the handgun in his pocket had vanished. Yu Mingji's heart raced. With these photographs as critical evidence, there might be hope for Chen Jinzhao. Who was the sender of these images? Yu Mingji wondered. The email address was registered overseas, and her attempts to contact the sender yielded no response. She had no choice but to set this issue aside for the moment. Copying the photographs onto a USB drive before hastily driving to the Ninghai Bureau to present the evidence to Zhao Defeng. Zhao Defeng immediately identified the suspect and, after conducting a thorough investigation, assembled a team to pursue him. That afternoon, personnel from the provincial office arrived to take charge of the case and personally visited the interrogation room to reassure Chen Jinzhao. As for Yang Yiqian, he was detained. At 7 that evening, Zhao Defeng and his team apprehended the suspect at the airport and swiftly commenced interrogation. The suspect, already feeling guilty, succumbed to the psychological pressure during Zhao Defeng's questioning and confessed all his actions. What puzzled Zhao Defeng was that although the suspect was the one who had directly committed the act, he had received the assignment via the dark web. The suspect did not know who had issued the task. All communications had transpired through the dark web, and even the items provided had been transferred in a clandestine manner. Once the dark web became involved, the case became exceedingly complicated. Regardless, the true culprit had been identified, and Chen Jinzhao was granted release. Zhao Defeng provided Chen Jinzhao with a detailed account of the case and remarked, "The mastermind is quite cautious. It seems he has engaged in such activities before. Now that we have captured the actual perpetrator, I will continue my investigation." "And Yang Yiqian?" Chen Jinzhao inquired casually. "Him?" Zhao Defeng chuckled dryly. "He has already been taken into custody by the provincial authorities. If they were to investigate his past thoroughly, even a life sentence would be considered lenient." Chen Jinzhao nodded. "And Yang Yiqian should indeed be confined for reform, to prevent him from endangering society." The two discussed the case as they walked outside. Upon reaching the door, Zhao Defeng halted, saying, "Mr. Chen, I shall not accompany you further. There are still numerous details of this case to finalize." Chen Jinzhao nodded in acknowledgement, preparing to depart. However, just a couple of steps away, Ning Fei hurriedly descended from the vehicle at the entrance, nearly colliding with Chen Jinzhao. The darkness of the evening obscured Ning Fei's view of Chen Jinzhao's features. Instinctively, he attempted to shove Chen Jinzhao aside, uttering impatient words. "Do you not possess eyes? Do not obstruct my path. Step aside." Chapter 58. Unable to endure, he strikes in the streets. Chen Jinzhao slightly shifted his stance, allowing Ning Fei to miss his target. Ning Fei looked at Chen Jinzhao in astonishment, gradually discerning his features, and arched an eyebrow. "What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in prison?" "Why would I be in prison?" Chen Jinzhao replied with a smile. Seeing this, Zhao Defeng approached and explained to Ning Fei that the case had been resolved, and Chen Jinzhao had been exonerated. Ning Fei's brow furrowed tightly, sensing something amiss. After the incident yesterday, he had instructed his elder to eliminate Chen Jinzhao through Yang Yiqian, hoping that even if he was acquitted, he would still face some consequences. Yet, now Chen Jinzhao had emerged unscathed. "What about Director Yang?" Ning Fei inquired of Zhao Defeng. Zhao Defeng could not divulge internal matters to Ning Fei, responding vaguely, "He has been attending meetings in the province these past few days, and it will be difficult to reach him for a while." Ning Fei's gaze flickered. "I understand. Thank you, Captain Zhao." He had come to the Ninghai Bureau precisely because he could not contact Yang Yiqian, and with his elder in a state of unease, he sought information regarding Yang's whereabouts. If the situation turned dire, he needed to prepare an escape plan. It appeared that Yang Yiqian was likely in trouble. Ning Fei dared not linger at the Ninghai Bureau, eager to return home with the news. It was prudent to flee rather than risk entanglement. However, the fact that Chen Jinzhao had emerged unscathed irritated Ning Fei deeply. He directed a cold smirk at Chen Jinzhao. "You ruined my wedding, thinking you could escape? I've come to realize that a woman like Su Qingyan is unworthy of me, lacking the qualifications to marry into the Ning family. Do you know? When I was with her, she kept chanting your name. I slapped her twice and made her kneel and call me daddy." Ning Fei chuckled heartily upon seeing Chen Jinzhao's darkened expression. Of course, the words he just uttered were mere fabrications, entirely unfounded. Su Qingyan had never allowed him that level of intimacy. "What's wrong? You seem quite angry. But what does that accomplish?" "This won't be the first time, nor the last. Ning Fei's twisted psyche sought to provoke Chen Jinzhao's ire. Indeed, Chen Jinzhao was furious. Though he and Su Qingyan were a thing of the past, he could not bear to see her mistreated, especially in such a humiliating manner. Ning Fei, with a cheeky grin, was certain that Chen Jinzhao would not dare to act within the precincts of the police station. Oh, you can't even protect your first love. What use are you? Just a waste. Go on, strike me if you dare. Zhao Defeng, with an odd expression, shook his head subtly and moved aside to squat down on the steps. Lighting a cigarette with a sigh, I've never encountered such a peculiar demand. Surely, Mr. Chen will oblige him. Ning Fei was about to utter an even more outrageous statement when a massive fist approached swiftly, landing a punch squarely on Ning Fei's nose. Crack! Ning Fei's nasal bone collapsed, blood spraying forth. Chen Jinzhao let out a primal roar. Damn you! Ning Fei was no match for Chen Jinzhao. In a mere encounter, he was struck down without any means of defense, collapsing to the ground in mere 3 rounds. Zhao Defeng was astonished. As a seasoned detective, he could immediately discern that Chen Jinzhao possessed extraordinary skills, likely a renowned young talent from the military. Furthermore, given Chen Jinzhao's amicable relationship with Su Qingyan, it was highly probable that he would one day attain a significant official position. This time, Ning Fei had undoubtedly met his match. Chen Jinzhao's blows were not excessively brutal, yet they landed with such force that Ning Fei nearly coughed up blood, losing several teeth in the process, and cried out in pain incessantly. Stop! You must stop! Ning Fei exclaimed. Zhao, how can you remain indifferent while this scoundrel brazenly commits violence in front of the Ninghai Bureau? Zhao Defeng lamented. The smoke has obscured my vision. I see nothing. Over the years, Zhao Defeng had often dealt with the Ning family. Aware that the Ning family harbored corruption, he felt powerless to act, harboring deep resentments towards both father and son. Now, with Chen Jinzhao taking action, Zhao Defeng felt an unexpected thrill and had no intention of intervening. As Chen Jinzhao struck Ning Fei until he spat blood, he was careful to avoid critical areas, allowing Ning Fei to suffer more without causing lethal harm. With no hope of rescue, Ning Fei yelled at Chen Jinzhao, "Stop! I was merely joking with you. Everything I said was fabricated. That wretched Su Qingyan forbids me from approaching her. You can ask her if you don't believe me." Upon hearing this, Chen Jinzhao ceased his assault. Ning Fei felt as if his entire body were falling apart, every inch of him aflame with pain. Through the rearview mirror of the car, his face was clearly visible. A collage of bruises and blood, a pitiful sight. Grasping the opportunity to catch his breath, Ning Fei questioned Zhao Defeng as to why he did not intervene, even suspecting the two might be colluding. Just as Zhao Defeng was about to respond, Chen Jinzhao quietly stated, "Let us proceed according to the law. I am indifferent." Ning Fei snorted disdainfully. "That is your claim. Zhao, you heard him. He assaulted me in public, and I am nearly shattered. You must apprehend him immediately, or I shall report you to higher authorities." Zhao Defeng nodded, reassuring, "Rest assured, I shall not shield anyone." He instructed his subordinates to detain both individuals, which sent Ning Fei into a fit of rage. "On what grounds can you arrest me? The assailant is Chen Jinzhao. I am the victim. You are suspected of provoking trouble. If you do not understand, I can explain to young Master Ning that the crime of provoking trouble pertains to causing a disturbance in public places, inciting chaos, leading to severe disorder, pursuing, intercepting, insulting, or intimidating others, extorting or wantonly damaging property, disrupting social order, with serious consequences. Your public insults toward Chen Jinzhao and deliberate humiliation constitute the crime of provoking trouble, punishable by up to 5 years in prison." Ning Fei's face turned pale. To endure such painful beatings only to face a 5-year sentence? Zhao Defeng smiled. "Of course. There is another option, private reconciliation. How to proceed is entirely up to young Master Ning." Ning Fei gritted his teeth, nearly shattering them in frustration. Zhao Defeng found this maneuver to be exceedingly lethal. At present, Yang Yiqian appeared to be in trouble. If Ning Fei squandered too much time on trivial matters, he might not even manage to transfer his assets overseas in time. He had already made a decision in his heart. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jinzhao fanned the flames, asserting with righteous fervor, "I believe we ought to handle this matter with due diligence. After all, it is indeed wrong of me to have resorted to violence here, and I am willing to accept the consequences." Zhao Defeng nodded in acknowledgement. Ning Fei, however, was unwilling to spend even a few days in detention. He hurriedly approached Zhao Defeng and exclaimed, "Captain Zhao, wait. I believe Chen Jinzhao is merely jesting. I am completely unscathed." As he spoke, blood spurted from his mouth, staining his shirt crimson. Zhao Defeng raised an eyebrow, observing, "Young Master Ning, it appears you are in quite a serious condition. Shall we proceed according to protocol?" Ning Fei swiftly wiped the blood from his lips, displaying a forced smile that revealed his blood-stained teeth, repeatedly shaking his head. "I assure you, I am perfectly fine. I choose to resolve this matter privately with Chen Jinzhao. Please do not regard me with such eyes. I am in excellent health." Chapter 59. This life and night are fleeting. Where will we gaze upon the years to come? The people remain uninformed, and the officials do not take action. Under Ning Fei's unwavering insistence, the two ultimately reached a reconciliation. While spitting blood, Ning Fei declared himself unscathed, then drove away from the Ninghai Bureau in a hasty retreat. However, following this incident, his animosity toward Chen Jinzhao intensified. Should he emerge unscathed from this ordeal, he would undoubtedly target Chen Jinzhao first. Otherwise, he feared his ambitions would remain forever unattainable. "Zhao team, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave," Chen Jinzhao announced. Zhao Defeng hesitated. "Mr. Chen, did you foresee that Ning Fei would not dare to escalate this matter?" Chen Jinzhao chuckled. "Zhao team, you jest. My abilities do not extend that far." With that, he turned and departed. Zhao Defeng, fixating on Chen Jinzhao's retreating figure, fell into deep contemplation. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that Chen Jinzhao had anticipated Ning Fei's apprehension, knowing he would not escalate the situation. Though Chen Jinzhao appeared to be a reckless brute, he was, in truth, meticulous and calculating. "A fierce heart, yet a delicate touch," Zhao Defeng murmured. Outside the police station, Chen Jinzhao immediately spotted a graceful figure across the street. Upon crossing over, before he could utter a word, Yu Mingji remarked coolly, "You seem to be in good spirits, spirited and vigorous, daring to lay hands on Ning Fei within the precinct. How long have you been waiting?" Chen Jinzhao deftly shifted the subject. Yu Mingji instinctively replied, "I've been waiting." Mid-sentence, she realized she had walked into Chen Jinzhao's trap and quickly amended her statement. "Humph, as if I would wait specifically for you. I merely passed by on my way home. Don't overthink it." "I understand," Chen Jinzhao replied with a smile. Yu Mingji felt a twinge of being teased and, biting her lip, retorted, "Chen Jinzhao, would you perish if you didn't tease me? I really shouldn't care about you. Let you fend for yourself in there." At that moment, he found her rather endearing, not nearly as aloof as others suggested. She occasionally displayed the petulance of a child. Yu Mingji was taken aback to see Chen Jinzhao smiling. She was infuriated. How could he dare to laugh at her? Clearly, he held her in low regard. "Hey, what are you laughing at? Am I amusing?" Chen Jinzhao replied, "I suddenly find you rather charming, you." Just as Yu Mingji prepared to scold him, his remark completely derailed her thoughts, dissipating her anger. Fortunately, the traffic light turned red at that moment. Otherwise, Chen Jinzhao might have noticed her cheeks were aflame, and the laughter would have surely intensified. Yu Mingji adopted a stern expression and huffed, "Whether I am charming or not has nothing to do with you. Hand over your phone. I promise to keep you laughing." Unsure of Yu Mingji's intentions, Chen Jinzhao obediently handed over his phone. Without another word, Yu Mingji hopped into her car, starting the engine and rolling down the window to say to him, "You can just run home. Let yourself laugh." The engine roared to life, and in an instant, Yu Mingji's vehicle vanished, leaving Chen Jinzhao in a state of bewilderment amidst the wind. He stood vacantly at the roadside, and after a brief moment, he let out a mournful wail, lamenting, "Why can't I ever control my tongue?" Sighing, he resolved to run back, which conveniently doubled as a physical training opportunity. Fortunately, the distance to his residence was not far. A 1-hour walk or a 30-minute run would suffice. Half an hour later, Chen Jinzhao arrived at the entrance of his community, spotting Yu Mingji's car from afar. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, Yu Mingji leaned against the vehicle, occasionally glancing at her wristwatch and surveying the surroundings, appearing somewhat anxious. Chen Jinzhao paused, hesitating to approach her immediately, instead gazing from a distance at her silhouette. At that moment, one could only wonder if this woman was thinking of him. He shook his head, musings of self-importance creeping in. When did he become so vain? Setting aside his errant thoughts, he strode toward Yu Mingji. Upon seeing him emerge unharmed, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. Initially, she had intended to reprimand him, but the fear of something unfortunate happening to him on the way had compelled her to wait for him downstairs. Yet, she would not allow him to perceive the worry etched on her face. The moment she spotted him, her expression returned to calm, and in a teasing tone, she remarked, "Why did you run so fast? Afraid I might uncover the secrets on your phone?" Taking his phone from her, Chen Jinzhao chose not to dwell on that topic. Just as he was about to invite her out for a meal, Yu Mingji seemed to read his mind and promptly asked, "Are you hungry?" This caught him off guard. "Why are you looking at me like that?" she questioned, her eyes filled with suspicion. He shook his head and inquired what she would like to eat. Feeling that treating her to a meal was the least he could do, considering her significant assistance in his swift arrival. Deep down, Yu Mingji longed for the dishes prepared by Chen Jinzhao, but feeling somewhat shy to voice her desire, she suggested they visit a nearby snack street for a casual bite. The evening snack street buzzed with life. Its myriad of affordable options attracted a multitude of university students and workers, resulting in a bustling atmosphere filled with throngs of people. Yu Mingji found herself linking her arm with Chen Jinzhao's, albeit insisting it was an involuntary act rather than a conscious choice. Everything here was a novelty to her. "What is this, Chen Jinzhao?" she asked, her curiosity piqued as they sampled various treats. "This is fried milk. As for the taste, I haven't tried it myself," he replied. "And this?" she queried again. "That's fried banana. And over there? Egg-filled pancakes. Roasted silkworm pupa. Can one truly consume this? It appears rather repulsive." As they strolled along, the crowd in the snack street grew increasingly dense. To prevent losing Yu Mingji in the throng, Chen Jinzhao firmly grasped her hand. Yu Mingji's gaze was still captivated by the bizarre array of snacks, and upon feeling the warmth of Chen Jinzhao's broad palm, her eyes momentarily widened, instinctively wishing to break free. Yet, she ultimately refrained from doing so. She merely feigned a slight struggle before accepting, with a sense of tranquil contentment, that she was being led by his hand. In this life, it is rare to be blissfully bewildered. Yu Mingji took out her phone to capture the image of Chen Jinzhao walking ahead, hand in hand with her. It was only at that moment she noticed the moon was particularly beautiful this evening, its gentle light seemingly unlocking the door to her heart. This life and this night are fleeting. Where shall we gaze upon the moon next year? Chapter 60. Ambiguity. Yu Mingji felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Today marked the happiest day she had experienced in months. So much so that while shopping with Chen Jinzhao, she unconsciously hummed a tune by Fei Wang, which Chen Jinzhao found vaguely familiar yet could not recall its origin. He made a mental note of the melody. To his delight, he discovered Yu Mingji possessed a notable musical talent, prompting him to exclaim, "You sing beautifully." For a moment, Yu Mingji paused, surprisingly refraining from teasing Chen Jinzhao. Instead, she shared her childhood dream of becoming a singer. The notion of being a musician felt far beyond her reach, as her father viewed such aspirations as frivolous and forbade her from pursuing them. It was, indeed, a considerable regret. Chen Jinzhao candidly remarked, "I believe they are mistaken. You should live according to your own desires. Ultimately, one must tread their own path, not live for others." Yu Mingji smiled softly but remained silent. Born into a wealthy family, she could perceive it as a great fortune or a profound misfortune. Her fate was not hers to dictate. Unbeknownst to Chen Jinzhao, he overlooked the flicker of solitude and melancholy in Yu Mingji's eyes. Before he could speak, she remarked with a smile, "Sometimes I envy you for being able to live life on your own terms." "Really?" Chen Jinzhao replied, taken aback. "I think you can too. Walk your own path and let others say what they will." Yu Mingji chuckled softly. The two strolled back to the entrance of the community, and as she casually withdrew her hand, Chen Jinzhao maintained an air of nonchalance, both choosing not to mention the earlier conversation. "If you're fine, I'll head back first," Yu Mingji said. "Okay, take care on your way," he replied. Once inside her car, Yu Mingji rolled down the window and smiled. "Chen Jinzhao, I had a wonderful time tonight." "Thank you." Their eyes met, and in Yu Mingji's gaze, Chen Jinzhao glimpsed a different version of her, perhaps the truest representation of herself. By the time he regained his composure, Yu Mingji had already driven away. He lingered by the roadside for a moment before returning home. After a shower, he lay in bed, humming the melody Yu Mingji had just sung. He then used a music recognition app to identify the tune. After several attempts with varying results, he found the song to be Fei Wang's Ambiguity. "I knew I could sing decently. Otherwise, this app wouldn't recognize it," Chen Jinzhao murmured, a proud smile gracing his lips. Soon, the melody filled the small confines of his bedroom. In a moment of inspiration, he opened Yu Mingji's chat window and typed a lengthy message, only to reconsider and delete it all, hesitating whether to simply say hello. Meanwhile, Yu Mingji, having endured a long day, lay in her bathtub, holding her phone, her screen displaying the chat with Chen Jinzhao. Like him, she typed a lengthy response, only to erase it all before placing her phone aside, choosing to disengage. She submerged her head beneath the water, holding her breath for half a minute before resurfacing, then began to slap her cheeks. Yu Mingji awakened. Such actions will only lead to his demise. Why pursue endeavors destined for futility? It is time to come to your senses. In the midst of contrasting emotions, Ning Fei returned home, disheveled and covered in dirt. Ning Pinghua erupted in fury. Who attacked you? Are your injuries severe? Honestly, why didn't you seek medical attention? Dad, let us hurry. Ning Fei grimaced, disregarding the pain. Ning Pinghua frowned. What happened? Ning Fei promptly relayed the troubling details surrounding Yang Yiqian, leaving Ning Pinghua aghast. He began pacing in the living room, clasping his hands behind his back. This is unacceptable. We must leave the country immediately. Something has undoubtedly gone awry with Yang Yiqian. Ning Fei shared this sentiment, which is why he had refrained from contacting Ning Pinghua by phone, opting instead to convey the urgency in person. What will happen to our assets? Ning Fei hesitated, reluctant to part with them. Ning Pinghua regained his composure and reassured Ning Fei, do not panic. I have always been the one in contact with Chen Yiqian. You have been kept out of this, thus ensuring your safety. Dad, are you implying I can leave the country without concern? I have already arranged for the asset transfer with the group, which will not affect you or Jiangnan real estate. Ning Pinghua had long prepared an escape route. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of urgent knocking echoed. Ning Pinghua and Ning Fei exchanged a glance. A moment of despair washing over them. Ning Pinghua turned to gaze out the window. The 20-story building below promised certain death should one leap. He collapsed onto the sofa, his eyes growing vacant. It's over. In the next life, I shall be confined to a cell. Bang. The door burst open. A multitude of uniformed officers streamed in, encircling the living room, leaving no room for escape. At the forefront was Zhao Defeng. Ning Fei, we meet again. Yang Yiqian's illicit activities have come to light, and we are ordered to take you in for questioning. Here is the arrest warrant and my police badge. If you have no objections, please accompany us. The following morning, a bombshell news report broke. Ning Pinghua, chairman of Jiangnan Real Estate Group, had been arrested, causing the company's stock to plummet. This sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of Jiangnan. In today's world, how could a family rise to a valuation in the billions without divine support? Ning Pinghua's incarceration signified the fall of the very deity he had worshipped. As the saying goes, when gods clash, the innocent suffer. The upper circles were acutely aware of their own questionable dealings, fearing scrutiny. They could only attempt to uncover the reasons behind Yang Yiqian's downfall. What they discovered was startling. Yang Yiqian had offended the successor of Su Qingyan. Yu Lingxiao remained vigilant, seeking connections with Chen Jinzhao through various channels. Yet all efforts yielded naught. The elder had not given up. Yu Lingxiao did not intend to rely solely on the Qin family, for it was unwise to place all eggs in one basket. If he could align with the enigmatic successor of Su Qingyan, the Yu family could soar to new heights. The Gaochen Group. Yu Mingji was engaged in a conversation with Chen Jinzhao regarding this matter. However, she soon realized that Chen Jinzhao displayed no surprise at all, as if he had been aware of it all along. With a hint of jealousy, she probed, why are you not happy? Ning Fei has been relentlessly pursuing your first love. If I recall correctly, you even kicked Ning Fei at the wedding, did you not? Chen Jinzhao cleared his throat, unwilling to discuss anything related to Su Qingyan in front of Yu Mingji. Why the silence? Yu Mingji inquired with a playful smile. Chen Jinzhao, may I pose a question to you? If both I and Su Qingyan were to fall into the sea simultaneously, and your abilities allowed you to save only one of us while the other would perish, whom would you choose, me or her? Chen Jinzhao felt his heart tremble. Indeed, women were not to be trifled with. No matter how he answered, he was bound to face dire consequences. Alas. Chapter 61. You look remarkable today. The weather is quite pleasant today. Chen Jinzhao attempted to divert the topic, yet Yu Mingji continued to gaze at him intently, causing a sense of unease to stir within him. With a smile, he remarked, you look remarkable today. The implication being, did I not look good yesterday? A hint of amusement flickered across Yu Mingji's face. Chen Jinzhao responded, all right, let us proceed to my question. He sighed internally, pondering the origins of this vexing inquiry, which could be deemed a torment for a millennium. Do you truly wish to know? He sighed. Yu Mingji nodded affirmatively. Very well, I shall speak candidly. I would choose to save you. Just as Yu Mingji was about to tease him for his straightforwardness, Chen Jinzhao continued, however, in doing so, I would owe a debt to Su Qingyan, which means that after rescuing you, I would perish alongside her. This left Yu Mingji momentarily speechless. She initially believed Chen Jinzhao was jesting, but upon closer observation, she realized he was entirely serious. You are as stubborn as they come, Mingji chided. Chen Jinzhao had braced himself for a tempest of criticism, yet was taken aback when Mingji lightly replied, "Forget it. If such a day were to arrive, you should reserve the hope of survival for her. After all, since you are destined to die, why not die alongside her? It sounds rather romantic." Dingling. The telephone on the table rang. Mingji gestured for Chen Jinzhao to remain silent before answering. "It's me. What did you say? Is that true? All right, I understand. Please inform me immediately of any new developments." She hung up the phone, her expression lost in thought. Chen Jinzhao seldom witnessed her in such a state of bewilderment. "What is it? Has something significant occurred?" Indeed, Chen Jinzhao too felt puzzled. What could be more sensational than Ning Pinggua's imprisonment? Mingji, no longer withholding, took a deep breath and said, "Do you remember Su Jingwei's grandfather, Su Qingyan?" This morning, a servant from his household reported to the police that Su Qingyan had hanged himself last night. Chen Jinzhao's expression momentarily froze. This news was undoubtedly more shocking than Ning Pinggua's arrest, primarily due to Su Qingyan's close ties with the Go Chun group and the Yu family. The elder Su's death would undoubtedly trigger a cascade of repercussions. Mingji seemed to anticipate Chen Jinzhao's thoughts and shook her head. The police have already investigated the scene and initially ruled out foul play, meaning Su Qingyan indeed died by suicide. And what of the Su family's shares? Chen Jinzhao's inquiry prompted Mingji to act quickly. She soon learned that Su Qingyan's shares had been acquired by a mysterious individual. Chen Jinzhao scoffed. "If I am not mistaken, this mysterious figure is likely intricately connected to Su Qingyan's demise. But the possibility of foul play has been ruled out," Mingji reminded him. "Mr. Yu, have you considered this possibility? That individual possesses the secrets of the Su family. Had Su Qingyan not met his demise, the entire Su clan would surely face annihilation. In such dire circumstances, it seems that Su Qingyan's death was inevitable. Furthermore, the mastermind behind this scheme is astute, utilizing the explosive case of Ning Pinggua's incarceration as a cover to execute this plan. The Su family, in both stature and influence, pales in comparison to the Ning family, thereby minimizing the repercussions of this event." Chen Jinzhao's words struck fear into Mingji. She found it difficult to believe that such occurrences could transpire in modern society. Of course, this is merely conjecture. Perhaps Su Qingyan truly took his own life. Chen Jinzhao did not assert his theory definitively. Mingji, placing her hand on her forehead, shook her head, stating, "It is best that no one is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Otherwise, it could lead to significant troubles. The demise of Su Qingyan serves merely to acquire shares in Gaochen. It is hard to fathom the consequences if such unscrupulous individuals infiltrate Gaochen." Upon returning to his office, Chen Jinzhao pondered who might be behind these actions. Could it possibly be the Black Blood organization? If it were indeed them, the situation would become quite precarious. He shook his head, casting aside these thoughts. Why dwell on such matters? The truth would emerge once that enigmatic businessman made an appearance. A figure entered his line of sight, prompting Chen Jinzhao to look up. Was that not the dog master? What brings him to my office? He should be on his way. This humble establishment cannot accommodate such a formidable presence. The dog master, whose real name is Wei Nangua, earned his moniker for his overly servile demeanor. He serves as Lu Wenyo's right-hand man, a capable associate, and a seasoned veteran in the security department. Within their small circle, the dog master ranks just below Lu Wenyo. His unexpected arrival surely signals ulterior motives. The dog master flashed a grin at Chen Jinzhao, adopting a comically endearing demeanor that further piqued Chen Jinzhao's curiosity regarding his intentions. As they moved to the hallway, the dog master began to flatter, "Mr. Chen, who doesn't he know that you are the company's second-in-command? You are indeed fortunate to have one over General Manager Yu." Chen Jinzhao accepted the cigarette the dog master offered, lighting it and standing by the window, exhaling smoke. "Speak plainly, what brings you here?" The dog master, appearing quite straightforward, handed a USB drive to Chen Jinzhao, expressing hope that he might one day provide him with protection. Chen Jinzhao, puzzled, inquired what the USB contained. "You'll find out once you examine it. I cannot disclose the details. If you won't divulge, I cannot accept it," Chen Jinzhao replied, shaking his head and attempting to return the USB. The dog master, growing anxious, exclaimed, "Then I shall be forthright. This USB contains numerous short videos recorded by Lu Wenyo during his tenure as the head of the security department, where he had his subordinates install pinhole cameras in various offices to capture covert footage. The Gaochen Group employs a vast and diverse workforce, harboring many unsavory elements. More critically, These videos implicate numerous high-ranking officials within the company. This explains why many executives heed Su Jinghui's every word, even openly opposing Yu Mingxi. Their vulnerabilities are tightly grasped by Su Jinghui. Chen Jinzhao regarded the dog master with a penetrating gaze. Doggy discerned the thoughts swirling in Chen Jinzhao's mind and promptly gestured dismissively. Young Master Chen, I assure you, I have not concealed anything. Everything is right here. He continued, I extend my gratitude on behalf of General Yu, but it would be prudent for you to keep this under wraps. In the future, do not invoke my name to engage in nefarious deeds. Otherwise, I shall be the first to hold you accountable. Doggy sighed in relief. Chen Jinzhao returned to his office, inserted the USB drive into his computer, and opened the folder within. What he discovered was startling. The videos indeed featured numerous high-ranking officials, including several compromising recordings of male leaders with their female secretaries. What astonished Chen Jinzhao the most was the recurring presence of a woman, Zhuang Xiaoya, secretary to Yu Mingxi, who appeared particularly assertive in the videos, effectively managing several high-ranking individuals. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, prompting Chen Jinzhao to swiftly close the computer and call, "Come in." The door swung open, and Zhuang Xiaoya, clad in a fitted office dress, stepped inside. Chapter 62. The playfulness of youth. As the saying goes, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Chen Jinzhao maintained an impassive demeanor, lifting his gaze toward the radiant Zhuang Xiaoya, whose smile grew even sweeter as she surveyed the empty office. Is there something that General Yu wishes to convey? Chen Jinzhao inquired proactively. Zhuang Xiaoya did not respond directly, but instead, with a playful glimmer in her eyes, asked, Brother Chen, why is it that the office is so deserted? Am I not considered a person? Oh dear, that's not what I meant. I was merely wondering where everyone else has disappeared to, Zhuang Xiaoya cooed, her words dripping with charm that would surely melt the heart of any listener. Having witnessed grand spectacles before, Chen Jinzhao remained unfazed. Ah, they have a temporary arrangement and won't return until the afternoon, he remarked, intrigued to discover Zhuang Xiaoya's true intentions. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Unless Chen Jinzhao were a beast, 2 hours should suffice. She moved closer, massaging his shoulders, leaning in to whisper sweet nothings, the captivating scent of her perfume wafting into his senses. It must be said, Zhuang Xiaoya possessed a certain allure. Chen Jinzhao nearly succumbed to her charms, responding with a gentle smile. Xiaoya, what are you doing? If someone were to witness this, it could be misconstrued. With a mischievous grin, Zhuang Xiaoya retorted, Oh, Brother Chen, is it wrong for me to have feelings for you? Chen Jinzhao feigned alarm. That simply cannot be. If General Yu were to discover this, I would be in serious trouble. While one may indulge in various excesses, one must not speak recklessly. It would be best if you returned. In the next moment, Zhuang Xiaoya wrapped her arms around Chen Jinzhao's neck, nuzzling the back of his head. Her voice taking on a sultry tone as she whispered, Brother Jinzhao, I promise I won't tell General Yu. You know, I believe you are the most charismatic man in the entire company. No one can compare to you, not even Su Jinghui. In your presence, he pales in comparison. Your masculine charm makes my heart race uncontrollably every time I see you. Chen Jinzhao recalled a video he had just watched. The provocative nature of Zhuang Xiaoya lingering in his mind, starkly contrasting with her current innocent demeanor, leaving him feeling somewhat nauseated. Oh really? Am I truly that exceptional? He stammered. A flicker of disdain crossed Zhuang Xiaoya's eyes, yet she sweetly replied, Of course, dear brother. Your virtues are often overlooked by others. Perhaps I am the only one who truly appreciates you. Brother, I desire you. Chen Jinzhao felt a wave of revulsion. How could this brazen woman utter such words? No, this cannot be. He forcefully pushed Zhuang Xiaoya away, and as she gazed at him in surprise, he declared with righteous fervor, I cannot betray General Yu. Please, conduct yourself with dignity, or I shall be compelled to inform him. Zhuang Xiaoya was taken aback. This insufferable man had rejected her. Was he out of his mind? In that moment, she felt disheveled, questioning whether her allure had waned or if Chen Jinzhao was simply too principled. Brother Jinzhao, I truly care for you. Zhuang Xiaoya managed to squeeze out a few tears. She implored Chen Jinzhao not to disclose the events of the day, as Zhuang Xiaoya still had tasks left undone and naturally did not wish to be dismissed by Yu Mingxi. Otherwise, how could she explain herself to her superiors? Chen Jinzhao reprimanded Zhuang Xiaoya for her indiscretion, which left her genuinely flustered. She hastily apologized, pleading with Chen Jinzhao to keep the matter confidential, nearly falling to her knees in desperation. This left her feeling deeply frustrated. Previously, this tactic had been unfailingly successful. So how had she met defeat at the hands of a mere novice this time? Chen Jinzhao, observing Zhuang Xiaoya's panicked demeanor, felt an inner delight and reiterated, "What you are doing is quite wrong. At such a young age, why not pursue something more worthwhile? You have so much youth ahead of you. Do not squander it on me." To Zhuang Xiaoya, these words were akin to a monk's chant, tormenting her to the core. She nodded incessantly, like a chick pecking at grains. In a sudden turn, Chen Jinzhao asked, "Can you bark like a dog just once? Otherwise, I shall inform General Yu of what transpired earlier." Zhuang Xiaoya was taken aback, questioning his reasoning. "Brother, are you jesting with me?" she thought, feeling a surge of indignation at such humiliation. Chen Jinzhao countered, "Do you truly believe I am joking?" Zhuang Xiaoya was mortified beyond measure. As Chen Jinzhao picked up his phone, preparing to call Yu Mingji, Zhuang Xiaoya hurriedly grasped his hand, exclaiming, "I will do it. I will do it." With a smile, Chen Jinzhao regarded her. Zhuang Xiaoya lowered her gaze, nervously tugging at her clothing. "Woof, woof, woof." "Not quite enough enthusiasm," he critiqued. Zhuang Xiaoya gasped in frustration, compelled to repeat the canine imitation to prevent Yu Mingji from finding out. Chen Jinzhao watched her intently, and surprisingly, she mimicked quite well. He continued to nitpick, instructing her to maintain eye contact, causing her face to flush crimson. Woof, 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 woof. Ultimately, Zhuang Xiaoya became quite expressive in her performance. Chen Jinzhao found the sound peculiar, and Zhuang Xiaoya's expression shifted from initial anger to embarrassment, gradually transforming into shyness. If this continued, something might go awry. "Stop. That is enough. Leave my office at once, or I may change my mind at any moment," Chen Jinzhao commanded, pointing towards the door. Zhuang Xiaoya glared at him in indignation, biting her lip as she turned to exit the office. Chen Jinzhao shook his head, bemused by her wildness and uncertain motives. Shortly after her departure, Mo Qingyan returned from outside, his gaze towards Chen Jinzhao distinctly peculiar. Recognizing that old Mo had misjudged the situation, Chen Jinzhao hastily clarified, "Uncle Mo, please do not misunderstand. Zhuang Xiaoya sought to trouble me, and I merely taught her a lesson." Mo Qingyan, with a grave expression, assured him, "Rest assured, I will not betray you." Chen Jinzhao responded, "Uncle Mo, let me explain." "Xiao Chen, do you not even trust me?" Mo Qingyan interjected, "I may lack many virtues, but loyalty is not one of them. If I promise not to speak of it, I shall keep my word," he vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. It seems that the youth of today indulge in frivolous amusements to the extent of mimicking canine sounds. I fail to comprehend this. Perhaps I have indeed grown old. Thus, Chen Jinzhao chose to refrain from further explanation. It appears that no matter how one tries, the stain remains indelible. I shall simply lie back and endure the ridicule. At that moment, Zhuang Xiaoya cautiously returned to the office. After a prolonged period of anxiety, she realized that Yu Mingji had no intention of inquiring about her. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as she concluded that Chen Jinzhao had not divulged their affair to Yu Mingji. Reflecting upon the earlier encounter in the office, when Chen Jinzhao had playfully teased her, Zhuang Xiaoya initially felt a surge of anger. However, as time passed, she gradually recognized the subtle thrill that one experiences only during playful interactions with a beloved master. This realization culminated in the subsequent shy exchanges between them. Now, whenever she thinks of Chen Jinzhao, an odd sensation stirs within her, leading her to ponder, how could this be? Chapter 63. Difficult task? Then do not undertake it. As Ning Fei emerged from the police station, it was already noon. His eyes were bloodshot, a testament to a sleepless night spent enduring relentless interrogation. Yet, as Ning Pinghua had asserted, he had long severed ties with Ning Fei. Even imprisonment could not tarnish Ning Fei's existence. This was a rare stroke of fortune amidst misfortune for him. On his way home, Ning Fei closed his eyes to rest, the veins on his forehead bulging. He reflected on the events of the past few days and realized that every misfortune he encountered was intertwined with Chen Jinzhao. Chen Jinzhao had become a thorn in Ning Fei's heart. Unless he eradicated this source of distress, peace would elude him. Chen Jinzhao must perish. After much contemplation, Ning Fei dialed the phone number of Chu Sanyi. With palpable excitement, Chu Sanyi exclaimed, "Thank heavens, young Master Ning, you have finally emerged. I feared you had also been apprehended. I was preparing to flee abroad. I am relieved to hear you are well." Ning Fei felt a wave of irritation. So, Chu Sanyi had already begun contemplating escape? "I am quite well," Ning Fei replied, his voice laced with a hint of chill. Chu Sanyi quickly realized his blunder and hastily clarified that his intentions were merely to preserve a flicker of hope, not to evade justice. He then tactfully shifted the topic, inquiring about Ning Fei's wishes. Do you recall that, Chen Jinzhao? Ning Fei spoke coldly. I grant you 3 days, by any means necessary. You must eliminate him. Chen Jinzhao has caused the old man to be imprisoned, and without a turn of fate, he is unlikely to emerge. Chu Sanyi felt a wave of trepidation. He knew precisely who Chen Jinzhao was, and with the limited capabilities of his subordinates, they were inadequate to contend with Chen Jinzhao. He hesitated. Ning Fei's displeasure was palpable. Are you incapable? Then do not attempt it. Chu Sanyi quickly responded, Young Master Ning, grant me some time, and I assure you I will succeed. Do you remember the esteemed Hong Yi I mentioned before? To my knowledge, his swift rise is attributed to the backing of an overseas organization. If I can persuade Hong Yi to intervene, I believe the task will be accomplished with greater efficiency. Hong Yi? Ning Fei pondered seriously, recalling this individual. Over the past few years, Hong Yi had thrived in Ninghai, firmly grasping a portion of the underground realm. In the presence of Hong Yi, Chu Sanyi was but a mere insect. Previously, Ning Fei had assumed Hong Yi to be a mere puppet of certain prominent families, only to discover his origins lay abroad. This indeed offered a promising prospect. Very well. I entrust this matter to you, but ensure the cost is not exorbitant. Ning Fei concluded the call. Chu Sanyi hurriedly made his way to a mansion on the outskirts of the city, the abode of Hong Yi. Hong Fulong, an eminent figure in the underground world renowned in recent years, possessing dominion over numerous venues engaged in shadowy dealings in Ninghai. With both power and wealth, his subordinates were formidable and unyielding, deterring many from provoking him for fear of being besieged by a pack of rabid dogs. Previously, Chu Sanyi had established a connection with Hong Yi, and meeting him was not a daunting task. By the swimming pool of the villa, several stunning mixed-race beauties in bikinis attended to Hong Fulong. Upon learning of Master Chu's arrival, Hong Fulong waved away several mixed-blood beauties and reclined on his beach chair, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Master Chu, what brings you to my humble abode today? Knowing that Master Chu hailed from the Ning family, Hong afforded him a modicum of respect. Without such a connection, he would rather encounter a dog than meet Master Chu. Master Chu, trembling slightly, replied, I come at the behest of young Master Ning, hoping to request your assistance, Lord Hong. As for the remuneration, that can be arranged. Without turning his head, Hong chuckled. You are aware of my affinity for peace. I have refrained from engaging in unsavory tasks for many years. Moreover, if your Ning family cannot resolve this matter, what makes you think I can? Master Chu's expression grew strained. After much hesitation, he divulged the recent circumstances of the Ning family and disclosed Chen Jinzhao's identity. He was merely an ordinary man from a humble background, a retired soldier, and the only notable connection he had was as Yu Mengji's boyfriend. However, as you may know, Yu Mengji has already drawn the attention of a young master from the Qin family, destined to soar high in society. Lord Hong, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Hong Fulong fell into deep contemplation. The young Master Qin you mentioned, is he from the capital's Qin family? Indeed, Hong's interest was immediately piqued. From what he knew, Qin Fengwu would likely wish to eliminate Chen Jinzhao. Coincidentally, the organization backing him also sought to establish connections with this prodigious figure from the Qin family. If a more profound alliance could be forged with Qin Fengwu, once he ascended to power, the organization could emerge prominently in Huagua. Previously, Hong had been at a loss for how to proceed, but now, the Ning family had unwittingly presented him with a splendid opportunity. With a grin, he extended 3 fingers, and Master Chu instantly grasped Hong's intention, his face darkening. 3 million seems rather excessive. Not a cent less, Hong asserted, recalling Ning Fei's admonitions. Master Chu realized that failing to execute this task could result in Ning Fei personally delivering him to prison. With a resolute bite of his lip, he acquiesced. 3 million it is. At worst, I shall advance 2 million to ensure this matter is resolved. Then, Lord Hong, could we commence sooner? My young master is keeping a close watch. I must return with an explanation, Master Chu said with a forced smile. Hong waved him off. Very well. I shall inform you. Your task is to prepare the 3 million. Master Chu dared not utter another word and departed the villa under the watchful gaze of Hong Fulong, who snapped his fingers. A burly, bald man approached respectfully. Lord Hong, how may I serve you? CEO. I need you to visit the Gaochen group and bring Yu Mengji's boyfriend, Chen Jinzhao, here, Hong instructed. Su promptly nodded in agreement and, accompanied by several subordinates, set off for the Gaochen group. Hong Fulong smiled and signaled for the mixed-blood beauties to continue attending to him, addressing the unfinished business from earlier. At precisely 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Yu Mengji concluded her workday, intending to coincidentally escort Chen Jinzhao home. This was primarily because Chen had promised to cook for her today, filling Yu Mengji with quiet anticipation. Before Chen Jinzhao could board Yu Mengji's vehicle, his phone rang. It was Uncle Mo calling. "What's the matter, Uncle Mo?" "Xiao Chen, you must come to the lobby on the first floor immediately. A group of unreasonable ruffians has arrived." Yu Mengji also heard the urgency in the voice over the phone. And after exchanging a glance with Chen Jinzhao, he said, "Uncle Mo, hold those individuals at bay for a moment. I will be there in 2 minutes." Chen Jinzhao did not wait for Mo Chenkuan's reply. Instead, he heard a cry of agony followed by the sound of the phone clattering to the ground. Mo Chenkuan had been assaulted. Chapter 64. Kneel and apologize. Chen Jinzhao's gaze was icy, exuding a penetrating chill that seemed to seep into the very marrow of his bones. Even Yu Mengji could not help but shudder slightly. She suddenly felt that the Chen Jinzhao before her was somewhat unfamiliar, realizing he had failed to rein in his emotions. Chen Jinzhao exhaled a heavy breath and addressed Yu Mengji. "I apologize for my earlier outburst. Allow me to investigate the situation." "I will accompany you," Yu Mengji replied. The two made their way to the lobby on the first floor. There, they were met with the sight of security personnel sprawled haphazardly across the ground. Mo Chenkuan had even lost several teeth, igniting a surge of fury within Chen Jinzhao. The audacity! He strode purposefully to Mo Chenkuan and helped him to his feet. "Uncle Mo, how do you feel now?" Chen Jinzhao inquired. Over the past 3 years, Mo had cared for him like a family member, and the prospect of anyone laying a hand on him was intolerable. Mo Chenkuan clutched his chest, and upon examination, Chen Jinzhao discerned that several of his ribs had been broken. He turned to Yu Mengji and said, Could you please call for an ambulance?" Yu Mengji responded firmly, "No need. I will have someone take them to the hospital immediately. It will be quicker this way." Chen Jinzhao nodded, acknowledging the practicality of her suggestion. After assisting all the security personnel to their feet, he finally turned his gaze toward the 5 individuals standing by the turnstile. Leading them was the bald Su-Ao, with the others merely serving as his henchmen. Chen Jinzhao contemplated confronting them, but Yu Mengji quickly grasped his hand and shook her head, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. "These individuals are well prepared. We should simply call the police." "There's no need to involve the police," Chen Jinzhao stated. "Why not?" Yu Mengji asked, puzzled. Chen Jinzhao replied coldly, "Have you ever heard the saying, evil people have their own ways of dealing with evil? When it comes to such scum, the police should not be involved. Reporting them would only grant them undue leniency." Initially concerned that Chen Jinzhao might act rashly, Yu Mengji suddenly recalled his impressive skills. His confidence in making such a statement suggested he possessed considerable assurance. "Then, please be cautious." Chen Jinzhao merely acknowledged her with a grunt before stepping forward to face Su-Ao. Su-Ao, assessing Chen Jinzhao in turn, replied with an impassive expression, "I am the one who dealt with them. They were merely a nuisance, chattering incessantly in my presence, so I silenced them. Do you not think that is excessive?" Chen Jinzhao countered. "Excessive?" Su-Ao chuckled lightly, shaking his head. "Not at all. I simply find it insufficiently satisfying." "You must be Chen Jinzhao? Our Master Hong wishes to meet you. Come with us. It will not take much of your time." "Master Hong?" Chen Jinzhao shook his head. "I do not know any stray dogs." A flicker of rage ignited in Su-Ao's eyes at Chen Jinzhao's words, clearly incensed in their eyes. Master Hong was not to be disparaged. Evidently, Chen Jinzhao had committed a fundamental error. At that moment, Yu Mengji stepped beside Chen Jinzhao to elucidate the origins of Master Hong. When Chen Jinzhao heard the term overseas, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his gaze. The situation began to take an intriguing turn. "You must leave at once, or I will call the police," Yu Mengji implored, not wishing for Chen Jinzhao to accompany them, as it could only spell trouble. Before Su-Ao could respond, Chen Jinzhao smiled at Yu Mengji and said, "Ms. Yu, I've already stated that there is no need to trouble them. These scoundrels are no match for a mere finger of mine." Yu Mengji's eyes were filled with concern. She felt that Chen Jinzhao's confidence bordered on arrogance. Su-Ao scoffed at Chen Jinzhao's words, though he managed to smile as he said, "Well, I find myself somewhat admiring you. Come with me. Perhaps you shall earn the favor of Lord Hong." "Ms. Yu, I advise you not to meddle. Lord Hong has requested Chen Jinzhao's presence, with the approval of your esteemed elder. Even if you call the police, old master, you would withdraw the case." Yu Mengji's complexion paled. She could hardly believe her ears and cast a guilty glance at Chen Jinzhao. "This has nothing to do with you," Chen Jinzhao gently reassured her. Yet, despite his words, Yu Mengji, being a member of the Yu family, could not remain indifferent. Ultimately, after a moment of steely resolve, she positioned herself protectively in front of Chen Jinzhao, declaring, "If you wish to take him, then you must also take me." Su Ao chuckled, "That can be arranged. We will treat Ms. Yu with the utmost courtesy. As for Chen Jinzhao, if Lord Hong wishes to see him, even the King of Hell could not intervene." Chen Jinzhao placed a hand on Yu Mengji's shoulder, gently maneuvering her beside him. "Ms. Yu, trust me. Go home and buy some groceries. I shall return shortly." "But," Yu Mengji fretted. Chen Jinzhao, unwilling to engage further, turned to Su Ao and stated, "I will accompany you. But on one condition, the man who struck me must apologize." Su Ao, intrigued, wore a mocking expression. "And how do you propose I apologize?" Chen Jinzhao replied with a calm smile. "For instance, kneeling and knocking his head 3 times. Su Ao and his 4 henchmen erupted into laughter, entirely dismissive of Chen Jinzhao's words, perceiving them merely as a jest. "What right do you have to negotiate with us? It is an honor for you to meet Lord Hong," Su Ao taunted. Yu Mengji felt a surge of anxiety. Was it truly wise for Chen Jinzhao to provoke them so? Facing the aggressive Su Ao, Chen Jinzhao turned to Yu Mengji with a smile and said, "Ms. Yu, do you recall what I just told you?" "What?" Yu Mengji was momentarily taken aback. Chen Jinzhao grinned widely, revealing a set of white, even teeth. "A villain must be dealt with by a villain, and I am the greater villain." With that, Chen Jinzhao delivered a resounding slap that sent Su Ao sprawling. Before the remaining 4 henchmen could react, Chen Jinzhao's fists were upon them, striking their noses and chests, leaving them all to crash to the ground without exception. Chen Jinzhao did not cease his advance. He leisurely approached Su Ao, who was clumsily rising from the ground. Upon noticing Chen's approach, Su Ao glared fiercely. "You scoundrel! How dare you resort to such underhanded tactics? Has your ambush emboldened you into mistakenly believing you stand as my equal? You are doomed, I assure you." Su Ao, a favored subordinate of Hong Fulong, possessed a wealth of experience in the art of killing. Fueled by rage, Su Ao unleashed a punch towards Chen Jinzhao, its speed so astonishing that it rendered the eye unable to perceive it in time. Indeed, Su Ao's strength was formidable. The air reverberated with a howling wind, chilling the heart even before the blow could land upon Chen Jinzhao. This punch was like a relentless force, unstoppable. Chapter 65, Evil Begets Evil. Yu Mengji's gaze appeared somewhat vacant. In her perception, this punch could very well be fatal. What would Chen Jinzhao do? The thought sent her mind into a tumultuous frenzy, her heart racing as if lodged in her throat. Su Ao wore a cold smirk. His fist aimed to shatter Chen Jinzhao's teeth, for how dare this wretched creature launch a sneak attack on him? Such an affront to dignity. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Jinzhao remained composed, raising his hand to meet the force of the impending blow. Su Ao initially froze, then sneered again, incredulous that Chen Jinzhao would dare to receive his formidable fist in such a manner. Unless unforeseen circumstances intervened, Chen Jinzhao's arm was destined to snap. Yet, as fate would have it, disaster was indeed averted. In the next moment, Su Ao's countenance shifted dramatically. A wave of violent recoil surged through his arm, nearly fracturing it, as though his punch had struck a steel plate several inches thick. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed in shock. Chen Jinzhao merely smiled. "Your strength and speed are commendable, yet still somewhat lacking. Perhaps if you trained for another 50 years, you might earn the right to spar with me." Su Ao instinctively attempted to retract his fist, but Chen Jinzhao's grip encompassed it tightly, akin to a vice in heavy industry. Panic engulfed him. After a brief assessment, Chen Jinzhao discerned Su Ao's true capabilities, outwardly impressive, yet fundamentally frail. While formidable to an ordinary person, he paled in comparison to the likes of the Grim Reaper. The two were not on the same level. Boring, Chen Jinzhao sighed. Who could truly comprehend the solitude of having no worthy adversaries? Acknowledging his inferiority, Su Ao gritted his teeth and shouted, "Stop! I am a man of Lord Hong. If you harm me, he will not let you off easily." Chen Jinzhao found amusement in his words, retorting, "Even if I spare you, will Hong Fulong spare me?" The answer was a resounding no. Hence, Chen Jinzhao had no reason to hold back. He turned to Yu Mengji and said, "Ms. Yu, please turn around. What follows may be unsettling for you." Dazed, Yu Mengji complied. In that fleeting moment, Chen Jinzhao exerted force through his wrist. A surge of power coursed into Su Ao's arm, overwhelming the strength of his forearm, which ultimately succumbed with a sickening crack, piercing the skin and exposing bone to the air. "Ah!" Su Ao's scream sent chills down spines. Yu Mengji hesitated, contemplating whether to glance back, but ultimately decided against it for fear of nightmares that night. Chen Jinzhao, truly, how could he be so violent? He would need some serious reformation in the future. Releasing his grip, Chen Jinzhao watched as Su Ao collapsed to his knees, blood pooling around him in a shocking display. The employees of the Gaochen group were left in a state of disbelief. Only moments before, Su Ao and his minions had appeared as fearsome tyrants, overwhelming the security team and instilling a sense of invincibility. Now, Chen Jinzhao had descended like an avenging angel, reducing Su Ao to a pitiful state, shaking their fragile nerves to the core. Chen Jinzhao, how dare you take such severe action against me? If Lord Hong finds out, he will undoubtedly not spare you. Su Ao's defiance was truly remarkable. Even at this juncture, he continued to threaten Chen Jinzhao with retribution. I admire your bravado, but I find your words distasteful, Chen Jinzhao remarked. With a swift kick, he shattered several of Su Ao's ribs. Su Ao rolled on the ground in agony, nearly pierced through the heart by a broken rib, teetering on the brink of death. The fright left Su Ao drenched in cold sweat, rendering him unable to utter further threats towards Chen Jinzhao. He was afraid of dying. The more lives one takes, the greater the fear of death becomes. In truth, had this not been a public setting, Chen Jinzhao would have already ended Su Ao's life. Can we converse civilly now? Chen Jinzhao inquired, enduring excruciating pain. Su Ao's lips turned a bloodless shade of pale as he shamefully replied, Yes, I believe we can have a proper discussion. There is no need for violence. I do not wish to negotiate with you, Chen Jinzhao retorted, spreading his hands. Comply with my instructions, and I shall accompany you back. If you fail to comply, then get out of my sight at once. Su Ao nearly ground his teeth in frustration. But what could he do? Before the formidable Chen Jinzhao, he could only bow his head to survive. Su Ao took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, instructing his 4 subordinates, You all, come here. Subsequently, the 5 approached Mo Chunkuan and knelt in unison. Thud. 5 pairs of knees struck the ground simultaneously, the dull thud echoing like the roar of a battle drum, causing hearts to skip a beat. This scene was utterly shocking. Mo Chunkuan stared blankly at the 5 kneeling before him, momentarily forgetting his pain, glancing from them to Chen Jinzhao, wondering if this was truly appropriate. Chen Jinzhao smiled silently. What he deemed appropriate was indeed appropriate. Su Ao and his companions bowed their heads 3 times before rising to stand before Chen Jinzhao, who casually instructed, Leave now. I shall depart in a few minutes. What more could they say? They quickly bowed their heads and scurried away. Yu Mingji looked at Chen Jinzhao with newfound admiration, exclaiming, When did you become so formidable? I have always been this fierce. Surely, you are well aware of that, Chen Jinzhao replied. Moments later, Chen Jinzhao realized his words might have been misinterpreted. Yu Mengji's face flushed crimson as she bit her lip, saying to Chen Jinzhao, What nonsense are you spouting? Even if it were true, you must not speak of it. Chen Jinzhao hastily changed the subject, for he feared inciting the wrath of this esteemed president. He approached to assess the injuries of Mo Chunkuan and the others. Relieved to find no severe, life-threatening wounds, a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The remaining matters shall be entrusted to President Yu. I must take my leave with them. Chen Jinzhao stated. Yu Mingji, concerned for Chen Jinzhao's safety, reminded him that Hong Fulong was not a man to be trifled with. Especially since Chen Jinzhao had just harmed Su Ao, he had already made an enemy of Hong Fulong, a man notorious for his pride and ruthlessness. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider? I have heard that Hong Fulong is exceedingly brutal, with many lives on his conscience. If you go, what will happen if there is danger? Observing the anxious expression on Yu Mengji's face, Chen Jinzhao chuckled. What are you laughing at? Yu Mengji asked, perplexed. Chen Jinzhao did not respond. Instead, he gently tousled Yu Mingji's hair and remarked, I find you most charming when you express concern for me. However, please rest assured. This minor turbulence is hardly something I deem significant. Just stay at home and wait for me. Once I finish this matter, I shall return to prepare dinner. With that, Chen Jinzhao elegantly turned and departed. Su Ao had been waiting outside the building for quite some time, his complexion pale from excessive blood loss. Upon seeing Chen Jinzhao emerge, his body involuntarily trembled. He quickly lowered his head to conceal the malice in his eyes. Just wait. Once we return to Lord Hong's stronghold, you will see what is in store for you. The grievances he endured would undoubtedly be repaid tenfold, if not 100-fold. Chapter 66. Bestow him a life of wealth and honor, please. Get in, Su Ao said with a stern expression, ushering Chen Jinzhao into the car. Chen Jinzhao remained unfazed. entering the vehicle with an air of nonchalance that only darkened Su Ao's countenance, making it appear as though they were merely his chauffeurs. How arrogant. One could only hope that he maintained such bravado before Lord Hong. The two black sedans departed in succession. Yu Mingji stood at the entrance of the building, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. She could not remain idle. She had to take action. She could not just stand by and watch Chen Jinzhao walk into danger. After ensuring that all the injured were transported to the hospital, Yu Mingji dialed her grandfather's number, eager to inquire about the unfolding situation. What brings you to call me? Yu Lingxiao replied, unhurried. Grandfather, have you made a clandestine agreement with Hong Fulong? Yu Mingji restrained her anger, astonished that her esteemed grandfather would engage in such dealings, particularly against Chen Jinzhao. Yu Lingxiao replied with measured calmness. Mingji, you are being irrational. I am not aligned with Hong Fulong, so how could I possibly have made any sort of arrangement with him? Only Yu Lingxiao knew the truth of the matter. Desperation surged within Yu Mingji. Grandfather, can you not help Chen Jinzhao? He has been taken by Hong Fulong's men, and I fear for his life. Silence enveloped the other end of the line. It was clear that Yu Lingxiao wished to avoid hearing Chen Jinzhao's name, especially from Yu Mingji. I cannot intervene with Hong Fulong, he said, his tone growing colder. Yu Mingji was about to protest further when Yu Lingxiao interjected, I do have a solution. If you follow my instructions, I can assure you that Chen Jinzhao will come to no harm. In fact, he could enjoy a life of unparalleled wealth and honor. What solution? Yu Mingji instinctively retorted. With a faint smile, Yu Lingxiao proposed, marry Qin Fengwu and become the young mistress of the Qin family. Yu Mingji was taken aback by her grandfather's suggestion, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. The pent-up negative emotions that had been brewing within her erupted at that moment. Grandfather, can you please stop mentioning Qin Fengwu? I have told you, I will not marry him. My boyfriend is Chen Jinzhao. I love Chen Jinzhao. Yu Lingxiao was taken aback, not expecting his granddaughter to be so stubborn over an outsider, and he retorted angrily, Mingji, you are clearly infatuated. Chen Jinzhao is merely a security guard. How could he possibly be worthy of you? Qin Fengwu hails from an illustrious family, wielding immense power and poised to ascend to greatness. What grievance could you have in marrying him? Do not take offense. This is for your own good, he added. Yu Mingji could no longer tolerate her grandfather's incessant lecturing. For the first time, she interrupted him. Enough. I am an adult. Do you really think that your decisions are for my benefit or for the Yu family? Have you ever considered what I desire? Or when have you ever respected my thoughts? Throughout my life, you have made decisions for me, under the guise of what is best for me. What schemes are you concocting? I comprehend them all. You merely wish for me to lead a life of dignity from childhood to adulthood, devoid of any rebellion. In doing so, I would qualify to catch the eye of that individual from the Qin family. Do you presume I am unaware of your intentions? Yu Lingxiao stood in shock. This girl dares to defy his will. After a brief moment of astonishment, a fierce rage ignited within his chest. In the Yu family, he is akin to heaven and earth. He is the sovereign. No one can oppose his desires, not even the most cherished Yu Mingji. Furthermore, Yu Lingxiao's anger stemmed largely from Yu Mingji exposing his vulnerabilities, revealing the ugliness within his humanity to the light of day. How could he possibly tolerate such an affront? Yu Lingxiao coldly retorted, countless individuals yearn for the opportunity you possess yet remain empty-handed. You dwell in comfort yet remain oblivious to your fortune. From childhood, you have received everything you desired. If not for your birth into the Yu family, would you have experienced such a dignified life? Since you have broached this subject, let me be unequivocally clear. You may frolic with Chen Jinzhao as you wish. It is of no concern to me. However, ultimately, you are destined to marry Qin Fengwu. This is beyond our control. You know better than I what the Qin family represents. If you do not wish to bring harm to Chen Jinzhao, sever all ties with him. Yu Mingji, utterly unwilling to hear more of his words, mercilessly hung up on Yu Lingxiao. She stood by the roadside, inhaling deeply, casting a glance at the skyscrapers behind her, then at her designer attire, a bitter smile surfacing on her face. Yu Lingxiao was not entirely mistaken. Indeed, all she possessed was a gift from the Yu family. Should she depart from the Yu family, she might truly amount to nothing. Yet, Yu Mingji despised having her life orchestrated by others. She reflected on Qin Fengwu and the illustrious Qin family, which had thrived for 5 dynasties. Feeling akin to a bird ensnared in a cage, flapping its wings yet unable to escape the shackles of fate. How tragically lamentable. What could Chen Jinzhao possibly do to contend with Qin Fengwu? A deep pessimism regarding her future enveloped Yu Mingji. Perhaps, as Yu Lingxiao suggested, regardless of what transpired, she would ultimately marry Qin Fengwu. Thus, why not indulge in fleeting pleasures? As for Yu Lingxiao's claim that she would doom Chen Jinzhao, she brushed it aside, murmuring, Chen Jinzhao is not one to shy away from danger. If he were truly harmed by Qin Fengwu, I would accompany him to the grave. Her feelings for Chen Jinzhao arose from a sense of kinship. She believed they were kindred spirits in some regard. He should be safe, she reassured herself. The immediate concern was to visit the market for groceries and then head to Chen Jinzhao's home, awaiting his return to cook. Meanwhile, two sleek black cars glided into the estate's entrance. The gates swung open, and once the vehicles entered, they quickly closed again. Although Chen Jinzhao was aware of the unfolding events, his demeanor remained composed. Moments later, dozens of henchmen rushed forward, surrounding the vehicle in which Chen Jinzhao was seated, and Su Ao shouted at him, We've arrived. Get out of the car. Moments ago, I restrained myself from unleashing my fury upon you. Now that you have arrived at Lord Hong's estate, there is no need for further pretense. Su Ao seethed with anger, eager to unleash it upon Chen Jinzhao. Before he could utter another word, Chen Jinzhao forcefully kicked open the carriage door and stepped out, surveying the surroundings. The grandeur of this estate rivals that of the Yu family. Quite impressive. Chen Jinzhao averted his gaze and turned to Su Ao. The latter instinctively recoiled. His simmering rage doused as though by a sudden deluge, leaving him deflated and hesitant to voice further protests. It was not merely a sense of intimidation. He was genuinely awed by Chen Jinzhao's presence. If a mere kick could send the carriage door flying, what fate would he face should that foot descend upon him? Chen Jinzhao advanced a step, while Su Ao retreated 10. Lead the way. Chapter 67, The Bloody Taishui. Invincible Su Ao was utterly terrified. Anyone who had experienced Chen Jinzhao's methods would dread recalling that ordeal, as it was akin to descending into hell. Realizing that his subordinates were casting strange glances in his direction, Su Ao reluctantly halted, clutching his injured arm and growled, Chen Jinzhao, come in. Lord Hong is waiting by the pool in the backyard. Chen Jinzhao strolled leisurely towards the pool, while Su Ao obediently led the way, not daring to utter a single unnecessary word for fear of incurring Chen Jinzhao's wrath. He even suspected that Chen Jinzhao had taken more lives than he had, for it was inconceivable that one could harbor such a terrifying aura without a significant history of violence. Crossing the courtyard, they arrived in the backyard. Hong Fulong had just finished playing games with several mixed-race beauties and was lounging on a beach chair, relishing the delightful moments. Upon hearing footsteps, he turned to glance at Chen Jinzhao, following Su Ao. Su Ao is injured? How peculiar. Although Su Ao was not the strongest among Hong Fulong's subordinates, he was certainly a rare powerhouse. To have reduced Su Ao to such a state, Chen Jinzhao's strength was indeed formidable. Hong Fulong snapped his fingers, signaling Su Ao to withdraw and instructing some armed men to encircle Chen Jinzhao, just in case he attempted to seize Hong Fulong as a hostage. Su Ao understood the cue and promptly retreated. Hong Fulong removed his sunglasses, straightened up, and scrutinized Chen Jinzhao, expressing, unexpectedly, you possess some skills. It's no wonder that the useless Chu Sen couldn't handle you. Was it Ning Fei who incited you to act? Chen Jinzhao frowned. Realizing that this situation deviated from his expectations, he had presumed Hong Fulong was affiliated with overseas organizations, leading him to feel rather foolish. Hong Fulong raised an eyebrow. Did Chen Jinzhao seem a tad disappointed? This infuriated Hong Fulong. It appeared Chen Jinzhao had overestimated his own significance. He stated in a low voice, regardless of who prompted you to act against me, you shall leave here horizontally today. Oh, Chen Jinzhao's interest piqued. Hong Fulong chuckled darkly. But you might not need to leave horizontally after all. In the warehouse behind the estate, I have a pond full of crocodiles, my prized possessions. You will soon become their meal. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinzhao recognized that Hong Fulong was a habitual offender. It seemed there was no need for leniency. Before Chen Jinzhao could respond, Su Ao returned, flanked by a dozen men in black. They dispersed, encircling Chen Jinzhao, each face bearing a fierce countenance. Had an ordinary person stood there, they would have been paralyzed by fear. Alas, the one standing there was Chen Jinzhao, the formidable jade-faced Azura renowned in the global underground world. Su Ao hastily approached Hong Fulong, kneeling with a thud, his eyes reddened as he implored, Please, Lord Hong, take charge. This Chen Jinzhao disregards your authority, treating your words as mere whispers, and has even brutally assaulted me, breaking my arm. Look, my arm is indeed broken by him, and even if it can be reattached, it will never regain its former strength. He wore a look of grievance, recounting the incident where Chen Jinzhao had forced him to kneel. Upon hearing this, Hong Fulong expressed his sincere concern for Su Ao, inquiring about the potential combat prowess of Su Ao's arm after it was reattached. Perhaps it would only regain 50% of its former strength. Su Ao's expression was one of despair. All of this was instigated by Chen Jinzhao. He implored Lord Hong to take his side. Hong Fulong nodded, assuring him that he would advocate for him. Su Ao felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. However, in the next moment, Hong Fulong raised his hand, revealing a handgun that had mysteriously appeared, and with a single gunshot, he pierced through Su Ao's skull. Su Ao did not even emit a muffled groan. His eyes widened in shock before death, clearly taken aback by Hong Fulong's sudden violence. Hong Fulong blew gently at the smoking barrel of the gun, dispersing the lingering gunpowder. I do not harbor the useless. If you cannot even accomplish a trivial task, what purpose do you serve me? He remarked, shaking his head slightly. Chen Jinzhao's pupils dilated slowly. He had never anticipated that Hong Fulong would act in such a manner. The surrounding dozen or so men in black remained silent, as if Hong Fulong had merely crushed an ant rather than executing a brother with whom they had shared countless days. It seemed he had underestimated Hong Fulong. This man could be deemed a formidable hero. With a smile, Hong Fulong addressed Chen Jinzhao. Apologies, I merely eliminated a useless pawn. I hope I did not startle you. Chen Jinzhao remained silent, aware that Hong Fulong's words were not yet complete. Indeed, after a brief pause, Hong Fulong continued, I have killed Su Ao. From now on, you shall serve me. With your skills and abilities, I shall grant you a position second only to mine. Chen Jinzhao remained unmoved. Observing this, Hong Fulong erupted in hearty laughter. Ah, you are indeed a young man worthy of my admiration. Strong. Unflinching in the face of danger, you have already earned the right to join my organization. Yet, Chen Jinzhao suddenly burst into laughter, prompting Hong Fulong to frown. What causes your mirth? I laugh at your arrogance, unaware of your own limitations. A mere hill cannot accommodate a ferocious tiger such as myself. To be frank, whether it be Su Ao or you, Hong Fulong, you are both equally laughable in my eyes, just pitiful frogs at the bottom of a well, easily vanquished. Hong Fulong's expression darkened. Such words were too piercing for him to bear. He sighed and shook his head. What a presumptuous young man. I had intended to offer you an opportunity to embark on a glorious path, but alas, you do not know how to cherish it. Very well. I shall simply have to kill you. If you cannot be of use to me, then you must be eliminated. I cannot allow any potential threats to linger. Hong Fulong raised his hand. Suddenly, a flurry of black-clad figures raised their weapons, aiming at Chen Jinzhao, preparing to fire. Chen Jinzhao, however, would not remain passive. He swiftly drew a three-edged dagger from the side of his trousers. This dagger had accompanied him throughout his years of military service, serving as his most loyal companion. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a shadow as he charged at the group of men. Gunfire? He had traversed through it before. Hong Fulong's pupils constricted sharply, becoming the size of pinholes. A profound sense of crisis surged within him, and Hong Fulong immediately shouted to his subordinates, do not hold back. Kill him. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen guns fired in unison, bullets soaring through the air. Chen Jinzhao dodged to the left and right, even employing the Tai Sui as a shield. In the heat of battle, Tai Sui had previously protected him from numerous lethal strikes. To this day, Chen Jinzhao remained oblivious to the material from which Tai Sui was forged. The bullets failed to strike Chen Jinzhao. Instead, they struck the cloaked assailants themselves. A good 7 or 8 of them lost their combat effectiveness, and the remaining individuals hesitated, too fearful to continue firing. Chen Jinzhao's gaze sharpened. This was the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. Seizing the fleeting moment, Tai Sui pierced through one assailant's chest, skillfully avoiding all vital organs, ensuring that the individual would merely be rendered incapacitated rather than killed on the spot. With the first adversary dispatched, the atmosphere was instantly subdued. Chen Jinzhao moved through the battlefield like a phantom, as if he were the Grim Reaper himself, effortlessly claiming lives. Every individual who fell under his gaze met an untimely end. From beginning to end, it lasted but a brief minute and a half. Hong Fulong had never encountered such a terrifying figure. He was akin to a human beast, perfectly complemented by the bloodthirsty trident in his grasp. Everything had come to an end. Chapter 68. I know who you are by the poolside. A desolate atmosphere prevailed. Chen Jinzhao stood amidst the crowd. resembling an invincible deity descended from the heavens. Hong Fulong suddenly became aware, realizing that Chen Jinzhao was fixating on him with a bloodthirsty gaze, causing him to hastily raise his gun, aiming it at Chen. I am not one of them. My aim is swift and precise, if you doubt it. Feel free to test me, he quickly uttered. With each determined step, Chen Jinzhao advanced towards Hong Fulong, who felt an increasing pressure that made his entire body tremble, rendering him incapable of even the most basic aim. Stop right now, Hong Fulong growled. Chen Jinzhao complied, raising a finger to his head and grinning. You may shoot here and see who perishes, me or you. Are you daring enough to try? Hong Fulong was thoroughly unnerved. He swallowed hard, attempting to steady his nerves, and retorted, do you truly believe I lack the courage to pull the trigger? If you take another step forward, I guarantee I will shoot you. I mean what I say. A relentless smile adorned Chen Jinzhao's face, as if mocking Hong Fulong's ineptitude. Suddenly, Hong Fulong declared, Chen Jinzhao, you are doomed. As his words echoed, a shadowy figure appeared behind Chen Jinzhao, lunging at him like a tiger descending from the mountain. Wielding a sharp military knife stained with blood, a formidable weapon indeed. Chen Jinzhao sensed the intense murderous intent approaching from behind, targeting his vital point. It was evident that the assailant possessed considerable strength, ranking among the elite within mercenary ranks. However, he was still no match for a top-tier warrior like Chen Jinzhao. As the knife was about to pierce Chen Jinzhao's back, Hong Fulong watched with a grin, having previously diverted Chen's attention to create an opportunity for the shadowy figure. The tactic appeared effective. Chen Jinzhao swiftly countered with a triangular blade, deflecting the deadly strike. Sparks flew, and Hong Fulong was taken aback. How could even he fail to land it? After fending off the lethal blow, Chen Jinzhao turned to assess the assailant. The man had blonde hair and blue eyes, with a prominent nose. Chen Jinzhao smiled lightly. So, you are a mercenary from Eastern Europe. Your attack just now was too slow. Had it been swifter, I might not have reacted in time. Hong Fulong, unable to remain composed, shouted at the man, Sonus, do not give him any opportunity. Eliminate him here. Sonus furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Chen Jinzhao. For some inexplicable reason, Chen evoked a strong sense of familiarity and foreboding within him, as if they had crossed paths before. Shaking his head, Sonus dismissed the thought, convincing himself of the improbability. After regaining his composure, he licked his cracked lips and smiled. You possess quite the skill. Among the Chinese I have faced, your prowess is commendable. Before he could finish his phrase, Sonus lunged at Chen Jinzhao, gripping his knife with determination. The blade danced in the air, glinting ominously, nearly blinding Hong Fulong with its brilliance. Hong Fulong's heart swelled with excitement, as he believed that Suonas would surely achieve victory. Curiously, despite Suonas' commendable speed, he always fell short by a mere fraction when attempting to pierce Chen Jinzhao's flesh. Whenever Suonas accelerated, Chen Jinzhao matched him. Whenever he slowed, Chen Jinzhao did the same, rendering Suonas perpetually just a hair's breadth away from inflicting harm. Unbeknownst to him, this slight disparity was, in fact, an insurmountable chasm. It was evident that Chen Jinzhao was toying with Suonas. As beads of sweat began to form on Suonas' brow, he too sensed that something was amiss. Damn it! Why is it always just a little bit too late? Chen Jinzhao, hearing Suonas' impotent fury, responded with a calm smile. You think it's merely a fraction? In reality, it is a distance of 180,000 miles. Allow me to demonstrate what true dominance looks like. Before Suonas could fully comprehend the situation, the formidable Tai Shui bore down upon him with a ferocious roar, sending shivers down his spine. Fortunately, to his eyes, Tai Shui's trajectory appeared straightforward, and its speed unremarkable. He was convinced he could block this impending strike. Just as Suonas was about to raise his hand to defend himself, a wave of panic washed over him. Why did his movements feel so sluggish? If Chen Jinzhao was a gust of wind, then he was a snail laboriously crawling through it. He could distinctly feel the gentle breeze brushing against him, yet his own speed lagged woefully behind. This sensation was peculiar. In truth, Suonas had unwittingly fallen into Chen Jinzhao's visual trap. Chen Jinzhao's speed was anything but slow. He had deliberately exposed certain flaws, rendering his movements seemingly disjointed and even somewhat sluggish. When the enemy sought to seize the opportunity for a counterattack, they would find themselves engulfed in a profound despair. Suonas was no exception. With a piercing thrust, Tai Shui penetrated Suonas' shoulder blade, eliciting a shrill scream from him. Chen Jinzhao withdrew Tai Shui and punctured several more wounds into Suonas. who was utterly defenseless, forced to watch as his life force-ebbed away. You. I know who you are now. Swanus cried out in horror. Within their organization, a legend circulated regarding a demon from a distant eastern nation, revered by the global underworld as the Jade-faced Azura. A gentle smile graced Chen Jinzhao's face as he replied, You know who I am? Swanus nodded in terror, quickly dropping to his knees, trembling as he said, You are the globally renowned Jade-faced Azura, the king of warriors from the east, a terrifying presence that sends shivers through the entire underworld. What? Not far away, Hong Fulong emitted a bizarre cry, collapsing onto the ground in disbelief. He had never imagined that this youthful and handsome figure from Huagua was, in fact, the Jade-faced Yama, the very source of turmoil for their organization. Hong Fulong's mouth opened in realization. No wonder Ning Pinghua had fallen from a position of power to that of a prisoner in a matter of days. Ning's family had encountered a formidable opponent in Chen Jinzhao. What struck him as even more ludicrous was that Qin Fengwu had the audacity to vie for a woman against Chen Jinzhao. It is not that he holds Qin Fengwu in disdain. Rather, Chen Jinzhao is simply too formidable. Rising from the depths of obscurity to become the youngest and most illustrious general in Huagua, he exists in an entirely different realm compared to Qin Fengwu, who relies on the privileges granted by his ancestors. In other words, Chen Jinzhao can even be compared to Qin Fengwu's grandfather, or even his great-grandfather. What significance does Qin Fengwu hold in this context? While Hong Fulong remains lost in his thoughts, Chen Jinzhao has already taken action, driving the Tai Sui into Sonus's throat. Sonus's eyes initially widen, his blue pupils gradually losing their focus. With a thud, the lifeless body collapses to the side, eyes forever unclosed. Next in line is Hong Fulong. Chapter 69. The smoke clears, and the dragon falls. Should I raise my gun? A flicker of hesitation crossed Hong Fulong's mind. Ultimately, he dismissed the notion. To brandish a weapon before the jade-faced Azura was tantamount to courting death. The blood-stained Tai Sui seemed to grow even more ferocious, and once it was tainted with blood, a mysterious vapor would rise from its surface, cleansing any traces of crimson that marred its form. This was one of the reasons why Chen Jinzhao held it in such high regard. Chen Jinzhao stowed away the Tai Sui and approached Hong Fulong, settling into a beach chair. With a sudden kick, he sent Hong Fulong sprawling to the ground, placing his foot upon the man's head. I have heard that you wish to take my life. Chen Jinzhao's words filled Hong Fulong with dread. He hastily cried out, Young Master Chen, spare me. It is not I who desires your life, but Ning Fei from the Ning family. He offered me 3 million to eliminate you. I would never dare to disrespect you. I will give you anything you desire. Just spare my life. With a forceful press of his foot, Chen Jinzhao nearly crushed Hong Fulong's skull. The pain elicited cries of despair from Hong Fulong, who, faced with death, could not maintain his composure, especially since Chen Jinzhao had just executed Sonus before his very eyes, shattering any remnants of courage he possessed. Chen Jinzhao chuckled softly. Weren't you quite formidable earlier? When you killed Sueo, you didn't even bat an eyelash. Regret washed over Hong Fulong. He should never have acquiesced to old Master Chu's request. 3 million had cost him his life. As he contemplated further words, Chen Jinzhao interjected, Do not rush. I will pose questions, and you shall answer. Should your responses satisfy me, perhaps I shall grant you mercy. Very well, I promise to answer truthfully. Which organization do you belong to? Chen Jinzhao inquired. Hong Fulong's gaze flickered, and he hesitated before responding. I'm merely a thug. There is no organization. Mr. Chen, you misunderstand me. Chen Jinzhao picked up the weapon from the ground and shot Hong Fulong in the kneecap. The excruciating pain elicited another scream from him. Now he understood why some referred to Chen Jinzhao as the jade-faced Azura. He was as unyielding as the king of hell, offering no opportunity for explanation. Chen Jinzhao blew the smoke from the barrel of his gun and warned, If you attempt to deceive me again, I will kill you. He was indeed willing to take a life. Hong Fulong no longer dared to play clever. I am a member of the Black Blood organization, having established a foothold in the country through certain insiders. In the vast Jiangnan region, there are several others like me who hail from Black Blood. Each month, we must report the intelligence we gather. Should we fail to do so punctually, the headquarters will be alerted to our predicament, subsequently dispatching others into Huagua. As Chen Jinzhao had anticipated, Hong Fulong's organization was indeed Black Blood. Black Blood was his lifelong nemesis, especially after the operation 3 years prior, when Black Blood colluded with traitors, ambushing them on their return and causing his comrades to perish one by one before his eyes. The haunting memories that Chen Jinzhao could not bear to recall still lingered. Do you have any other tasks at hand? He inquired. Hong Fulong hesitated, clearly reluctant to continue. Yet faced with the threat of death, he disclosed, yes, the headquarters has instructed us to await an opportunity to assassinate Wen Fuli, ensuring he does not serve any organization within Huagua. I speak only the truth. I dare not utter a falsehood. Chen Jinzhao's expression subtly shifted. Professor Wen was of greater significance than he had initially presumed, evidently possessing numerous academic insights that instilled fear in the Black Blood organization. In the days to come, he must take extra precautions regarding Wen Fuli's safety. Do you know who the mole embedded within Huagua is for the Black Blood group? Chen Jinzhao's curiosity was piqued by this question. It could be said that this mole posed a far greater threat than the Black Blood organization itself, exhibiting an overwhelming capacity for destruction. Hong Fulong's face contorted in distress as he shook his head, indicating his ignorance. Those who could be deemed significant figures within the Black Blood organization were unable to enter Huagua through conventional means. Thus, they dispatched insignificant pawns like him to spearhead their operations in the underbelly of Huagua. The identities of these prominent individuals were shrouded in utmost secrecy, far beyond Hong Fulong's reach. However, I do possess certain insights, Hong Fulong remarked. In the vast expanse of Huagua, from high-ranking officials to commoners, numerous members of the Black Blood organization are lurking in the shadows. There exists even another scenario where, despite meeting face-to-face, they remain oblivious to each other's affiliation with the Black Blood. Their infiltration was profound, with traces of Black Blood members even found among the upper echelons. Upon hearing this revelation, Chen Jinzhao furrowed his brow. After Hong Fulong disclosed all that he knew, he once again pleaded for mercy, but Chen Jinzhao, regaining his focus, replied, "Your response does not satisfy me, thus I have resolved not to spare you. Prepare for the journey ahead." Hong Fulong's eyes blazed with fury. To him, it felt as though he were a mere puppet, cruelly toyed with by Chen Jinzhao. He let out a roar of indignation. Chen Jinzhao, dismissive of the noise, raised his gun and created a gaping hole in Hong Fulong's head, his mind now truly opened. Fulong's subordinates trembled in fear. Had they not been gravely injured and unable to flee, they would have scattered in an instant. Chen Jinzhao's cold gaze swept over them, warning, "Do not even think of escaping. For each one that runs, I shall take their life." A chill of dread coursed through them, extinguishing any thoughts of flight. Chen Jinzhao retrieved his communicator to contact Su Qingyan, requesting assistance to clean up the aftermath. Minutes later, several military green jeeps arrived at the estate, sealing off the area. Su Qingyan entered the estate, and Chen Jinzhao stood rigidly, offering a formal military salute, which Su Qingyan returned. Observing the injuries of those on the ground, Su Qingyan smiled. "The jade-faced Azura remains as formidable as ever. Even after 3 years of inactivity, you are still this powerful. You have executed this task commendably. Speak freely of any rewards you wish. I can petition the higher-ups for a substantial bonus, which you rightfully deserve." Is that Sonus? Recently, this audacious young scoundrel invaded from the southwestern border, resulting in the casualties of several border guards. Who would have imagined that he would venture all the way to Jiangnan, ultimately meeting such a fate that he truly deserves? Su Qingyan praised Chen Jinzhao profusely. This marked Chen Jinzhao's first act upon his return, and it was indeed a stunning revelation after a period of silence. Eager to return home and prepare a meal for Yumingji, Chen Jinzhao hastily departed after discussing a few details. Su Qingyan, watching his retreating figure, chuckled to himself. This lad has likely fallen head over heels in love. Speaking of which, the girl from the Yu family does seem quite well matched with him. Should I perhaps mention it to the elder of the Yu family? Chapter 70. Couple slippers departing from the estate, Chen Jinzhao embarked on his journey home. After gleaning certain information from Hong Fulong, he sensed that the current situation was rather intricate, with undercurrents stirring and layers of mist enveloping the path ahead. How to unravel this dilemma? At least for now, Chen Jinzhao could not discern a solution. As the moon ascended the treetops, the night cloaked the city. In an old residential complex, Yu Mengji sat cross-legged on the sofa, awaiting Chen Jinzhao's return. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was nearly 7:30, yet Chen Jinzhao had yet to arrive, stirring a sense of unease within her. Could it be that something had befallen him? This feeling left her feeling somewhat powerless. Through these experiences, Yu Mengji realized that if she were to leave the Yu family, she would be but a shadow of herself. Should she strive to strengthen her own capabilities? Just as Yu Mengji's thoughts spiraled, the sound of a key turning in the lock snapped her back to reality. She hurried to the door to welcome Chen Jinzhao. Standing at the threshold, he bore no injuries. "You're back. Hong Fulong didn't he give you any trouble, did he? I've heard he's quite fierce, not someone to be trifled with." Yu Mengji scrutinized Chen Jinzhao, who, upon seeing her open the door, felt a wave of warmth wash over him, a comforting sense of home. Feeling scrutinized under Chen Jinzhao's gaze, Yu Mengji quickly averted her eyes. Chen Jinzhao then chuckled. "I didn't encounter Hong Fulong. By the time I arrived at his estate, it was already surrounded by military vehicles. I heard he has ties to an overseas organization and was apprehended. I was interrogated, but once they confirmed I had no connections to him, they let me go." "Really? Is that true?" Yu Mengji gasped, her eyes widening. "What a coincidence." Chen Jinzhao shrugged. "Such coincidences happen." As he stepped into the house, Yu Mengji blocked his way. "What's wrong?" he inquired, puzzled. Yu Mengji pointed at Chen Jinzhao's shoes. He found no issue, but she maintained a serious demeanor, declaring, "From now on, you must change your shoes upon returning home. I bought you a shoe cabinet and 2 pairs of new slippers while I was out shopping." "What?" Chen Jinzhao felt a bit dizzy. Returning home only to change shoes seemed rather strange. Yet, Yu Mengji's resolute attitude left him with little room for protest, and he swiftly donned the brand new slippers. It was only then that Chen Jinzhao noticed Yu Mengji was wearing a pair of pink slippers, clearly a matching set with his black ones. He raised an eyebrow but chose not to comment on it. In addition to the slippers, Yu Mengji had also procured new bed linens for Chen Jinzhao, citing that his previous ones were quite unattractive. This left him feeling overwhelmed. They were not even a couple yet, and she was already imposing such expectations. What would it be like if they were to date, or even marry? Venturing into the kitchen, Chen Jinzhao observed that the ingredients Yu Mengji had purchased were rather extravagant. It was evident she had the habits of a wealthy heiress. A mere handful of organic vegetables cost nearly 100 yuan. How would he afford to sustain this lifestyle? Nevertheless, Chen Jinzhao reassured himself that he could always relocate to the military compound, where the cafeteria offered meals in abundance. "How may I assist you?" Yu Mengji offered eagerly. Chen Jinzhao looked around and realized that the pampered young lady could only manage the simplest tasks, such as washing vegetables. The more intricate tasks of chopping vegetables and meat were truly beyond her capabilities. Yu Mengji seemed aware of her clumsiness in the kitchen, so she complied with whatever Chen Jinzhao instructed her to do, obediently following her lead. The two worked diligently for a full hour before presenting a grand feast. Yu Mengji, exhausted, had her bangs sticking to her fair forehead, but she cheerfully took out her phone to capture a few photos. Chen Jinzhao waited patiently, only beginning to eat once Yu Mengji had finished taking her pictures. The food was quite delicious, tailored to Yu Mengji's palate. "Why are you smiling instead of eating?" Yu Mengji inquired, puzzled, as she glanced at Chen Jinzhao. Chen Jinzhao replied playfully, "I merely find it amusing that a distinguished young lady like yourself is not so different from us common folk. I had thought you were above indulging in earthly delights." "I am human, not a deity," Yu Mengji retorted, feeling somewhat speechless. Typically, her appetite was modest, yet today, in front of Chen Jinzhao, she feasted with abandon, only stopping when she was nearly full. Chen Jinzhao couldn't help but chuckle, finding Yu Mengji rather endearing. After their meal, Chen Jinzhao quietly washed the dishes while Yu Mengji lounged on the sofa, engrossed in a game. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "No way. It's true. Our group chat has begun circulating news about Hong Fulong, and there are even photos from the scene. Would you like to take a look?" Chen Jinzhao shook her head. "What is there to see? A once great hero has fallen." Yu Mengji sighed. Yet she couldn't shake the feeling that the timing of Hong Fulong's downfall was too coincidental with Chen Jinzhao's arrival. She observed Chen Jinzhao in the kitchen, lost in thought. Ding ding ding. The urgent ringtone of a phone broke the silence, and Yu Mengji hushed Chen Jinzhao. It was a call from Yu Lingxiao. "Hello?" This time, Yu Mengji refrained from addressing him as grandfather. She initially anticipated a reprimand from Yu Lingxiao, but to her surprise, his tone was considerably softer. "Mengji, this afternoon, I may have spoken too harshly, causing you discomfort. I apologize. I wish to inquire about something. Has Chen Jinzhao returned from Hong Fulong?" "Yes, what of it?" Yu Mengji replied, taken aback. Chen Jinzhao perked up, eager to discern what this old man intended to convey. Yu Lingxiao continued, "Have you asked him how he managed to return from Hong Fulong?" Yu Mengji, not one to be easily fooled, quickly connected the dots and replied somewhat impatiently, "Grandfather, Chen Jinzhao told me he encountered military personnel sealing off Hong Fulong's estate upon his arrival, and then he returned. Is that truly the case?" Yu Lingxiao's tone grew colder. Yu Mingji affirmed, "Indeed, that is exactly how it happened. Or perhaps you should ask him yourself." Yu Lingxiao's hopes were dashed. He could not engage Chen Jinzhao in conversation unless he were the elusive successor of Su Qingyan. Otherwise, it was futile. No need. There is nothing to discuss with him. I merely wonder why Hong Fulong did not take him down with him. Yu Lingxiao's words carried an added chill as he once again cautioned Yu Mingji against getting too close to Chen Jinzhao, claiming that such proximity could endanger Chen's life. Yu Mingji was at the height of her impatience. Day in and day out, the same refrain echoed in her ears, to the point where they felt nearly calloused from the repetition. With a tone that dripped with irritation, she retorted, "You need to discuss this with my father. He has already regarded Chen Jinzhao as a prospective son-in-law. Furthermore, no matter how vehemently you oppose it, you cannot alter his decision." Yu Lingxiao, seething with rage, shouted into the phone, "This is absurd. You must return to see me immediately." Chapter 71. Harsh punishments. Yu Mingji felt an overwhelming sense of irritation and abruptly ended the call with Yu Lingxiao. At the Yu family estate, Yu Lingxiao was utterly taken aback by Yu Mingji's audacity to hang up, and in his fury, he smashed the phone. This action startled Yu Buotao and the others into silence. Curiously, ever since the arrival of Chen Jinzhao, the frequency of the old man's outbursts had increased dramatically. Yu Buotao turned to Yu Jingji and remarked, "Mingji is becoming increasingly outrageous. Why does she constantly provoke the old man? What is Wendong thinking? Allowing his daughter to act in ways that harm the family's interests? It is utterly disrespectful." "Brother, let's not go there," Yu Jingji interjected. Yu Buotao, clearly not finished, was about to continue when Yu Jingji sighed. "Wendong possesses more self-awareness than either of us. Otherwise, the situation would not be as clear as it is now." He referred to the issue of the old man's successor. Yu Wendong had remained uninvolved, allowing the succession issue to stagnate like still water, creating no ripples. Yu Jingji found himself unable to contend with Yu Buotao. Clearing his throat, Yu Buotao awkwardly said, "Second brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Our father is in excellent health. The Yu family is not solely mine. Without your support, I cannot go far." Yu Jingji scoffed, dismissing his brother's words. It was apparent that within the Yu family, everyone harbored ulterior motives, striving for their own greatest benefit. At that moment, Yu Lingxiao emerged from the study, his expression dark as a storm cloud. The two immediately fell silent. "Father, Mingji is truly out of line. It is high time we teach her a lesson. Or what will become of us in the future?" Yu Buotao stood to assist the old man in sitting down. Yu Lingxiao, with a face like thunder, remained silent. Yu Jingji recognized it was time for him to voice his thoughts and echoed Yu Buotao's sentiment. "I too believe this is the case. Why don't we establish a rule? If Mingji truly wishes to be with Chen Jinzhao, we shall revoke all her privileges. She cannot expect both the Yu family's benevolence and to act with impunity." Yu Buotao was taken aback, realizing how insidious his second brother's suggestion was. Fortunately, the third brother was not present. "Isn't this a bit extreme?" Yu Lingxiao finally spoke, concerned for his own reputation, unwilling to mar his life with blemishes. Yet, his hesitation was also due to the fact that Yu Jingji's proposal struck a chord within him. "This method is indeed quite effective," Yu Jingji chuckled. "This can be easily arranged. Father, you need not intervene. Eldest brother can handle it. He will inevitably shoulder the family's burdens in the future." Yu Buotao hesitated, realizing the cunning of his younger brother. To shift such a disreputable task onto him was quite audacious, yet Yu Buotao felt compelled to comply, as Yu Jingji had already positioned him as the successor. Failing to alleviate the old man's concerns would surely lead to disappointment. Caught in a dilemma, Yu Buotao observed in silence, understanding that his brother still harbored illusions about that position and that he must remain vigilant moving forward. Before Yu Lingxiao could speak, Yu Buotao stepped forward and said, "Jingji is right. There is no need for father to intervene in such matters. I can handle it alone." Yu Lingxiao nodded, feeling satisfied with Yu Buotao's prompt declaration. "Very well, then I shall trouble you with this." "Not at all, not at all." Upon finishing his words, Yu Buotao shot a fierce glare at Yu Jingji. Meanwhile, Ning Fei, occupied with the handover tasks, saw Chu San appearing before him with a face full of trepidation. He immediately barked, "Get lost. Go as far away as you can. I do not wish to see your face." Every encounter with Chu San guaranteed trouble. Chu San hesitated, but, under Ning Fei's scolding, turned and left in a dejected manner. After taking a few steps, Ning Fei's voice rang out again, "Come back." Ning Fei's anger had subsided, and he had regained his composure. Chu San must have sought him out for an important matter. He could not afford to act impulsively. Young Master Ning, there has been a grave incident, Chu Sanyi stammered. Ning Fei's expression shifted. His eyes filled with fury as he glared at Chu Sanyi. I should not have let you come back. You never bring good news. So what is it? All day long, it's exhausting. Chu Sanyi, unable to conceal the truth, replied, Young Master, did you not check the chat group? Hong Fulong is in trouble. Ning Fei was taken aback. He had spent most of the day on handover tasks and had no opportunity to check any chat groups. Thus he was unaware of Hong Fulong's predicament. A frown creased his brow as he sensed a hint of unease. What has happened to him? Chu Sanyi recounted the events that transpired at the suburban estate in the evening. Ning Fei took out his phone to check the messages from that evening. The more he read, the darker his expression became. Seeing Ning Fei silent, Chu Sanyi dared not speak, standing frozen like a wooden post. Does this concern him? Ning Fei inquired. Chu Sanyi hesitated. Well, to my knowledge, it should not. It is merely a coincidence. Young Master, I think we should strike decisively and eliminate Chen Jinzhao with firearms. Foolish donkey, Ning Fei muttered under his breath, causing Chu Sanyi to shudder. Then, with a cold tone, he said, You clearly wish for my demise. Chu Sanyi quickly knelt. Young Master, I did not mean it. I simply do not understand why we cannot proceed in this manner. Chen Jinzhao is merely flesh and blood. Can he withstand bullets? That is not the point. There are other reasons. Ning Fei narrowed his eyes and walked over to assist Chu Sanyi to his feet, sneering, The early bird catches the worm. My father's downfall overnight indicates he has offended a formidable presence. Now, with Hong Fulong being taken out in one fell swoop, it is crucial to note that this action bore no warning. Before anyone comprehended what was happening, Hong Fulong was dead. These two incidents may appear independent, but what if they are connected? After careful consideration, Chu Sanyi's face turned pale as he realized that Chen Jinzhao is. Ning Fei silenced Chu Sanyi. Where is your mind wandering? Chen Jinzhao cannot possibly be that enigmatic individual. If he truly possessed such a formidable background, how could he be relegated to the position of a mere security guard at the Gaoqing Group? Ning Xiao is indeed astute. However, it is worth noting that Chen Jinzhao has a military past, which may suggest a tenuous connection to that mysterious figure. Yet, this remains merely conjecture on my part. With my father now fallen and Hong Fulong uprooted, it is imperative that we refrain from exhibiting excessive arrogance. Should that enigmatic individual fixate upon us again, our fate would be dire. It is prudent to adopt a more discreet approach. Chu Sanyi expressed surprise. So, does this mean we shall refrain from taking action against Chen Jinzhao? Ning Fei shot a fierce glare at Chu Sanyi. Affirming the truth in his foolishness, he is adept only at violence and lacks the acumen to think strategically. Why resort to direct confrontation when one can orchestrate an outcome from the shadows? Moreover, it is not solely through physical annihilation that one can ensure a person's complete disappearance. Chapter 72. Farewell, Chen Jinzhao. After dinner, Chen Jinzhao and Yu Mingji strolled within the neighborhood. This was the liveliest time in the old community, with elderly individuals accompanying children, middle-aged couples leisurely digesting their meals, and young lovers returning home after work. Observing the bustling crowd, Yu Mingji found the scene remarkably harmonious, contrasting sharply with the cold solitude of her villa. The two engaged in casual conversation, deliberately avoiding the topic of their feelings, as if they had reached an unspoken understanding. As long as they refrained from discussing emotions, they remained good friends. Chen Jinzhao. What is it? Chen Jinzhao turned to Yu Mingji. In the dim light, as she tilted her face upward, Chen Jinzhao perceived a fleeting ethereal beauty in Yu Mingji. For several decades to come, he would often reminisce about this moment. Noticing the peculiar look in Chen Jinzhao's eyes, Yu Mingji quickly averted her gaze and inquired, I have a question in my heart. I hope you can answer it truthfully. Returning to the present, Chen Jinzhao smiled and said, Please, go ahead, Ms. Yu. Her gaze darted between the stars overhead and the bustling crowd, while Chen Jinzhao patiently awaited her query. Do you think I am utterly useless? Upon reflection, if I were to leave the Yu family, it seems I would possess nothing of value. Compared to others, I don't stand out at all. Chen Jinzhao halted, gazing intently into Yu Mingji's eyes as he pondered seriously. Would you prefer flattery or the unvarnished truth? I desire the truth, she replied, continuing to walk. Yu Mingji hurried to keep pace. Your sentiment is accurate. If you were to depart from the Yu family, it is unlikely you would have reached your current stature. I am not suggesting that you lack capability, but rather that there is no upward mobility available to you. In our rapidly evolving modern society, All professions are increasingly drawn to wealth. Many of those who have prospered will tightly control the economic veins of society, leveraging this to ascend to the ranks of the elite. The intricate web of relationships they forge becomes the greatest impediment for the children of laborers seeking advancement. Anyone daring to challenge these elites will be viewed as a formidable adversary. Yu Mingji found his words rather harsh, as Chen Jinzhao's reference to the Yu family implied a nefarious elite. Displeased, she retorted, "If what you say holds true, how could my grandfather have built his commercial empire from nothing?" Though she resisted Yu Lingxiao's plans, she admired his prowess, even aspiring to surpass him. Chen Jinzhao let out a cold laugh. "If you were familiar with your grandfather's rise, you would not make such statements. Indeed, he possesses remarkable talent and ability. Yet without the influence of his father-in-law, who would have given him the necessary support at the company's inception." Yu Mingji fell silent, her memory flickering. She vaguely recalled that her grandfather's father-in-law was an extraordinary figure, once among the top 5 in the power hierarchy of Jiangnan province. Had it not been for age constraints, he might have ascended even higher. As a vested interest holder, Yu Mingji felt an uncomfortable sensation within her heart, perceiving Chen Jinzhao's thoughts as excessively radical. Initially, she intended to engage in a debate with him, but upon reflection, she realized that she did not occupy the position of a peasant or a worker. "You may be right," Yu Mingji sighed. Chen Jinzhao looked at her in surprise. "Yu Zong, are you not angry? I thought I had spoken too harshly." Yu Mingji shook her head. "I am indeed angry, but after some contemplation, my anger has diminished. Had I come from humble beginnings, possessing skills yet unable to break through societal barriers, I might have been even more radical than you." The two exchanged knowing smiles. Chen Jinzhao recognized that Yu Mingji was not only beautiful, but also possessed a profound understanding of others. Truly, she deserved to be his girlfriend, albeit temporarily. They chose not to dwell on such a serious topic, seamlessly shifting to lighter conversation. Seizing the moment, Chen Jinzhao unexpectedly took Yu Mingji's hand as they passed beneath a shadowy tree, causing her to momentarily stiffen. Yet, she said nothing, allowing him to hold her hand, inexplicably enjoying the sensation. It was somewhat thrilling. Chen Jinzhao was taken aback by Yu Mingji's lack of resistance, leaving him at a loss for words, as if anything he might say would be inappropriate. They walked in silence for several minutes. Yu Mingji felt a wave of frustration. Why had Chen Jinzhao suddenly become mute when he was usually so eloquent? "I'm going home," she declared abruptly. Chen Jinzhao paused, then released her hand, scratching his head. "Is that so? Let me walk you back." Yu Mingji fixed her gaze on his eyes. "Do you have nothing to say?" "Say what?" Chen Jinzhao replied, confused. Yu Mingji bit her red lip, silently chastising Chen Jinzhao for his lack of insight, and with gritted teeth, she retorted, "You really are a blockhead. Speak if you wish." Chen Jinzhao felt genuinely awkward, completely unable to fathom her thoughts. Observing his obliviousness, Yu Mingji's irritation began to fade. Why should she be upset with this fool? "Come here. I have something to tell you," she beckoned. "Yu Zong, feel free to speak. My hearing is quite good. In the military, I could." Chen Jinzhao began earnestly, but Yu Mingji cut him off. "Just come here. No need for all that chatter." Chen Jinzhao was puzzled. Noticing Yu Mingji's fierce expression, he realized that further disobedience might provoke her ire, so he leaned in to listen. A smile flickered in Yu Mingji's eyes as she swiftly leaned in and planted a subtle kiss on his cheek. Without a word, she turned and walked away, leaving Chen Jinzhao in stunned silence. He stood there, bewildered for several seconds, before calling out, "Yu Zong, wait." Under the dim light, Yu Mingji turned her head. A gentle breeze tousled her flowing hair, rendering her appearance strikingly poignant. Chen Jinzhao was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, unable to utter a word for quite some time. "Hey, what do you have to say? If you remain silent, I shall take my leave." Regaining his composure, his heart raced with excitement, nearing 200 beats per minute, and he hesitated no longer. He called out to Yu Mingji, "Yu Mingji, would you consider being my girlfriend?" Yu Mingji let out a soft laugh, her eyes sparkling with delight, as she waved her hand dismissively. "Don't get ahead of yourself. How could I possibly like you? And remember, tonight's events must remain a secret. Goodbye, Chen Jinzhao." Chapter 73. What is wrong with her? That evening, Yu Mingji was in high spirits. For over 20 years, the Yu family had forbade her from engaging in romantic relationships, and she had never experienced such sweet emotions. However, the only aspect that left her feeling unsatisfied was her own response. When Chen Jinzhao made that request, she felt compelled to agree. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. At least she was aware that Chen Jinzhao harbored feelings for her. Once the matter concerning Qin Fengwu was resolved, she could openly pursue a relationship with Chen Jinzhao. But for now, that was not an option. Meanwhile, Chen Jinzhao found himself perplexed by Yu Mengji's thoughts, feeling a sense of unease. He slapped his forehead and shook his head, lamenting, "In the midst of gunfire and chaos, I never experienced such inner turmoil. Alas, it is indeed true that heroes struggle when faced with the allure of beauty. The ancients did not deceive me." As the night deepened, Chen Jinzhao tossed and turned, unable to find rest. He murmured to himself, "What if she doesn't actually have feelings for me? Am I merely indulging in my own fantasies?" Moments later, he flipped to the other side, reasoning, "No, that cannot be. She must feel something for me. Otherwise, she would not have kissed me. She is inherently a rational person, and such a sentimental act speaks volumes." He pondered further, "No, perhaps I am mistaken. Did she even kiss me at all? What on earth does she mean?" The following day, when Chen Jinzhao arrived at the office, he noticed that Yu Mengji also appeared to be in poor spirits. It was evident that she had not slept well the previous night. This realization brought a sense of balance to Chen Jinzhao's heart. When Yu Mengji caught Chen Jinzhao staring intently at her, fearing he might behave inappropriately at the office, she lowered her voice and said, "Ahem, this is the workplace. Let us discuss matters after hours." Chen Jinzhao responded with an awkward smile. "By the way, Director Yu." He recalled something. Yu Mengji divided her breakfast with him before asking, "What is it?" With a furrowed brow, Chen Jinzhao inquired, "What do you think of Zhuang Xiaoya?" Zhuang Xiaoya had served as Yu Mengji's secretary for 3 years, and it was possible she had engaged in numerous activities detrimental to the company's interests. Yu Mengji scrutinized Chen Jinzhao with suspicion. "You can't possibly have feelings for her, can you? Xiaoya is quite a decent person, and you two could be a good match. If you express your interest, I can certainly play matchmaker for you." Chen Jinzhao quickly clarified, "Director Yu, please don't misunderstand. I was merely asking out of curiosity. I truly have no feelings for her. Moreover, Zhuang Xiaoya may have some issues." Yu Mengji's earlier remarks had merely been playful banter. Observing Chen Jinzhao's anxious demeanor brought her satisfaction, prompting her to return to the main topic. "Indeed, I have noticed that while Zhuang Xiaoya is diligent in her duties, she often pries into my personal affairs, both intentionally and unintentionally. Additionally, I am aware that she has entangled relationships with several senior executives in the company. I even suspected you might be among them. You know all this." Chen Jinzhao was taken aback. Yu Mengji nodded, having steered the Chen Group for 3 years. Acquiring such information was not a challenge for her. Chen Jinzhao, after much contemplation, presented the USB drive given to him by Dog Yi to Yu Mengji. With a hint of skepticism, Yu Mengji inserted it into the computer, glanced at the contents, and then, with a flush on her cheeks, remarked to Chen Jinzhao, "Truly shameless." Chen Jinzhao harbored serious doubts that Yu Mengji was directing her ire at him. Nevertheless, as a man, he resolved to maintain his composure and dismissed her comment. "What are your intentions regarding Zhuang Xiaoya?" he inquired. After a moment's reflection, Yu Mengji replied, "For the time being, I will keep her close. I wish to ascertain who sent her and what ulterior motive she may harbor while lurking beside me." Chen Jinzhao furrowed his brow, cautioning, "Be careful. A cornered dog will leap over the wall." Upon returning to the office, Chen Jinzhao leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. When he suddenly remembered that old Mo had been injured and hospitalized due to the incident last night. As noon approached, he hurriedly made his way to the hospital to visit Mo Qingyan. Old Mo had often looked out for him, and it would be remiss not to check on him. Mo Qingyan's injuries were severe. He had suffered fractured ribs. Following an overnight surgery, his condition had improved, yet he would require further hospitalization. The Gauchin Group had graciously covered all medical expenses and would provide compensation during this period, alleviating any financial concerns. When Chen Jinzhao saw Mo Qingyan again, he noted the pallor of his cheeks, devoid of color. "Xiao Chen, you've come." Mo Qingyan attempted to rise. Chen Jinzhao quickly interjected, "Uncle Mo, please remain seated after your surgery. Resting is paramount." Mo Qingyan ceased his struggles. "How do you feel now?" Chen Jinzhao inquired. "Better, though the surgical side aches a bit. I must admit, I felt quite embarrassed last night, calling the nurse for a sedative at such an ungodly hour," Mo Qingyan replied. A hint of embarrassment in his voice. Chen Jinzhao chuckled. It appeared that Uncle Mo was in good spirits, indicating that his condition was not dire. They engaged in light conversation, but Chen Jinzhao noticed Mo Qingyan hesitating several times, as if burdened by unspoken concerns. Thus, he asked, "Uncle Mo, is there something you need?" Mo Qingyan hesitated once more, sighing, "I do have a personal matter, but I wouldn't want to trouble you, Xiao Chen." Chen Jinzhao, adopting a serious demeanor, responded, "You regard me as an outsider. You know me well enough, Uncle Mo. I am least afraid of trouble. If you withhold your concerns, it will only leave me feeling disappointed." "Ah." Mo Qingyan sighed repeatedly. From the furrows on his brow, Chen Jinzhao could perceive a trace of worry, indicating that the matter at hand was not straightforward. At Mo Qingyan's insistence, he finally spoke, "Xiao Chen, I initially wished to avoid troubling you. However, given your insistence, I cannot treat you as a stranger. Do you remember Xiaohe? She is my daughter and has visited me at the company several times. You have met her." Chen Jinzhao nodded. "I recall her. What is the matter?" Mo Qingyan, with a troubled expression, recounted the events of the previous night. After his incident, he had informed his daughter, who expressed her desire to visit him, yet by today, she had not appeared. Since this morning, Mo Qingyan had been unable to reach his daughter. This left him with an unsettling feeling. If it weren't for the doctor's insistence on keeping him hospitalized, he certainly would not be lying here now. Chen Jinzhao furrowed his brow, recalling that Mo Qingyan had divorced his wife years ago and had raised his daughter alone. He did not disappoint her father, having gained admission to Ninghai University with exceptional grades. With her talents, she would undoubtedly ensure a prosperous future for Mo Qingyan. Yet, Chen Jinzhao understood that Mo Qingyan would rather endure hardship himself than burden his daughter. Suffering was inconsequential. What mattered was his daughter's happiness. The loss of contact with Mo, he left Mo Qingyan at a loss. He had already reached out to the college counselor, but there had been no news as of yet. If it weren't for the desperate circumstances, Mo Qingyan would not have confided in Chen Jinzhao. "I understand. Uncle Mo. Rest assured, I will certainly find Xiaohe." Chapter 74. When will you marry? After inquiring about Mo's student information from Mo Qingyan, Chen Jinzhao promptly requested a half-day leave from Yu Mingji. Upon learning of this matter, Yu Mingji expressed her concern for Mo's safety and advised Chen Jinzhao, "In times of trouble, do not act impulsively. If you encounter anything insurmountable, remember to call the police. Do not jeopardize your own safety." Her worry for Chen Jinzhao was palpable. In her memory, Chen Jinzhao possessed a fierce demeanor, capable of unleashing overwhelming force. The thought of him accidentally causing harm to someone was quite alarming. Yet, Yu Mingji remained unaware that Chen Jinzhao had taken a life the previous night, and with those very hands, had also prepared exquisite dishes. "I understand," Chen Jinzhao replied. After a brief pause, as he had yet to end the call, Yu Mingji curiously asked, "Is there anything else you wish to say?" "Yes, this time, as I return to Ninghai University, I will inevitably cross paths with Su Qingyan. I wanted to inform you in advance." Chen Jinzhao was keen to avoid misunderstandings, as the bond he had painstakingly forged with Yu Mingji could not withstand the trials of tumultuous storms. Yu Mingji's cheeks flushed, and with a teasing tone, she retorted, "Humph, I cannot dictate whom you associate with." Yet, a sense of delight warmed her heart. Upon hanging up, Chen Jinzhao arrived at Ninghai University, his pace unconsciously slowing. This institution once held his dreams and aspirations, but time had transformed it into a distant memory of youth now lost. A wave of melancholy surged within him, prompting thoughts of what his life might have been had he not enlisted in the military. Ultimately, Chen Jinzhao shook his head. This was not the moment for nostalgia. He strode confidently into the campus, noticing several seniors capturing their graduation photographs. With a wry smile, he murmured, "Speaking of which, I have yet to take my graduation photo." After inquiring with a few students, Chen Jinzhao made his way to Su Qingyan's laboratory. Through the glass door, he observed Su Qingyan, clad in a white lab coat, engrossed in her experiments, so he chose to wait at the entrance to avoid disturbing her. After standing for half an hour, Su Qingyan finally completed her work. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Jinzhao knocked on the door. Su Qingyan looked up in confusion, her mind still entangled in experimental data, as she approached the door, pondering who could possibly be seeking her at this hour. Upon opening the door and seeing Chen Jinzhao, she was momentarily taken aback. A multitude of possibilities flashed through her mind, yet she could not fathom that it would be him. "You are looking for me?" she asked uncertainly. Chen Jinzhao nodded, and Su Qingyan's face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly lowered her head, saying, "Why didn't you say so sooner? I was so focused on my experiments that I didn't have time to prepare." As the saying goes, a scholar is willing to die for a confidant. and a woman beautifies herself for the one she admires. Fearing that Su Qingyan might misinterpret his intentions, Chen Jinzhao deliberately maintained a respectful distance. You misunderstand. I am not here for any other reason but to ask for your assistance. Su Qingyan was once again stunned. It took a full 10 seconds for Chen Jinzhao to realize that he had been too abrupt. He scratched his head and added, perhaps I should just forget it. I can seek help from someone else. Su Qingyan's gaze dimmed for a moment before she regained her composure. With a smile, he remarked, I understand now. It seems my feelings were one-sided. Please, do share your purpose for visiting Ning University. It would bring me joy to assist you if I can. Their conversation was tinged with a hint of formality. Chen Jinzhao succinctly recounted the situation concerning Mo He. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyan furrowed her brows, pondering the peculiar nature of the circumstances. Please wait for me 2 minutes while I power down the experimental apparatus, and then I shall accompany you to the faculty office. Shortly thereafter, Su Qingyan emerged from the laboratory, having shed her white lab coat. The two proceeded towards the law faculty office. As they made their way, an elderly female professor, clearly over 60, greeted Su Qingyan. Chen Jinzhao found the professor somewhat familiar. Little Su, wait a moment, the professor called, returning to them. Su Qingyan greeted her with a smile. Professor Hu, what is it? Professor Hu scrutinized Chen Jinzhao, her eyes gradually sparkling with recognition. Little Chen, is that you? It has been so many years, I nearly failed to recognize you. You are Professor Hu? Chen Jinzhao responded with surprise. Professor Hu had been their instructor for advanced mathematics, and during their school days, both students often sat in the front row of her class, frequently assisting her with collecting assignments. Thus, she held a particularly vivid memory of them. Is it truly you? My, how time flies. How have you been? Professor Hu inquired warmly. Recalling how she had once encouraged Chen Jinzhao to pursue graduate studies in the mathematics department and become her protégé, Chen Jinzhao scratched his head, replying, I'm doing fairly well. And you, Professor Hu? Professor Hu engaged them in light conversation, inviting them to visit her home whenever they had the chance. As they parted, she gazed at Su Qingyan with a knowing look, saying, Little Su, I remember you two were always in a relationship. When shall we celebrate your union? Considering your ages, perhaps you should find a time to formalize things? The two exchanged glances. Su Qingyan was about to voice a response when Chen Jinzhao interjected, Professor Hu, we will certainly invite you to our celebration when the time comes. However, we have some matters to attend to now. We shall visit you on another occasion. Such matters ought to be approached by a man. Leaving it to a woman would not be fitting. Professor Hu left, her demeanor brightened. Su Qingyan observed Chen Jinzhao, noting how the youthful boy had matured considerably. Why did you not clarify things with Professor Hu? Without turning around, Chen Jinzhao replied, let the elderly harbor a fond memory. At 18, they strolled hand in hand through the campus of Ning University, discussing their dreams for the future. Now at 26, they had faced numerous trials and ultimately found themselves estranged, akin to strangers. Upon arriving at the law faculty office, Su Qingyan took the lead in investigating Mo He's situation and learned that Mo He had not returned to school since the previous night. Even the counselor was unable to reach her. We have already reported her missing. Let us hope she is safe, the counselor said, anxiety etched upon her face. Su Qingyan glanced at Chen Jinzhao, noticing his furrowed brow. Do not worry too much. Since we have reported it, she should be located soon. Worrying excessively won't change anything. Perhaps you should return home for now? I will inform you at the first sign of any developments. Chen Jinzhao shook his head. For him, waiting was utterly futile. His intuition hinted that Mo He's situation could be dire. With each passing minute, Mo He was in greater peril. I believe I might have a clue, Chen Jinzhao remarked. The last time he inadvertently stumbled upon the sordid affairs between Su Jingwei and Sun Hanfeng. It was plausible that Mo He's disappearance was also entwined with those disgraceful matters. Without further hesitation, Chen Jinzhao retrieved his phone, located Su Yaoyao's number, and dialed. Yao Yao. It's me. I'm at Ninghai University and there are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Is this a convenient time? Chapter 75. Eyes wide open to daylight. Eyes closed to night, Brother Jinzhao. I am here. The two had agreed to meet at the playground. Su Yaoyao waved energetically at Chen Jinzhao from afar, her ponytail swaying gracefully as she ran, radiating youthful exuberance. Who is this? As Su Yaoyao approached, she realized that the person standing next to Chen Jinzhao was not Yu Mingji. Su Qingyan smiled politely, introducing herself. I am Su Qingyan, a friend of Chen Jinzhao. Before Su Qingyan could elaborate, Su Yaoyao exclaimed in surprise, Oh, Your sister is the famed beauty of Ninghai, isn't she? No wonder she looks so familiar. She is the dream girl of many boys at school. Su Yaoyao truly admired Su Qingyan, who, at such a young age, had already become a professor at Ninghai University, demonstrating profound expertise in academic research. Eager to learn, Su Yaoyao bombarded Su Qingyan with questions, and the latter patiently provided answers. Su Yaoyao scrutinized the two of them and asked, "By the way, how did you two meet?" In Su Yaoyao's mind, they seemed to have no connection. Chen Jinzhao chuckled, "We are classmates." Huh? Su Yaoyao pouted skeptically, "You must be joking. I remember brother Jinzhao is in the electrical engineering major, while Professor Su is an outstanding graduate from the biology department." Chen Jinzhao. Su Qingyan felt a wave of embarrassment for Chen Jinzhao. Su Yaoyao, being sharp-witted, quickly pieced things together and realized she might have misspoken. She promptly changed the subject. "Let us get back to business. Brother Jinzhao usually doesn't seek me out. You must have something important to discuss." Chen Jinzhao felt a flush of embarrassment. This girl truly had no filter, showing no concern for his discomfort. "I do have a matter to discuss," Chen Jinzhao said earnestly, informing Su Yaoyao about Mo.He's situation. After hearing this, Su Yaoyao shook her head. "It should be different from my experience. Ever since my grandfather learned about the previous incident, he was furious and contacted some influential figures in the capital, ordering a strict investigation into the entertainment industry. Anyone who dares to surface now is courting death." The lead once again fell silent. As time slipped away, Su Yaoyao and Chen Jinzhao exchanged knowing glances, both understanding the unspoken agreement. "Shall you go, or shall I?" Su Yaoyao inquired. Su Qingyan watched the two communicate in riddles, utterly perplexed. Chen Jinzhao pondered for a moment. "Never mind. I will handle it. The elder does not wish for you to be involved in such matters. If he knows I am the one seeking you, he might take his frustrations out on me." Su Yaoyao scoffed, "As if I would believe that. My grandfather values you so much. It made me think you were my real brother. Otherwise, why would he be so concerned about you? Oh dear, you wouldn't be my grandfather's illegitimate son, would you, my uncle?" Chen Jinzhao was left speechless. What on earth are you talking about? He decided not to engage further with Su Yaoyao and took out his communicator to contact Su Qingyan, hoping the elder could assist in tracing Mo's phone location as swiftly as possible. Su Qingyan did not inquire further and assured Chen Jinzhao that results would be available within 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I will head to the school gate to find a vehicle. You both await my good news." Su Qingyan hesitated for a moment before proactively offering, "There's no need for trouble. Please, ride in my car." Chen Jinzhao, aware of the urgency, readily accepted her invitation. Su Yaoyao, standing nearby, also expressed her desire to accompany Chen Jinzhao for a visit. In truth, Chen Jinzhao understood her intentions, should they find themselves in a perilous situation. Su Qingyan's granddaughter status could invoke caution among various factions. "I'll drive," Chen Jinzhao declared, taking the keys. As he ignited the engine, a notification chimed from the communicator. Su Yaoyao opened the message and read aloud. "The signal from the number you provided was last detected at Ninghai Linchi Villa, pinpointed to Villa number 27. Chen Jinzhao's brow furrowed instantly. Linchi Villa was an affluent enclave in Ninghai City, far more luxurious than the Donghu Villa area. It sprawled across a vast expanse, with each villa perched on a lakeside peninsula, each household equipped with a private dock, a veritable retreat for the wealthy. What further troubled Chen Jinzhao was the exorbitant price of the villas. Each could fetch over 100 million. The prime locations, blessed with the best feng shui, commanded prices soaring to 300 or 400 million. How could Mo.He, a girl from an ordinary family, possibly find herself in Linchi Villa? Su Qingyan interjected. If Mo.He is indeed at Linchi Villa, that complicates matters. The residents there are either affluent or noble, and the security is stringent. We might not manage to gain entry. Before she could finish, Chen Jinzhao had already revved the engine and was speeding toward Linchi Villa. Throughout the journey, his expression darkened ominously. Su Yaoyao recognized that her brother was teetering on the brink of fury, as the underlying issues in this situation were glaringly obvious. All she could do was hope that Mo.He was still alive. Linchi Villa, typically a 40-minute drive, was traversed by Chen Jinzhao in less than 20 minutes. Su Qingyan's complexion paled. She had been silently calculating how many points she should deduct from her own driving record, ultimately resigning herself to despair. If assessed rigorously, even 2 licenses would not suffice for the infractions she had committed. As predicted, upon arriving at Linchi Villa, the trio was halted by security. These were not ordinary guards employed by a property management company. They were robust young men recently discharged from military service. Chen Jinzhao, unable to delay any further, rolled down the window and addressed the guard. We don't have a pass. Could you make an exception? We have a pressing matter to attend to. Once we're done, feel free to give me a good beating or send me to the police station. I wouldn't mind. Apologies, sir. This is a private estate. Entry is not permitted for strangers, the guard replied. Chen Jinzhao's frustration mounted. It seemed the only option available to him was to force his way through. Sir, wait a moment. The guard stepped closer, bending to scrutinize Chen Jinzhao, excitement flickering in his eyes. May I ask your name? I feel as though I've seen you somewhere before. My name is Chen Jinzhao. Do you know me? Chen Jinzhao inquired. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief, his excitement intensifying. I was right. You are indeed Mr. Chen. Su Qingyan perked up her ears, faintly catching a glimpse of some significant words. Chen Jinzhao hesitated, asking, Who are you? The security guard saluted Chen Jinzhao with a precise military gesture, then excitedly exclaimed, For years ago, my team from the Northwest Special Operations Force visited your Zhulong Special Operations team for an exchange and sparring session. My captain was defeated by Mr. Chen in just 3 moves. Since then, I have regarded Mr. Chen as my idol. I never expected to encounter you here, many years later. The Zhulong Special Operations Team is the most enigmatic and highly classified Special Forces unit in Huagua, with no information available online. Named after the ancient mythical beast Zhulong, it symbolizes immense power. As in mythology, Zhulong's open eyes bring forth daylight, while closed eyes usher in night. And Chen Jinzhao embodies the eye of Zhulong. Wherever his gaze falls, there is light. Chapter 76. Where do the stray dogs bark? If I am not mistaken, you are Li Xiaozhong? Chen Jinzhao hesitated. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaozhong became even more agitated and replied incoherently, Mr. Chen, I never expected you to remember me. Back then, I was merely an unknown figure. Do not belittle yourself. Your selection into the strongest Special Forces team in the Northwest speaks volumes about your capabilities, Chen Jinzhao remarked. His impression of Li Xiaozhong was profound due to the latter's remarkable performance during a military competition, which suggested that, with proper training, his future achievements would be significant. Yet, how did he end up here as a security guard at Linqi Villa? Li Xiaozhong felt immensely grateful that Chen Jinzhao not only remembered him, but also held him in such high regard. Chen Jinzhao hesitated and inquired, So, what brings you here? Li Xiaozhong's excitement gradually faded, replaced by a touch of melancholy. Mr. Chen, it's a long story, and it is primarily my own doing. By the way, do you have business at Linqi Villa? Since he was reluctant to elaborate, Chen Jinzhao refrained from pressing further. He nodded and stated, Indeed. I am searching for a friend's daughter who has been missing for a day and a night. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiaozhong replied, Then allow me to open the gate for you. This made Chen Jinzhao feel somewhat uneasy. Won't this implicate you? It's no trouble at all, Li Xiaozhong assured while waving his hands dismissively. Chen Jinzhao contemplated for a moment and said, Thank you. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me out at the Gochin Group. You could also consider a position as a security guard there. The benefits would not be inferior to this place. Having a retired Special Forces member as a guard is undoubtedly advantageous. Yu Mingji would likely not refuse. Li Xiaozhong lifted the barrier at the entrance, allowing Chen Jinzhao to accelerate into Linqi Villa. Beside him, Su Qingyan scrutinized Chen Jinzhao with suspicion. The Zhulong Special Forces mentioned by that person. I've never heard of it before. Su Yaoyao immediately spoke up. That is to be expected. It is the most mysterious and formidable Special Forces unit in Huagua. Since its inception, it has achieved remarkable feats for the nation, guarding against threats beyond the northern borders. There was an unspoken truth Su Yaoyao did not articulate. As the eye of Zhulong, Chen Jinzhao had accompanied several dignitaries from the capital on international visits, ensuring their safety. This clearly illustrated his formidable prowess. Yaoyao, Chen Jinzhao interjected, reminding her that such matters should not be carelessly discussed, lest Su Qingyan become entangled. Su Yaoyao stuck out her tongue. Ever since childhood, her dream had been to enlist in the military, but Su Hansheng had consistently denied her request, fearing that others might promote her rapidly due to his influence, thus undermining his principles. Since he could not prevent her desire, he sought to eradicate the issue at its source. Su Qingyan's expression shifted. Does that mean you are in great danger? Someone as formidable as you must surely be viewed as a target by foreign nations or certain extremist organizations. Chen Jinzhao was momentarily taken aback. At first, He believed that Su Qingyan would regard him with admiration upon learning about his background. However, to his surprise, her expression was one of concern instead. This revealed his misjudgment of her character. During their university days, Su Qingyan had never been a girl swayed by vanity. In an effort to maintain a deliberate distance from her, Chen Jinzhao nearly forgot her admirable qualities. He shook his head and remarked, "Those people hold no significance for me. They are merely a trivial annoyance." Su Qingyan hesitated, ultimately choosing not to speak further. The car sped through Linshi Villa and soon came to a halt at the entrance of Villa number 27. Chen Jinzhao addressed the two of them. "Stay in the car and do not wander off. I will go inside to assess the situation, understood?" Su Qingyan was about to voice her thoughts, but Su Yaoyao interjected. "Sister Su, rest assured, even if Brother Jinzhao encounters difficulties, we would be of no assistance and would only become a burden. Moreover, these individuals are undoubtedly no match for Brother Jinzhao." With such statements made, Su Qingyan felt it inappropriate to persist and cautioned Chen Jinzhao, "You must be careful. Do not force yourself into situations that are beyond your means." "Understood," he nodded. After disembarking, he strode toward the entrance of Villa number 27. The villa predominantly featured a garden, with only a solitary building standing within. Moreover, on either side of the main entrance, two men clad in black stood guard. Upon noticing Chen Jinzhao's vehicle parked nearby, one of them approached and barked, "Move your car immediately. This is private property, not a public parking lot." Unfazed, Chen Jinzhao continued walking toward the entrance. Sensing something amiss, the two men exchanged glances, bracing themselves for any sudden movements from him, ready to subdue him if necessary. "Halt! If you do not stop, do not blame us for taking action," one of the men warned again. Chen Jinzhao paused, stating, "I am here to find someone." The man frowned, impatiently waving his hand as if swatting away a fly. "We do not have anyone you seek. You have 30 seconds to move your vehicle." "I am looking for a girl named Mo He," Chen Jinzhao said, seemingly ignoring the man's words. In an instant, both men's brows furrowed in surprise. Chen Jinzhao realized with a high degree of certainty that Mo He was likely within the villa. He stepped forward and commanded, "Step aside." Recognizing that Chen Jinzhao was clearly looking for trouble, the two men ceased their politeness, flanking him on either side. Their imposing presence felt like two small mountains, exuding an overwhelming pressure. "What wild dog dares to bark before us?" One man scoffed. Without delay, they began to strike at Chen Jinzhao, intending to capture him. His impatience peaked. With a swift motion, he kicked the thigh of the man to his right. A crack echoed as the man's shin bone snapped, resulting in a cry of pain as he collapsed to the ground. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Chen Jinzhao swiftly delivered a powerful punch to the left, perfectly colliding with the opponent's fist. A resounding crack echoed through the air, accompanied by the anguished wail of another burly man as Chen Jinzhao obliterated his adversary's hand. It was no surprise that the man's fist had suffered a comminuted fracture. Dealing with such individuals required but a single move. As the two men collapsed to the ground, they gazed at Chen Jinzhao with eyes wide in terror, acutely aware that they were no match for him. He was nothing short of a human beast. Chen Jinzhao lowered his gaze and placed a foot firmly on one man's head, applying just enough pressure. The burly man sensed the imminent threat of death, harboring no doubts that Chen Jinzhao could easily crush his skull. "Please spare me. We are merely two guard dogs, knowing nothing," he pleaded. "I ask you, is Mo He inside?" Chen Jinzhao inquired with a stern expression. "Yes," the man replied, having obtained the answer he sought. Chen Jinzhao knocked them unconscious and effortlessly broke the lock with his bare hands, gaining entry into the villa's garden area. The wrath of the candle dragon's eye demands to be quenched with blood. Chapter 77. Unbearable. As Chen Jinzhao approached the villa, an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped him. He fervently hoped that Mo He had not met with any misfortune. Otherwise, the inhabitants of this villa would face dire consequences. Chen Jinzhao was not jesting. Upon reaching the threshold of the living room, muffled shouts and curses drifted from within. Two bodyguards stationed at the entrance immediately recognized that Chen Jinzhao was not a benign visitor. Just as they were about to take action, he effortlessly subdued them, rendering them unconscious before they could utter a sound. With little regard for decorum, Chen Jinzhao forcefully kicked open the living room door. His eyes were met with a disarray of shattered bottles and oddly shaped containers, intensifying his trepidation. Taking a few more steps, he stumbled upon the lifeless body of a disheveled woman sprawled behind the sofa, a grim indication that she had been dead for some time. It was not Mo He. Chen Jinzhao's heart plummeted, and his only wish was for He to still be alive. From the second floor, raucous music and the cries of women pierced the air, causing his brow to furrow in alarm. He swiftly ascended to the door of the room above. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open. The scene that unfolded before him was chaotic. 3 men were tormenting several scantily clad women, one of whom lay on the floor, frothing at the mouth as she teetered on the brink of death. It was evident that she had been fed illicit substances, and the subsequent exertion had led to her sudden demise, similar to the fate of the woman on the first floor. The 3 young men glared at Chen Jinzhao with displeasure. Before they could voice their indignation, he strode into the room, scrutinizing the faces of the 6 women, utterly disregarding the trio's furious glares. "Hey, who the hell are you? Do you even know where you are? Get the hell out of here, or don't blame me for being rude." Chen Jinzhao's brow tightened. None of the women resembled He. Where could she be? Had she already fallen victim? The fire of anger within him surged, nearly palpable. As he pondered, the leader of the trio barked, "Are you deaf or blind? I'm asking you a question. Don't pretend you can't hear me." As he shouted, he prepared to confront Chen Jinzhao. In an instant, Chen Jinzhao's gaze flickered coldly, and he launched a kick that sent the frail young man flying. The youth crashed against the wall and tumbled to the ground, writhing in pain. "Where's He?" Chen Jinzhao approached, pressing his foot against the young man's head. The youth, still defiant, spat, "How the hell would I know where He is? I don't even know the person you're talking about. You must have the wrong place." Chen Jinzhao's eyes narrowed. Was this not Villa 27? Indeed, the youth exclaimed. "Then I am certain of it. He must be in your villa." Chen Jinzhao was unwavering in his belief that military reconnaissance technology would not err, thus he pressed down harder, prompting the youth to cry out, "Who the hell is He? Get her to come out immediately." Clearly, even this young man did not know the names of the women present. Chen Jinzhao turned to look at the several women, whose bodies were barely clothed and who appeared to be on the brink of death, tormented beyond recognition. Preventing Su Yaoyao and Su Nianqing from entering was indeed the right decision. This scene would undoubtedly leave them with lasting psychological scars. "Do you know He?" Chen Jinzhao inquired. A woman, adorned with crimson makeup, trembled violently, her lips turning a ghastly white as she gasped, He? Who? Who are you to He? Do you know her?" Chen Jinzhao raised an eyebrow. The frail woman nodded weakly and added, "You must leave quickly. He was brought here last night, but we managed to help her escape along the dock. We have no idea where she is now." Chen Jinzhao inhaled deeply. It seemed there was still hope. Upon learning that He might be safe for the time being, he focused on the women before him. However, before he could speak, the woman implored, "Please, hurry. The sooner you leave, the better. And do not contact the police. It will cost you your life. Please go." This woman instinctively regarded Chen Jinzhao as He's boyfriend, warning him out of concern for her. Chen Jinzhao sensed that they were all victims, and a chill washed over him. "Do not worry. I can save you," he assured them. "No, you can't," the woman exclaimed, her voice laced with terror. "If you knew who they were, you wouldn't say that. Just leave. It's best if you can get away from Jiangnan." "Humph. Trying to leave? Not a chance." Another young man sneered. "Do you know who our boss is? You'd be shocked if you did. If you know what's good for you, kneel and apologize." Did you hear that? Chen Jinzhao, his anger boiling with no outlet, found his release upon hearing the arrogant words of the young man. With a swift motion, he punched the young man squarely in the face. The young man couldn't even muster a scream before collapsing, blood streaming from his nostrils. The remaining young man, though silent, was also marked for retribution. He was an accomplice. There could be no mercy for such individuals. Chen Jinzhao delivered a fierce kick, and the sound of cracking bones echoed through the air, causing the young man to faint on the spot. After dispatching the 3, Chen Jinzhao turned to the women and instructed, "Put on your clothes. I will search for He, and then I will take you away." "Wait." The woman who had first responded called out to him. "What is it?" Chen Jinzhao asked. The woman replied, "Once you find He, you can leave by the water route, but do not return. These 3 are sons of wealthy families. If you come back, they will surely kill you." Chen Jinzhao cast a deep glance at her, then turned without a word and descended the stairs. After donning her clothes, the woman did not leave the second-floor room but instead lit a cigarette, seeking solace in the numbness of nicotine. She addressed the 5 women beside her, saying, "Throughout my life, I have committed numerous mistakes, but last night, I made one right choice. Subsequently, I intend to make another correct decision. Sister Hong, what are you planning to do?" inquired another woman. The one referred to as Sister Hong remained silent as she approached the young man, who had been rendered unconscious by Chen Jinzhao. She picked up a slender stiletto heel and viciously struck it down upon the lifeless figure. Once, twice, thrice. The other 5 women were utterly horrified by the scene unfolding before them, each too stunned to utter a word, their eyes fixated on the grim spectacle. At that moment, one woman attempted to step forward to assist Sister Hong. Suddenly, Sister Hong turned her head sharply, her pallid face now stained crimson with blood, and shouted at the woman, "Stay back. Each person must bear their own burden. I refuse to drag you into this. Leave now." Chapter 78. The abyss is vacant in the backyard of the villa. A private dock extends towards the once picturesque Linxi Lake. Chen Jinzhao gazes upon the expansive azure waters, reflecting on how this former scenic area has now devolved into a private sanctuary, undoubtedly marred by some clandestine dealings. However, such contemplations are futile at this moment. He must swiftly locate Emohi. Standing on the dock, Chen Jinzhao finds himself in a quandary. The vastness of Linxi Lake is overwhelming, and it seems implausible for Emohi to escape unaided. Should she succumb to unconsciousness, she could drift far away. Is it necessary to procure a military drone? Just as he grapples with uncertainty, he hears a splash beneath the wooden walkway, akin to startled fish darting away. With cautious intent, he calls out, "Emohi?" The aquatic sounds return, only to subside shortly thereafter. Chen Jinzhao swiftly asserts, "I know you're beneath the walkway. Come out quickly. It's me, your brother Chen. Your father sent me to bring you home." After a brief silence, the splashing resumes from beneath the dock. Realizing his suspicion was correct, Chen Jinzhao strips off his shirt and plunges into the lake, discovering the pallid Mo he hidden below the walkway. Having been submerged for too long, she exhibits severe signs of dehydration. If no one intervenes, she might well become a lifeless body adrift in the waters. With urgency, he lifts Emohi from the water, reassuring her, "Do not speak. I will bring you to the shore. Fear not, your brother Chen will take you away." Emohi weakly nods in compliance. Upon reaching the shore, Chen Jinzhao drapes his discarded shirt around her. Surviving her ordeal, Emohi begins to sob softly. "Brother Chen, is that truly you? Am I dreaming? Or have I already perished?" "You are not dreaming. Your uncle Emo is quite worried about you." Chen Jinzhao comforts her. "By the way, what transpired last night? How did you end up here?" Emohi sniffles before she chokes out. "Well, for the past 2 semesters, I've been working part-time as a waitress at a bar near the school. Last night, while on the night shift, my father called." Listening to Emohi's account, Chen Jinzhao grasps the situation. It turns out, aware of her father's arduous work, Mohi sought a part-time job at the bar. The remuneration was decent, providing over 2,000 yuan monthly, and the patrons treated her well, particularly a woman named Hong Jia. Last night, while Emohi was conversing with Mo Qingyan, the bar owner overheard their conversation and proposed a lucrative part-time opportunity. Without contemplating the potential consequences, she accepted, driven by the looming medical expenses her father might face. Little did she know, the bar owner had clandestinely transported her to this villa, thus commencing her nightmare. Hong Jia was the first to sense something amiss and, along with a few other women, distracted the 3 young men, facilitating Emohi's escape through the back door. 3 young men had scarcely encountered the few women present, and the thrill of their escapades had induced a hallucinatory state, causing them to overlook the absence of one girl. It could be said that those women of the mortal realm bestowed a second chance at life upon Emohi. Had they not bravely stepped forward, Emohi would have long since. "Brother Chen, have you seen Sister Hong?" Emohi choked out. "They must have endured countless hardships for my sake. Can you save them?" Chen Jinzhao was consumed by a tumult of emotions. Although Sister Hong and her companions engaged in the most menial and degrading of tasks, they faced malevolence alone at the critical moment, offering Emohi a glimmer of hope. Such individuals are deserving of respect. Chen Jinzhao refrained from disclosing their plight to Emohi, merely assuring her that he would rescue Sister Hong and the others. Given Emohi's frail condition, Chen Jinzhao carried her around the garden to the entrance of the villa. Su Nianqing and Su Yaoyao awaited their arrival. "How is she?" Su Nianqing inquired, as the tension in Emohi's body finally gave way, plunging her into unconsciousness. Chen Jinzhao placed her in the car and addressed the 2 women. "Please take her to the hospital immediately. Speed is of the essence. I implore you." Su Nianqing, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from engaging in further conversation with Chen Jinzhao. "Very well, we will take her to the hospital, but what about you? Chen Jinzhao cast a cold glance back at the villa. Su Qingyan discerned his thoughts and hesitated, saying, "You must be cautious. I just learned that Linxi Mountain Villa is a development of the Ning family, and its residents are the influential elite of Ninghai." Indeed, Su Qingyan regarded Chen Jinzhao intently, choosing not to say more as she drove He to the hospital. In the car, Su Yaoyao noticed the worry etched on Su Qingyan's face and remarked with a faint smile, "Sister Su, you need not concern yourself overly about Brother Jinzhao. Rather, it is the esteemed residents here that warrant your apprehension." Su Qingyan pressed her lips together, pondering whether her worries were unwarranted. "Sister Su, do you have feelings for Brother Jinzhao?" Su Yaoyao inquired. Su Qingyan laughed awkwardly. "No, you misunderstand." Su Yaoyao smiled without response, yet in her mind, she compared Su Qingyan with Yumingji, contemplating who would be more suitable for Chen Jinzhao. Meanwhile, Chen Jinzhao returned to the villa's living room, and the sight before him ignited his fury. The woman who lay lifeless in the bedroom had been carelessly discarded behind the sofa in the living room. 6 individuals, including Sister Hong, were forced to kneel on the ground. Their cheeks bore the marks of brutal slaps, blood trickling from their mouths. Upon seeing Chen Jinzhao return, Sister Hong's expression shifted before she called out, "Why have you come back? Did I not tell you to leave quickly?" Chen Jinzhao replied, "He has been taken away. I returned to rescue you." Sister Hong initially displayed a glimmer of relief, only to shake her head and sigh. "You were truly foolish. Do you have any idea of the background of this villa's owner? Your return is tantamount to seeking death. Even if you wish to leave now, it is too late." As her words fell, the living room's entrance was ominously shut behind them. 2 unsteady youths descended from the 2nd floor, their faces ablaze with fury as they fixed their gaze upon Hongjie and Chen Jinzhao. Noticing the absence of a third figure, Chen Jinzhao sensed something amiss. "Are you seeking death?" barked the leader, delivering a brutal kick that sent Hongjie reeling, blood spilling from her lips. Chen Jinzhao's eyes narrowed, and he instinctively stepped forward to shield Hongjie from harm. The youth glared at him with malevolence, akin to a vengeful specter. "Get the hell out of my way. We have a score to settle. Once I deal with this woman, I will take my time with you." Chen Jinzhao turned to Hongjie, as if inquiring about the unfolding situation. A haunting smile graced her lips as she replied, "I have slain their leader. They are demons risen from the depths of hell, having tormented countless innocent women. I am prepared to exchange my life for theirs. Alas, I could not eliminate the remaining 2 before their reinforcements arrived." Chapter 79, Fearless Alas. Chen Jinzhao let out a sigh. Hongjie glanced at him and inquired, "Do you also believe I was in the wrong?" "Not at all." Chen Jinzhao shook his head. "I merely lament the fact that you were unable to take down those 2 scoundrels." Hongjie smiled, though her expression quickly darkened. "Indeed, as commoners, what power do we possess to contend with such individuals? In the end, what is there to fear but death? If my worthless life could exchange for the life of one of those wealthy young lords, it would truly be worth it." The 2 young men sought to strike Hongjie again, taunting, "Aren't you merely selling your bodies? You elevate yourselves to such lofty ideals. I have ample wealth to buy your lives." Such dealings require mutual consent, yet Hongjie and her companions had no desire to engage with these young lords, who played their game with deadly seriousness, treating them as mere objects devoid of humanity. In the eyes of these young men, perhaps they were nothing more than tools. It is well known that tools exist solely for human use, and their existence or demise is of no concern to anyone. "Who are you?" Chen Jinzhao regarded the young man with a calm demeanor. Before the young man could retort, Hongjie grimly interjected, "His name is Wang Xinrong, a notorious scion from Ninghai City. His name is well known in our circles. Sisters have perished at his hands. If it weren't for the bar owner's deceit, we would never have come here. Moreover, we reported our sister to the police, and not long after, she met with an accidental death." An accidental death? One could easily surmise that there were numerous hidden agendas at play. As they spoke, Hongjie and the other 5 survivors were overcome with tears. "Wang Xinrong," Chen Jinzhao murmured. "Why have I never heard of this name?" Hongjie forced a bitter smile. "You may not recognize his name, but you must have heard of his cousins, Yushan Yushenzing, the 3rd-generation heir of the Yu family from Jiangnan." Chen Jinzhao was taken aback. He had never imagined that this matter would involve the Yu family. This was indeed a significant trouble. He sighed, not out of a desire to oppose the Yu family, but because they seemingly had an inexplicable connection to such affairs. Wang Xinrong scoffed. "Now you remember the Yu family? Where were you before? Such trivial matters do not require my cousin's intervention." It was no wonder they felt invincible. The support of the Yu family was their backing. Chen Jinzhao spoke with a tone of mockery. How convenient it is to be so fearless with the Yu family behind you. Upon hearing Chen Jinzhao's words, Wang Xinrong raised an eyebrow, his face alight with derision. From your tone, it seems you do not fear the Yu family at all. I cannot decide whether to call you ignorant or arrogant. The Yu family is the very essence of Ninghai City. Old man, you could extinguish your insignificant existence with but a flick of his finger. That is the disparity of power. Kneel. Bow before me. Without hesitation, Chen Jinzhao sent Wang Xinrong flying with a slap. The bodyguards within the villa immediately sprang into action, surrounding Chen Jinzhao with an impenetrable barrier. Chen Jinzhao surveyed his surroundings and coldly declared, "Those who assist in tyranny, you too bear guilt." Amidst the astonished gazes of Hong Jie and her companions, Chen Jinzhao surged into the crowd like a ferocious beast, sending individuals sprawling as he barreled through. More terrifying still was the unparalleled might of Chen Jinzhao's iron fists, capable of crushing a bodyguard's chest with a single blow. They had never witnessed such formidable strength. Wang Xinrong, scrambling up from the ground, urgently instructed his brother, Xinqing, "Hurry to the second floor and fetch a weapon. Chen Jinzhao is utterly monstrous. Without a weapon, you stand no chance against him." Wang Xinqing hesitated momentarily before nodding and turning to ascend the stairs in search of firearms. Yet, how could their conversation escape the keen ears of Chen Jinzhao? He abruptly looked up, seized a fruit knife from the coffee table, and with a sudden surge of power, hurled it forth. With a thud, the knife embedded itself in Wang Xinqing's calf, blood gushing forth instantly. With a frigid expression, Chen Jinzhao remarked, "It appears you not only disregard human life, but also harbor illegal items and substances. These charges alone could condemn you to death multiple times over." Wang Xinrong's composure shattered under fear. His bodyguards were no match for Chen Jinzhao, leaving him feeling utterly vulnerable. He swallowed hard and forced out the words, "Let's speak calmly. We can compensate you whatever amount you deem fit. This matter must not reach others. I beg you." Before Chen Jinzhao could respond, Wang Xinrong turned to Hong Jie and her companions. "I realize my brothers have erred, but you have also taken one of mine, have you not? We are now even. Please do not let this leak. Name your price, and we will do our utmost to accommodate." The women exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. Hong Jie was the first to speak. "Ha! Do you consider our lives worthless? I vowed to make you pay in blood. Your filthy money holds no allure for me." Wang Xinrong's expression fluctuated between anger and despair, and after a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, "Must you truly pursue this to such extremes?" Hong Jie remained resolute, unwavering in her stance. Chen Jinzhao regarded her with newfound respect. It was rare to find someone who could stand firm against the generous offers put forth by Wang Xinrong. "You were the one who escalated matters," Chen Jinzhao replied coldly. Wang Xinrong whirled to face Chen Jinzhao. "And who are you? Why are you meddling? If you hadn't incapacitated my brother, he would never have fallen to this wretched woman. You are an indirect murderer." He seethed. "I will ensure you face the consequences." Chen Jinzhao could not help but laugh derisively. "If I am not mistaken, you Xinqing should be arriving shortly, yes?" Wang Xinrong's expression shifted, clearly unsettled by Chen Jinzhao's insight. His agreement to compensate Hong Jie was merely a tactic to buy time for Yu Xinqing. With his ruse exposed, Wang Xinrong dropped the pretense, gritting his teeth. "Indeed. My cousin is en route, and likely already at Linqi Villa." Chen Jinzhao strolled to the sofa and unceremoniously sat down. "Very well. I shall wait for him here," he declared, closing his eyes to rest. Sensing the unusual movements of Wang Xinrong, Chen Jinzhao did not even open his eyes and casually remarked, "It would be wise for you to remain where you are without making any sudden moves. Should you contemplate reaching for a weapon, I would not hesitate to eliminate you at this very moment." Wang Xinrong shivered. His instincts informed him that Chen Jinzhao was a formidable individual, one who undoubtedly meant what he said. This revelation extinguished any rebellious thoughts in Wang Xinrong's mind. Meanwhile, Hong Jie and the others exchanged glances, ultimately focusing their attention on Chen Jinzhao. Drawing from their extensive experiences with various individuals, they vaguely surmised that Chen Jinzhao possessed considerable capabilities. Otherwise, his demeanor would not have remained unperturbed upon hearing the name of the Yu family. Could it be that Chen Jinzhao surpassed the Yu family in strength? Yet, they had not heard of any prince traveling southward. Chapter 80. How could it be him? Moments later, Chen Jinzhao received a text from Sun Yanqing, confirming that he had been safely transported to the hospital. Meanwhile, the sound of an approaching vehicle's engine echoed from outside. Yu Xinqing had arrived. Wang Xinrong, filled with unexpected joy, craned his neck to peer outside. Shortly thereafter, Yu Xinxing, accompanied by several bodyguards, stormed into the villa. Chen Jinzhao, seated on the sofa, was initially unnoticed by Yu Xinxing. "Where is Xian Dong?" he inquired with a furrowed brow. Wang Xinrong fell to his knees with a thud, wailing towards Yu Xinxing. "Cousin, Xian Dong has been killed by this vile woman." Yu Xinxing cast a brief glance at the two female corpses, then directed his gaze at Hong Jie and the others, fury radiating from his demeanor. "How could you fail to manage a few women? Is it necessary for me to intervene?" For days, his three cousins had indulged in reckless behavior, and Yu Xinxing had often found himself cleaning up their messes. Wang Xinrong pointed at Chen Jinzhao, who sat on the sofa, exclaiming, "Cousin, this man is the true culprit. If he hadn't barged into the villa and knocked Xian Dong unconscious, these wretched women would have been powerless to act." Following Wang Xinrong's gesture, Yu Xinxing's gaze fell upon Chen Jinzhao, who was resting with his eyes closed on the sofa. Upon recognizing his features, Yu Xinxing's expression hardened. How could it be him? Yu Xinxing's sentiments mirrored those of Yu Lingxiao. He harbored no affection for Chen Jinzhao, only disdain. Chen Jinzhao stood as an impediment to the union between the Yu and Qin families. The Yu family aspired to ascend further, to become a true aristocratic lineage through an alliance with the Qin family, yet Chen Jinzhao's presence threatened to dismantle those ambitions. When Chen Jinzhao opened his eyes, he met Yu Xinxing's gaze. "Chen Jinzhao, if you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation, I assure you, you will regret it. Do not presume that Yu Mingji can shield you. She would not dare to act foolishly in such matters. This has nothing to do with her. I will take full responsibility for my actions," Chen Jinzhao replied with a smile. Yu Xinxing's eyes turned frigid. Wang Xinrong, momentarily taken aback, asked, "Cousin, how do you know him?" "He is Yu Mengji's worthless boyfriend, a mere security guard from the Guoqin group, foolishly believing he can attain the unattainable." Yu Xinxing spoke with utmost contempt towards Chen Jinzhao. Wang Xinrong was momentarily stunned. Indeed, this was a case of calamity striking the very heart of the family. "But what do we do now?" he stammered, feeling lost. Yu Xinxing cast a sidelong glance at Hong Jie and the others, snorting disdainfully. "Ensure they vanish completely from Jiang'an. What? Are we to kill them all? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Wang Xinrong faltered in fear. Yu Xinxing shot a fierce glare at Wang Xinrong, deeming him ineffectual. To achieve greatness, one must be willing to employ any means necessary. Furthermore, these women engaged in unsavory professions. Their disappearance would hardly attract attention. As long as the matter was handled discreetly, no one would be the wiser. With so many missing persons reported annually in Huagua, the loss of a few women would go unnoticed. Their conversation instilled a deep sense of dread within Hong Jie and the others. In the eyes of these wealthy young masters, they regarded her as mere livestock in a slaughterhouse, ready for slaughter. Wang Xinrong understood what he needed to do. He was merely frightened by Chen Jinzhao moments ago. He patted his chest and declared, "Brother, I know what must be done, and I assure you, I will not let any word slip." As for Chen Jinzhao, Yu Xinxing raised his hand, signaling Wang Xinrong to silence. He approached Chen Jinzhao, towering over him, and said, "Speak. Do you wish for me to take action personally, or would you prefer to vanish on your own?" Chen Jinzhao shook his head, replying, "I choose neither." Yu Xinxing raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with impatience. "You should understand that for someone of my caliber, eliminating you is hardly a challenge. Your grandfather has been far too lenient." Chen Jinzhao was taken aback, then found amusement in his heart. Evidently, Yu Lingxiao valued his reputation, as he had not disclosed the failure of his plans to anyone. "You are laughing?" Yu Xinxing seethed. "Do not think that because you are dating Yu Mingji, I would hesitate to act against you. Even if she discovers I was behind your demise, she would remain silent. Do you believe that?" In response to Yu Xinxing's inquiry, Chen Jinzhao rose to his feet, locking eyes with him. Within Yu Xinxing's gaze, he discerned the traits of hypocrisy, cruelty, malice, and mockery, starkly contrasting with Yu Mengji's clear and profound eyes. After a moment, Chen Jinzhao shook his head, stating, "I do not believe you." Yu Xinxing burst into laughter, perceiving Chen Jinzhao as naive and overly innocent. If one were to consider it seriously, Yu Mengji and he were related by blood. What reason would she have to assist an outsider rather than her own brother? However, Yu Xinxing was unaware that Yu Mengji had always been a person of principle, one who aided the just rather than the kin, a trait ingrained in her very being. This was precisely why Chen Jinzhao placed such unwavering trust in her. In the face of Yu Xinxing's derision, Chen Jinzhao remained unfazed, asserting, "Your cousin and you have colluded. and I believe you have committed numerous heinous acts, which should warrant legal retribution. Suddenly, Yu Xinxing produced a gun from seemingly nowhere. The ominous barrel pressed against Chen Jinzhao's forehead, causing Hong Jie and the others to feel their hearts leap into their throats. Should the trigger be pulled, Chen Jinzhao's life would be extinguished. Yu Xinxing hoped to witness profound fear and submission in Chen Jinzhao's eyes, yet he was sorely disappointed. Chen Jinzhao's gaze remained clear, untouched by fear, inciting Yu Xinxing's sense of provocation. Are you not afraid? Yu Xinxing asked coldly. Afraid? Chen Jinzhao chuckled. If I were afraid, would you let me go? Of course not. A smug smile crept across Yu Xinxing's lips. He had heard from his father about how the old man was troubled over how to deal with Chen Jinzhao. Today, as the rightful heir, he could finally alleviate his grandfather's worries. Surely, the old man would be pleased to learn of his capabilities. Then go die? Yu Xinxing's gaze hardened, preparing to send Chen Jinzhao to his demise with a single shot. Suddenly, a chilling glint appeared. Chen Jinzhao, wielding a tai sui, plunged it into Yu Xinxing's elbow joint before he could pull the trigger, twisting it viciously several times. The bones and flesh shattered and merged together, rendering them indistinguishable from one another. With a gun pointed at me, the crime is compounded. Even if Chen Jinzhao were to kill Yu Xinxing on the spot, none would dare utter a word of dissent. Yu Xinxing emitted an anguished scream as the gun in his hand clattered to the ground. Chen Jinzhao extracted the tai sui from Yu Xinxing's elbow joint and subsequently wielded a knife against his left hand, annihilating it in a similar manner. This is the fate that befalls those who threaten Chen Jinzhao with a firearm. The reason for sparing Yu Xinxing's life was not out of pity for Yu Mingxi, but rather a desire for these scoundrels to face a fair and just trial under the law, to allow more individuals to see the true face of the so-called aristocracy. Chen Jinzhao, I will certainly kill you. Just wait for me. Chapter 81. The storm is brewing. The mountain rain is approaching. Wang Xinrong was left in a state of shock. Chen Jinzhao was indeed a madman, resorting to such brutal means to destroy Yu Xinxing's arms. The consequences of losing one's arms are dire. For someone like Yu Xinxing, it would certainly preclude him from becoming the heir of the Yu family, effectively severing his future. Yu Xinxing emitted a beastly growl, pushed to the brink of madness by Chen Jinzhao. Chen Jinzhao coldly remarked, You would do well to silence yourself. Should you provoke me further, I would not hesitate to end your life right now. You dare? Yu Xinxing shouted back, filled with fury. If you have the guts, just wait. I will not let you off easily. Chen Jinzhao sneered, eager to see what Yu Xinxing could possibly do. Noticing that Chen Jinzhao had refrained from further violence, Yu Xinxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, though the venomous resentment in his gaze deepened. He longed to devour Chen Jinzhao alive, to see him tortured in 1,000 ways. He turned to Wang Xinrong, signaling him to call Shun Liangping for assistance. Shun Liangping was the shadow of the Yu family, often tasked with the dirty work and well-versed in such matters. Young master, is there something you need? Shun Liangping's voice came through the phone. Wang Xinrong glanced at Yu Xinxing, who immediately spoke. Uncle Shun, please come to Villa 27 at Linqi Mountain Villa. Chen Jinzhao has rendered my hands useless. You must bring something to deal with him. Even in Chen Jinzhao's presence, Yu Xinxing did not conceal his malice. Silence met his words on the other end of the line. Uncle Shun, Yu Xinxing tentatively probed again. Young master, are you sure it was indeed Chen Jinzhao? Why would he attack you? What is his intention? Shun Liangping's voice turned grave. He dreaded confronting Chen Jinzhao. The events of that night loomed vividly in his mind. Yu Xinxing was perplexed by Shun Liangping's probing questions. Should he not be more concerned about his arms being shattered by Chen Jinzhao? Uncle Shun, please hurry. I need to go to the hospital to retrieve my arms, Yu Xinxing urged impatiently. However, even if he rushed to the hospital, it would be of little use, as his elbow joint had been utterly pulverized. Current medical technology could not restore him to his former self without the implantation of prosthetic joints. Caught in a dilemma, Shun Liangping understood that time was of the essence, and nodded, saying, Very well, but do not provoke Chen Jinzhao any further. That man is a lunatic. I will be there shortly. Yu Xinxing sensed the apprehension in Shun Liangping's tone and wished to ask more, but the call had already ended. At that moment, Shun Liangping was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing anxiously. This was a significant predicament. His previous attempts to confront Chen Jinzhao had ended in failure. He was acutely aware of Chen Jinzhao's terrifying nature. Yu Xinxing must have committed some grave offense to warrant such torment from him. What should be done now? Shun Liangping could never face Chen Jinzhao alone, unless he wished for his own demise. Thus, Shen Liangping resolved to inform Yu Lingxiao of the matter, for after all, Yu Xuanxing was the legitimate eldest grandson of the Yu family and a potential successor. The issue of succession brooks no negligence. Old master, there is a crisis. As he dialed Yu Lingxiao's number, an oppressive silence emanated from the other end. After a prolonged pause, Yu Lingxiao responded, proceed immediately to Linxi Mountain Villa. If anything happens to Xuanxing, I shall ensure Chen Jinzhao pays a heavy price. Furthermore, notify Yu Mengji to head to Linxi Mountain Villa. Understood. Shen Liangping replied. At Linxi Mountain Villa, Villa number 27, Chen Jinzhao's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Yu Mengji, raising his eyebrows in surprise, indicating she was already aware of the situation. He had anticipated reproachful words from her, yet upon answering, Yu Mengji inquired with concern, I am aware of everything. What is your current situation? Are you hurt? Yu Zong, I am unharmed, Chen Jinzhao chuckled. That is good to hear. Yu Mengji's tone shifted as she continued. The old master and my uncle have already gone to Linxi Mountain Villa, and they have requested me to join them. If you can leave, do not linger. Yu Xuanxing is the old master's prized possession. Given your current predicament, he will undoubtedly be furious, and the situation is decidedly unfavorable for you. As Yu Mengji's voice resonated in his ears, a wave of warmth surged within Chen Jinzhao, and he countered, Are you not aware that if I leave, all the pressure will be placed upon you? Yu Mengji fell silent for a moment. Being as astute as she was, how could she not have considered this? Her sole desire was to shield Chen Jinzhao from the Yu family's scrutiny. With their influence, eliminating him without a trace would be exceedingly simple. As for herself, being a member of the Yu family, no matter the pressure they exerted upon her, they could never eliminate her. This was the essence of Yu Mengji's thoughts. However, Chen Jinzhao replied with a smile, Have you forgotten a certain saying? I vowed to take full responsibility for you. What kind of man would allow a woman to bear the burden alone? But there are no buts. Come here. I shall await your arrival, Chen Jinzhao insisted. Yu Mengji fell silent once more. All right, I am on my way. Wait for me. After hanging up, Chen Jinzhao felt an inexplicable urge to smoke. Yet he found the cigarettes of Wang Xinrong and Yu Xuanxing distasteful. Sister Hong, perceiving Chen Jinzhao's predicament, smiled and said, If you don't mind, you can smoke my cigarettes. Very well. Thank you, Chen Jinzhao accepted with a grin. Some individuals engage in the most menial of tasks, yet possess a heart of purity. Chen Jinzhao lit a cigarette, allowing nicotine to traverse his lungs several times, and Sister Hong observed him, saying, Mr. Chen, you clearly have the opportunity to leave. Why return? I cannot bear the title of Mr. Just call me Xiao Chun, he replied, devoid of pretensions before her. Sister Hong burst into laughter. In today's restless society, individuals as pure as Chen Jinzhao are a rarity. With a serene demeanor, Chen Jinzhao stated, No matter how powerful the Yu family may be, there will always exist those who surpass them. Should the Yu family aspire to rise above the law, I shall be the first to oppose it. Upon hearing Chen Jinzhao's words, Yu Xuanxing stifled his pain and let out a cold laugh. What is Chen Jinzhao? Merely a lowly security guard, unworthy of uttering such arrogant declarations. Unaware of the impending danger, he is destined to perish due to his own hubris. Within the villa, thoughts varied among the attendees. Hongjie and others had already realized their predicament was hopeless, reduced to merely awaiting death. As for Yu Xuanxing and Wang Xinrong, they observed with detached indifference, eager to witness Chen Jinzhao's descent into the underworld. 20 minutes elapsed. A hurried sound of footsteps echoed in the ears of the gathered crowd. Someone was approaching. Chapter 82. Do you even ask me before acting? A flicker of surprise danced in Yu Xuanxing's eyes as he craned his neck towards the doorway, fervently wishing that Shen Liangping would arrive and eliminate Chen Jinzhao at once. No, it would be preferable for him to incapacitate Chen Jinzhao first. Then, he would relish the slow demise of Chen Jinzhao, ensuring that the latter would regret his past actions. In Yu Xuanxing's gaze, a graceful silhouette emerged, evidently. Shen Liangping had yet to arrive, while Yu Mengji was the first to make her entrance. Upon discovering the two lifeless female bodies on the floor, her expression shifted slightly. However, when she spotted Chen Jinzhao sitting unharmed on the sofa, a visible sense of relief washed over her, and she hastened over to inquire, Are you all right? Chen Jinzhao smiled faintly. I am fine. That's good. Yu Mengji sighed in relief. Yu Xuanxing's fury surged uncontrollably, and he bellowed, Yu Mengji, are you out of your mind? I am your brother. Shouldn't you first ask me about the situation? My hands have been rendered useless by Chen Jinzhao, and you still concern yourself with him? Silence. Chen Jinzhao interjected. Mind your words, or I shall not hesitate to end your life right now. Yu Xinqing faltered momentarily. Yu Mingji surveyed the disarray of the living room and, upon seeing the women, began to grasp the situation. Yu Xinqing, if you haven't committed any wrongdoing, how could Chen Jinzhao possibly have attacked you? Yu Xinqing was on the verge of madness. He suppressed his rage and replied darkly, very well, we shall see. Chen Jinzhao regarded Yu Mingji with astonishment. This woman truly placed her trust in him. If he were in Yu Xinqing's position, he would likely be infuriated beyond measure. Glancing at the time, Chen Jinzhao realized that less than 20 minutes had elapsed since Yu Mingji's last call. Typically, the journey from the Gaoqing group would take around 30 minutes. This indicated that Yu Mingji was indeed quite anxious. Chen Jinzhao pondered narcissistically whether her concern stemmed from worry for him. A few minutes later, the sound of roaring engines echoed from outside the villa, and the sheer volume suggested that a considerable number of vehicles were present. Yu Xinqing was elated. It truly was Shun Liangping arriving. When Shun Liangping's figure appeared at the door, Yu Xinqing nearly broke down in tears. Uncle Shun, you must help me teach Chen Jinzhao a lesson. That scoundrel has incapacitated my hands and threatened to kill me, showing utter disregard for the Yu family. Shun Liangping's expression was far from pleasant as he remained silent, leaving Yu Xinqing perplexed. Just as Yu Xinqing was about to speak again, Shun Liangping stepped aside, revealing the figures of Yu Lingxiao and Yu Boitao entering the room. Yu Boitao rushed to Yu Xinqing, grasping his hand and examining it closely, his body trembling with fury. Where is Chen Jinzhao? How could that scoundrel commit such heinous acts? Grandfather, father, what brings you here? Yu Xinqing asked, still in a state of disbelief. Yu Boitao coldly retorted, if we hadn't come, you might have lost your life. Yu Xinqing's face paled, and he fell silent. Furious, Yu Boitao directed his gaze at Chen Jinzhao and strode towards him, only to be interrupted by the sudden appearance of Yu Mingji, who shielded Chen Jinzhao behind her. Yu Mingji, step aside. Yu Boitao bellowed, his temper flaring. Though clearly overwhelmed by Yu Boitao's pressure, Yu Mingji gritted her teeth and replied, Uncle, we haven't clarified the sequence of events yet. Perhaps we should sort this out first. Get out of the way. Yu Boitao's patience was wearing thin. Yet, Yu Mingji's previously timid demeanor transformed. She met Yu Boitao's fiery gaze with unwavering resolve. Uncle, please calm down. No one wishes to witness such an occurrence. But what if Yu Xinqing is indeed at fault? Would you still be this enraged? You insolent wretch. Do you dare belittle your cousin? Yu Boitao roared, his fury palpable, the veins in his eyes engorged with blood. Even if Yu Xinqing were to bear fault, Chen Jinzhao did not deserve such treatment. I will kill him. If you do not move aside, I shall strike you too. Yu Boitao raised his hand. Instead of flinching, Yu Mingji raised her chin defiantly, awaiting the impending blow. Yu Boitao had intended merely to intimidate her, yet he was taken aback by her audacity. Unable to contain his rage any longer, he swung his palm towards Yu Mingji's cheek. As the slap approached, Yu Mingji closed her eyes. At that moment, she felt a tinge of disappointment towards the so-called Yu family. A breeze ruffled her hair, and the anticipated slap never came. Hesitating for a moment, she opened her eyes to find Chen Jinzhao standing protectively in front of her, gripping Yu Boitao's wrist with a vice-like hold, rendering him immobile. Chen Jinzhao's grip was powerful, causing Yu Boitao's wrist to turn a shade of blue. The latter felt a surge of pain coursing through his body, eliciting a cry from him. Once Chen Jinzhao released his wrist, he exerted pressure, sending Yu Boitao crashing to the ground. Cold as ice, Chen Jinzhao's words followed. If you dare to touch her, I will render your hand useless. Yu Boitao, nursing the pain from his fall, could hardly swallow his indignation. He looked up, ready to chastise Chen Jinzhao for his recklessness, but was met with the frigid gaze of Chen Jinzhao, a look that seemed almost inhuman. It was the first time Yu Boitao had encountered such a merciless glare. Ultimately, he could not muster the courage to utter further threats. Yu Xinqing stood in stunned silence, recalling his own experiences, and dared not reprimand Chen Jinzhao, waiting for the elder Yu Lingxiao to deliver a decisive verdict. Everyone, cease this at once. Yu Lingxiao finally erupted with anger. Supported by Shun Liangping, he approached Chen Jinzhao and stated, Do you realize that Yu Xinqing is the legitimate heir of the Yu family? Your reckless act of crippling his hands is nothing short of monstrous, wholly intolerable by any measure of justice. Speak, what fate do you wish to meet? For Yu Xinqing, his greatest weakness was his Achilles heel. Those who dared to touch it would meet their demise. Previously, he may have held some reservations, Yet now Chen Jinzhao has risen to a position of dominance over the Yu family, a reality that Yu Lingxiao finds utterly unacceptable. If action is not taken promptly, the world may regard them with disdain. Yu Mingji hesitated, yearning to defend Chen Jinzhao. Yu Lingxiao seemed to perceive her intentions and turned to scold her. Yu Mingji, have you not caused enough chaos? Must you stir the Yu family into a frenzy before you find satisfaction? The one injured is your brother, while the perpetrator is an outsider. Must I guide you through this decision step by step? Yu Mingji faltered. Throughout her life, Yu Lingxiao had never expressed such intense anger towards her. This was the first occasion. Chapter 83. He is still a child. Yu Lingxiao was in a fit of rage. Yu Xinxing met his expectations for a successor on various fronts. Moreover, with Yu Boda having only one son, Yu Lingxiao's regard for Yu Xinxing far surpassed that of his other grandchildren. As for Yu Mingji, her significance in his eyes paled in comparison to Yu Xinxing. Chen Jinzhao pulled Yu Mingji behind him, then faced the furious Yu Lingxiao alone. Do you not wish to know what Yu Xinxing has done to me? And what his cousins have done as well? Yu Xinxing, meeting Chen Jinzhao's gaze, found himself at a loss for words. Yu Lingxiao cast a glance at the two female corpses and, with a stony expression, remarked, I am aware of the events that transpired. Yu Xinxing and his cousins engaged in transactions with fallen women, and you suddenly appeared to slay Yu Xinxing's cousin, Wang Xinrong, along with two others. That is not how it happened. Hongjie interjected suddenly. The three Wang brothers deceived us into coming to this villa, coercing us against our will. During this time, they not only abused us, but also forced us to ingest illegal substances, leading to the deaths of my sister and me. Slap. Shen Liangping struck her, silencing her words. What you say is untrue. Repeat it. He commanded coldly. It was important to note that Shen Liangping only displayed such bravado before Chen Jinzhao. In front of someone like Hongjie, who lived at the bottom of society, he still wielded power. Blood trickled from Hongjie's corner of her mouth, leaving Yu Mingji horrified. Wiping the blood away, Hongjie continued, Little Chen came to rescue us. He merely incapacitated the Wang brothers. Wang Xindong is the one I killed. The police can be called in to investigate. Slap. Still not correct. Shen Liangping exclaimed in frustration. Yu Mingji clenched her fists, caught in a perplexing dilemma. She was bewildered by how the Yu family had descended into such chaos, bullying others, flouting the law, and even seeking to shield their misdeeds. Hongjie covered her face and spoke again. Yu Xinxing lost the use of his hands because he wielded a gun. Slap, slap, slap. Shen Liangping struck her thrice. While Yu Lingxiao barked, silence this madwoman. She has consumed too many hallucinogens and is spouting nonsense. I am not speaking nonsense, Hongjie retorted. At that moment, Yu Xinxing was pointing a gun at Chen's forehead. Had Chen not acted, he would have been dead long ago. I can only say, well done. As Shen Liangping raised his hand once more, Chen Jinzhao's fury reached its zenith. Just as he was about to reprimand, Yu Mingji could no longer contain herself and suddenly shouted at Shen Liangping. Shen Liangping, let her finish speaking. If Yu Xinxing had no guilty conscience, why would you act this way? Even if we assume she is lying, it is not your place to strike her. The law will naturally punish them. Yu Mingji was appalled by such conduct. Initially, she had held Shen Liangping in high esteem, as her grandfather had mentioned how Shen Liangping had resolved many family troubles. Before today, Yu Mingji naively believed that the troubles mentioned by Yu Lingxiao referred to certain disputes. However, it now appears that the troubles they spoke of likely pertained to specific individuals. To resolve these troubles implies the act of murder. Both Yu Lingxiao and Shen Liangping were taken aback, gazing incredulously at Yu Mingji, utterly astonished that she would utter such outrageous words. It could even be deemed as blasphemous. At this moment, Chen Jinzhao finally spoke. Shen Liangping, if you dare to lay a finger on Hongjie and her companions today, I assure you that all of you will perish here. You may attempt it if you wish. Shen Liangping hesitated, refraining from taking action, much to the astonishment of Yu Boitao and Yu Xinxing. Yu Xinxing hastily pleaded with the elder, fearful that Yu Lingxiao might spare Chen Jinzhao, grandfather. You must uphold justice for me. To have my hands rendered useless is more unbearable than death itself. How could I face the public again? Better to let me die. Enough. Yu Lingxiao nearly suffered a heart attack from fury. Upon witnessing Yu Lingxiao's wrath, the crowd fell silent, not daring to utter a single sound. Yu Lingxiao glared at Yu Xinxing, his eyes reflecting profound disappointment. Tell me, did you involve your cousins in those underhanded deeds? Yes or no? And did you hold a gun to Chen Jinzhao? Just answer, yes or no. Under the frigid gaze of Yu Lingxiao, Yu Xinxing felt a chill run down his spine, completely at a loss for the elder's intent and how to respond. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, Yu Buotao quickly approached, attempting to placate Yu Lingxiao and ease the tension. "Father, please do not speak so harshly to Xinxing. He is still but a child." Slap. The resounding blow was delivered to Yu Buotao. "A child? He is in his 30s. How can he still claim to be a child?" Yu Lingxiao was incensed. Each person must bear the consequences of their own actions. Let Yu Xinxing come forth and clarify whether these allegations hold any truth. Yu Buotao covered his face, lost in thought. Yu Xinxing, wearing a woeful expression, stammered for what seemed an eternity before finally, with a quavering voice, confessed, "Grandfather, I recognize my mistakes, but I am still young. I do not wish for my life to be ruined today." "So you have indeed committed these acts?" Yu Lingxiao's tone had cooled, yet it carried an icy edge. From this moment forth, his resolve to regard Yu Buotao as his successor began to waver. Yu Xinxing was deemed unfit. Yu Lingxiao did not blame Yu Xinxing for committing wrongs, but rather for leaving evidence behind. This was the height of folly. Allowing such a fool to inherit the Yu family could lead to their ultimate downfall. It was time to reassess the candidates for succession. Yu Xinxing stammered, ultimately kneeling on the ground under Yu Buotao's implicit gaze, weeping and pleading with Yu Lingxiao for salvation, while admitting that what Hongjie said was indeed the truth. Yu Mengji's fury reached its zenith. This implies that if Chen Jinzhao lacked the capability, his fate could very well mirror that of the two lifeless female corpses. What rendered her even more incredulous was the fact that Yu Xinxing actually sheltered his cousin, who committed such heinous acts, treating human lives as mere trifles. After the incident, he displayed not a hint of remorse, even daring to contemplate silencing witnesses. Was this still humanity? Yu Lingxiao inhaled deeply and addressed Yu Xinxing. "You may kneel for now. We shall settle accounts later. Liang Ping, please call the police. Let them handle this matter with the utmost propriety, ensuring that no favoritism is shown." Yu Xinxing began to wail and scream, his face betraying no semblance of composure. Yu Buotao endeavored to dissuade Yu Lingxiao, but the old gentleman's resolve was unwavering. No one could sway his determination. Chen Jinzhao was keenly interested to observe how Yu Lingxiao would navigate this situation, certain that his fade of integrity was merely superficial. The firearm that had fallen from Yu Xinxing's grasp had mysteriously vanished, presumably removed by someone intent on destroying evidence. If all went as anticipated, Yu Lingxiao's actions would ultimately target Chen Jinzhao. Chapter 84. Misfortune at home. Yu Mengji was taken aback. Why had the old gentleman suddenly altered his stance and decided to send Yu Xinxing to prison? No, something felt amiss. Her intuition suggested that Yu Lingxiao was unlikely to take such drastic action. The reason for alerting the authorities must be something else entirely, though she had yet to discern his true intentions. Upon hearing about the police report, Wang Xinrong turned pale with fear. He was oblivious to Yu Xinxing's potential culpability. All he knew was that if the police were involved, he would surely face a death sentence. In a frantic bid for mercy, Wang Xinrong hastily knelt before Yu Lingxiao, pleading for leniency. "Step aside. This is not your place to speak." Shen Liangping kicked Wang Xinrong away with disdain. The police arrived promptly at the scene. Overwhelmed by terror, Wang Xinrong lost control and began shouting at Yu Xinxing, threatening to disclose his criminal deeds to the authorities if the Yu family did not come to his aid. Chen Jinzhao, ears perked up, was eager to catch any sensational revelations, but before he could gather more information, Wang Xinrong was already taken away. As for Hongjie and others, they too were escorted for questioning. Chen Jinzhao was momentarily stunned upon seeing the newly appointed head of the Criminal Investigation Unit. Initially, he had expected Zhao Defeng to take the position, only to be surprised by the presence of a young woman, seemingly just in her early 20s. It was evident that she had likely secured her role through connections. Thus, he inquired, "Where is old Zhao?" The young policewoman cast a glance at Chen Jinzhao and frowned. "Are you referring to Brother Zhao Defeng? He has been reassigned to the provincial office. I am currently in charge of the criminal police team, so you may address any concerns to me. However, at this moment, both you and Yu Xinxing must accompany me for further investigation. Please." Displaying her badge, she presented it before Chen Jinzhao. Noticing her name, Tao Chi Yue, he could not help but raise an eyebrow at her composure. Tao Chi Yue, unfazed by his subtle reaction, turned to Yu Xinxing and relayed the same message. Then, addressing Yu Lingxiao, she stated, "Grandfather Yu, given Yu Xinxing's involvement in this matter, I must take him back for questioning. As for how to proceed, please do as you see fit. Do not hesitate to be firm." Understood. Yu Lingxiao replied. Ah. So they were indeed a family. Chen Jinzhao couldn't help but smirk. The Yu family's reach extended far deeper than he had anticipated. Tao Qiyue nodded, instructing her team to first escort Yu Xinxing to the hospital. As Yu Mengji attempted to speak with Tao Qiyue, she was interrupted by a few deliberate coughs from Yu Lingxiao, subtly reminding her to tread carefully. Tao Qiyue seemed to understand Yu Mengji's unvoiced concern, calmly assuring, "Rest assured. I will conduct a fair and impartial investigation. No innocent person will be wrongfully accused, nor will any guilty party evade justice. Chen Jinzhao, you will accompany us," Tao Qiyue declared, her tone consistently serene, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Complying, Chen Jinzhao followed her into the police vehicle, leaving the remaining matters to the other officers. Yu Mengji, wishing to distance herself from Yu Lingxiao, was about to leave when he suddenly called out to her. "Come here. I believe it is time for us to have a conversation." Yu Ming's figure momentarily froze as she found herself compelled to return before the old master, her gaze cast downward. Fingers clenched, unable to meet Yu Lingxiao's eyes. Observing this, Shen Liangping discreetly withdrew. "Mengji, there is a matter I must discuss with you openly, after which I expect your decision," Yu Lingxiao stated in a tone devoid of warmth, stirring a wave of unfamiliar emotions within Yu Ming. Not far away, Shen Liangping, unable to overhear their exchange, could only witness the intensity of their heated argument, their faces flushed with anger. He paused, taken aback, for it had been a long time since he had witnessed such fury emanating from the old master. The dispute endured for several minutes, culminating in Yu Ming's indignation as she turned to leave. Shen Liangping hastily approached Yu Lingxiao, clutching a medicinal pill. Yu Lingxiao struck the ground forcefully with his cane, lamenting the misfortunes befalling the family. "Master, please calm your temper," Shen Liangping urged, administering a pill to Yu Lingxiao. "The young lady is merely caught in a moment of obstinacy. Perhaps she will come to her senses in a few days." The tension in Yu Lingxiao's chest eased somewhat, though he remained skeptical. "Keep a close watch on Xinxing. The descendants of the Yu family must not find themselves imprisoned. Do you understand my meaning?" Shen Liangping nodded vigorously in affirmation. Meanwhile, Chen Jinzhao found himself once again summoned to the interrogation room at the Ninghai Bureau, sensing an uncanny connection to this place, having returned within mere days. However, this time the interrogator had shifted from Zhao Defeng to the present officer, Tao Qiyue. "Officer Tao, the events unfolded as follows," Chen Jinzhao began. Tao Qiyue furrowed her brow, questioning, "According to your account, Yu Xinxing was armed? Yet our team searched the villa inside and out, and found no trace of the weapon you mentioned." Chen Jinzhao scrutinized Tao Qiyue, contemplating whether she was aligned with the Yu family. Noticing his gaze, Tao Qiyue's irritation flared. "Do not regard me with such eyes. While I am acquainted with the old master of the Yu family, I will not shield anyone. That simplifies matters." The firearm was taken by Shen Liangping. "You should have searched Yu Lingxiao and the others at the time, but given the elapsed duration, I presume those individuals have vacated the premises?" Chen Jinzhao remarked with a hint of mockery, unable to suppress thoughts of Tao Qiyue's connections to the Yu family. Upon hearing his words, her expression shifted slightly. "Are you suggesting that the old master is protecting Yu Xinxing? That is impossible." Without waiting for Chen Jinzhao's reply, she swiftly dismissed the notion, asserting her long-standing rapport with Yu Lingxiao, whose integrity she held in high regard, as her grandfather was also a close friend of his. Chen Jinzhao felt a profound disappointment in Tao Qiyue, realizing she was merely a fade, having gained her position through nepotism, lacking substance beyond her appearance. "Enough," he declared. "No amount of discussion with you proves fruitful. I shall await your verdict." With that, Chen Jinzhao reclined in his chair, closing his eyes in contemplation. Tao Qiyue was perplexed by Chen Jinzhao's audacity, exclaiming with indignation, "I know what you're thinking. You believe I have simply leveraged connections to gain entry, lacking both the courage and the capability to handle a case, don't you?" Chen Jinzhao remained silent, his eyes closed. Tao Qiyue continued, "I will immediately apply for a search warrant to thoroughly investigate the Yu family. You'd best wait here obediently. Should anyone else come to interrogate you, inform them that no one is permitted to engage with you without my express consent. Everything must await my return." With that, Tao Qiyue rose and exited the interrogation room. Chen Jinzhao opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. In her discourse, Tao Qiyue exhibited no trace of insincerity. It was evident that she genuinely aspired to resolve each case effectively. Could it be that he had misjudged her? Chapter 85. Search warrant. At that moment, Tao Qiyue placed the search warrant before Yu Lingxiao, causing his countenance to change dramatically. It was only due to his extensive experience with adversity that he refrained from showing his displeasure and instead forced a smile, saying, "Chiyue, are you jesting with Elder Yu? With such a vast estate, how long will your search take?" "Elder Yu, I am not joking," Tao Chiyue replied, her expression serious and devoid of any humor. At this point, Yu Lingxiao recognized that this girl was quite stubborn and had no intention of jesting. The more resolute she appeared, the more displeased he became. The Yu family was the pinnacle of Ninghai City. How could they allow a mere girl to conduct a search? If word got out, where would the family's dignity lie? Today might not be feasible, Yu Lingxiao said with a smile. We have just completed fumigation at home, and there are numerous harmful gases inside. I would prefer not to let you enter. Were it not for his respect for Tao Chiyue's grandfather, he would have long since severed ties with this girl and would not have bothered to concoct an excuse. Tao Chiyue, oblivious to Yu Lingxiao's underlying meaning, shook her head and insisted, "Elder Yu, we police fear nothing. We can wear gas masks and proceed with the search." Yu Lingxiao nearly lost his composure. "Chiyue, are you implying that you think Elder Yu is a villain? If your grandfather were to learn of this, he might be quite upset." Tao Chiyue maintained her stance. "Elder Yu, I believe you are innocent. However, due to procedural matters, a suspect has implicated the Yu family in possibly harboring firearms and other illegal devices. We must conduct an investigation. Rest assured, since you are innocent, you will withstand the scrutiny. As the saying goes, a clear conscience fears no shadow, and one untroubled by guilt has no reason to dread the midnight knock." Yu Lingxiao's expression grew grave, and he remained silent. "Please wait a moment. I need to take a call first. After that, I will allow you to proceed with the search," he stated. Tao Chiyue frowned. Considering the friendship between their families, she decided not to press the issue, knowing it would only take a few minutes. Not far away, Yu Lingxiao dialed a number in the city and began, "Xiaozhou, why is someone arriving at my home with a search warrant? As you know, the old man has a passion for collecting antiques and paintings. If anything were to be damaged, we could not afford the consequences." The Xiaozhou he referred to was the deputy to the governor of Ninghai. Upon hearing the implicit reprimand in Yu Lingxiao's tone, Zhou Linghui furrowed his brow. "Elder Yu, is there such a matter? Surely, you do not think the old man is deceiving you?" Yu Lingxiao scoffed coldly. "Who is responsible for this? I will call the Ninghai Bureau immediately and have them recall their personnel." Zhou Linghui did not dare to delay. Fully aware of the Yu family's connections to the influential officials of Jiangnan. "Who is it?" Yu Lingxiao replied nonchalantly. "It is Tao Chiyue, the beloved granddaughter of old Tao." "Ah, it is her?" This revelation placed Zhou Linghui in a difficult position. Although the Tao family had retired from politics, the Yu family's influence remained formidable, making it unwise for someone of Zhou Linghui's stature to offend them. Yu Lingxiao continued, "You need only give the order. I will personally explain the situation to old Tao." "Very well, I will attend to it immediately," Zhou Linghui replied. Zhou Linghui exhaled in relief, yet he refrained from ending the call, as if anticipating further remarks from Yu Lingxiao. As expected, Yu Lingxiao, in a buoyant mood, continued, "It is indeed commendable for the youth to discern right from wrong. It appears that the small Ninghai can no longer accommodate you. Should the opportunity arise, I shall speak a few kind words on your behalf in front of those individuals." Zhou Linghui was elated and promptly expressed his gratitude to Yu Lingxiao. With the old gentleman's endorsement, he was likely to secure a promotion, which elucidated Zhou Linghui's unwavering deference to Yu Lingxiao. It would not be an exaggeration to declare that Yu Lingxiao was the true sovereign of Ninghai. Unless it involved a scion from the capital, those within the Ninghai system were compelled to show Yu Lingxiao considerable respect, and at times, they even had to act according to his wishes. If something seemed difficult to accomplish, then it was better left undone. After concluding the call, Yu Lingxiao returned to Tao Chiyue, wearing a kind smile. "I apologize for the delay. You may proceed with your search now." Tao Chiyue nodded, expressing her gratitude for Yu Lingxiao's understanding and promised to pay him a visit to apologize at a later date. She gestured for her team to enter the Yu family estate for the search. However, before she could utter another word, her phone in her pocket suddenly rang. "Director Wang, this is Tao Chiyue, captain of the criminal police team. We are preparing to conduct a search at the Yu family estate. Please advise." "What? This is unacceptable." The approval was granted. "The Yu family has consented. Is there no room for negotiation?" "All right, I understand. Yes, I assure you, we will complete the task." Yu Lingxiao remained impassive, clearly having anticipated this outcome. After Tao Chiyue ended the call, she sighed in bewilderment and signaled her team to return to the precinct. "Chiyue, are we not proceeding with the search?" Yu Lingxiao inquired with a smile. Unaware of Yu Lingxiao's machinations, Tao Chiyue shook her head. The higher-ups indicated that there are issues with our approval process, thus terminating this operation. We must await the completion of the procedures. Such a pity, Yu Lingxiao feigned disappointment. If you are free this weekend, do remember to join us for dinner. By the way, how is your relationship with Huai Xian developing? You both are not getting any younger. It is about time to settle down. Tao Chiyue felt her cheeks flush at his words, evasively deflecting the conversation as she hurriedly departed. Yu Lingxiao watched the police cars leave, his smile gradually fading, murmuring, after several years, how has this girl changed so much? Does she still remember her grandfather? You? I must hasten to arrange the union between Yu Huai Xian and Tao Chiyue. Otherwise, given Tao Chiyue's disposition, it could lead to significant troubles. Thus, it is imperative to secure this match. Yu Huai Xian, the eldest son of Yu Jingji, had been betrothed to Tao Chiyue since childhood. Yu Lingxiao's anxiety stemmed from his realization that Yu Xinxing was unsuitable for the role of successor, potentially leading the Yu family to ruin under his stewardship. Consequently, the old gentleman's gaze naturally fell upon Yu Huai Xian. Yu Huaishuan's capabilities are no less than those of Yu Xinxing, and his age and experience are sufficient. If he were to marry the granddaughter of Tao Zihong, no one would dare to oppose it. Furthermore, Yu Lingxiao has recently been plagued by a sense of unease, feeling that a significant event is imminent. Securing an alliance with Tao Zihong as soon as possible would bring him some peace of mind. On the other hand, Tao Chiyue has been pondering the words spoken by Yu Lingxiao earlier. Since childhood, she has been indoctrinated with the notion that she is destined to be Yu Huaishuan's wife, leading her to accept the idea of marrying him without objection, even harboring a sense of expectation. However, her perspective shifted after she enlisted 3 years ago. The experiences in the military not only fortified her physique but also broadened her horizons considerably. Since then, Tao Chiyue has felt a rebellious spirit, unwilling to have her fate dictated by others. I do not wish to marry Yu Huaishuan, Tao Chiyue murmured, unless he can stand alongside the legendary Eye of the Candle Dragon. Chapter 86, An Unexpected Turn. In the municipal office of Ninghai City, Tao Chiyue sought out Wang Jinliang, demanding to know what measures she must take to resume the investigation. Wang Jinliang, however, merely deflected her inquiries, adopting a stance of procrastination, hoping that Tao would eventually forget the matter. Frustrated yet powerless, Tao was about to depart from Wang's office when he abruptly called her back. Tao, he said, you must expedite this case. Remember, Yu Xinxing is the eldest grandson of the Yu family patriarch, and the nature of this incident is exceedingly grave. Delays could lead to significant negative repercussions, especially since both municipal and provincial leaders have taken a keen interest in this matter. This is your opportunity. Do not squander it. Instantly, Tao felt an overwhelming weight of responsibility. Director Wang, she replied helplessly, this case cannot be rushed. It involves multiple incidents, and as you noted, the implications are dire. She was determined not to overlook any wrongdoers, nor to unjustly accuse any innocent individuals. Wang Jinliang perceived Tao's stubbornness, yet there were certain matters he could not address directly. With a smile, he suggested, how about I arrange for some seasoned veterans to assist you in the investigation? Surely that would suffice? After a moment's contemplation, Tao nodded in agreement. Upon returning to her office, she was taken aback when she encountered the murder weapon, a military triangular dagger, a testament to Chen Jinzhao's past. So, he was a veteran? She murmured to herself. After a brief reflection, she accessed Chen Jinzhao's file, discovering an unremarkable life history. However, upon noting his 3 years as a security guard at Gaochen Group, a wave of suspicion washed over her. Why would Chen, at the pinnacle of his life, choose such a stagnant and unpromising occupation? Yet she dismissed the thought. Such considerations were irrelevant for now. What she needed to ponder was why Chen Jinzhao would resort to violence against Yu Xinxing. Tao refrained from involving herself in the case of the Wang Xinhong brothers. As that case had clear evidence and witnesses, a conviction was merely a matter of time. But was Chen Jinzhao truly innocent? Logically and emotionally, he had no motive to attack Yu Xinxing. Reviewing the interrogation records once more, she found that Chen's statements impeccably addressed all her doubts. If Chen spoke the truth, everything would fall into place. It dawned on her why Yu Lingxiao had prohibited her from searching the Yu family estate. He was clearly feeling guilty. Tao also recognized that even if she were to obtain a search warrant now, she would uncover nothing of relevance. Whatever needed to be concealed had already been hidden away. She decided to interrogate Hong Jie and the others first, followed by the Wang Xinhong brothers. If the testimonies from all three parties aligned, it would suffice to preliminarily ascertain whether Yu Xinxing had employed a firearm. A night passed, during which Tao tirelessly interrogated Hong Jie and her associates. Discovering their accounts were remarkably consistent, all pointing towards Yu Xinxing. Based on these testimonies, Tao became increasingly convinced that Yu Xinxing was involved in something nefarious. However, after an exhaustive day and night, fatigue began to set in, prompting her to consider resting for half a day before questioning the Wang Xinhong brothers. As soon as they stepped out of the municipal bureau, unsettling news arrived. The brothers, Wang Xinrong and Wang Xinrong, had perished within the precinct. Tao Chiyue was instantly deprived of her slumber, promptly organizing a forensic examination to uncover the cause of their demise, only to discover that both had succumbed to sudden death. Wang Junliang was also alerted. Upon viewing the forensic report, he fell silent. With bloodshot eyes, Tao Chiyue declared, there must be some ulterior motive at play. How could it be mere coincidence that the brothers both died suddenly in the precinct? It's possible they were administered some form of poison, leading to their untimely ends. I recall that the Yu family owns a pharmaceutical enterprise. Perhaps they are involved. Director Wang, we must investigate thoroughly. I intend to unearth all those vile criminals lurking in the shadows. Just as she prepared to delve into the affairs of Yu Xinxing, the trail abruptly ended. This was all too evident, and Tao Chiyue could not relinquish her pursuit. Wang Xinliang spoke gravely. Xiao Tao, I understand your eagerness to solve this case. But the brothers indeed died of natural causes. You have overlooked the most critical detail. They had ingested highly illicit substances prior to their arrival, and their excessive indulgence rendered their sudden death entirely plausible. It would be prudent to keep this matter under wraps. If it escalates, we both may face scrutiny. Director Wang. I refuse to accept that, Tao Chiyue retorted. Wang Xinliang's brows knitted in irritation. Enough. This matter ends here. Do not pursue it further. You should expedite the conclusion of the case regarding Chen Jinzhao, whose deliberate assault has caused grievous repercussions. You know what must be done. Tao Chiyue clenched her fists. Wang Xinliang's words left her disheartened. She suddenly smirked and said, Director Wang, I advise you to tread carefully. Yang Yiqian has only recently vacated your position. Tao Chiyue, what nonsense are you spouting? Wang Xinliang banged his fist on the table. Tao Chiyue dismissed him with a wave, leaving him with nothing but his fuming back. After her departure, Wang Xinliang returned to his seat, shouting in fury, disrespectful and defiant. This is an affront to the law. In the interrogation room, Chen Jinzhao once again encountered Tao Chiyue, noting the bloodshot appearance of her eyes. He kindly cautioned her to take a break, lest she risk a sudden collapse. Tao Chiyue shook her head, weariness evident in her voice. With the sudden death of the Wang brothers, all leads have vanished. I plan to rest for half a day. Whoever interrogates you in the meantime, do not respond. Merely inform them it is my directive. Regardless of what transpires, it must wait until I return. Chen Jinzhao frowned. He had long suspected the demise of the Wang brothers, but had not anticipated the Yu family's swift action. What about Hongzhi and the others? He hesitated. Tao Chiyue massaged her temples and replied, their testimonies are deemed unreliable, as the higher-ups claim they were involuntarily exposed to excessive hallucinogens, rendering their accounts mere fabrications. Chen Jinzhao contemplated this. A cunning strategy to cut off the source, indeed quite malicious. I suggest you ascertain the whereabouts of Hongzhi's family. If the death of Wang Xinrong was orchestrated, the next target will undoubtedly be her family. Tao Chiyue was abruptly awakened, her drowsiness dissipating into thin air. The death of Wang Xinrong was an act of silencing, yet they would undoubtedly refrain from employing the same tactics against Hong Jie and her companions, for it would be far too conspicuous. Thus, their subsequent actions would surely involve locating Hong Jie's family as leverage, compelling her and her associates to alter their testimonies. You are indeed correct. I shall not rest. Forget it, I will not take a break. I will immediately set out to investigate the whereabouts of Hong Jie's family. Chapter 87, B-Level. How are things progressing? Yu Lingxiao inquired of Shun Liangping beside him. A day had passed, yet Yu Xinxing remained incarcerated, and his patience was waning. Shun Liangping replied respectfully, the Wang Xinhong brothers have perished suddenly in prison. We only need to deal with the relatives of those wretched women, and then we can ensure Chen Jinzhao spends a lifetime behind bars. Hurry. I grant you only 3 days, Yu Lingxiao stated solemnly. Rest assured, my lord, there will be no unforeseen complications, Shun Liangping replied, cautious and meticulous. Yu Lingxiao nodded, closing his eyes in contemplation for a moment. By the way, do you know what Chen Jinzhao is all about? I have a feeling he is far from ordinary. Last night, I inquired of those bodyguards, and they revealed that Chen Jinzhao could shatter Xinqing's elbow joint with merely a three-edged dagger. Such feats are beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. And regarding the wedding incident last time, I was quite confident of success. Why then did it still go awry? Shen Liangping broke into a cold sweat. The previous incident at Ning Fei's wedding had indeed been orchestrated by him alone, and at that time, Yu Lingxiao had believed Chen Jinzhao was on the verge of sentencing. Who could have anticipated that he would be released in less than 2 days? Moreover, after his release, Ning Pingwo was the one who ended up incarcerated. Everything seemed to exude an air of peculiarity. My lord, I have already commissioned someone to investigate Chen Jinzhao's background and records. It is indeed as we perceive. However, Chen Jinzhao possesses remarkable skills, even among special forces. He would be a key player. If categorized by strength, he should reach B level. Yu Lingxiao's pupils constricted. In their circle, individuals were classified by their martial prowess, ranked from highest to lowest as S, A, B, and C. For instance, the so-called C-level expert, Ma Laosan, who claimed to be following Qin Fengwu's orders to protect Yu Mengji, is at the bottom tier. Yet, even C-level warriors possess formidable capabilities far exceeding those of an ordinary person, able to engage in genuine 1 versus 10 combat. It was no wonder Yu Lingxiao was so astonished. The Yu family had also employed a powerful figure for covert protection, who was likewise B-level. How could he accept that Chen Jinzhao was also B-level? Are you certain? Yu Lingxiao furrowed his brow. Shen Liangping took a deep breath, recalling Chen Jinzhao's performance on Xingdan Mountain, and stated with a grave expression, I assure you, Chen Jinzhao is undoubtedly a B-level expert, without a doubt. Yu Lingxiao closed his eyes once more, as if pondering something profound. Time trickled by, and Shen Liangping, maintaining a slight bow, began to grow weary. At last, Yu Lingxiao spoke again. What a pity. A B-level expert is indeed a rarity. But in the presence of Qin Fengwu, he still falls short. Wealth can work wonders. What then of power? Shen Liangping remained silent, having already discerned Yu Lingxiao's decision. It was clear that Chen Jinzhao could not compare to Qin Fengwu, and such a choice was entirely justifiable. Meanwhile, Su Nianqing and Su Yaoyao were in a state of frantic agitation upon learning that Chen Jinzhao had been imprisoned due to that incident, akin to ants on a hot pan. As the dawn of the following day arrived without any favorable news, Su Yaoyao could no longer remain still. She promptly took out her phone to call her grandfather. Old Su, your precious disciple has been captured. What trouble have you caused? Su Hanqing instinctively inquired. Su Yaoyao replied, I am not referring to myself, but rather to your esteemed disciple, Chen Jinzhao. A silence enveloped Su Hanqing. You wouldn't abandon your disciple in their hour of need, would you? It's one thing for you to prevent me from enlisting, but to stand idly by while someone distorts the truth under your very nose. Su Yaoyao was exasperated. I understand, Su Hanqing responded. Su Yaoyao countered. Then, grandfather, what do you intend to do? Shall I go directly to the Ninghai Bureau and bring Brother Jinzhao out, claiming it is your wish? Su Hanqing chuckled bitterly. My dear girl, I am immensely relieved that I did not allow you to enlist. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. I have long been aware of Chen Jinzhao's situation. Yet I believe the matter is not grave. He shall be released shortly. If he is not, then Ninghai will indeed have to tremble. Su Yaoyao pouted in indignation. How did it end up being about me? Fine. You said it. If he doesn't get out, you will be in trouble. Su Hanqing sighed and ended the call. He had always refrained from intervening in such matters, adhering to his principles and believing in Chen Jinzhao's capability to resolve the situation. If Chen Jinzhao could not manage this, how could he possibly aspire to be the eye of the candle dragon? At that moment, in the Second People's Hospital of Ninghai City, after hanging up, Su Yaoyao turned to Su Nianqing and said, Sister Su, my grandfather is unwilling to assist this time. It seems rather precarious. Concern deepened on Su Nianqing's face. Although she was unaware of Su Yaoyao's grandfather's stature, she could vaguely surmise that he wielded considerable influence. How could he be unable to resolve this? Su Nianqing refrained from saying much more, forcing herself to calm down, and murmured, Since this is a legal matter, we shall employ legal means to resolve it. I will contact prominent alumni from the law department of Ninghai University to assist me in this lawsuit. Su Yaoyao's eyes lit up. She was indeed a student of the law department at Ninghai University. In the past, whenever she encountered difficulties, her immediate thought was to seek her grandfather's help or turn to the older siblings in the courtyard, seldom considering utilizing her own abilities. However, soon her confidence waned again. Can we truly do this? I heard that brother Wang Xinrong has passed suddenly. It is evident that something is amiss. If the Yu family is behind this, can we truly bring them down? Su Qingyan's gaze gradually grew resolute. If we do not attempt it, we shall surely fail. Su Yaoyao seemed to grasp her sentiment, albeit vaguely. The two immediately began reaching out to outstanding alumni from previous years. Ferninghai University ranks among the top 3 institutions in the country, and its graduates possess the potential to become societal elites. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yu Mingji was also orchestrating matters surrounding this incident. Initially, she believed that the Yu family would refrain from extending their reach into the prison. However, the news of the demise of the Wang brothers arrived in the morning, and it was evident, even to the most casual observer, that the Yu family was behind this sinister act. Yet, without tangible evidence, the outcome remained unalterable. After consulting with her lawyer, Yu Mingji found herself restless, pacing back and forth in her office. Merely having legal counsel was insufficient. Something vital was still amiss. Suddenly, a recollection struck her, the anonymous email from overseas that she had received previously. To this day, she remained perplexed about the sender's motives for reaching out. Thus, she resolved to reply anonymously, hoping to procure valuable information through a potential transaction. Opening her email, Yu Mingji typed a brief yet poignant message. Hello, are you there? I wish to propose a transaction. Chapter 88. Desireless and resolute. Half an hour had elapsed. Yu Mingji, increasingly disheartened by the absence of a reply from the other party, felt a growing sense of disappointment. It appeared that she had been disregarded. After all, even if the other party possessed the so-called evidence, what motivation would they have to share it with her? With a sigh, she exhaled a breath of frustration, her cursor hovering over the close button, when suddenly a pop-up notification appeared in the bottom right corner of the screen, announcing a new message. Her heart raced as she clicked the notification without hesitation. The response was brief, consisting of only 2 sentences. I find this intriguing. I am eager to know what you are willing to offer for this damning evidence. After considerable contemplation, Yu Mingji replied, I can provide you with a generous reward, provided you state your terms. Apologies. I am not in need of money. You may propose an alternative form of compensation. Upon reading this reply, Yu Mingji furrowed her brow. If the other party was not in need of money, she truly had no means to offer a more appealing reward. The world is bustling, driven by profit. All actions stem from the pursuit of gain. After a long period of reflection, she shook her head inwardly and replied, Perhaps you should be more forthright. If I could meet your demands, I would not hesitate, as I am in desperate need of that evidence. Revealing her urgent desire while negotiating was generally ill-advised, as it could lead to inflated demands from the other side. Yet, at this moment, Yu Mingji desperately required that evidence. You are indeed an intriguing individual. Does Chen Jinzhao warrant any price you would pay? Yu Mingji remained silent. Throughout her life, she had never acted in accordance with her own desires. She reminded herself that failing to act now would leave her with a lingering regret for the rest of her days. I can provide you with what you seek, but you must promise me one thing. Yu Mingji's heart leaped with joy. It seemed that the other party was likely from a rival faction of the Yu family, possessing many unsavory secrets about them. Even so, she bore no moral qualms. The Yu family had engaged in countless dubious activities, and they should have been prepared for the consequences of their actions rather than silencing others. Very well, please proceed, she acquiesced. I currently cannot think of anything I require from you, so you owe me this favor for now. I will inform you of my request when the time arises. Yu Mingji was momentarily taken aback by the other party's response. Are you not afraid I might renege on my promise? The individual replied confidently. Since I possess certain evidence against the Yu family, my leverage is considerable. Should I choose, I could easily ensure that Chen Jinzhao finds himself in trouble again. Yu Mingji fell silent. Ultimately, she agreed to the individual's request, with the stipulation that it could not involve any immoral actions. The other party ceased the conversation and sent her a document. The contents of the document perplexed her. It contained information on over 50 individuals, detailed down to their workplace addresses and identification numbers. All of these individuals shared a commonality. They were employees of entertainment venues, and the majority were women. What is this? Yu Mingji pondered. If I were to hand this information over to the police, they might uncover something significant. Yu Mingji did not squander time. Initially, she intended to contact Tao Chiyue. However, before she could complete the dialing, a sense of hesitation washed over her. Tao Chiyue was the fiancé of Yu Huaishuan, and the Tao and Yu families shared a close rapport. Ultimately, she decided to move forward. If Tao Chiyue proved unhelpful, she would reach out to someone else. At that moment, Tao Chiyue had already established communication with Hongjia's family and had taken measures to ensure their protection. Just as she felt a wave of relief, Yu Mingxi unexpectedly sent her a document. Upon opening it and scanning its contents, she found herself perplexed, prompting her to instruct her subordinates to conduct an investigation. To her astonishment, the inquiry revealed that none of the individuals listed could be contacted. They were all missing. Excitement surged within Tao Chiyue. This could potentially be a breakthrough. She momentarily dismissed concerns regarding the origin of Yu Mingxi's list and felt no inclination to rest, fully immersing herself in the investigation once more. Before taking any further action, Tao Chiyue decided to call Yu Mingxi. Elder sister Yu, your lead is invaluable. These individuals are all unaccounted for, likely connected to this case. I urge you not to share this list with anyone else. I will thoroughly investigate this matter. Please trust me. Another day passed, and after a restless 6 hours of sleep, Tao Chiyue plunged back into her inquiries. Meanwhile, Yu Lingxiao had begun to sense something amiss. Shun Liangping had initially dispatched personnel to search for the families of Hongjie and others, but all efforts were thwarted by Tao Chiyue, leaving Yu Lingxiao deeply unsettled. If this continued, Yu Xinxing would be in grave danger. After much deliberation, Yu Lingxiao decided to call Tao Zixing, beseeching him to intervene and persuade Tao Chiyue to cease her investigations. Enough is enough. Tao Zixing expressed his helplessness, noting that since Tao Chiyue returned from the military camp, she seemed like a different person, impervious to his advice. He even harbored doubts that should he interfere, she might retaliate against him. Old Yu, you ought to devise a solution yourself. With no other recourse, Yu Lingxiao reached out to Zhou Linghui. However, he refrained from being overly explicit, wary of the conversation being recorded. Zhou Linghui, astute and well-versed in the nuances of power, quickly grasped Yu Lingxiao's intent. Understood, he responded. At 9 in the morning, just as Tao Chiyue was preparing for an external assignment, she was summoned to the office by Wang Jinliang. Once the door was closed, Wang Jinliang began by commending Tao Chiyue for her diligent work ethic and exceptional capabilities. Then, he shifted the tone of the conversation. Little Tao, you should take a break for the next few days. I have arranged for someone else to take over your responsibilities. Director Wang, what do you mean by that? Tao Chiyue frowned. Wang Jinliang sighed. This is not my decision, but rather that of the city's administration, as well as your family patriarchess. It's not that your performance is lacking. It's simply that you're overworked. We want you to rest. You are still young, and if you exhaust yourself, how will I explain it to the patriarch? Faced with Wang Jinliang's courteous demeanor, Tao Chiyue did not express gratitude. Instead, she furrowed her brow and replied, No. This is the result of our team's collective effort. I cannot abandon my post now. Wang Jinliang's expression was somewhat grim. Just as he was about to utter something, Tao Chiyue interjected forcefully. Director Wang, I have yet to address the matter of your orchestrating a joint interrogation of Chen Jinzhao last night. Overstepping your boundaries is not within your purview. Let me be clear. If you obstruct my investigation, it will indicate your guilt. I will not hesitate to report your dereliction of duty to the provincial authorities or even to the capital. Wang Jinliang felt utterly deflated. To be frank, he was merely a small fry, lacking any divine protection. Should matters escalate to that extent, he would undoubtedly be relegated to a county position. His origins were unremarkable, and he was destined for a future devoid of significant responsibilities. Why should he serve those in power so dutifully? It would be wiser to embrace his authentic self. Very well. You may proceed as you wish. Should you encounter any obstacles, simply inform me, he finally conceded. Tao Chiyue was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Wang Jinliang in disbelief. After sipping his tea, he chuckled softly. I have lived a mundane life for so long. There was a time when I, too, aspired to achieve great things. Yet, the harshness of reality has dulled my edges. Perhaps, I truly can make a difference.